focus in on every day. And again, that's why we believe the numbers that have gone down a lot, because we've been spay and neutering so many. That's what we focus on. So where do we get these pit bulls and chihuahuas? Well, we go to less fortunate neighborhoods. We actually have people that go door to door. We advertise on Craigslist, so we try to put them on special. Again, if people don't have enough money, we try to work a way to at least get them done, because they go to the top of the list every day. You know, like if you call up saying, I got a pit bull and I got 2 pit bulls, a male and a female, we're going to try and get you in as quick as possible, either that day or the next day, because we don't want these things to happen.
What are some of the costs, and what are then obviously some of the main benefits for having the procedures done? Well,
the cost, you know, it probably costs us, I figured it out, it probably costs us close to $90 a surgery. So, and we don't charge it. Very few people pay $90, you know, they don't have it. And a lot of people have multiple dogs, you know, 2 and 3. So we have to subsidize, you know, have a sliding scale, or if it's really bad, you know, we just have to, you know, subsidize the whole thing. So Clark County, they give us $120,000, you know, and, you know, if you really look at Clark County and why the numbers have gone down again, you could give them a lot of kudos for it. Number one, they passed the spay and neuter law, which really helped a ton. And the other thing is they've been giving Heaven Can Wait $120,000 for spay and neuter probably for the last 5-6 years. So that's allowed us to do like 30,000 spay and neuters, you know, and that really has cut down. So actually, Clark County, the commissioners of Clark County really could take a lot of credit for, you know, all the good that has happened.
The county in general supports Heaven Can Wait with an annual grant, generally of $120,000. A portion of that money comes from the spay-neuter license plates through the Department of Motor Vehicles, and then the rest of that money is made up through impound fees that we collect when an owner reclaims their animal at the shelter. That money is used along with money that Heaven Can Wait raises through all their other charitable outreach, and they spay and neuter generally upwards of about 5,000 dogs and cats in unincorporated Clark County and in the various jurisdictions each year. It's been a long-standing partnership that the county and animal control has had with Heaven Can Wait, and it dramatically reduces the number of unwanted pets that we have on the streets.
Are there any other organizations like that the county works intimately with, whether it's for spay and neuter or for other facets of animal rescue?
Well, we do obviously have our contract with the Animal Foundation to house all of the animals that we or the public bring in. And the Animal Foundation does a certain number of low-cost spay-neuter surgeries and vaccine clinics throughout the year as well. But we don't specifically pay them just for those services. Heaven Can Wait is the one that we partner with as the largest nonprofit in town that actually performs sterilizations. We have a great program that we worked on with Heaven Can Wait. It's called our Fix-It Ticket program. That Fix-It Ticket program, when our officers find an intact animal, we can write a ticket, a citation, and give the person 2 weeks or 3 weeks, depending on how busy Heaven Can Wait is. We give the person the citation, we give them a coupon to go to Heaven Can Wait, and they can get their animal sterilized for a very low price. In fact, for low-income people, it's a fraction of what they would pay at a full-service vet. There are other nonprofits that we work with. We work with the Las Vegas Valley Humane Society and C5, the Community Cat Coalition of Clark County. They don't actually perform surgeries, but they do have the ability to help financially for people who cannot afford it.
It's been several years since Clark County has enacted or changed the spay and neuter laws. What are they, Jason?
So essentially what they are, currently every dog and cat in Clark County needs to be sterilized so that they cannot reproduce any offspring.
I believe a high in the valley was about 33,000 pets were put to death in 2010, and Heaven Can Wait is hoping by this year they can get this down to about only 5,000 animals. Is this feasible? And this is good news regardless.
It's great news. The number of intakes are going down dramatically, and that shows a reduction in the number of pets being out on the streets in all the jurisdictions. and the number of people adopting pets from shelters versus buying them at pet stores is going up. And the public is getting the message that there are a lot of animals out there, and the best place to get them is from a rescue or from a shelter, so that we can help reduce the pet population. Our very stringent breeder laws in Clark County require that in order to breed a dog or a cat, that dog or cat has to be a show animal.
Harold, when you talked about all spays and neuters aren't equal, these cats are prime examples, right?
Yes. In fact, yesterday, you came a day late. We had over 220 here in the lobby, and we did it in one day. And these are all homeless, and we call them feral community cats, whatever. And you can see, if you take close up, you see how healthy they look. You see how, they thrive outside. They do really well here. The weather, people feed them, people take care of them. So it's crazy just to catch them and have them euthanized. And that's what's been happening for years, and it doesn't work. So it's better. It's called TNR, trap, neuter, return. You spay and neuter them. Now we're going to tip their ears. They're going to be vaccinated. They're going to get their rabies. They're going to get pain medicine. It's really the only humane way to handle the cat situation. This is what probably has lowered the numbers more than anything else. In 2010, over 20,000 cats were being euthanized in the shelter. And this year, it'll probably be closer to 7,000. And this is the #1 target that we have focused on. So you take that 110, I bet you 75,000 have been feral homeless cats, because obviously they're the ones that are going to reproduce the most. Hevington Wade has a 5-year plan, so you go, I believe it said that at the end of 2018, we're going to be under 5,000 euthanasias. And I really believe with a few changes, that are being made, we'll probably have that under in 2017. And in an outside chance, even next year. So how good is that? And yes, I couldn't be happier because, everyone here at Hevington Wade has dedicated their lives to solving this problem, and we're getting there. We're doing much better than we were in 2010, that's for sure.
To learn more about their great work, visit the Hevington Wade Animal Society website at www.hcws.org. The Southern Nevada Beagle Rescue Foundation is a nonprofit organization dedicated to the rescue and responsible pet ownership, primarily of beagles. Let's meet Regina Harmon, who introduces us to some of our cute, floppy-eared pals. Regina, thanks for joining us. Tell us who your friends are.
This is Bull. He is about 11 or 12-year-old beagle. He's kind of large for a beagle. He's more or less our mascot now. He came into the rescue a few years ago. He was going to be euthanized for ear infections, and he was actually really, really thin at that time too. And he's doing quite well. He's got cataracts now, so he can't really see that well. And then these guys, this is Cash and this is Tango, and they are only 7 months old. They had kind of a little bit of a long journey to get here. They were chained to railroad tracks in Kentucky, and this lady saw them, and the guy who had them was a hunter, and he said, you can unchain them from those tracks for $50. Actually, I think he wanted more at first, but they talked him down, and they couldn't get the parents, but they were able to get these guys. And they made their way to Ohio, where they were treated for dehydration and worms and parasites. They were actually quite ill at that time, and this lady took her into her home and fostered them. And there was a rescue who was supposed to back them and take them, and they kind of let them fall through the cracks. So we were contacted by Colorado Beagle Rescue, who had dogs already coming out towards them, and they asked if we'd be willing to take these guys. So we paid for their transport, and they arrived this week. And he's a little more timid than Tango, but they've had a lot of changes this whole week with traveling and just everything they've been through. And they just got neutered, and we checked for heartworm, and
Sure.
They got microchipped, and they're actually really healthy now. So they're great little dogs. They've kind of come a long way.
figuratively and literally.
Yeah.
The Southern Nevada Beagle Rescue Foundation's been in operation since 2006. Is that a typical journey for puppies like this, or any of the beagles that come to you?
We typically get most of our dogs locally. We have gotten dogs, though, longer journeys than that. We don't have as many beagles here as they do on the East Coast. They're inundated in the Midwest and the East Coast because of all the hunters. They breed them, they use them for hunting, and then they dump them. After the hunting season's over, if the dogs don't come back, they don't care. If the dogs don't hunt, they don't want them. So, I mean, even though they're hunting hounds and scent hounds, not all dogs will try to hunt. So they want the ones that do. And sometimes they just use them for breeding, and they live in these little tiny boxes, and it's really quite horrid, actually. But they are just have a ton of beagles. So when we can help out and we have the means, we'll try. Our biggest thing is transport. Where are you trying to get down?
What? Obviously, these are such great dogs, and
They're great dogs.
What makes a beagle such a great breed to own?
Well, they're curiosity for one, but they're very loving dogs. They generally, beagles' temperament, they usually get along with other people and kids and other dogs, and cats generally too. But they're just all around great dogs to have.
You have a terrific website with a lot of great information. Tell me the procedure that if somebody wants to adopt or is a candidate to adopt an animal from your rescue, what do they need to do?
Well, they need to go to our website and click the Forms tab and fill out an application for adoption. We do not work on a first-come, first-served basis, so we go through all the applications that come in on any dog, and we could have several. For puppies, we do tend to get a lot more than some of the older dogs. And then the people that are fostering, because we are completely foster-based shelter. We don't have a shelter building. So they will go through all the applications as they live with the dog. They know the dog even better than I do. They know where it sleeps and how it eats and, its routine. So they go through and they decide right off, this could work, this could not work, and then we arrange meet and greets. They can also meet them at adoption events or at our park events. We go to the park pretty regularly. So, and then we try to determine who is going to be the best match for this dog, and then we'll do a home visit as well to make sure it's a safe and secure environment. The yard's all safe and secure, especially with beagles being scent hounds. They will take off if given the opportunity unless they've had some training. And once we find that this is a really good match here, then we'll complete a contract and the rest of the adoption. And the contract basically is to protect the dog. Don't leave them in an open pickup truck, in the back of it. Don't overcrate them. The most important thing on there, though, for us is if for any reason the adopter cannot hold on to the dog throughout the lifetime of the dog comes back to rescue. And that is the dog's safety net so that they don't end up on the street, abandoned, or in the shelter.
I think Tango wants to ask a question about your swag here. You've got
Yes.
Beagle juice here. That's
We
actual
do.
wine and
We
some
do.
paraphernalia. I suppose that's kind of the lifeblood of any rescue organization. You're a 501c3 nonprofit organization, so you need to raise funds to get these animals and then get them distributed, get them into loving homes.
Right. The rescue, it's a cost involved. I mean, we do charge adoption fees, but we far exceed that with our medical costs. I mean, all the dogs generally need something. These two needed neutering, microchips, heartworm testing. Bull's had, he almost died twice on us. So, I mean, he went into renal failure and liver failure, and he's had massive ear infections, and so all those things are a cost to the rescue. So yeah, we try to raise money any way we can. We have a ton of fundraisers, but this is another way, and people love our stuff. Why not? It's so really cute. Everyone loves Snoopy, so these are little Snoopy squeak toys. We have wine. We have six different bottles of wine that we sell. This company actually bottles them and ships them, and then they give us an amount back. It's like $6 on every bottle we get back. You know, sometimes when we can, we purchase the magnets. These are like all different kinds of breeds on here, and we have hats with our logo on it. We have t-shirts as well with our logo. This one is a different type, and then we'll just sell these ourselves to try to make the money back on some of this, and it gives people a way to support us without necessarily having to adopt a dog if they can't at that time. So, and we sell most of this stuff at our events that we have.
You've talked about some of your events. I know you have one coming up in December.
Right.
And tell me about some of your typical events that you do.
We try to do all different kinds of events. We've had popcorn fundraiser where, you know, we sell the popcorn. We've had candle ones, and we usually try to do an Applebee's fundraiser where they open up for breakfast and we serve. And we sell tickets to that, and we get a percentage of that. Though we have one coming up where it's a beer tasting. We've had a pasta dinner. That one was a really successful one where people came and they, you know, for like $10, they got a lot of pasta and a lot of fun that night.
What are the benefits of adopting a rescue dog, whether it's a Beagle, a Boston Terrier, a Basset Hound?
Oh, rescue is the best. Most people think you cannot get a purebred in rescue, which clearly is a lie. These dogs are so thankful. They give you so much back. And not all the dogs, the puppies not as much, but a lot of the dogs that come into rescue, they're already trained. You know, they have been house trained. They know a lot of commands and tricks, and people are always so surprised. They're really good dogs. They've just been tossed away by someone. And when you rescue, you're just kind of promoting that not from a puppy mill. You know, the people that want all those really cutesy dogs from the puppy stores, they're supporting puppy mills, which are dogs not being taken care of at all. They live in a box their whole life. If something's wrong with them, no one fixes it. And then when they spend these outrageous prices for these dogs, I mean, I've seen Beagles anywhere from $800 to over $2,000 at a puppy store. They don't come vetted at all. Our dogs are always spayed and neutered, up to date on vaccines, microchipped, and then if they've had or needed anything else, we've taken care of that. When you get that expensive dog from a puppy mill, they're not vetted at all. So, you know, you have that extra expense on there. Now, some people don't take care of that stuff, but, you know, and a lot of those dogs are unhealthy. We try to follow the law, though, which is spay and neuter law, so we follow that, and we want the dogs spayed and neutered because we don't want people just breeding them, and those puppy mill dogs are a lot of times not healthy. But none of us have a time stamp on us about what, you know, when we're going to go. But we try to really take care of these dogs, and these dogs know it. You know, they really do give back to you quite a bit. They're very loving dogs.
And what are some of the myths, some of the quirks about this breed? Everyone seems to think that they howl and bay.
That's right.
And stuff
Everyone
like
said,
that.
a Beagle. Yeah. They just bark all the time and bay. And clearly, they don't.
Really loud, right.
You know, that is a myth I hear all the time. And, yes, they will bay and bark when they hear something or people coming in. If they're playing mostly, that's when. Or if they're out in the park and they're all chasing each other, that's when you'll hear that baying a lot, which is fun then. But they don't just sit there all day long and, you know, they're not doing that. That is a huge myth amongst them. They are food hounds, but you can easily control that. I mean, some people just want to feed them and let them go, and as long as you don't do that, it's very easily under control.
And finally, for someone watching this to get a hold of your organization to see about these beautiful dogs, tell us all about it.
Yes, they can either go to our website, which is www.southernnevadabeaglerescue.com, all spelled out. They can see us on Facebook. We post a lot of the dogs on there as well. They can email us at snvbeaglerescue@gmail.com, or even call us 702-493-9779 and just see, you know, what we have coming up next, or, you know, where they can see the dogs. As I said, we are foster based, so they wouldn't be able to just come and see all the dogs all in one spot, but we are active enough and have the dogs out enough where they probably can then.
Thank you so much for being here, Regina, and bringing your beautiful pals along with you, and continued success for the Southern Nevada Beagle Rescue.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate coming down.
more information on adopting, fostering, or volunteering, visit www.southernnevadabeaglesrescue.com. The Animal Foundation operates Lead Animal Shelter, the largest in Southern Nevada. The campus consists of a low-cost vaccine clinic and, of course, is the place for housing adoptable pets and all lost and found animals. The Animal Foundation hosts pet-related events year-round, including the popular Forever Home Family Picnic and Furry 5K, a dog-friendly race that's positively fun. This year's race was at Sunset Park.
Welcome to the Forever Home Family Picnic and Furry 5K. We are here today to celebrate pets and their people.
For several hundred hounds and their two-legged pavement pounders, the Sunset Park celebration was a howling success. Part road race and part Poochie Party, the Forever Home Family Picnic and 5K is an annual Animal Foundation mainstay, a possum event to raise animal awareness in Clark County.
I think it gives us an opportunity to really tell people our story, where we've been, where we're going, some really exciting times. And you'll notice that around the picnic area, we've got signs up with our new vision and new mission. And our new vision is a humane and compassionate community for all animals. And our new mission is to save all healthy and treatable animals in the Las Vegas Valley. So we're moving in such an exciting direction.
The Animal Foundation operates the Lead Animal Shelter, the largest shelter and pet adoption center in Nevada. The staff and volunteers care for more than 30,000 animals every year. It's their dedication caring for the unwanted and neglected pets that draw animal lovers to this race and support to the Animal Foundation.
Well, there's so many dogs that don't have homes, and it's important because you don't want. These are great animals because they give you companionship, and they deserve a home too.
Thank you so much to them.
The Animal Foundation hosts fundraising and community events all year long. Community support is a key in their work, and reducing pet overpopulation is crucial. And it takes every animal owner in Clark County to assist. Responsible pet owners know simple steps can help improve animals' lives and increase the level of companionship between you and your best friend.
Well, of course, spaying and neutering, number one, make sure that dogs and cats are all taken care of and they don't get loose. Make sure your dogs and cats stay on their leashes, in their backyards, in their cages, especially during holidays like 4th of July where they get spooked real easy, and Halloween, and these things. We're going to make sure our dogs and cats stay inside where they're safe.
The Animal Foundation is selling this Las Vegas to the Rescue calendar. Local stars including Wayne Newton, Carrot Top, pro golfer Ryan Moore, and many more posing with shelter dogs. Jamie Little, a Fox Sports racing reporter and local Las Vegan, is the driving force behind this effort. Visit www.animalfoundation.com to purchase your copy. 100% of the proceeds go directly to the Animal Foundation. And we leave you with our feature pets on Critter Corner, Kaylee and Casey. Kaylee and Casey are adorable, inseparable 7-year-old Cavalier King Charles Spaniels who provide love and companionship to Erica Reynolds and Kimberly Shea of Las Vegas. Kaylee and Casey love Christmas, treats, walks, hanging out, watching their beloved Dallas Cowboys and New England Patriots football teams. Both are members of the Hydrant Club Dog Park in downtown Las Vegas, where they romp and play with their four-legged buddies. Thanks for tuning into Clark County Television. I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time on County Critters.
Driving a car in a diamond lane requires 2 or more people.
Oh, I'm sorry, but diamonds really are a girl's best friend.
Only motorcycles or vehicles with 2 or more people are permitted to travel in a diamond lane.
Now what about hybrids or trucks?
Hybrid vehicles are not exempt. They are allowed in a diamond lane only if they have 2 or more people.
Oh, pooh. Now where's a girl gonna find another person to share a ride with?
Club Ride is the perfect solution to finding people to carpool with. Their website can match you up with commuters who travel a similar route. You'll reduce traffic on our roadways, save wear and tear when you share a ride, and most importantly, you'll avoid a traffic citation by having enough people to ride in those speedy HOV lanes.
It looks like someone visited the Club Ride website.
That's right. These diamonds really are a driver's best friend.
They might call it puppy love, but it's not always so cute. Did you know that an unspayed dog, her mate, and all their puppies' can produce 67,000 dogs in 6 years? Prevent a litter. Fix your critter.
Hi, I'm Joe Gloria, the Clark County Registrar of Voters, and I'm here to explain how you can help us save more than $1.5 million this year. Every election, we print and mail hundreds of thousands of sample ballots. This is a significant cost and uses a lot of paper and other resources, but now voters can choose to receive their sample ballot by email instead of through the regular mail, and help us save taxpayers money and save hundreds of trees. Here's how you can help. Go to the Clark County Election Department website at clarkcountynv.gov/vote. Enter your information in the Registered Voter Services box to log in. Then click on the drop-down arrow next to Voter Services and select Request My Sample Ballot Electronically. Go green. This election season, help us save taxpayers' dollars and hundreds of trees. Choose email over regular mail for your sample ballot.
Clark County TV. TV for Clark County.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. The first item on your regular meeting agenda is public comment.
This is the first time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to comment to the board on any item on today's agenda, please step forward, identify the item. Your comments will be limited to 3 minutes.
My name is Margaret Coleman, and this is concerning Exhibit A, refund. Victimize is to make a victim of, to cheat, trick, defraud. My subject is jobs. Kirkpatrick's job is not to kick people to the curb and victimize them, but she has taken the liberty on her own to change the name to Barbara Antelope to start this procedure of illegal procedures to victimize me out of my home. And I don't think that that is her job. My job has been on collection, and that home on 3630 Coleman Street is in my name under Jay Pearson. Pearson was in control of a lottery, and he owes me money. As he know, or you know, he has taken over the mortgage, the financial. This gentleman that is associated with Shannon Hughes, that was the deputy clerk. She with the organization of Garland Silver. Garland Silver is with the fire department, if this is Garland Silver. I did want to speak on him, but I don't want to take his employment from him, but he has caused calamity and confusion with Shannon Hughes taking over control, as she was supposed to have been the third party in collecting money from me from a court order that was given to me in 1982 by a chief judicial judge. Steve Wynn, that is Stephanie Lane, is in default still. I'm still waiting on money, and that has been my job, is collection. I would like my money. I would like my reimbursement. I would like to go home. 3630 Coleman Street. If you all give me my opportunity by saying, go home, Mrs. Coleman. Yes, the key is at the door. But if you don't have that respect, it's not to be understandable, and I have to go forward.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to comment during public comment section? Yes, ma'am. You can use this microphone over here.
Hello, my name is Bridget Duffy. I'm visiting Las Vegas from California. And I know everybody comes to Las Vegas and expects to drop a couple of grand, but I don't think they expect to give it to the police department, which is what I did. And I know that this is happening a lot in Las Vegas because I was in the jail with people who it's happening to. And I'm trying to raise awareness within the government chambers. That's why I'm here in these chambers. I went to Internal Affairs. I was on the news. I don't know if they put me on the news, but he interviewed me. What's happening in Las Vegas City Jail is nothing short of horror, absolute horror. I was in a cell with a woman who was 5 months pregnant. Her 6 children were at home waiting for her to come home. The youngest was 1. Her crime was being $34 short of a $634 fine on a 4-year-old warrant. This woman gets 1 hour of sunlight a week. A week. She doesn't have any fruit to eat, no vegetables. She dreams of cucumbers. Okay, now this woman is not a threat to society. What is a threat to society? The fact that her children are going 3 long months without their mother. That's a threat to society. And I know exactly what's happening in that jail. They get $200 a person every 24 hours. Now, I was arrested. I have no problem posting bail. I had to be tortured for nearly 48 hours. I slept on the floor of a dirty cell floor. They kept me in handcuffs for 7 hours. I couldn't move my arms. I couldn't, when they finally took them off, I couldn't move my arms. Okay, you know what the charge is? Illegal lane change. And yes, there is more to this story, but not that much. I did not commit anything like the experience I had. It did not, the punishment did not fit the crime. And the fact that I was being punished by the intake police officers is absolutely unconstitutional. Their job is not to pass judgment on the people that come in to be intaked. Their job is to intake them. But what was happening was we were being judged. If you're here, you're a criminal. I told one police officer, you know, we're not criminals. There were six women, 3 of them over 50 in the cell. We had been in there for 6 hours without water. And I said, we are not criminals. He said, if you didn't pay your fine, you're a criminal. And he shoved the door in my face. Now, I know there are good Christian people in this city. I know there are people that have some faith. And I'm just encouraging people, please, if you're not going to take some action and help people, don't call yourselves Christians. It's not these people are acting more like Roman soldiers that killed Jesus rather than Jesus. So
thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. I just pray and I hope that somebody
I've
does
got to ask you to wrap up your comments. I'm sorry, I've got a commissioner with a question.
It was the city jail, and the city is, for some reason, not under the authority of the Metropolitan Police Department. I found out yesterday because I went to Internal Affairs, and they have no power over them, which I think is a little weird.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Very weird.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify during the public comment session on today's agenda?
Hello. It's not on today's agenda. Is that the appropriate time for general comment?
No, then it would be the second public comment, which is at the end of the meeting.
Okay. Is it possible we have multiple people here to make the public comment now?
What is the item?
It's on the voter registration cost increase.
No, that's got to go at the end. I'm sorry. It's got to go at the end of the agenda. It shouldn't be that long.
Okay, thank you.
No more than probably 2 or 3 hours. 2.5 hours, maybe. That's not long. Somebody laughing about it. Okay, but we're happy to hear from you then. Mr. Burnett.
For us, that's short.
That's right.
Okay, the second item on your agenda is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting on February 16th and March 1st, 2016, and the special meeting on March 9th, 2016.
So moved. We have a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Item 3 is the approval of the agenda with the inclusion of any emergency items, addendums, and deletion of any items. With the inclusion of 2 items on your addendum, we now have 70 items on your agenda. Commissioners, I would point out for you and for the record that items number 37, 38, 41, and 42 are not resolutions. We're asking the board for these items to direct the county treasurer to reapportion assessments for special improvement districts. And with that clarification, your agenda is ready for your approval.
Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, did we also add 57B under ceremonial?
Certainly have flexibility to include additional items under that section of your agenda.
Was that noticed? I didn't get any word on that one.
And you fixed the resolution word.
We have a motion on the floor with all the fixes in there. Yes, we do. All the corrections, not fixes.
You're supposed to fix the word resolution and take it out, and that was what you read in.
That's
Okay.
what you read.
All right,
Yeah,
thank you.
you read it in the correction. We have a motion on the floor. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes. I'm not going to let this get away from me early today, so we're on.
Items 4 through 52 comprise the consent agenda. To this point, no items have been deleted or requested to be taken separately.
Did anyone have an item they wish to be heard or discussed separately? Seeing none, we have a motion. We have a motion on the floor in discussion. Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Before the Department of Aviation leaves, because I know their entourage is down here today, there's two things I wanted to bring up. First one is Tina Frias is back with us after having her baby. Congratulations, Tina. You can bring a picture for all of us to see. Congratulations on new mother. And then, Ms. Vasiliadis, there was an addition of a cell lot, I guess, at the airport. That was, you want to say a few words about it? Or? Wow, okay. So much, I guess you don't want to say anything about it. If you had just a minute or two, there was some coverage on that and some questions, so.
Rosemary Vasiliadis, Department of Aviation. Through strong suggestion of several members of this very board for about 2.5 years, we tried to very quietly open up a cell lot because it was a brand new service and we weren't sure if it was all going to work, how it was going to work, the signage, you know, you have to have camera coverage, you have to have proper lighting, etc. Well, I think it took about 2 hours before it made somebody's tweet and went public, and I think the community is enjoying it, and it's all due to Commissioner G and Commissioner Scow, who nagged me for about 2.5 years to get it going.
I don't know if nag was the appropriate word.
Strongly suggested, forgive me, and it has been just a wild hit, so thank you very much for that input.
You want to briefly explain what a cell lot is?
So a cell lot is a place that a driver can go and wait for their passenger to come up and communicate, you know, via social media these days. So.
And where is the cell lot?
And the cell lot is located by the economy lot. It's in the front portion of it. It's the northwest portion of the economy lot. Okay. So we feel that the signage, the roadway signage, has been working very well. So just follow the signs and you will find it there. And it's a very short distance from Terminal 1 and Terminal 3.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Burnett.
And with that, we can move to Section 3, Commissioners, County Managers recognition. And I understand before we get to your posted agenda, in item 53, we're going to start with an item that's extremely important, but not on the agenda. So
we have a 53 minus B.
There you go. All right. So with that being said, Commissioners, before we stand to receive or present our recognition this morning, I want to take the opportunity to direct your attention to the screen, if you will. April is declared as Autism Awareness Month, and each year thousands of children are diagnosed with autism, and April 2nd, this past Saturday, was the official autism run here in Clark County. And again, for a number of us who have family members and children that are diagnosed with autism, I'd just like to raise some awareness. And so if you all would please direct your attention to the screen, please. And we'll take a little volume. Thank you.
Take me to the King. I don't have much to bring. My heart is torn in pieces. It's my offering. Take me.
Yeah.
I'm
Somebody in the booth cue that up. Is that it, Commissioner? There's more, I assume, right?
Yeah. Just real brief awareness there. This past Saturday, again, Light It Up Blue was the awareness campaign that was kicked off. And as you can see, the statistics there, 1 in 68 children are diagnosed with autism, and over 70 million here in the United States each year. And so, again, with that, I know Commissioner Kirkpatrick, you had something that you all did in your district as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It really is, with autistic, we're now getting a handle on the resources that we can give the kids early on so that they can be productive. But most importantly, we're now seeing that we're actually getting to keep our kids home. So in the past, we've sent them to Texas or Utah where they had better facilities. And so I'm super excited. We're working on a project now that is adding a play area for some of these kids. And we have one girl in particular. And what I would tell you is not all families can be there every single day, but we've been working with many of our community groups, so I'm excited to see that we're going to be able to offer a play area that they haven't had in the past, because with autistic, they have special needs to address, and so we're putting in a basketball court for all of the kids to be able to go out. We're putting in some proper fencing so that they can actually spend the day outside and reading different picture books. And I've been working with a couple of our constituents who are really unsung heroes on doing this. And you know, we try to offer a quarterly project for them to participate in so that they can get out and get in our community. So we're also working on our summer splash because they love to play in the water. So it's amazing to know that we are a very loving community and we do a lot of great things. We just never talk about them. So hats off to all the people that are really recognizing that autism is important and that we do have resources to be able to help them.
Thank you, Commissioner. And with that, today, again, I'd like to salute Autism Las Vegas for their tireless efforts in bringing this awareness to our community. So with that, Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate
just once again, as we recognize April as Autism Awareness Month.
I appreciate you bringing that up. And Commissioner Scow and I, what was it, Friday? Thursday, touring the Las Vegas, Welcome Las Vegas sign lights blue in honor of autism awareness, and with Toro University and a couple of the other groups related to autism. So thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Burnett, number 53, MGM.
It's to present a proclamation to MGM Resorts International recognition of the grand opening of their new T-Mobile Arena and the park on the Strip.
Sorry.
Thank you. We have today with us Jason Gray, Director of Government Affairs, Rick Arpin, Senior Vice President of MGM Resorts International, and Mark Faber, Senior Vice President of AEG. We had a wonderful opening, as Commissioner Brown mentioned, for the park, which between the Monte Carlo and New York, that will lead a pedestrian walkway with restaurants and a beautiful park setting that we had a grand opening for with MGM Resorts yesterday. This is a very busy week for MGM Resorts. I'm sure by Friday you'll be very tired. a wonderful grand opening, and we're very excited, looking forward to tomorrow, the grand opening of the new arena. And just a few things about the T-Mobile Arena. AEG and MGM partnered to invest $375 million in the 20,000-seat world-class arena. We're reading today that actually you can change the sections of stadium seating to accommodate what kind of activity. It sounds really remarkable. It will host the world's finest performers and athletes in more than 100 major events each year. Events like boxing, hockey, UFC, basketball, bull riding, high-profile awards shows, top-name concerts, and maybe even NC2A in the future, we hope. The arena offers unmatched venue capacity and technical capabilities and will offer an incredible entertainment experience. The project has created thousands of jobs and will result in hundreds of millions of dollars in economic output. So with this proclamation, we would like to declare Wednesday, April 6th, to be T-Mobile Arena Day on the Las Vegas Strip and throughout all Clark County. So congratulations to MGM and AEG, and get a picture here. And we'd like to hear a few words if we could.
Commissioner Scow, Chair Sisolak, to the entire commission, we thank you for your support. We are obviously proud to get ready to open the T-Mobile Arena. We are glad that we had the ability to develop and invest in this arena, but we know we couldn't have done it without this board, without your staff, and without thousands of people from this community, contractors, construction workers, and so forth. Now another 1,000 or so people ready to hopefully entertain and engage with our guests on Wednesday night and for the future to come. So we're very proud, we're very thankful, and we're very humbled. I was born and raised here, so I've seen a lot of arenas come and go and proposals come and go, and it's just exciting to have this venue, and I know we'll do great things with it, as you said, lots of different events, and really continue the trend of Las Vegas to be the entertainment capital of the world. We're proud to be a part of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. On behalf of AEG, we're very excited to be a part of this great project with MGM Resorts, and we appreciate all the support and commitment that you've provided us. It's been a long time coming for us here in the marketplace. You may be familiar with AEG Live. We manage the Coliseum, and we've brought the residency program here to Las Vegas, and we've been looking for a long time for a 20,000-seat world-class facility with the right partner in the right location, and we certainly have found that with MGM Resorts, our great partner, the perfect location behind New York, and Monte Carlo. We think that this arena will certainly transform entertainment as we know it here in Las Vegas and transcend the marketplace, and we're very, very excited, and we appreciate everything. Thanks so much.
I didn't plan to speak today, but at the urging of the chairman, I'm going to say a few words. I remember it was one of the first big projects that I had briefing the board in 2013, and everybody was just as excited and proud then as they are today. I want to thank you guys so much for all of your help along the way. We're all very excited to open the facility tomorrow. We have a VIP reception, and the Killers are playing. We hope to see you guys out there. With the park and the new Monte Carlo Theater on the way, there's just so many amazing things to do in that particular space on the Strip, and we hope you'll all come out and see it. Thank you so much. Dancing Bliss, absolutely. Public art.
Quick question. I know we have the Killers that's going to be opening up, but DJ Thump and I, we are huge fans. Please tell me Janet Jackson is still on target. Still on, Thump. We got Janet Jackson coming. Okay, there we go.
Well, thank you, and we're looking forward to what this will do for our community and appreciate very much the project. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Great job. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks. See you tomorrow. Thank you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thanks so much for
Commissioner
coming.
Scott, really appreciate it. Thank you.
I gotta make sure it's the speech under 20.
He wrote it for me.
That's exactly what he's telling me.
Okay, item 54 is to accept the monetary donation of $2,000 from the Southern Nevada chapter of the International Code Council to the Clark County Department of Parks and Recreation to provide swim lessons to toddlers 4 years old and younger, and present a proclamation to the Southern Nevada chapter of the International Code Council in recognition of their continued role in the provision of water safety awareness and education.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. I sincerely appreciate it. I am filling in today for Commissioner Brager, who unfortunately is not able to be with us. She's under the weather. She's just not feeling well. And she was this made her feel worse that she was going to miss this, because she stressed to me how important this is and how much it means to her, the financial contribution that you make for swimming lessons. Just a few highlights. There are more than 102,000 backyard swimming pools in Southern Nevada. When you just think about the risk of that, I think it emphasizes just how important the swimming lessons are. And your financial commitment and contribution makes it possible to provide those swimming lessons. So on behalf of the Commission and Commissioner Brager, we wanted to thank you for that and appreciate all your support for the youth and new coming swimmers in Clark County. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is David Goldstein. I'm one of the board members of the Southern Nevada International Code Council, which represents your building officials. With me today is Kevin McCosker from Clark County Building Fire Safety, and also Sam Palmer from Clark County Building and Fire Safety. Over the last 9 years, we've been able to accumulate some funds, raise some funds, and as part of the building safety, the safety aspect, we felt setting up a toddler swim program was really important. This marks a special event for us this year because it is our 25th anniversary. For the Southern Nevada International Code Council chapter. Along with that, our anniversary, your building official, Mr. Ron Lynn, won a very prestigious award this year, the Bobby J. Fowler Award, the highest award that can be given by the national organization. And thirdly, our chapter won a chapter of the year for our community involvement for programs such as this. So we're real pleased to present a check to you today for $2,000, which is an increase of $500 over what we've been able to accomplish. And hopefully, with all the municipalities in Southern Nevada, this will bring another 111 students or toddlers into the program. And Sam's going to say another few words.
You know, it's one thing on the building side of the house and the fire prevention side of the house, be able to put in our codes, you know, the proper inspections and planning and barricades and walls and fences for the pools and whatnot to keep our children safe. It's another thing when we can provide funds to Parks and Rec to provide actual toddler swimming lessons. I mean, you talk about teaching a person to fish. When you can teach a child to swim, it really increases the effective safetyness for our swimming pools. Many years ago, throughout Clark County, we did not have a great safety record for childhood drownings and whatnot. But here recently, in the past multiple years, we've had a very good record. We still have room to work on that, but hopefully with swim toddler lessons, we can increase the safety even more.
Kevin?
Thank you. I'm Kevin McCosker with Clark County Building and Fire. I'm a resident of Las Vegas since 1986. I raised a family here in Las Vegas. When my children were 3 and 4 years old, I took them to a community pool and got them swim lessons. And my hope is that all parents teach their children to swim, either through a program like this or on their own mechanisms. But our chapter is dedicated to providing that support to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. $2,000 for swimming lessons. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Ed. Yeah, sure. Larry, put this in your wallet, Larry. Would you please take care of that and pass that on later?
Thank you, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Item 55 is to present a proclamation to the Silver State Fair Housing Council proclaiming April 2016 as Fair Housing Month in Clark County.
Thank you. This is another proclamation that Commissioner Brager asked me to present. Oh, sure. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Okay. Oop. Thank you very much. Thank you. April is Fair Housing Month. April 15th, 2016 marks the 40th anniversary of the passage of the Federal Fair Housing Law, Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968. This act states it is a policy of the United States to provide within constitutional limits for fair housing throughout the United States. This law makes it illegal to discriminate against any person in the terms, conditions, or privileges of the sale or rental of a dwelling or in the provision of services or facilities in connection therewith because of race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. The Fair Housing Amendments Act of 1988 added familial status and handicap to those classes protected by Title 8, and Nevada state law also prohibits discrimination on the basis of ancestry, sexual orientation, and gender identity or expression. The Federal Fair Housing Law gave urban enforcement responsibility to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. Over the years, HUD has helped thousands of citizens obtain homes and apartments that were at first illegally denied to them. Mrs. Zook, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Executive Director of the Silver State Fair Housing Council will receive the proclamation today. Clark County partners with Silver State Fair Housing Council to educate, advocate, monitor, and provide technical assistance in fair housing to residents of Clark County through its classes and workshops. The county supports Silver State's commendable effort investigating fair housing complaints and discrimination on behalf of our county residents. So on behalf of the Clark County Commission, Commissioner Scott's got it there, we'd like to present you with this proclamation recognizing you for the work that you do and thanking you for the work that you do for all the citizens of Clark County. So congratulations and thank you very much.
So very much. Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of County Commissioners, on behalf of our Las Vegas staff here, I'd like to thank you all for your ongoing support in declaring April Fair Housing Month, and more importantly, in your financial support of the work that we do. We feel like we are really partners with Clark County in affirmatively furthering fair housing for all members of our community. A zip code should not determine a child's opportunities going forward in life. And we are working together to prevent discrimination, to open up housing throughout the community, and now working together more holistically to improve all of our neighborhoods and the entire community. So thank you so much for your support.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? No? Okay. Thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, in my haste to move the meeting forward, I neglected to mention that item 54 is an action item, so we'll need a motion to actually accept the donation.
We have a motion to accept the $2,000 donation for swimming pool lessons. We have a motion on the floor. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Chris, did you vote? Did you vote?
Yeah.
Where?
Just say she's a yes.
Record Commissioner Kirkpatrick as an aye, please. Motion passes.
Item 56 is to recognize April 2016 as County Government Month.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. April is National County Government Month, and this year's theme, Safe and Secure Counties. Across the nation, there are 3,069 counties that invest $93 billion in justice and public safety. Along with supporting police and sheriff departments, counties operate 91% of our jails. They support 1,592 local health departments and own and maintain 45% of America's roads and 40% of our bridges. So counties make America go. In honor of this occasion, the Government Center, we invite citizens to come by into the rotunda, and throughout the month, many of our regional agency partners, along with our county departments, are going to showcase those services. The good news is a bonus, especially as supplies last, there'll be some bling out there. And just as an example, from the RTC, we have yellow cones. Orange cones. Seeing orange. Is Tina here? The RTC is going to make a presentation. Okay, good. We'll hear more about the Orange Cone campaign. UMC, Band-Aids, and a host of things. Please stop by the UMC area. You talk about the jewel of Southern Nevada, those dedicated team members over there. From our Parks and Rec, water bottles, all you fitness gurus out there. But there'll be a lot of things that you can take away. And throughout the month, we'll be doing a lot. Clark County will be posting on our Facebook and other social media outlets a fact each day about county government. Standing beside me, and this is one of the only times he will not say anything, but on this Thursday, our administrator of the Clark County Museum will be, what do we call it? A tweeter town hall. Let me get the exact times.
Twitter town hall.
Twitter? What did I say?
Tweeter.
Well, I called it a yellow cone, so we're good. Museum Administrator Mark Hall Patton on Thursday will host a lunchtime Twitter town hall. Any questions you have on Nevada history, join Mark on Thursday. Anything? If we could.
Thank you, Larry. We're not done. Those marks, ain't they?
And thank you, Commissioner Brown. I just want to give a shout out to all of our employees, because all of the services that we have on the county would not be possible without all of the countless employees that we have that go that extra mile. So at NACO, we talked about, Commissioner Weekly and I, about doing more to showcase all of the things that we actually do on the county level, and also showcasing our employees. So thanks for recognizing April as County Government Month and our employees.
And thanks for taking away my last 2 bullet points. Also on Thursday, April 14th, the Clark County Fire Department will host a tweet-a-thon from 10 a.m. to 12 noon at their handle, at Clark County FD. So if you want to literally tie into what's happening on our 911 responses, that's April 14th, Thursday, from 10 a.m. to 12 noon at the handle, A Clark County FD. And also recognizing our 2 Nevada NACO board members, Commissioners Weekly and Kirkpatrick. And just to reiterate what the commissioner said, we have thousands of dedicated employees here in the Government Center and throughout our satellite offices that day in and day out, their only job is to serve the public, and they do it extremely well. We are recognized not only in the state, but across this country with some outstanding employees. So again, let's help celebrate April as National County Government Month. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. Thank you, Mark, for joining us today. We appreciate you being with us. We're going to miss you. Okay.
Moving on, item 57 is to receive a presentation from the Executive Director of the Las Vegas Clark County Library District in celebration of National Library Week. Designate April 10th through April 16th, 2016 as National Library Week in Clark County.
Thank you so much, Mr. Burnett. I have this one and one more to go. Since 1958, National Library Week has been observed to celebrate libraries and to promote library use and awareness. National Library Week will be observed again April 10th to the 16th, and the theme is Librarians or Libraries Transform. We have with us our Executive Library Director, Mr. Ron Heesen, who's here with us, and Ms. Karen Bramwell. Thank them both so very much. We do this each year to bring awareness to the libraries and get folks to continue to get library cards, if you will. And we have our good friend here, the executive director who oversees all of our libraries here in Clark County, who have joined us. How you doing, sir? All right, good, thanks. How you doing?
You know, I went to one of my favorite diners last week, and as I was checking out, the young lady who was taking my cash looked at me, and I had my badge on. You know, I always wear this silly badge, and she said, "You're with the library district?" And I said, "Yeah, I am." And she almost started crying right on the spot. She said, "We lost our house during the recession, but it was because of the library that I was able to find a job." She came to the library, she did her searches, and now she and her husband are recovering. And it's that kind of thing that helps us remember that libraries are about one thing, transformation. And this year, that's the motto of National Library Week, Libraries Transform. So we're here to help celebrate the 17,000 libraries across the country and the 25 here in Clark County. And of course, I have a picture of Commissioner Weekly that used to be in my office. When he was president of our library board, he was in a national magazine. It's now been taken away from me, and it's in the hall at Windmill Library and Service Center, so come down and see it sometime. But we want to thank you. We have last year we had 6.5 million visits to our libraries, our 25 libraries across the county. And we checked out 14.9 million items. Now, we're not just checking out items anymore. We're also about digital content. We're about connecting people with their passions and helping them reach their full potential. And that's what libraries do. That's what we're about, and that's what we're here to celebrate. And by the way, this year, for the second time, we're rolling out what we think is one of our key programs. It's called Food for Thought. And to help celebrate National Library Week, but we're going to do it for the full month of April. It started on April 1st and we'll go to the 30th. So if you have fines or fees that have been keeping you out of the library, sorry, Commissioner Weekly, you can bring in a $2 can of food or non-perishable food item for any of your fines and pay them all off. And that food will all go to 3 Square to help the hungry. So meanwhile, our customers are getting their fines cleared, we're getting our customers back, and the hungry are being fed. So please help us out. And even if you don't have fines, and Commissioner Weekly really doesn't, so even if you don't have fines, bring in some of your food, put it in one of the barrels at one of our locations, and we'll make sure 3 Square gets that. And last year, we collected almost 35,000 pounds of food in 2 weeks. This year we're doing it for a full month. We want to see that double. So please help us out and help the hungry.
Thank you much for being with us. A round of applause, please. Okay, thank you.
57B.
Who's got the next one? 57B. Let's go to 57B. That's fine. Is that you?
Do we have 57?
We got Commissioner Weekly. You've got another one, right?
If you can certainly.
Let me do
entertain any
Commissioner
additional
Weekly.
items
That's
you'd like
fine.
this time.
Let's take mine. You guys can have a seat on this one.
You can have a seat on this one, ladies.
Yeah, but they're all missed.
I want to thank the county manager's office as well as our county chair for this opportunity to bring recognition and awareness to a situation that happened in my district on last week. And it's something that just struck many of us. Tragedy struck on last week when one of our very own and our beloved Calvin Hilson, life who was taken way too short, was hit by a drunk driver, an irresponsible drunk driver, might I add. And today, many of us are here to show our love and appreciation for Calvin. Calvin is a young man that worked with us here in Clark County. Calvin was a part of our gang intervention program. His supervisor is here with us today. Calvin also worked tirelessly with our senior center under the leadership of the Las Vegas Urban League. And today, we have many members from our community who are here to show the love and support for Calvin. And if you will, direct attention to the screen, please.
Options are few. I'm trying to pray, but where are you? I'm all churched out, hurt and abused.
what I'd like to do is,
I can't face
Melvin Enos, if you will, I know that there are some words that I'd like for you to come up to the microphone, if you will, share some thoughts, as well as Marlon Rice.
no strength to fight, no tears to cry.
It's kind of tough, Commissioner. But thank you so much.
But still
I just want to say a couple things. The day of Calvin's death, right before he left, the one thing he said to me that he loved me. You know, his church got broken into, and $30,000 worth of stuff got stolen from his church. He was really hurting a lot. And he had reached so many kids in gang intervention and touched them. But one of the things we're not going to do as a staff, a team, is let that go in vain. And one of the things that Calvin did, he mentored our young people. And one of our young people we actually hired in the program. His name is Marzavion. And one of the things that Calvin encouraged Marzavion to do is to write. So Marzavion, when he was grieving, he wrote a poem. So I'm going to have Marzavion read the poem. Is that okay with you?
Mr. Chair.
Marzavion.
Thank you. Day by day, night by night, we never know when it's our time to go. I mean, this world tells us to just go with the flow, but you didn't listen. You said to yourself, I can be better than what this world can offer. So all these chains that we have on our back, get it up off you, and you, the kids, saw light. And you, the kids, felt right. Not just right, but right at home, because you showed them the right way. All these situations you had, you knew that they were lightweight. My God, you were strong. Because the hugs you gave were Armstrong. That helps us move on. I'm happy to say you made everyone's day with your smile and your love. Dear Cal, you will be missed, not just making us think, but the hope to show how good we can actually be. But I know you will tell us, don't do it for me, but for yourself. You're the greatest poet I know because you came from the heart, and that's what you said to do. Then you can start. Love you, and that's truly coming from the heart.
Very good.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Good morning. Morning. My name is Marlon Rice, as those that know me as DJ Thump. And in the picture you see, the suit that he is wearing is the suit that he wore at my wedding, as he is my best man at my wedding. I'm the godfather of his children. And everyone that knows Calvin knows that he's not just an average person. He's deep. Intellectually, he's very community involved, and so many people's lives that he has touched. He has turned a lot of young people's thoughts of giving up. He's turned those thoughts around. And I just want everyone to just pray for not just him, but pray for the family, his 6 children. He had 4 biological children, well, 2 biological children and 2 stepchildren, and 2 young men that he raised that were homeless, that had nowhere to go, and he raised them. And one is off in college right now, being very successful because of Calvin. It's very rare that you'll see a man that will raise not just only his biological children, but 4 others. So pray for him, pray for Dory, his wife, and all those that he have touched. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for giving this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And commissioners, I thank you. Yeah, round of applause. Commissioners, I appreciate y'all giving me this opportunity to do this, to pay tribute to Calvin. Calvin was very special in our community. We lose a lot of people each year that are county employees, but this young man here was very special to us. And as you can see, this is just not even a snippet, if you will, of those in the community that truly love Calvin. A number of my dear friends from our MLK Senior Center are here, and we thank you very much for coming. Calvin touched the lives of many of them when he worked at the community center as well. And so today, we as a community, we as Clark County, we pay tribute to our very own beloved Calvin Hilson. Thank you all so very much for being here today.
Thank you, Chairman Weekly. We appreciate it. Thank you all very, very much for being here with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr. Burnett. Thank you. We have one more, the Seeing Yellow Award, or what is that? Commissioner Brown? Ms. Quigley, Seeing Yellow? We're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Seeing Orange campaign, many of you have probably seen some of the orange cones out there. I'm going to invite Tina Quigley, the General Manager of the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada, up to talk a little bit about the program. But just let me say this, that during the recession, we had very little capital dollars to invest in our infrastructure, primarily our roads, but also including our trails, some of our open space. We have now generated the revenue, and we are playing catch up from the lack of activity during the recession, and certainly moving forward with our normal investment into the infrastructure. That's why we see so much activity out there, and not just the transportation and the roads, but our sewer, our water, our flood control. There's a lot of activity, primarily to catch up, but certainly to invest, because it's one of those non-sexy items that government agencies are involved with, but critically important for the sustainability of our quality of life, and certainly when it comes to roads, from a safety factor, from an efficiency factor. So this Seeing Orange campaign, the primary focus is to raise the awareness, and if you do have questions about any projects around town, we put you into a central number and get the information and the answers that you need. So with that, I'll introduce Tina Quigley, our General Manager, on the Seeing Orange campaign.
Thank you, Commissioner. And actually, Larry is my chairman, and I want to thank the leadership at this board. It was because of some of the conversations, very public conversations that you had related to the calls you were getting from your constituents, that we realized we needed to have a stronger focus on coordinating our projects and having a community conversation about how do we collaborate, how do we make sure that when we take a road, we do it as efficiently as we possibly can. So we have been meeting with Water Reclamation and the utilities, Water Authority, and each of the jurisdictions to talk about being as efficient as we can. We appreciate the fact that orange cones do mean jobs, and certainly the legislature and this board, the county commission, made it very clear to us when the fuel revenue indexing issue passed that we wanted to see that work out there. You wanted to see jobs. You wanted to see small and local businesses being given the opportunity. And with that does come a lot of orange cones, but it's incumbent upon us under your pressure and leadership to make sure we're being as efficient as we can with the taking. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And Chairman Brown, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you can hold that one. Tina, on behalf of the Clark County Commission, we would like to present the RTC with a proclamation proclaiming the month of April as Seeing Orange Month, and ask all citizens to engage, and don't be afraid to pick up that phone and get the answers that you need.
Sure. We'll get back to you within 24 hours.
We'll get back to you within 24 hours. Thank you so much. Tina?
The phone number is for the seeingorangenv.com website. The phone number is 702-928-CONE. 702-928-CONE, for those of you. You won't be stressed. You won't be stressed. There you go. Because the cones are jobs, the cones are improvement. Thank you all very much. No, not at all. Thanks, Tina.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, unless there's any further
Commissioner Brown, do you have any other additions?
items, we can.
Nope, I think that's it.
It's now past 10 a.m., so we can move to Section 5, Public Hearings, item number 58. It's to conduct a public hearing and approve, adopt, and authorize the chairman to sign a resolution to augment the fiscal year 2015-16 general fund budget.
This is a public hearing. At this time, I will open the public hearing on item number 58. Anyone wishing to address the board on during the public hearing on item number 58, please step forward. Identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing here no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Come on down. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. How everybody doing?
Good.
Okay, my name is Henry Thorns. I just came here to do a little follow-up. Last time I was here, I talked to you about Parks and Recreation and how they was selling air, renting out the buildings and stuff like that. Well, I've been doing dog catching since 1982. And my thing is...
I've got to stop you a second. This is a public hearing on this item exclusively, on item 58, which is the budget. The general fund budget. So the regular public comment will be at the end of the agenda, the end of the meeting.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, thank you.
You got it, thank you. Anyone wishing to testify during the public hearing on the budget, it's got to be on this item.
Is that the 25,000?
It's just
No.
on the augmentation of the budget.
This is the augmentation of the budget. The public comment will come later.
This is about finances, right? Which was
It's
collected.
just about augmentation of the budget, not just the budget in general.
It's about our augmentation of our budget.
I'm quite sure I'm supposed to speak on it, but I'll wait.
Okay. Seeking hearing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn this over to the board. Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. I would make a motion to approve the augmentation to the tune of the $33,106,956 that we're adding for capital expenditures to be determined.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Move to Section 6, Item 59, introduce an ordinance relating to prohibited uses of public right-of-way by adding a new chapter, Title 16 of the Clark County Code, to provide for civil infractions in lieu of criminal violations for certain prohibited uses, and by amending Section 16.11.070 to clarify that coolers are items that cannot be stored on public sidewalks, provide for other matters properly related thereto, and set a public hearing. Staff recommends a public hearing be scheduled for Tuesday, April 19th, 2016 at 10 a.m.
I'm going to introduce the ordinance and set the public hearing for April 19th, 2016 at 10 a.m. Did anybody have any comments on this one? Ms. Miller, did you get the comments that I had passed on?
Yes, I've talked to Mr. Schweikert about, and we'll meet again with you before
Definitions?
the public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Item 60 is introduce an ordinance amending Title 11 of the Clark County Code by adding a new chapter, Chapter 11.11, relating to the covering of removal of graffiti on open areas adjacent to streets, making related amendments to Chapter 11.12 concerning covering of removal of graffiti on non-residential property, providing for other matters properly related thereto, and set public hearing. Staff recommends a public hearing be scheduled for Tuesday, April 19th, 2016 at 10 a.m.
Thank you. I'll introduce the ordinance and set the public hearing for April 19th, 2016 at 10 a.m.
Item 61 is to introduce an ordinance amending Title 8, Chapter 20.287, and Title 12, Chapter 43.020, clarify the dates of the Laughlin River Run for purposes of restrictions on the use of glass and metal beverage containers in certain public streets during the special event, providing for other matters properly relating thereto, and set a public hearing or take other action as deemed appropriate. Staff recommends a public hearing be scheduled for Tuesday, April 19th, 2016 at 10 a.m.
I'm going to introduce the ordinance and set the public hearing for April 19th, 2016 at 10 a.m.
Item 62 is to introduce an ordinance to amend Title 1, Chapter 1.01 of the Clark County Code by adding Section 1.01.050 and amending Sections 10.40.030 and 040, Chapters 10.40, Title 10, each to address as violations preventing officers from performing their duties, providing for other matters properly related thereto, and set a public hearing. Staff recommends a public hearing be scheduled for Tuesday, April 19th, 2016 at 10 a.m.
I'll introduce the ordinance and set the public hearing for April 19th, 2016 at 10 a.m.
We can move to the business section of your agenda. Item 63 is to identify emerging issues to be addressed by staff or by the board at future meetings, receive updates on the activities of various regional boards and commissions, and direct staff accordingly.
Thank you. We're going to have a busy meeting on April 19th with all the ordinances. Who do we have on this one? Commissioner Kirkpatrick, before you speak, I want one emerging issue that one of our colleagues, Commissioner Kirkpatrick, was honored as a friend of working families this weekend, and it was a pleasure to see her receive that well-deserved honor, and thank you for all of the work you do for the working men and women of our community, Commissioner. The microphone's yours.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I will just say it is, you all have been amazing to work with, and that's why I like to point out our staff, because they've been truly amazing. So I have two things. One, don't forget that it's Clark County Fair this week, and starts Wednesday and goes through Sunday, and we expect a huge turnout. So it's a great opportunity for folks to go out and see rural parts of it, as well as entertainment and all kinds of different things. So I look forward to seeing everybody out there. Secondly, I want to point out an issue that I think that we will continue to work on all the time, and it has to do with affordable housing for our seniors, our veterans, and our folks that are just can't make a little extra. And the reason I want to point this one in particular out is because we, Clark County, along with the builder and Mr. Pollack, who is very doesn't like to take a lot of credit, but because he had envisioned something with having a community center, having a senior citizen center, and having some affordable senior residents. And if I would like have you go to the video, it's really a great story on the folks that put these homes together. It's called Accessible Space, and what I will tell you is the story really is great, because it was about three college friends who were going to college. One of them had been severely hurt in a shallow diving accident. So the other two guys said they wrote a thesis on how this person would live, and he had two options: one, to live at home with his parents, or to live in an institution. And so what they did is they got together and they created this company that builds homes, and they got their first federal grant based on a thesis and their friend. And so they've been doing it across the country for a very long time, and we're very fortunate in Clark County that Mr. Pollack worked tirelessly to make this happen. And what you can see is these homes are a little bit different, because many of our seniors are in wheelchairs or have walkers, so the elevator isn't right next, the button for the elevator isn't right next to the door. It's a little bit farther out, so that you don't have to turn your wheelchair 10 different ways to make that happen. They also have the cabinets, which are lowered so that people with disabilities can access them quite quickly. And in a partnership with the state and the county, we will see more of these for veterans and for our seniors. And the best part about it is it's about between $500 and $550 a month to live in your own space. They have jacuzzi there, they have a fitness area there, and they also have meeting time, which helps many of our residents have that conversation that sometimes you don't always have. So my hat really is off to Mr. Pollack for his hard work, and we appreciate all that you do and look forward to seeing more. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. Just an item that we'll be dealing with, or possibly be dealing with at the Health District, is regarding the catchment areas for trauma, and doing some research that we may need to report back. But strangely, the city considered a resolution to ask us to make changes, even though the capacity was not, it was independently studied. The capacity is not there to augment any additional trauma centers. And there's also then the oblique competition with UMC that's going on. So I just wanted to put that on your radar so that we can all, if anybody calls to ask, I'm trying to put together a white paper to explain exactly what's going on. Interestingly enough, none of us could figure out how Trauma 2 even came about, because there was never a Trauma 2 in the catchment area. And going around the RTAB board, the Health District board, the Commission board, in fact, the Health board at that time considered suing. HCA went up to the legislature, skipped the legislature, went to staff under the governor and got it changed. And that's how that Trauma 2 got awarded. We don't want to see a similar kind of gameplay happen, because it is inappropriate. So just wanted to put that on everybody's radar, Mr. Chair, so that we're kind of keeping an eye on that part of it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Commissioner Scow.
I wanted to thank Kathleen Walpole and also Sabra, I see she stepped out, for their help. We conducted the survey that we mentioned at the last meeting about parental involvement and community involvement, and we'll pass along the results of the survey to you, but we presented those to the committee and were very warmly accepted, and we found basically that people want to be involved. There were challenges to being involved at their children's schools, but that they also expected community stakeholders to be involved. And they made recommendations on how that could happen, how schools could seek more involvement. So it's really quite interesting, and we'll pass that along to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I first want to begin by thanking County Manager Don Burnett and the Commission for allowing, if you will, and Ms. King, who we recognized, Veggie Roots at our 2 commissioner meetings ago, I believe it was. We awarded them an outside agency grant, and Veggie Roots has been able to come in and do some health and wellness type presentations for our staff. Commissioner Sisolak and I were able to stop by yesterday and enjoyed what we thought were nachos and cheese.
Correct.
Only to find out it was nachos and some kind of
organic type product. I don't know what it was. It tasted great, but it wasn't cheese.
That made us think twice about eating cheese.
Yeah, it wasn't cheese. It looked like cheese.
And it turned out to be really, really good.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that I'd like to ask the manager's office and the commissioners if there was some kind of way that we could really allow them to get that message out to the staff, because I mean, what the airport staff, when they go out and they present to the airport staff, I mean, they're in a small room and the place is packed. So thank you, Ms. Vasiliadis. Your people out there getting it. Somehow our staff is not getting the message, and so if we can make sure that we're able to spread that word to get more people to come in and participate, because it's really educational.
It is.
And actually, I mean, it gives you a different perspective on what it is we're trying to accomplish with that. Also, want to thank Ms. Sandy and her entire HR staff with Summer Business Institute. Commissioners, we had over 600 young people apply for Summer Business Institute. Over 300 were interviewed, which our staff went through very extensive interviews. The only concern that I have with it is that we only have funding for 100 kids, 105 kids, which is horrible, in my opinion. I mean, Clark County does it, at least, you know, and I'm so proud of the fact that at least we're stepping up to the plate to do something for our young people. But out of 300, we can only hire 105 of the kids. And so I'm working with Workforce Connections Board. I serve on the Local Elected Officials Consortium, and I see my friend Vita Lynn, who's in the audience. She's on the, you're still on the Workforce Connections Board? Okay, she was on our board as well. She did a lot to help us with funding, but working with Ardell Galbraith over at Workforce Connections to see if there's some kind of way we could acquire some more funds. They've applied for a grant in hopes that we're able to at least pick up 25 more kids. I'll get all that information to you in reference to the budget, but you know, to be able to have to turn away that many young people for the summer, it's a travesty as far as I'm concerned. And you know, this right here is an opportunity to help us create a more educated, skilled, and qualified workforce. And so I'm thankful to the HR staff for working with what they have to work with, but they only have the resources to hire 105 kids. And finally, I want to thank UMC so very much. We changed the name of a street, Hope Place. So when patients come into our hospital over at UMC, and thank you, our Vice Chair, Commissioner G, for working tirelessly to deal with the level trauma issues that we're dealing with some of the other folks who are coming in to try and knock UMC off the block, but they've been doing a great place, and it's our hope and our prayer that we can continue to ward off some of these folks. Finally, DJJS. Thank you to the DJJS staff. Mr. Burnett, the work that you've been doing with DJJS, and especially, as well as Mr. Wells, with helping us up at Spring Mountain Youth Camp and Commissioner Brown, we're having a graduation this week for many of those kids. And most of those boys up there are so excited about graduating now. And I appreciate the work that you guys and the resources that you all have been giving them, because to give these kids now a sense of hope that I have a reason to come back home and go back to school and acquire an education and know that I could be something. Many of those boys now are talking about once they get themselves established, they'd like to come back and deliver a message of hope to boys who may be incarcerated in the future. So we thank you very much for the support and the resources you guys have been giving us. Thank you. So that's my good news items there.
Thank you,
My
Commissioner.
recognition.
Well said. We appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay.
Move on to item 64 is to receive a report from the City of Mesquite regarding the programs funded by the county grant funds and the impact they have to area citizens, and direct staff accordingly.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner.
Thank you.
My name is Kim Otero with the Mesquite Police Department. I'm representing Chief Tanner today. He extends his apologies for not being able to be here this morning. He had a previous engagement that was set a year ago. The department would like to thank you for the opportunity to purchase a LifeScan fingerprint machine. This is going to be a real boon to the citizens in Northeast Clark County. There are approximately 12,000 unique IDs that will be able to use the fingerprinting services that will be able to be provided with the LifeScan machine. When I ran the numbers, I was not aware that there were that many people that were having to travel into Las Vegas to have their fingerprints taken electronically, or they would come to our department where they would have their fingerprints done on hard cards. When the fingerprints are done on hard cards, the fingerprints go back to the employer, and then the employer returns them to the Department of Public Safety. With the purchase of this machine, this will eliminate the Department of Public Safety having to manually input each of those fingerprint cards by scan into their system. So they are also thankful for this award. For the police department, as the anchor of emergency services in Northeast Clark County, it also means that we are able to better track what type of predators or offenders who may be in our area. An electronic response comes back 4 weeks quicker than a card that is submitted for fingerprinting. So once again, thank you again. Thank you again also from the hospital, from the realtors, from the appraisers, for anybody that's required to be fingerprinted in Northeast Clark County.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Kirkpatrick. Oh, I'm sorry. Come on down. I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is 3 different grants that we were able to give to the northeast part of the valley. So if we could let all 3 of them speak first, because they in some ways work hand in hand.
We did. Thank you very much. First, my name is Nicholas Montoya. I'm the Director of Athletics and Leisure Services for the City of Mesquite. We'd like to thank County Commissioners for their support, dedication, and generosity to the rural Clark County area, which is Mesquite, the Mesquite area. I run the Mesquite Recreation Center and the Senior Center, and we receive funds from you guys for $70,000 to help run those facilities for the rural residents. And I just have a few numbers that I'd like to run by you so you know how many people are being affected by these funds. For the Mesquite Recreation Center, we have the Bunkerville residents, and they have purchased 180 types of memberships. Moapa Valley have purchased 15 types. Overton, 12 types. Logandale, 10 types. And we actually have some members from Las Vegas. They're making their way to Mesquite, and I think it's just because they have homes there, but they use their residence address here in Las Vegas. And so that affects 584 actual people for those rural areas. And according to our numbers, we track those. That's 3,281 times that they've used our facility, the Mesquite Recreation Center. And by giving us these funds, this OAG grant, that helps lower their residence fee to a non-residence fee, so they are getting the same services that the Mesquite residents are getting. So that helps the recreation side of that. On the other end, we have the senior meals, and our main keystone service is the nutritional lunch program that services and delivers homebound patrons. And according to our records, we service 100 people outside Mesquite area. That is for Bunkerville and Riverside residents. And those residents for the year receive 3,885 meals. Those residents cannot actually come to the senior center and get food. Those are homebound people, 60 and above, 70 and above. So I just want to tell you those are the numbers that we have. for this OAG grant, and I can't tell you how much we appreciate it. Ms. Kirkpatrick, thank you very much for helping us with this. But I just want to thank the entire county and the board here, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioners out front representing your district. That's great. Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this really goes back, and last time we got to hear from the other OAG grant recipient, and this just goes back to talking about what we do well, how efficient and collaborative that we work, and how it all comes back to constituents that get the service that they need. And I will tell you that Mesquite has been a true partner as far as making sure that we do things that can benefit everybody from the northeast part, and it saves the county dollars having to have other facilities out there. I'm excited about the fingerprinting because that is a huge piece of technology that we can make long-term strides to help them grow, and people get into the casino when they want to work there, or the realtors were another one, or the hospital, so that they can get expedited. So I'm glad that we can continue to do this, and I think it's important for the rest of the public to know how important these grants are, sometimes small, sometimes big, but the difference they make for our residents. So I appreciate you coming out today and telling us about it, and we're going to do this a lot and have a couple each time, but I think that it's important for people to know that they exist.
Thank you, Commissioner, very much. Anyone else? Thank you very much for coming down here today. We appreciate having you. Thank you.
Item 65 is to discuss and consider a request to remove the pedestrian bridge over Maryland Parkway located near Sunrise Hospital and direct staff accordingly.
Mr. Cedarberg, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dennis Cedarberg, Department of Public Works. Approximately in summer of 2014, we received a request from Sunrise Hospital to remove the bridge that's located near the hospital, approximately 800 feet north of Desert Inn Road and about 500 feet of the signalized entrance to Sunrise Hospital. After receiving the request, we actually thought that initially it would be no problem. However, before we did a pedestrian study to determine what the usage of the bridge was. We did a 3-day count of pedestrians using the bridge on a Thursday, a Friday, and a Saturday. Thursday we had 52 pedestrians using the bridge. Friday we had 55 pedestrians using the bridge. And on Saturday we had 40 pedestrians using the bridge. And the fact that at this location of the bridge, here's a view looking to the south, we have a bus stop located immediately adjacent to the bridge for the southbound traffic. And looking to the north, we have a pedestrian or a bus shelter located immediately adjacent to the bridge for the northbound bus stop. Being that this location is a safe crossing for the pedestrians to get between the bus shelters from the east side to the west side, we determined, Public Works, I determined that it was not in the best interest of the county to raise the bridge, and so we didn't do it. However, we have received continuing requests to proceed to remove the bridge, and that's why I've brought it before the Board of County Commissioners to make a determination. For your information, the average daily traffic typically on Maryland Parkway at this location is about 30,000 vehicles a day. So,
thank you, Mr. Cedarberg. That's a lot of people. Commissioner Rager or Scow and then Giuliani. Commissioner Scow, losing it.
Just had a question. Why did Sunrise Hospital tell you why they wanted to raise the bridge?
Their request was based upon the idea that sometimes the homeless utilize it, and they feel that that use by the homeless was unsafe.
They use it to walk across?
He didn't quickly say they might sleep on it, camp out on it.
Okay. Okay.
We do maintain the bridge. We clean it twice a week. We have custodial services that sweep and clean the bridge twice a week.
Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. Yeah, this is in my district, and we actually worked with Sunrise, especially before they brought their new plans for remodeling. The suggestion, and I've been part of it, is to get rid of the bridge. I understand about the pedestrian count. I worked with RTC. They will relocate the shelters and be able to set them further back as well. But this is not an ADA compliant bridge, and it's just with the Maryland Parkway corridor study, it's become an impediment rather than something that's an enhancement to the area. Sunrise did get their building plans approved to redo that whole frontal scape. And then one of the office buildings that used to be on the other side, on the west side of the landing, has been torn down, so it's no longer there, and there's no employees working on that. So it's probably the right time now to go ahead and remove that structure, and then you can reallocate the people to other cleaning areas than what's there now.
I've got a question of legal. Mary, I guess this is. My concern is, and I appreciate getting briefed on this, Dennis, is it's 800 feet from DI and 600 feet from that other intersection at whatever you call that.
500 feet.
By the dentist, 500 feet.
There's two signalized intersections. One's at Desert Inn to the south. The other one is at the main entrance to Sunrise Hospital to the north, which is about 500 feet north of the crossing.
My question is, are people going to really walk 700 feet, or are they going to cut across the road? I mean, and Mary, if we take it down, and heaven forbid somebody get hit by a car, are they going to say that had that bridge been there, I'd have taken the bridge, and now I
imagine the first person that gets hit, that they will try that theory in court. I really can't say what a court will do with it, but that will happen.
Commissioner Weekly.
Commissioner, let me ask you, I know you've been working diligently on that whole Maryland Parkway corridor project, if you will. Is there some type of substitute for that, like a traffic calming device in between those lights? Because that was a question that we talked about yesterday as well.
Nothing that has, they actually hired a company to be working on the planning, because they have a brownfield grant, and then they have the public art grant. And then they have the corridor study that RTC is doing. This bridge, with no disrespect to Dennis, is not used generally by people more often than not, and it has become a homeless encampment, which is part of the issue. It was actually put into play for a particular tenant that used to have a building right next to there that no longer exists any longer, and so that's kind of the genesis of some of the history of that part of it. DI and Maryland are very, very busy, but if we do the urban light rail or we do the rapid bus transit, you're going to have a different structure going down Maryland Parkway no matter what, and part of this is to see what we really need to do. It's like in Boulder Highway, I think we're going to look at, state of Nevada is actually even going to look at possibly roundabouts out there and narrowing Boulder Highway. So there's different things that could move Maryland's traffic, but right now the car count is down from where it had been back in 2007, 8 that we did it?
Most traffic counts throughout the valley during the recession dropped, but they are picking back up again.
They're starting to come back up. So is there a plan in place yet? No, there is not.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
What's the cost to take it down?
We received a quote of about $172,000 to remove it.
And is Sunrise paying for that?
They didn't volunteer.
So we'd pay $172,000 to take it down?
That was the proposal, yes.
Negotiation. Thank you. Dennis, could you put up the other map?
Which one, where the location is?
Yeah, the big one, yeah. So the parking lot on the west side, is that a public parking lot?
There are several office buildings located on the west side. They're farther back from the parking lot. The parking lot is on the street side, and then back of the parking lot away from the street are some office complexes.
Okay. And the side. And what's the distance to DI and then the entrance light? 500 feet?
DI is about 800 feet south, and the entrance is about 500 feet north.
Who owns it?
Who owns?
The bridge?
The bridge. The bridge is owned by the county. We own and maintain it.
Do you know offhand, did we build it originally? Or did
No, it was originally built by a developer on the west side in the early 70s. They were making doctor's offices located in maybe some testing facilities on the west side of Maryland Parkway, and they had access to the bridge to go over to Sunrise Hospital. That was before the large medical complex to the south of the main Sunrise Hospital was built. It used to be a parking area there, and you had an entrance there. So back then, there was more utilization from the west side with the office complex to go to the east side to the hospital.
And how difficult is, when you say those pedestrian counts, do we have someone out there 24/7?
What we do is we film. We do the film. We set up a camera. Perfect. We film the crossings, and then we bring it in and we count the pedestrians.
I'd be interested to see those same pedestrian counts at the crossing to the main entrance and the crossing on the north side of Maryland and DI. I mean, if 40 or 50 are using the bridge, but 200 are using those other ones, I'd be interested in that comparison. I don't know what kind of time frame we're under, but
In fact, I think RTC, because Carl Scarborough was looking at moving their shelters anyway closer to where the crossouts are, and so they may have some counts as well that I have not seen. I don't know, Dennis, if you all...
We haven't done any counts. We certainly can go and set up cameras to do
I think
those
people
counts
should
at those
know
locations.
what you're looking at, no matter what. But I think part of it is we felt that we could set back. RTC needed their stops not to be there any longer and to reallocate them closer to the intersections, especially with what they redid on the desert inside of it with the striping. So
I've got a question, Commissioner. Over here on the west side, I know I've got a doctor that's in, I think, that middle building. I'm pretty sure.
Can Dennis kind of touch where you're talking? Dennis, do you know where
you know where I mean? Yeah, right. Yeah,
Okay.
aren't these all doctors in those buildings? Most of them doctors?
no, actually, the one right next to the one, Dennis, that's gone now. They just tore down one entire 3 or 4 story office building. The Mulaski building's gone now. And we actually see where the white X is right at the corner of Desert Inn in Maryland.
That's the new building.
That's the new behavioral hospital, which is
right.
also expanding. And so therefore that site makes better sense for where I think RTC is looking for the, to move the bus stop to, because that's really where where folks all come together is on those 4 corners.
So those buildings aren't there anymore, Dennis?
I haven't been there recently.
The one
but
by Denny's just got torn down and turned into a parking lot, believe it or not. So that was, and then you have Nevada Cure. Some of the doctors that used to be in there are no longer. They've got, I think that's why the gentleman that owns both those office buildings tore one down. I was kind of surprised, but he had no tenants. So I don't know. Because Marvin Sedway used to be in that office up on the top floor, actually, for his eye, when he was practicing eye.
But do we know what the plan is to do with that property then? Are they going to build something else?
No, he's using it as a parking lot.
For what? If there's no office building, what are you going to park there?
It's a company out of state. The gentleman did a conference call with us about a year ago and said that he was tearing down. And I was trying to argue that there might be, with this new facelift going on in Maryland, there might be a better approach. And next day I come by and the building was completely gone. So I don't know what their strategy is on that. They haven't shared it with me. That way.
We reached out to those those businesses on the west side and asked them what they think of the idea, Dennis?
No, we have not surveyed anything. I think most of the pedestrian usage is associated with the bus service because of the proximity to the bus shelters, and on each side it's the easy way to get off the bus, cross to the other side of the street, and vice versa.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to see a little more analysis done with Commissioner G's direction, especially at the DI in Maryland on the north side. That's one of the critical connectors. We'll check. I'm sure that is a lot of exchange riders on the transit right there. And then if the hospital is the one that's kind of driving the ask, I would certainly go back and maybe ask them how much they're willing to pay for it. If not 100%, I would be supportive of 95% that the hospital pays for. But that's just my perspective.
The other question I've got, Mary, when that was built, if it was built by the developer, Mr. Mulaski built that?
I believe so, that at that corner.
Was there a covenant? It's surprising that there wasn't a covenant that we couldn't rip the building down without permission, or, I mean, the bridge down without permission.
We'll have to go back and research
Can we go
that.
back and research when this was built, if there was something in the conveyance to
Yeah,
us?
hopefully he didn't
or
do to us
something?
like he did to us in Commercial Center, which is that
Well,
we're
no, no,
stuck
no,
with
no,
the
no,
parking
no.
lot forever and ever and ever.
No,
as
no,
well.
no, we're not going there.
Yeah, if we
Okay.
can get some additional counts, I'll talk to the businesses across the way. I'll visit with Sunrise as well and see if they can pony up some. But this was also part of the Business Coalition, the Maryland Parkway Coalition's recommendations to have it removed as well. So it isn't just Sunrise. I know they did the initial letter, but that's part of the conversations that they've been having in that work.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on. Thank you, Dennis. Item 66.
Is to approve and authorize the chairman to sign a petition to the Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission of the State of Nevada seeking a waiver pursuant to NAC 289.370 for the Constable of the City of North Las Vegas relating to the requirements of NAC 289.150.
Move for approval.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Item 67 is to discuss potential modifications to the monorail removal fund to support the proposed extension of the monorail to the Mandalay Bay Convention Center and take any action deemed appropriate.
Mr. Chairman, I asked this to be placed on the agenda. Many
Chairman
of us
Brown.
know. I think Curtis has to be.
Mr. Miles is right there.
So I would ask Curtis Miles, the CEO for the monorail, to come up and give us a little more background. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Miles.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Curtis Miles, President of Las Vegas Monorail. We're here today to request the use of the removal fund, a portion of the removal fund. The interest earnings on that fund have grown to approximately $1.94 million over the course of the last approximately 12 years. In recent time, the removal fund has been earning about 0.043% interest on that fund, so it hasn't grown substantially in the last few years, but initially it's grown substantially in the first few years. The company, Monorail Company, has gone through lots of ups and downs, as you are aware. Recently, we emerged from our restructuring activities in 2012, and since then, revenues and ridership has grown anywhere from 4 to 12% over the last 3 years. This year, ridership and revenues are up again about 4.5%, 5%. So the company is starting to not only gain traction, but to demonstrate its value to the resort community, as well as moving visitors who come here from all parts of the world. This project is a project that we first looked at about 3 years ago. The Mandalay Bay Luxor campus is a piece of the MGM Holdings south of Tropicana that encompasses about 12,000 hotel rooms, a little more than 12,000 actually, an arena, 2 million square feet of convention space, approximately 400 or so eateries, restaurants, coffee shops, diners of all sorts, 78 or so retail outlets, 50 different restaurants. It's a huge campus. We've been working with MGM Resorts for about the last 2.5 years under an agreement to develop the project to extend our system from its southern terminus out to that facility with an additional station. It's about an additional mile of guideway. We've gone through extensive ridership analysis. We are in the throes of the design. We've spent a few $100,000 so far getting the design to approximately 30%. We're working with contractors right now to establish a guaranteed maximum price. The design will probably take another $2.5 million or so to complete. This proposal is for us to use a portion of the interest earnings from the removal fund, which was set up at the beginning of the original financing of the monorail. We would use those funds in a very measured way, very deliberate, to establish the guaranteed maximum price from our contractors. Our plan is to use those funds in a way that would permit us to get to that guaranteed maximum price at around 50-55% of the design. The entire development strategy is to develop the project in a way where the monorail and the contractors jointly share the risk of this project. The contractor will guarantee their price, provide the bonding and cash reserves to put up against this project to make sure that they're able to complete it. Our role in it will be to provide the financing, finish the design up to approximately 50%, which is what this request will allow us to do, without utilizing our limited reserves to execute that portion of the project.
Okay. Does that complete the presentation?
I'm completed,
okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Brown or Commissioner?
Just, I would ask staff and/or the DA's office. This is a fund that the county owns and operates, and it's somewhat restricted on what we can do. Basically, in the unlikely event that we have to tear down this, that's the removal fund. And certainly with the way the monorail's moving, I don't think that is going to happen in our lifetime. So what would we need to do to move this forward as far as if we're going to approve the request before us today? Do we have to change how that fund is structured?
We'll have to take a look at the funding agreement and the escrow agreement and get approval from the financial institution that's managing the escrow agreement and do our due diligence to make sure that we're not opening it up to creditors, but we're happy to look at that for you.
Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. So that I have a file in my drawer when I was really looking at getting rid of the monorail, but that was back in its day. This is really the interest that's been
correct
attributed. So it's not affecting the principal, and there will be a payback so that at least we're not out any kind of funding on that part. And it does make sense in my mind with the changing way of how we're looking at moving transit, that the best nexus for the monorail is to the stadium rather than to even the airport doesn't even make sense any longer. So I think this gets us there so that you can anticipate.
The stadium? What?
I'm sorry, I said this, the MGM. The T-Mobile is what I was referring to. But this is going to Mandalay.
This proposal was not to extend the system to the T-Mobile arena.
Yeah, she's right. I'm correct. It's okay, yeah. This is to Mandalay Bay.
Yes.
This is going to Mandalay, not to the arena.
Recognize the T-Mobile's on everybody's mind.
Exactly.
Right.
It was a good thing today.
Right.
So I think actually it makes a good sense because there's protections for the public and what that money was generated for, but it doesn't seem to be impactful on the fund itself. And with the payback component, it makes good sense. So I'm sorry for my misspeak.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Mary, my concern would be, and I'm supportive of it because I think it's a good way to go, but the money was set aside, the $5 million in interest was supposed to accrue to the account. Should they be obligated for whatever we're getting, the 3/10 of one? My understanding is 1.7 you're going to take and pay it back either when you borrow the money or start making payments with 4% interest. If you pay it back with the funds borrowed, to make this as clean as possible for the creditor, should they also pay us the 0.3% that we're foregoing by lending it to them? So that nobody can claim, you know what I'm saying, that we were made whole. You know, I mean, you're not talking a ton of money on,
No, we're not. But two corrections. There was originally $6 million put into the fund, not $5 million.
Okay.
It's now up to $7.94 million, so it's generated 1.94. Our proposal is that we pay that back at an interest rate of 4%, not the 0.04 that the.
But your interest, the way I read this is your proposal is to pay it back at 4% if you start making the monthly payments.
That's the way it's written. Our intent was to pay that money back as soon as it's going to start to incur interest as soon as we start drawing it out.
Right. You understand what I'm asking, Mary?
I believe their intent is to pay it back one way or the other. They'll be paying it back with the 4% interest.
So one way or another, you're paying it back with the 4% interest?
Right.
Oh, it doesn't say that.
When it's brought back, it will say that.
Okay, when it's brought back, the way I read this is you're going to pay it back at $16,666, including 4% interest. Or you're going to reimburse the whole amount once you got financing.
Correct.
So you're going to pay the...
We're going to pay the 4% interest back.
Either way.
Beginning the day the money is first drawn, it'll start to accrue that 4% interest, and we'll pay it back whether it's out of funding or the...
That's fine. Just make it cleaner. That's fine. I'm good with that. Do we need a motion on this?
Is that direction?
Is that direction?
Direction's fine. We can certainly, as
good?
Ms. Miller mentioned, go back and do our due diligence, obviously work on the language, bring it back to you at a later date.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman, before we go into closed session, we can certainly consider items 69 and 70 before item 68. Item 69 is to ratify the submission of the grant application to the State of Nevada Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Child and Family Services for the Victims of Crime Act 2016 to 2018 by the Department of Juvenile Justice Services to provide services to sexually exploited youth through a juvenile assessment center. Authorize the Director of Juvenile Justice Services or his designee to sign the grant documents and accept any grant funds awarded.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Weekly.
Just a quick question for clarification. Now, I understand with these funds, how many more beds would this add to this proposed facility?
Commissioner, the plan would be to add 8 additional beds just for the girls charged or victims of the sexual trafficking.
Okay. How many do we currently have? Yeah.
We don't have any.
This is the first 8?
This would be the first 8, yes. We have beds. We do not have beds exclusively for that population, and that's half of this grant opportunity.
Okay, I see. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do we have a motion? We have a motion for approval. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing and hearing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Item 70 is to approve and authorize chairman to sign an interlocal agreement with the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority for the promotion of wedding tourism or take any other action deemed appropriate. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, you recall the direction that you provided several meetings ago. We believe we've captured that direction in the agreement that's before you today. If the board has any questions, Ms. Newby can certainly answer it, but we think it's ready for your approval.
Do we have any questions of Ms. Newby? Do we have Commissioner Scow?
The clerk mentioned to me that she had to leave to go to a luncheon and thought it was going to be on the next agenda, but she just had the question, the $12,000 allocated to her office is, what I indicated to her was my thought was that it was really under her purview how the money was used. Is that the intent of that money? It goes into her budget, not really categorized or...
Well, I think within reason, Commissioner, Mr.
Well, I'll start the response and then defer to Saber and Yolanda if necessary. Obviously, the manner in which the procurement occurs needs to conform with the requirements of statute, and obviously the authority that the board's delegated in us regarding the expenditure of funds. Those are things that we don't view as waivable in terms of if things require quotes and that sort of thing. If we have existing contracts in place, then we expect those contracts to be utilized, just as an illustration. Beyond that, I'm going to defer to Saber, who has a better working...
Let me ask you this, Mr. Burnett. Can we approve this interlocal with the LVCVA and bring it back to explain to Ms. Gloria how to handle her $12,000?
I think that's actually a good suggestion, because what the question really is outside of the agreement that's before you. The agreement before you speaks specifically to how the LVCVA will expend the monies, not how the clerk will expend the monies that have been set aside under your direction.
The LVCVA has been down here. We appreciate you coming, but numerous times on this issue, and I hate to make him come back again. Mary, I saw you going to turn on your light.
The agreement is clear that it only covers the monies that are delegated to the LVCVA, and it excludes monies that the board has delegated to the clerk.
Okay, so this only delegates the money that's been delegated to the LVCVA and the interlocal with them. We'll have to bring it back if she's got questions about how to spend her $12,000. Fair enough?
That would be excellent.
Okay. And we'll certainly spend time with Ms. Goya between now and then as well.
Maybe Ms. Newby could do that. That'd be great. Do we have we have a motion on the floor? Any discussion on the motion? Somebody gave a motion, didn't they? Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Thank you.
And then your final items to go into closed session.
This is the second time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Ms. Coleman.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Margaret Coleman. This is my place of residence. I would like to take 1 minute of my time, of my minutes, and let the board speak to me.
We can't speak to
concerning
you.
questions, and which I have to ask you is, Pat Kirkland, why do you think I want to be homeless? Jeff Pearson, why do you think I want to run around wasting my extra money for gas? I should be at home. My next question is, do you have my key, Barbara Antelope, Pat Kirkpatrick? That is a neighborhood security service person named Vadadez, in which you placed into my home. Both of you have broken into my home before I even attempt to go there. You have been on the reconstruction committee or program in which you created in order to take control, and that was in 2002. Jeff Pearson is the controller of Margaret Coleman and the Coleman series. That is a statement that is binding. That is who I know Jeff Pearson is. That is in control of the lottery in which I won. That is also saying that he's the Nevada Home Retenancy Program Service. That is paperwork there. This gentleman in the accessories office that was supposed to take over control, called the Home Means, and which was placed into the home but dismissed. He works in the accessories office. He's stopping my paperwork from being entered as being the person at 3630 Coleman series. He is in violation. I need that paperwork placed in today. I have put in a police report concerning this, and I wish you follow through. And as I took a minute for you to talk to me concerning the violation. Glenda Lee Gates, her name is Glenda Boyd, who is creating a problem for the judge that is of the state Supreme Court, or the state court, Thomas A. Foley.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Coleman. Next speaker. Come on up. Somebody.
Okay, should turn that on. Hello, again. I would like to say that what I see here is...
No, I've got to ask you to introduce yourself again for the record.
My name is Bridget Duffy, and what I see here is a group of people who are making a lot of money, good salaries, good benefits, nice vacations. As a matter of fact, most of the people working for the state, for the county, for the city, are doing very well for themselves. And from my observance, the community they seem to be serving is their peers, the people that are in their economic echelon. There's a great many people who are being shaken down from the middle class into the poor place in this economic disaster that we're experiencing in this country. And the salaries that are being paid to you are being paid with taxes. Those monies are meant to support a system that serves the public. At this point, you have arenas that nobody that actually works for a living can afford to enjoy. Great idea to give kids swimming lessons. That's a great idea. But a lot of kids in this city, that's not a big problem. They don't have a swimming pool in their backyard. Okay? They don't even have a backyard. A lot of the children in the city don't have a place to live. This woman is losing her house. She's being shooken down to the homeless to be homeless. Nothing is going to be done, I can tell. She's spitting to the wind, as most of us are. But I think a change is coming. And I think that you guys need to decide which side are you going to be on. Because the people of this country need help. Help. Now. Not tomorrow. Not the next day. Not 2 weeks from now. The people of this country are in trouble. We are being made poorer and poorer by a system that has completely abandoned us.
Thank you for your comments. No, could you please refrain from applause? I've got to get through the public comment. Be respectful. Go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. That was a short agenda. My name is Leora Levis, and I'm with Silver State Voices. And I'm here today with a group of organizations that conduct voter registration drives in Clark County. We're all part of the Let Nevadans Vote, a broad coalition of organizations who work to protect and expand the accessibility, efficiency, and integrity of elections for all Nevadans. We want to express our concerns regarding your recent decision to exponentially increase the cost of bulk voter registration forms. It's our understanding that you raised the price of bulk registration forms from 7 cents to 16 cents per form for groups getting more than 50 forms. This is a 120% increase, and it impairs the ability of local organizations to engage in much-needed voter registration efforts. We did submit a letter to you on this issue a month ago. I have copies of that letter here today. No action has been taken since then, so the groups here today will briefly share why this issue is important to them in the work that they do here and to propose solutions. I will just simply say that because the county can charge for forms doesn't mean they should. Also, this isn't an issue with the registrar, who has been open to meet and discuss and address, our community concerns. This issue requires your leadership. Registering to vote is the first step in the civic process, and by placing financial burdens on these organizations, the county is making it more difficult for everybody's voice to be heard. The people here today won't all speak, but I would like everybody here today in support of this issue and a solution to this issue to please stand. Thank you. And now, out of respect for your time, I just want to turn things over to the next speaker. We had to switch around some of our comments, and so we just have a few brief prepared statements from these organizations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Iridani Sanchez, and I'm also with Silver State Voices. So charging for voter registration forms is not common. Nevada is one of 4 states that currently charges for voter registration in bulks. One of those states, Florida, assesses only a minimal 1 cent per application form for request of 10,000 or more applications. There is no PDF version of Nevada's voter registration form that's available to be printed and used by organizations. We firmly believe that providing voter registration application is the responsibility of election administrators, and none of that responsibility or cost should be passed on to civic organizations. By diminishing the ability of organizations to serve the community, this policy effectively passes the cost on to those most in need of assistance. Also, the cost of the forms is completely inconsistent. Washoe County is trying to raise the cost of their forms to 20 cents apiece after having them at 3 cents, while the Secretary of State recently started charging 20 cents when previously they provided them for free. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Vida Lin. I'm the president of the Asian Community Development Council. As you know, the Asian population is growing in Clark County and in Las Vegas. We are over 2%, we are 11% in growth. We have now started doing civil engagement, where we do voter registration. We have to educate our community how important it is to vote. And we go out to the communities and register voters. When the forms gets too expensive for us to give out or to register our voters, it makes it very difficult. So we're asking for us, we understand that you have to have some charge because of the cost of printing, but we are doing the best we can. As a nonprofit, it's very hard to do that. So let me give you some statistics that we're doing so far and numbers and goals that we're doing.
Hi, good morning. My name is Mark Mansul, with the Asian Community Development Council as well. We have a goal of 2,000 registrants, new registered voters, or change of address, whatever it may be, affiliation or everything else. Currently, we have 1,029 for 2016. Last month, we did about 246 registered voters. We are a very small organization, and by charging for the registration paperwork, it really puts a big burden on a small organization like us. It's easy for us to just go in and grab 50, 60, 70 voter registration forms, and once we do our events, come back and turn them back in. That would be the easiest solution for us, and we understand the cost we need to pay something, but a reasonable amount would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi guys, Marco Rauda, longtime community activist. I've been doing voter registration. I'm with an organization called Mi Familia Vota. I've been doing voter registration in the county for about 10 years, from back when I used to work for the Nevada State Democratic Party. Then I went on to go work for Democracia USA in 2008 that did 10,000 voter registrations, and about another 7,000, and National Council La Raza that did about 7,000 registrations in 2010. Mi Familia Vota has registered over 30,000 people since 2012. I remember this issue came up in 2010 when I was at a National Council La Raza, and we decided that 7 cents maybe wasn't too much. We weren't, nobody else was charging for registrations, but we knew that the county was in a tough place, that we were in the middle of a recession, and they needed funds and to be able to make these printings, and we decided to support them. But now it's just starting to get a little bit too much. We've registered over 5,000 people in the last few months again, and we're looking at registering another 10,000 this year. We're trying to pay our folks as much as we can. We do support a $15 an hour minimum wage increase, and we're trying to get our folks to as close as possible to that when they go out and do voter registration. And we can't do that when we have to pay an extra 120 percentage to the voter registrations. On top of that, I'm the Civic Engagement Director for my organization. Actually, I run the Civic Engagement Program for 6 states. Besides Nevada and Florida, both Texas, California, Colorado, and Arizona don't charge for voter registration forms. I don't know what the solution is. I know that the county has issues with funding sometimes. I know that we have a very great relationship with the elections department. We do voter registrations events for them all the time. And I also know that we're not doing voter registration just in Commissioner Weekly and Commissioner June Giuliani's districts. We're doing voter registration in all of your districts, and we're supporting your constituents. We're making things easier for your constituents to be able to go out and vote. And African American, Latino, and immigrant voters are known to be able to, it's easier for us to, they will register easier if we put a voter registration form in front of their faces. So that's all we're requesting here. Maybe, maybe the county can find a little bit of money. If we can find money for a monorail to really nowhere, maybe we can find a little bit of money to register voters and help them get out to the polls. And just so you know, guys, we're not just out there registering voters as well. We're helping mobilize these people to the polls as well, picking them up at their houses, taking them to early voting sites and an election day. So this is a civic duty that we're all doing. And this tax doesn't go back on. This seems like a tax, and it doesn't get attached on to us as an organization. It gets attached on to the people and to the folks that we're trying to service. They're the ones that are suffering. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Howard Watts III. First of all, I just want to thank you. You guys have appointed me to serve on the County Advisory Board to manage wildlife, And as the Water District Board, I'm serving on the Citizens Advisory Committee for rules and rates. So I take that as a vote of confidence in my ability to look at some of these policy issues, and I want to share some perspective from my time at the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada, where since 2008 I helped register about 10,000 young people, immigrants, and people throughout the community to vote or update their registration for the first time. For those that we help become citizens, it's the highlight at the end of a long and sometimes difficult process, especially for citizens and for people with limited mobility. We're providing a service for the county, for the elections department, by taking that responsibility and service straight to the community where it's needed. You know, I found countless volunteers, we found potential staff that we hired permanently through our voter registration activities. And these outreach efforts are really important here in Nevada, given our low voter registration rates. We are the 5th lowest in the nation in terms of how many eligible voters are actually registered. Overall, only 58.5% of Nevadans that are eligible are registered to vote. In the Latino community, and I worked with Marco for probably about 10 years, it's even lower at 53.9%. Our organization's personal engagement with voters in their communities, it increases civic participation. And civic participation doesn't just have a benefit for democracy itself. It has spillover effects from better physical and mental health, reduced rates of recidivism, lower unemployment, and a sense of personal empowerment and fulfillment. So we're not only just doing this, we're actually helping the county in so many other areas by performing this service. And we take it seriously, we do it well. Our groups have an excellent rapport and reputation with the elections department. We hold ourselves to very high standards. And as was said before, to be one of only a handful of states in the country putting this burden on these groups is unjust. And we urge you to lead the charge in changing this and showing that it's not what our state stands for. We know that there may be some legislative changes, but we want you guys to really step up, address the issue as best you can here, and then continue to be a leader so that we can get this policy changed so that we can do our work to the fullest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Reverend Leonard Jackson. I am the Director of the Faith Organizing Alliance and also the Associate Minister with the First African Methodist Episcopal Church. I stand before you today to explain what the Faith Organizing Alliance is about. We are a growing coalition of faith and community organizations, primarily in North Las Vegas, working to engage the community in their election process and the process of government, and to protect the voting rights of especially African Americans within our community. And not just African Americans, we also will focus with the minorities within our growing community. We stand with our brothers and sisters today in opposition to charging anybody dollars for voter registration forms. Many of the people in our group, bless you, fought for the civil rights and remember the struggle that some had to go through, especially during the 1960 era, for the right to vote. One of these things they used to keep folks away from the polls were what we call poll tax. You might say that this is not a poll tax because people don't have to pay, and only groups have to pay, people like ourselves. If in fact we have to pay for voter registration forms, again, we look and say that this is a variation of a poll tax. I ask you, please, consider standing up for what is right for our community, for our job is to make sure that we are able to move forward with the voting process and not take a step backwards. So I say to you, be blessed and bless our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Maria Teresa Lieberman, Deputy Director of Battleborn Progress. And on the ground, the coalition has registered thousands of voters, but we're trying to find new ways to have people get access to voter registration. So we're using technology to connect voters in new ways. One of the ways that we've been doing this is pushing our supporters to use the online voter registration system that is available in Nevada. But I want to point out some barriers to that we have faced. For individuals, you can't use it unless you have a DMV ID, and all of us every day interact with people that do not have an identification. For groups, the only way that we can also bring this voter registration system in the streets or at the doors is through purchasing tablets and purchasing internet usage to use in the field. These are cost barriers that are very hard to overcome for a lot of our groups, especially in the short term. And for groups that are trying to help the county save money by having people have access to online voter registration and also to opt in for online sample ballots, having the cost of voter registration forms shifted to us is frankly unfair. Thank you.
Thank you. How many more have I got? You want to line up along the rail, please? Line up along the rail, the rest of the speakers. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Jorge Adame. I'm with an organization called America Votes. I'll be adding to the comments that you've heard from my colleagues this morning. One of the reasons we've been given why forms cost anything in the first place is accountability. The counties see a lot of voter registration forms going out and not nearly as many coming back in. So counties start charging, but every county charges a different amount. So now the same groups that get forms where they're cheap or free and import them where they're expensive. And the county with the cheap forms now sees even fewer getting returned, so they decide to raise the price even higher. But even if the forms were the same price, the big groups with bigger budgets can afford to be inefficient with the voter registration forms. Meanwhile, those of us who are in the community year-round pay the price. If this was an accountability issue, you wouldn't be raising the price right now to keep up with the cost of printing. There's a smarter way to hold groups accountable, limit the amount of forms they can get, at least initially, until they turn in a vast majority of them or can prove that they're efficient with them. If they can't use that resource efficiently, then they lose the privilege of getting the voter registration form in bulk. That is a much fairer system than putting a disproportionate burden on the groups that do the work well in an attempt to stop those few that don't seem to be efficient with the voter registration forms. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Story, welcome.
Chairman, Commissioners, Todd Story, for the record, Executive Director at the ACLU of Nevada. We firmly believe that the provision of voter registration forms is a responsibility of the government. 46 states and election departments do not charge for registration forms, so why do we? Furthermore, there has been no consistency, as the prior speaker just alluded to, that the counties and states have followed since the implementation of charging for forms. An increase of 120% per form as we enter an election year is frankly unacceptable. The county has already purchased the forms so that they should provide them to the organizations at the price that we all budgeted for in advance of an election cycle, and that being the 7-cent rate. We think that that would be a fair compromise to stick with the price that they were prior to the new form increase. Next, we are requesting that you place a PDF voter registration form on the County Election Department website. We've also asked the Secretary of State to do the same thing. This way, an organization could print their own forms in-house at a lesser cost when possible. Then we're also asking, as we continue to advocate across the state, that you support the streamlining of Nevada's system. This means that we will be working to change the law to eliminate charging for registration forms, and it also means centralizing the production of forms with the Office of the Secretary of State, who could centralize form printing through bulk purchase and distribution. This consolidation would save taxpayers and create one statewide registration form and reduce the need for civic organizations to obtain multiple forms for the various counties. Lastly, the ACLU notified the state of its noncompliance last month with the NVRA because the DMV does not provide a streamlined motor voter registration option. These deficiencies will ultimately be corrected through modernization, and it is our belief that the ultimate long-term solution to voter registration hurdles in Nevada is aggressive election modernization. From expanded online voter registration for those without DMV ID to automatic updates to voters' registration when they move, we can reduce the need for forms at all. Modernizing the voter registration process has led to cost savings across the country and increased the accuracy of voter rolls. By providing adequate opportunities to register to vote or update voter registration at state agencies, online, or at the polls on Election Day, Nevada could significantly decrease its reliance upon paper registration forms while increasing citizen participation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
For the record, Jose Rivera, I'm here representing Voto Latino. Voto Latino is an organization, a civic media organization that empowers Latinos through popular culture and celebrities. Our goal is to help make Latinos agents of change, and I believe that that is only possible when barriers are not imposed to our community, and that is why we're here in support of the coalition.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Samantha Fredrickson. I'm the Public Affairs Manager at Planned Parenthood of Southern Nevada. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to us today. We are committed, like all of these other organizations, to engaging folks in civic engagement, particularly women and Latinos through our Raíz Civic Engagement Outreach Program. And I'm not going to rehash everything that has been said today, but I just want to say that we stand with all of these organizations and with the Let Nevadans Vote Coalition and strongly urge you not to impose this burden on the ability to register voters. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is that the end of the speakers as it relates to voter registration? Okay, normally we don't do this, but Mr. Burnett, do you want to comment as it relates to the county's
I would be happy to, Mr.
position on this?
Chairman. And this issue has recently come to my attention. Commissioner G, Commissioner Kirkpatrick in particular, brought this up in the last week or so. I've had an opportunity to gather a little bit of information. Obviously, I appreciate the comments that were offered today, and let me just start the response. And Mr. Gloria, obviously, since we don't have a posted agenda, isn't here. And I certainly can't speak for him, but I at least have an understanding of the policy of the department. And you'll forgive me because I didn't catch the names of all the speakers, but one of the speakers referred to this as a decision to increase the cost of the forms from 7 cents to 16 cents. I view this as a long-standing policy, and that doesn't mean that policy can't change, but the policy is to merely pass on the cost of the reproduction of the forms at a 100% level. It was previously 7 cents.
Okay, I'm sorry. You had a chance for public comment. Thank you for being here. Continue, Mr. Burnett,
This might
please.
make more sense when we get the entire explanation out. 7 cents. We recently went through a competitive bidding process. Obviously, you all know that is how we assure that we get the cost of the service at the lowest possible rate. Unfortunately, the lowest responsive and responsible bid came back in at 16 cents. I know Mr. Gloria, in recent conversations he's had with some of the stakeholders, had made an inquiry of them if they thought they could get the reproduction of the forms at a cheaper cost. What he had shared back to me was the response was no. I think that is the lowest cost that anyone can get the form. Mr. Story mentioned the possibility of partnering with the Secretary of State's office. That's an interesting idea. Perhaps if we can increase the volume, maybe we can reduce the cost in the future. That doesn't do much for us right now, however. And let me just state, if Mr. Gloria were here, what I'm sure he would say is he absolutely appreciates the work from all these groups. They are absolutely partners to us in advancing our efforts to increase voter registration. We view them as valued partners. We have a long-standing relationship with them. Unfortunately, the relationship is at the moment strained because of the increased cost that's associated with the reproduction of the forms. So the county spends roughly $50,000 to produce the forms. At 16 cents, that's over 300,000 forms in English, roughly 10,000 forms in Tagalog. And what you heard today is a range of ideas, or at least I heard that from, we should charge a reasonable amount. Obviously, that people are going to have a different view of what a reasonable amount is. I heard today that we shouldn't charge anything. I can tell you I'm concerned about that policy because I think it creates opportunities to take our financial exposure, which is limited now, and make it unlimited. The real, perhaps, driving force behind this long-standing policy is it creates skin in the game for the people that use the products that we distribute, so that we can't have them take, 15,000 and then not, use them, or it doesn't translate to a significant number of registrations coming back. Without getting much further, I'm going to make a suggestion here, and I heard some interesting ideas today, and Mr. Chairman, I'd like to take an opportunity to continue the dialogue with the groups, give us a few days, and give us an opportunity to report back to you on some of the ideas that were presented today.
Great. Okay. Yeah, but I don't want to turn this into a discussion item because it wasn't posted. So, Commissioner Gianciliani.
Thank you. As you have that discussion, because when you look at, we still have that tear-off portion, which always falls off. So maybe part of the discussion with Mr. Gloria is get rid of that. You can have your numbering in a different place and you don't need that any longer. So as you look at cheaper, I'd like to participate in whatever conversations, because just because we can doesn't mean we should. And just because we're allowed to charge and we have charged, to me, shouldn't be something that is fundamental as our voting rights, to be able to seek and make sure that folks can do that. So we can look at the numbers, the 50 that go out, or there's never been an issue with fraud with any of these groups, which is a good thing. So they've been very responsible with our election department. But I don't think we have to go to the 16 cents. Not a lot of stuff we don't recoup our costs on, but there could be a balancing act that comes in. I would hope.
Okay. One of the ideas that was brought up that's compelling to me is if we could limit the number of forms. If you can do that, I think you can better control the cost that we have, as opposed to creating an opportunity for a blank check approach. And I would point out, and I apologize for not stating this early in the conversation, that the vast majority of the forms that we're talking about here go to the outside groups that spoke today. Obviously, we need to make sure that we protect the number of forms that we get into the hands of citizens through the things that we do. And there are some ideas that we can talk about to address the issues of the group without, turning 50,000 into 150,000.
If we could have Mr. Burnett, yourself, or staff, and Mr. Gloria, give us back some information regarding the number of forms that are going out and what we're getting back. I mean, if we're getting 75% of them back or 5% of them back, and we understand, I think everybody up here is sympathetic and understanding the fact that we want to make it affordable. At the same time, we don't want the system abused, that somebody comes in and gets 1,000 of them, throws them in a garbage can, and comes and gets another 1,000, keeps doing it over and over, and I don't think these groups want that either. So if you could get us some information from the registrar and like a white paper on this, and we'll discuss it at another meeting.
I think we can turn this around fairly quickly.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much for being here on a very important issue. Thank you. Very good. We've got some other public comment on other issues, so please come forward. Thank you all for coming down today.
Thank you. Hello. Like I say, hi to all the commissioners. And like I said, my name is Henry Thorns. I'm the founder and the president of the Dog Catcher Youth Foundation. We've been here over 35 years. And last time I was here, we was talking about parks and recreation and the feeds and everything that it costs to get in these parks and recreations. And the staff you have to pay for that's already at these recreations, the lights that's already on at these recreations, and the air conditioning is already on at these recreations, but you still have to pay to get in these recreations. Now, today I brought some friends with me who's legends in this community. We've been doing this Saving Kids for so long, it's like, to me, it's like I'm at the bottom of the pile. And I could sit here and watch everybody that come through here. I watched Miles, who just came through here, told you about the monorails. We helped save Miles. Now he's a big conductor out there at the McCarran Airport. That's the kind of job we have been doing with kids in our community and on the outside of the community. And I saw Ms. Kirkpatrick over there, at the gym playing in a celebrity basketball game. Majority of all those kids that played in that celebrity basketball game, I coached those kids. We coached those kids. We helped raise those kids. But what I'm coming to you today is I'm getting tired because I can't compete with Parks and Recreation. You know, I can't compete with them. I can't pay their fine. I can't pay $50 an hour to use the gym to help the kids. I can't do it no more. I've been doing it 35 years. I cannot do it no more by myself. And I'm coming to you guys to ask for help, partnership or whatever. We need a building. Because I can start a program and it can be successful, then Parks and Recreation will come and move me right out. And they'll start the program and put a tag on it. And so the program don't go as well as our program, but at the same time, the kids that we cater to don't have money to get in these programs. You have to pay money to be members. These recreation centers are turning into like the Boys and Girls Clubs and the YMCAs. You have to pay for membership to get in here. We barely surviving ourselves, you know. So I'm coming here to you today. If it's in your heart, because it's been in my heart for over 35 years helping kids, we need a place. We need a place so we don't get put out. You know, we ain't getting put out because we bad or none of that. We being put out because maybe we showing the Parks and Recreations up, you know, and that ain't our intent. I think our intent is only to help kids. We broke up the Crips and the Bloods, and we put all the kids in the recreation centers. Now we fighting the recreation centers to get in them. You know, so I'm coming to you guys. You know, there's a lot of empty buildings here in Clark County. You know.
Thank you very much for your comments. We appreciate it.
My name's Mike Couch. I was recruited to UNLV in 1978. I had the fortune to meet Henry, and I'm familiar with the dog catching organization. I'm currently a retired business agent from Ironworkers 433. I'm sure all you are familiar with that. And we're all here to lift our community up, and this man's been doing it for 30 years. And if there's any way you all can see in your heart to continue to do that instead of holding people down, it's not going to do nothing but lift this community up like he's been doing. So whatever you can do to help, I would sure appreciate.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Willie Smith. Actually, I've been his mentor, so I have to be here to support him today. Sam Smith's my brother, UNLV, ex-running rebel. I went to University of Missouri, All-American, from this community, 59 years. I just want to try to articulate exactly what's going on. Henry asked me, I've moved back here to this community for the past 2.5 years. He gave me a phone call asking me to come back and help with this community. It's not just about basketball. Actually, it's about corralling a situation for less fortunate kids. And I have a background in a lot of other stuff besides basketball. I have 3 degrees. I'm 62 years old now. I have time. I'm retired. Sam coaches kids out of the YMCA. He's fortunate to have made good relationships, and they allow him to use this facility. He's not making any money doing it. This is not about money. Well, it's about money, but it's about giving back. Sam and we've been very fortunate to have been blessed with talents, basketball, and like I said, we want to put all our energies and emphasis on just finishing the race. At least that's what I know that I'm here to do and I have the ability to do. I come here to help the dog catcher organization, after-school programs, mentoring. We want to do more. It's not just about basketball. But this young man, he cries out for someone to hear him. I heard him. I hope you guys also hear him and at least talk about it. And at least let him know he has a chance to go forward, to try to help this community in every way, like he's always done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hello, guys. How you doing?
Good.
I'm Sam Smith. I play for Clark Canyon, and I'm here supporting him. You know, he was the first one that ever got this youth thing together. You know, I know he's a tough guy. He's a tough guy to deal with, but we got to get our kids back. There's too much happening in the streets, you know. And I'm at the Y. They gave me a home there. I've been there 17 years, and you know, and I've always been the guy to stand back and let everything happen and don't get involved. So I'm gonna get involved not only here but out there at UNLV too, with Larry Johnson, all the rest of the guys. Too much happening, and you know, it's not a black and white thing. But you know, I mean, you know, it don't have anything to do with this, but I'm quite sure I can speak about it anyway. Is that ain't no way Stacey should have got that job. Olympian, NBA, and you know, just some things that's got to be did. You know, I can't do it by myself, but we're gonna get this alumni thing back together and get our old Rebel family back. You know, I seen Michael Jordan on TV last night. The way he talked about, you know, his alumni. It's hard for me to talk about my alumni. You know, it's really hard. You know, I love the Rebels. You know what I mean? And you know, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Anyone else? Okay. Any further comments? Thank you very much for being here. Do we have a motion to go into... Maria, is that okay? You're looking... Yeah? We have a motion to go into 241, 288. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. We're going into closed session. We will be back. Thank you.
Clark County TV. TV for Clark County. Get it?
fragile, and every day the decisions we make can contribute to airborne dust, which can worsen respiratory and cardiac problems, especially for children and the elderly. So, how can we protect the air we share? Don't cut through vacant dirt lots. If you have to drive on dirt, slow down. This is our air, and it's our only air, so let's work to protect it.
Clean air, protect the air we share.
Preparing today reduces the consequences of a disaster tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Governor Brian Sandoval. Public safety is a topmost concern for me, and it's a well-known fact that a victim's chance of survival is greatest within a short period following severe trauma. To help our drivers on the roadway, I'm proud to support the Yellow Dot program. Here to present the program to Southern Nevada is Assemblyman Derek Armstrong.
Roadway accidents happen every day. To assist incident victims who are unable to communicate or can't remember important medical information, Yellow Dot helps first responders react as quickly as possible at accident scenes by providing valuable medical information about drivers and their passengers. To get started with the program, you can pick up a free Yellow Dot kit at participating locations or request a kit via mail by calling 702-676-1754.
Are you a fan of Sunset Park? Clark County Parks and Recreation wants you to volunteer for its new Sunset Stewards program aimed at improving the visitor experience. Volunteers accepted into the program would be asked to patrol the park for at least 4 hours each month, report problems, and interact with park patrons in a positive way in order to educate them about the wildlife and caring for the 323-acre regional facility. For more information, please call 702-455-8200 or email sunsetstewards@clarkcountynv.gov.
I'm Matt Lewis, and you're watching CCTV 4, Clark County. Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's the one place in Las Vegas where the spirits of Native Americans, past and present, walk with today's visitors. We believe a natural garden is an enlightened one. Bugs and bunnies are some of our featured performers. And there are many more stories at the Springs Preserve, where all that matters is what's elemental. In contrast to its urban location that's surrounded by such a diverse modern population, the preserve encompasses distances in time and acreage that, with some planning, can provide a day trip rich in experiences or memories associated with this ever-changing setting.
The great thing about the Springs Preserve is that we are on 180 acres, and about 30 of that is taken up with our buildings, our museums, and our galleries. So there's always something going on, and there's always so much to do.
The first and most popular stop, by design and choice, is often the Origin Museum.
And the way that the site is laid out, if you only have an hour or 90 minutes, a family can come in and go into the Origin Museum. And there are different attractions. We have museums and galleries that will rotate. We have 2 traveling exhibits, and they rotate an average of every 3 to 4 months. So there's always something new happening. Then we have our flash flood exhibit, which all children love. And it's our most popular exhibit, so it gives you the sense of having 5,000 gallons of water rushing at you if you were caught in a flash flood. We have live animal exhibits in the back, which everyone loves, but of course children go toward that.
Beyond Origin, the preserve expands into a variety of themes represented by our innovative Desert Living Center and respected Botanical Garden.
And then the southern half of our campus is all about sustainability and the future. So there are all sorts of architectural marvels really to look at throughout our Desert Living Center. And then 8 acres of just beautiful gardens. So you could come out and take a 30-minute walk in the garden, or you could just start from one end and spend an entire day going across and taking advantage of everything that we offer.
Including the whole world of the Wilder Preserve, which is accessible by foot or some entertaining yet educational modes of transportation.
We have in the back, we have our interpretive trails, about 2.5 miles of historic walking trail, and there are bicycles which we rent, and families can get a seat for a toddler or smaller bikes for children and take the time to go out around the trail. We have a train as well, and that takes about 20 minutes. And there's a voiceover that lets you know what you're passing and gives you an idea of the historical importance of the site and of the railroad to our site.
There's a wealth of natural history lessons, too, in the renewed activity of birds and beasts in this backcountry of the preserve.
When they rebuilt the Ciénagas and brought the water back to the site, over 250 different species of animal returned to the site. Obviously, the majority of those are birds, but we do have a family of fox that live out there, and desert ground squirrel, and you can see them running around. We have some eagles and falcons who will come by, and you'll catch them perching. I know we are very popular for bird watching.
Then, when you're hungry for something to go along with all of the new knowledge, the Divine Cafe offers refreshing and satisfying meals in your own perch with its amazing vista of the preserve and valley.
The view is unparalleled in the entire city. It actually gives downtown and the Las Vegas Strip. It's a great way just to spend an afternoon and really look at the valley and see why so many of us call it home.
People watching is always another attraction, especially on the many special days at the preserve.
We have seasonal festivals, which usually go with the nicer weather, obviously. So in the fall, we have an Asian Heritage Festival that we've done. We have our Grapes and Hops event, which obviously is focused toward the adults. Haunted Harvest, which is all about the children the entire month of October. We have Day of the Dead at the beginning of November. And we start picking them up again toward the end of the winter. We have our Black History Month celebration, Ohana. There's all types of different events, and we try and keep it always lively and happening.
Which is perfectly in keeping with those important aspects of the preserve's mission to build culture and community, to inspire and celebrate daily.
And so it's a great gathering place. It was sort of our idea of Central Park, just a place for people to come out and be. So I think it really adds a lot to the community.
Why not renew, upgrade, or become a Springs Preserve member today and receive the discounts, privileges, and benefits you, your family, friends, or colleagues deserve? For more information, go to the membership page of our website at springspreserve.org. Over the years, the Springs Preserve has developed quite a reputation for creating kids camps with the newest and most popular learning experiences that make every summer even more fun.
One of the special things about 2016 is that we have a bonus week of summer break, so we have a full 12 weeks of camp. Because last year it was so popular having each week be a different theme, we decided to bring that back for this year. We took the most popular themes like dinosaurs and holidays and brought those back with a twist. So dinosaurs are now dinosaur carnivores, and the holidays have all different holidays. And then we brought some new themes as well. So every single week of camp will be something that is fresh and different and fun. And there's so much to do at the Springs Preserve, you couldn't possibly do it in 1 week. So this way you get to see all the different elements of the Springs Preserve. You know, you'll see a different part of the museum, maybe go on a train ride one day, or maybe go behind the scenes at zoology another day. You get to be learning all kinds of stuff that you would have never thought about before. It really keeps it very fresh and educational and hands-on. Sometimes we have kids that come every single week, and then sometimes we have kids that come for just 1 week, or a combination of what themes are exciting for them. Either way, you're going to have a good time. Camp itself runs from 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock, but we do offer an extended care, so kids can be dropped off as early as 6:30 and picked up as late as 6:30. Yeah, it really helps out working moms and dads. Camp starts June 6th and runs all the way through the very last week of August. Be sure and check online. When we start putting camps up, they sell out very quickly.
Discover a land that's more than just ice and snow at the Arctic Voices exhibit, now on display in the Origin Museum through May 18th. Take a journey to this polar region where visitors can mimic animal life, travel with scientists studying cold water whales, and adapt like the plants at the north end of the earth. For more information, visit springspreserve.org. From Bugs Bunny to Brer and Peter Rabbit, in popular culture, these animals can be cute and cuddly, but also quick-witted tricksters. All images drawn from the real lives of our own desert cottontails that reside and hide here at the Springs Preserve.
So desert cottontails are a really neat animal. So that's a native mammal that probably we're all really familiar with, right? This is one we see quite a bit in our master plan communities here in southern Nevada. You might see them down in golf courses here in town. They're really attracted to, just lush landscapes, and so they're going to eat all that vegetation that's in there. So. And just with that abundance of resources, and we just have some really healthy populations of these animals here in town.
They love these Las Vegas luxuries, but they're also perfectly designed desert survivors. Little but hardy, plain and fancy, with the ability to keep cool and become nearly invisible.
They've got that small body, gets that name cottontail because of that white tail that they have. So that's a feature that really stands out. One threat for them is just going to be predation. So whether it's fox or bobcat, that sort of thing. If we look at temperature, one thing, they've got those really long ears with lots of blood vessels, right? And they kind of act like little heat exchangers, right? So kind of helps them maintain the right body temperature and cool off. They also have that pallid, tannish color to them. That helps out as well. You'll notice a lot of desert animals tend to have kind of those muted color tones, and that really helps so they don't absorb too much heat from the sun, right? Now, it also serves a really good thing of camouflage. So the cottontails are masters at this, so they're able to just blend in with their environment. And so if there is a potential predator in the area, the cottontails will just freeze, so they'll be completely motionless, and they really do blend in very well with the environment.
Although you can see them frequently but briefly throughout the valley, the best place by far to observe more of their clever behaviors is at the Living Collection habitat that's specifically but naturally designed for these tricky rabbits and our keenly interested visitors.
Even here at Springs Preserve on exhibit, sometimes it can be a little interesting to try and display such an animal, right? Because they do blend in. What's really neat about the design of our exhibit here is all the different vantage points that guests can utilize to catch a glimpse, right? So we've got areas all along the front and sides of the exhibit. We also have pop-up domes, acrylic domes that visitors can pop their head inside to get some different sight lines inside the exhibit. So it's letting our guests get as close as possible to the animals and get in there and get some different vantage points.
With the coming of spring, butterflies are on the wing again now that we've reopened our unique natural habitat. Visit springspreserve.org for more information. It's our profession and our privilege to share all of our passion for the Mojave's wondrous creatures. And once you've experienced our new wildly interactive show, which runs on weekends and holidays through May, we know you'll join us in our love for bugs.
Since spring at the Springs Preserve oftentimes means a lot of insects in the air, we thought a show that talked about insects and bugs would be something that a lot of people would like to see. So we're doing a show on weekends from March, April, May that's going to be all about bugs, creepy crawlies, things that have 6 legs, 8 legs, even hundreds of legs. And the interesting facts and interactions that we have with those creepy crawlies. We have done bug shows in the past, but this one's going to be a little bit more interactive, both for those of us putting on the show and the very brave people sitting in these seats behind me. So there's going to be some more interaction with the guests of the Springs Preserve who are going to be able to get up close and real with some of our stars of the show, sometimes maybe too up close and real. We'll see. Some of the insects we have featured in the show are going to be giant centipedes, tarantulas, vinegaroons, even a hissing cockroach or two, some beetles, all the little things that you're unhappy to find in your house, but you're happy to see here at the Springs Preserve on stage. The show's going to run on weekends during March, April, and May. It's going to run anytime there's a holiday during that period, so anytime that you have a day off, come on down to the Springs Preserve and learn a little bit about their animals you share the Mojave Desert with, whether you want to or not. It'll be fun.
Coming in June to the Origin Museum, the traveling exhibit, Playing with Light, will ignite your imagination as you open your eyes to our big, bright world and the many ways explorers and scientists go toward the light of lasers, telescopes, and the infrared spectrum. Visit springspreserve.org for more information. Whether you're nurturing the smallest plant or an intricate garden, the path to creating fertile soils, beautiful blooms, and nourishing produce begins and ends most successfully by doing what comes naturally.
There's quite an appeal for natural gardening, particularly in a desert environment, because we have limited resources such as water. If you choose native plants, for example, they're adapted to the soils and the water. It's going to be much easier to grow them if you stick with natives. You can really use natural gardening methods to apply to any type of plants that you're growing. So you're looking at what soils you have, how you're amending those soils, how we're irrigating, how we're harvesting, how we're looking at pest control and disease resistance and plant selection. All of those can apply to pretty much anything you'd like to grow.
The best investment is likely to be in the very earth from which everything grows.
There's lots of ways to amend soil. If we're using native plants again, the native soil is what they prefer, so nothing needs to be done to amend soil if you're planting just native plants. But a lot of things like edibles and maybe plants from other places are going to appreciate a little bit more nutrients that are available to those plants, and that can be done by amending the soil with an organic material like compost, leaf molds, soils that we purchase from nurseries or bagged products. But what we want to look at is what we're purchasing and what we're adding. So each plant has specific needs, and those really differ depending on what we're growing.
The trick to dealing with insects, good or bad, is first to do no harm, and then to do the least harm possible.
So one thing that we look at with natural gardening is IPM. It's integrated pest management, and it is the least harmful to people and environment method of attacking these pest problems. So we start with the least invasive methods. First of all, making sure we're identifying a pest as a pest and not that it's a beneficial insect. Sometimes the larval stages of something like a ladybug are mistaken for a problem and eradicated, and then the problem insects can multiply without their natural predators present. So we want to make sure before we deal with an insect pest that it truly is a pest.
And targeting specific insects with non-toxic pesticides is necessary for protecting our most precious birds, bees, and bugs.
Pollinators are an essential part to most every garden because we need them to actually produce the fruits that we eat. So we want to encourage them to our garden, and we can do that through having a natural garden without poisons and things that would be toxic to them. So when we're talking about pollinators, it's a whole host of things from bees, wasps, butterflies, birds. There's a lot of things that serve those purposes in our garden. So we can draw them to our gardens by making them natural, have some small water sources if it's birds, bees, butterflies, they all appreciate that.
By applying some of these basic principles of permanent agriculture and horticulture, you'll be getting the healthiest growth possible out of your naturally attractive garden. In our well-designed desert landscape, there's something wonderful to see every weekend. So why not join one of our free guided garden walks to learn more about what's in bloom, what's unusual, and what you can add to your own botanical collection. To find out more, visit springspreserve.org. The impressive historical reputation of the Springs Preserve is greatly enriched by the living memories, cultural traditions, and archaeological finds that reveal its importance as a promising land and often a chosen home for many generations of Native Americans.
Here at the Springs Preserve, we have sort of the full range of cultural groups that you would have seen going back in time all the way through to the modern period when you see the European American settlers come in, the Mormon settlers and the explorers pass through this area. So if you're looking for a place to see the wide swath of history of the Las Vegas Valley, this is your place.
Evidently, it's been the place for ages thanks to an abundance of water that once made the preserve flourish as a feeding and hunting ground.
We know that when we were measuring water in the earlier historic period, water coming out of the springs, that it was about 1.5 million gallons of water coming out of the ground a day in a 24-hour period. So that's a significant amount of water. And this area at the Springs Preserve, we know would have been very wet, not necessarily swampy, but very lush. And that definitely would have attracted all types of animals, and definitely would have attracted the people. The people follow the animals, the people find the water, and so you would have had animals and people interacting in this space pretty regularly.
Including some prehistoric animals that are now extinct and people who have come and gone yet continued to settle here.
Here at the Springs Preserve, we know that we have evidence of human activity here going back 3,000, 5,000 years. Probably not so late as 10,000 years, but it would be fantastic to find something associating human activity with these early fauna like mammoths or mastodons or camels or bison. As far as habitations on site, the earliest evidence we have for habitations on site come from the pit houses that we've discovered that are associated with formerly called Anasazi peoples, what we now call ancestral Puebloan peoples. When we talk about ancestral Puebloan people living in a place, we have evidence of their houses here. And so that discovery in itself allows us to redraw a map. It allows us to include Las Vegas in the wider southwestern cultural area, which is something very, very rare that happens. It's very rare that you actually get to redraw maps and include an area that hasn't been included before.
Although the Puebloans were dispersed by a massive drought and would eventually be followed at the preserve by the Patayan, Mojave, and Paiute tribes.
Well, according to Paiute tradition, they've always been here. This is their homeland. This is where they were created. This is where they were born. The archaeological evidence it tells a slightly different story. We see evidence for people coming out of the desert, the California desert, probably about 800 to 1,000 years ago. We see a change in technology associated with ceramics and pottery. We see changes in technology associated with things like projectile points. We start to see very, very small projectile points, as previously they were a little bit larger, a little bit wider. So finding the structures, the habitations, the places where people live, we know they were here for a significant period of time. They weren't just passing through the valley. This is where they were living. So that's very important.
And it makes them well worth recreating in our Native American village.
When you go outside here at the origin, we have a reconstruction of a Mojave pit house, which is slightly different than what you see in this area down along the Colorado River. These were large mud and log constructions with flat fronts on them. And we also have reconstructed Paiute houses called kani. Some people might call them wiki-ups, but the Paiute term is kani for the houses, the brush structures that they would have used here.
The other notable structure is the silo that contains grains and seeds for our traditional garden.
We've planted corn, we've had sunflower, we've planted wheat, we've also planted chilies, which is something that native groups would have known and probably would have grown all throughout the Southwest.
We're aware of their desert-wise ways because members of our local tribes have been involved in the creation of the preserve and join us frequently as guest curators to share their knowledge of this ancestral homeland.
This is a real chance for people to learn firsthand from the Native Americans that live here about their lives, about their traditional lifeways, their crafts, what they're doing still today. And so it's an important part of what we do here at the Springs Preserve also to bring people together. We're a very, very diverse community. We have people from all over the world, and to highlight the people that are here is something very important to help build community.
Chef Cicely is working some more of her kitchen magic as she conjures up a beautiful and flavorful Mexican dish that is the toast of tostadas.
Howdy folks, my name is Chef Cicely, joining you here from the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. Today we are going to be making tostadas. Now, most important part of the tostada is actually the tostada shell. So how can you get those amazing, beautiful productions of what is essentially a taco bowl at home? Well, that's what I'm going to show you here today. So what I have are 3 different types of tortillas. I have little baby corn tortillas, I have large flour tortillas, and then I also have medium-sized flour tortillas. Any one of these can get fried up to make either a taco shell or a tostada shell. So let's go over to the stove, and that's where we'll start. There's a variety of things to set up before starting to fry because it's a very fast process, so everything I want to make sure I've got lined up. I have a large round saute pan with very open edges to allow steam to come off as it cooks. And I'm going to place enough oil in the bottom so that it coats it evenly, and it actually is a little bit, maybe a quarter of an inch or so high. I'm going to pull that over the heat and let that heat to medium high. And then you'll see I've also got the ingredients I'm going to fry. I have some paper towels out. I have 2 bowls, a tong, and a baking sheet with a drying rack on it. So all of these things are going to come in handy when I am making my tostadas. These 2 bowls, I'm going to flip one of them over the smaller one on my drying pan, and I'm going to take 2 paper towels and just lay those over the top. We'll come back to that later. And I'm going to start with my big flour tortilla. And put it in, let it flop down so that it pops out that way. And you can see I've got sizzling going on right as I add it in. I'm going to use my tongs and spin it around so that I get oil on the top, and there's also oil on the bottom. You can see that the air pockets in that flour tortilla are poofing up. I'm just going to use my tongs to gently press those back down so that it continues to get nice, even cooking through the whole process. I'm going to check on it, and I can see that as I check, I'm checking it and pulling it away from me, that I'm starting to get some nice browning on those areas where it's lifting up, where it's getting more contact with the bottom of the pan. So I'm just going to keep spinning it around until it gets nice and brown. And that's just about right. Flip that guy over. It's going to poof up on the other side. Now here comes the fun part. I've got a bowl here with 2 paper towels over the top, and I'm going to put one here with 2 in the basin of the bowl. Pull this guy out, tap some oil off, put it on top of the smaller bowl, take my larger bowl, press it down. I'm going to let that guy cool, and while it's cooling, I'm going to go ahead and just do one of these little guys. Same process, pop it in, spin it around. Now my next step, my final step, is going to be, as I open the paper towel, I want to put my toppings on my tostada shells while they're still hot. So that's going to be a little bit of salt. Salt can also get added into the pan as it's cooking. Some paprika. And then also some cojita cheese. And the main reason I want to put the cheese on while it's still hot is so that it melts to it and sticks. Sprinkle that over. These guys are going to go in the oven to get held hot while I prepare all the rest of the ingredients for my tostadas. Or if I had a whole bunch to make, that way I can keep making them, and each one is going to seem like it's fresh out of the fryer when I serve it. And I am ready now to build my tostada. So I have hot shells, I've got cheese and spices on one side, so I'm going to take that and flip it over. And while it's still warm again, I want to get the edges of my bowl and what will be my chips and servingware for this dish with the cheese. Let it melt so that it kind of sticks on there nicely. And then also, of course, touch of salt around the edges. And then from there on out, it's a buffet line as far as what I want to fill my tostada with. So I'm going to go with a little bit of greens, of course, some black beans. Sauteed or roasted peppers is also a wonderful, nice touch. Next, I'm going to go over here to some tomatoes. Green onions for, of course, lots of that nice fiesta style flair. Let's see, next I want some guacamole. Nice big old chunk, can never have too much of that. And how about some chicken? Do this vegetarian or with ground beef. Any different style that you would like. sour cream or creme fraiche, whatever is your guilty pleasure. Touch of salsa. And of course, some good old cheese right on the top there. So now, what was a salad now becomes something a bit more extravagant. What was a bowl now becomes my servingware to eat it. And I can also do this in a variety of sizes. So this could be my dinner or lunch. This could be snack time or first course. Or this could be a wonderful hors d'oeuvre at a party. So thank you for joining me today at the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve. I hope you enjoyed making tostada shells and that you soon enough make your own. And I also hope to see you here.
There's a lot more to discover, so join us next time here at the Springs Preserve, where all the elements of a history that is being made every day, the never-ending display of animal adaptations, and humanity's nature-friendly innovations mingle to bring new life to Las Vegas.
On the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, a multi-agency effort is cracking down on lawbreakers at the Clark County Wetlands Park. Mojave Max has emerged from his winter slumber. We'll tell you about a prize-winning prediction, and a local boxer continues to shine in the ring and as a mentor to teens at Spring Mountain Youth Camp. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, right here on Clark County Television.
I'm Deborah Norville. If you know a veteran who seems angry or sad or isolated, you may be seeing warning signs of depression or suicide. The VA is ready to help. Call 1-800-273-TALK and press 1.
Hi, I'm Rita Rudner, and you're watching CCTV 4, Clark County.
The Regional Flood Control District was created in the late 1980s. For most of this time, Gail Frazier was the general manager and chief engineer. Although you might not know his name, he has been the head of most projects in flood control in Clark County for the past 27 years. Today on the Flood Channel, we're going to talk about his legacy and what's next for the district. Before the district was created, there was no regional approach to flood control. In 1987, when Gail Frazier started his job at the district, he didn't know his job would become his legacy.
When Frazier retired this spring, those who had worked with him over the years came to pay tribute to his career.
Recall in the early days of the district, it was pretty controversial trying to get that initial master plan in place or just get the district created. We had people coming forward and protesting almost every meeting. So, Mr. Chairman, I think of all those projects, Virginia described a lot of them. You know, think of what it took to make it where the Charleston Underpass doesn't flood, the multi-year Twain Avenue storm drain project, huge detention basins, projects in Mesquite, Boulder City, Las Vegas, Henderson, North Las Vegas, Moapa Valley, Laughlin, Searchlight, it just goes on and on, where we had massive flooding before. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm hoping that you will lead the board in singing the district fight song, because due largely to Gail's efforts, now the rain on Twain falls mainly in the drain.
The district's first general manager was Virginia Valentine. Turns out she was also once Gail Frazier's boss.
Under his stewardship, over 90 detention basins and 590 miles of channel were completed. 50 square miles were removed from flood hazard areas. That's 50 square miles that otherwise could not have been developed or housed our residents who live here today. And remember, all of this happened during a period of phenomenal, unprecedented, and maybe growth we'll never see again here in Clark County.
During Frazier's last meeting, a number of national representatives came to offer recognition. Frazier received honors from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, representatives from U.S. Senator Harry Reid and Representative Joe Heck came with proclamations and certificates. Frazier also received an award from the National Association of Flood and Stormwater Management Agencies. Local governments each thanked Frazier in their own distinct ways with proclamations, facility name, and other recognition.
A powerful influence and a change agent for Southern Nevada, and clearly best practices in flood control came into place because of the hard work that you did. And so our mayor and council and the 280,000 residents in Henderson have deemed this Gail Frazier Day in Henderson. So you have free parking in Henderson today.
He made a remarkable difference in the lives of hundreds of thousands of Southern Nevadans over the many years that he has served. I am grateful to him for doing that and keeping my family and other families in Clark County out of harm's way.
Now that we've taken a look back, we want to introduce you to our new general manager and chief engineer.
Steve Parrish may be the new general manager of the district, but he's been working his way up to this position for quite some time.
I began my career at the Clark County Department of Public Works. I worked as an engineer there, reviewing drainage studies for private developments. And then I chose to move over here to the Regional Flood Control District and began here as a senior engineer, worked up to principal engineer and engineering director, and eventually was promoted to assistant general manager, and now I'm general manager. I've been living in Las Vegas since 1978. I went to elementary school here. I went to junior high and also high school here, and then I went to UNLV and got my degree, my bachelor's degree in civil engineering at UNLV. Las Vegas has changed a lot over the years since 1978. I remember as a kid, driving with my mom and dad around town and seeing the flooded areas even back then. And we've come a long way since then, made a lot of progress, and a lot of those problem areas that used to exist have now been taken care of and aren't much of a problem anymore. So it's been good to see the changes over the years.
The district has worked hard to complete the projects over the years. With so many projects built already, Parrish knows exactly where he wants the district to go in the future.
We've made a lot of progress over the years. We've built many facilities. We just surpassed the 600-mile mark on the channels and storm drains, on links of channels and storm drains. And so we've got a lot of momentum, I think. And I think one of the main goals of my after I got promoted was to continue that momentum and make sure that we continue building these facilities as quickly as we can.
Building on that momentum, Parrish also wants to continue the tried and true regional approach that's made the district so successful.
All of our projects are important to us. It doesn't matter if it's in an outlying area or if it's in the city of Las Vegas. I think every project that we do is important to Southern Nevada as a whole. And so our philosophy has always been to do everything regionally, to build up the system throughout Southern Nevada and not just focus on one location and try to fix that one location. And so I think that served us well over the years.
Environmental concerns are some of the immediate challenges the district is tackling.
That's the main focus right now. We do have a lot of challenges ahead of us, particularly on the environmental side of the house, trying to make sure we're in compliance with the Clean Water Act and with staying in the good graces of the EPA. We need to make sure that we're handling our NPDES, National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit, well, and we just got audited on that permit from the state, and so we got to deal with the results of that audit, and also we got to deal with getting that permit reissued here in the near future.
Despite the challenges, Parrish has found his job to be rewarding.
We see it every day that we get these projects completed, and people that have dealt with flooding issues for years and years and years, suddenly they don't have to worry about flooding anymore. It's not something that's on their radar anymore, and they don't have to think about it. And just go on with life, and it just improves the quality of life for the people who live in Southern Nevada. We're constantly hearing from people thanking us about, we were able to get removed from the flood zone, and beyond that, we're not going to get flooded anymore, and we don't really have to worry about that. It's just a great thing.
Hey, my name's Katie, and I'm in the 9th grade. I'm an A average student, and I'm an athlete working towards a scholarship. And everybody tells me how much potential I have. But I just wish someone would tell me where my next meal is coming from. Katie, how'd I do?
Do you have to be so serious?
Well, I mean, I did like a crazy dance in a movie, if you want me to do a little, no.
Play a role in ending hunger. Visit feedingamerica.org/hunger and find your local food bank.
Up to 40% of businesses never recover after experiencing a major disaster. Make a plan at ready.gov/business.
I'm Agent Smith.
And I'm Agent Jones.
We're busting people who pollute Clark County.
Uh-oh.
Sir, your dog left a little gift for us.
He did?
Sir, pet waste can wash off lawns down storm drains untreated into Lake Mead.
Oh.
Sir, when Fido leaves a gift, do your duty. Scoop it and toss it.
Oh, okay.
Do something positive. Don't trash Clark County. It's our home, too.
As you just saw in that ad, pollution continues to be a problem in the district, and we need to try to find new ways to address this. Today on the Flood Channel, we are debuting our new commercial with the animals of Lake Mead.
Lake Mead is full of life, a seemingly endless aquatic parade, attracting and sustaining busy desert creatures. It's one of the most diverse ecosystems in Nevada, with species found nowhere else on Earth. But every time soap suds run down your driveway, oil drips in the streets, fertilizer washes off your lawn, or random trash gets swept in our storm sewers, their home gets a little uglier. They get a little sicker. If we don't take simple steps to change our ways, soon you'll wonder where all our friends have gone. It's time to clean up our act, Southern Nevada. To get your home or business lake-friendly certified, visit belakefriendly.com.
The animals of Lake Mead are a great way to teach children about pollution. We also go right into the schools and bring the message of flood safety.
The district school outreach program is critical to get youngsters aware of flood dangers from an early age.
So that when it rains in Bedrock, all the water goes right here, and then it goes into one of these channels, like this, and then your houses and roads don't flood. Isn't that cool?
Children learn the reasons it floods here in the desert and learn ways to keep both themselves and their families out of harm's way.
How many of you guys have been to Lake Mead? Yeah, that's cool. So when it rains in Mount Charleston or Bedrock, which you guys are really close to, all the water wants to go from Bedrock to Mount Charleston to Lake Mead. But guess what's in the center? Who's in the center? Yeah, we are in the center. So we do all of that and a little bit more.
District engineers also visit schools to talk the science of flood control.
What happens is the channels then all drain into a detention basin, right? So they'll flow into the detention basin, and the water's coming in just like we saw on that where it was coning. It's coming in really hard. If you put it across the river, then it's actually called a dam, right? But the levees run alongside so that as the river rises, the water doesn't come over here and flood this area.
This year, we had a successful flash flood season with no fatalities and only a few problems. Here are some of the ways we communicated flash flood safety to the community.
Monsoon moisture was already in the air when the district held its Flash Flood Safety News Conference in late June at the Cal Canyon Detention Basin.
This is one of 90 detention basins that have been built throughout southern Nevada and Clark County. It's designed to capture flows that are coming essentially out of the mountains, detain those flows, and release the flow at a much more controlled flow rate downstream.
Numerous television, radio, and print reporters were on hand to help spread the message. And local leaders stress how important the district's construction project on nearby Grand Teton Drive is making Northwest Las Vegas safer.
And we know as we have Sky Canyon being built out, this will in fact protect them as well. Mother Nature certainly has issued her challenge to us, and we have responded quickly and specifically as possible. But each one of us, and you too, need to think and act responsibly. Stay out of compromised and probably dangerous driving and pedestrian roadways. It's up to each one of us to make sure that those we know, we spread the word, stay away from flood waters, don't go around barricades, and be mindful of the flash floods.
Another big focus of our communication this year was making sure the public knew about Senate Bill 156. The new law, which took effect on July 1st, makes drivers liable for their rescue or the removal of their vehicle from floodwaters if they enter a barricaded area.
If you drive through a flooded roadway or drive around a flood warning barricade and you need to have yourself, your vehicle, and the other occupants of your vehicle rescued, if the danger of getting swept away and the possibility of being killed by floodwaters doesn't resonate with you, maybe the expense of having to pay for your rescue will.
Another way the district reaches out to the community is through our smartphone app, FloodSpot. Here you can get up-to-date information about flash floods in your area, and there's a game for your kids to play.
This year, the district also moved some of its advertising to smartphone apps like Pandora and to electronic billboards with live flash flood watches. Of course, our flood safety advertising was also all over television.
We have all seen the devastation that floods can cause to homes and lives in Clark County. Has your neighborhood or home ever been affected by major storms? Federal flood insurance is a smart and cost-effective investment if you think your home is vulnerable. Some easy-to-understand assessments can help determine if you need flood insurance. Call your insurance agent or call 1-888-CALL-FLOOD or visit the Regional Flood Control District's website for guidance. See if flood insurance makes sense for you.
If you want to learn more about the district or flash floods, you can like us on Facebook or follow us on Twitter. You can also download our smartphone app, FloodSpot. It might be the safest thing you have on your phone. Especially on cloudy days like this, our meters and weather systems stand ready to catch any change in weather. For one local community, this was the difference between life or death. Ago, flash flood waters rushed through the town of Moapa, causing millions of dollars in damage and cutting off residents from the Native American tribe. Now, thanks to a partnership between the flood district and the tribe, residents will be better prepared for situations like those.
About 20 rugged miles off I-15, you'll find the Regional Flood Control District's newest weather station. It sits at the top of the canyon, just above the Moapa Tribal Reservation.
Our reservation comes down 168, turns on Reservation Road, comes all the way down, and that's our only access coming into the reservation and leaving the reservation. When we have a major storm and a flood, and if it washes out that road, we're done. We got nowhere to go, and then we sit right there in the bottom in the floodplain.
On September 8, 2014, Moapa experienced widespread flooding, with 91 homes damaged and a huge chunk of I-15 washed away by floodwaters. More than $6 million in damage was reported in this rural area after the strongest flooding since 1981.
It was a devastating flood. It breached 5 dams, 2 of which were on Moapa's land base, and then 3 that are upstream on BLM land. And unfortunately, all 5 dams were earthen dams, so they weren't cemented. And due to not just simply the rain, but the runoff from the mountains, the tributaries, the fingers, and all the washes, this area in Clark County is probably one of the lowest points in the entire county. So everything that's uphill runs down through these washes, through the valley, through the muddy river, and through Moapa's land base.
Tribal leaders had trouble reporting the impact of the flood because the rain did not fall on the reservation.
What the rain gauges provide are statistical data in terms of rainfall, which then we can compare to the actual damage that comes down. It's been very difficult to provide statistical data to explain the full impact the water has had. And for Moapa, it's not just simply rainfall that impacts them, it's the runoff. It's what comes down the mountains, down the tributaries, down the fingers, and through all the washes. And in fact, there's the Dead End Wash, Segmiller Wash, and the Muddy River. They all converge at a single point right in the center of Moapa's residential and business area.
Anderson had to take back roads during the 2014 flood event.
The water was coming across 168, probably a foot or 2 across. The water was above the road, continued up 168, and then there was another flood coming across on one of the dips before we get to the railroad tracks, and that actually shot the culverts out. The water was coming down so high, probably 12 foot high, hit the culvert, shot the culverts out the other side of the highway, and it continued to go over the top of the road and went on around. They shut the traffic off right there so nobody could go through. And so I know my way around, so I went up and around it and come around on the other side of it and still came across, went back to the reservation. Going through the reservation, it was continuing to flood. It was washing everything out. Water was going all over the place. There's rocks and mud all over the roads, all the way in. I finally got to the reservation and went and got a backhoe, started helping dig people out. And that was pretty much my day. I didn't get home till 3 o'clock that morning because we're still digging out people, digging out the culverts, digging out everything, all the mud off the roads.
Just under 300 people live on the reservation, including 70 children. Older residents with mobility issues tend to live closest to the water.
You know, when you look at the history of Moapa, and when you look at indigenous people around the world, they choose places to live where there's moving water. And so I think what policymakers need to understand is that their cookie-cutter policies don't work in individual communities. They can work in zoned urban areas, but not in a rural, isolated area. And I think that has been a major challenge for Moapa is the fact that policies don't fit their way of life. And I think that can be said for any small, rural, isolated community.
This area has seen devastating floods in the past. Anderson remembers the big one in 1981.
There was walls of water. The dairy down here got washed out. We had cows all the way to the Lake Mead, all the way down the flood, down the Muddy River, clear to Lake Mead. There was cows stuck and wedged in trees in the mud, just their head poking out. That's quite a thing in the Middle Valley down here. They call it Hidden Valley, and that's over the top of that, right where that power plant is. And that's called Hidden Valley, and that was completely full of water all the way across there. It was just devastating. I mean, there was a lot of people that was there at the dairy they got out of there. Luckily, they got out of there. I could still see a picture of that one house that just had a little chimney. That house is still there. Has a little chimney on it. There was a chicken on top of that, on that chimney. It was the only thing that you could see on that. It was a chicken on top of that chimney.
The weather station will help keep the district aware of that type of event before the water flows.
What's critical for Moapa in this is when you deal with indigenous and traditional communities, their land base isn't just a space, it's a place. And so there is a resistance to leave your ancestral home and move out of the flood zone. So with the rain gauges and the weather stations, this allows, not days, but at least a significant amount of time to put into rescue efforts and recovery actions, and to allow for evacuation through the only exit that is available to the reservation. There's only one way in and one way out. So in 2014, there were children and parents and families totally separated because the only road in had to close. It was washed out, and so children were left at schools. So this effort will eliminate some of that pain and stress and agony for the community.
Lake Mead is full of life, a seemingly endless aquatic parade, attracting and sustaining busy desert creatures. It's one of the most diverse ecosystems in Nevada, with species found nowhere else on Earth. But every time soap suds run down your driveway, oil drips in the streets, fertilizer washes off your lawn, or random trash gets swept in our storm sewers, their home gets a little uglier. They get a little sicker. If we don't take simple steps to change our ways, soon you'll wonder where all our friends have gone. It's time to clean up our act, Southern Nevada. To get your home or business lake-friendly certified, visit belakefriendly.com.
When you think of devices that predict weather, you usually think about the latest technological devices. But here at the district, we use old school physics.
Well, this is the equipment room for the Regional Flood Control District, where we store and maintain our equipment that we use out in the field. We have primarily 4 different types of sites. We have sites that are exclusively set up to monitor rainfall, rain gauge sites. We have full weather station sites, which monitor wind direction, speed, humidity, temperature, in addition to rainfall. We have water level measuring sites in channels and in stormwater detention basins, so when it does rain hard, we can monitor the rate of inflow into the basins, and we can detect the depth and alert people when the depth gets really high. And we also have 6 radio repeater sites, because all of our radios operate on a line of sight principle. So our remote sites up in the Mesquite, Laughlin areas and such, they cannot directly transmit to our office. They actually have to bounce a signal off of a repeater, so we maintain 6 of those sites as well. Over here is really the heart of our system. This is a tipping bucket, and except for the repeater sites, every other site we maintain has a tipping bucket. What does this do? Well, when rainwater collects in this funnel, it really is a funnel, kind of like what you'd find in your kitchen here, but it's a bit bigger. Rainwater will fall into the funnel and collect in the tipping bucket. There's a smaller funnel that will also channel the water into the cups in the tipping bucket, and as they fill up, they tip. And so when the tipping bucket is working, a signal will be transmitted to our office, to the Office of the USGS and National Weather Service, so all 3 agencies will know when it's raining, where it's raining, and how hard it's raining based on how many tips is occurring and the rate of tipping. And that's very important in our line of work, so we know when the tipping buckets are tipping rapidly, there's potential for flash flooding and we need to investigate.
Every time a tipping bucket in the field is activated, a signal is sent to the district. Staff checks these meters frequently to make sure everything is working.
Could you go ahead and tip the tipping bucket there? There's the audio chirp, and a new line will pop up like that. And it came in at 9:12 and 57 seconds, so you can see it came in just now, and that was the 5th tip. And if you want to tip it one more time, tip number 6 will come up shortly. There it is.
The tipping bucket isn't the only old-fashioned thing the district uses to sense the water levels. We also use a bubbler.
Inside here there is an air compressor, and it will send out a stream of air through this line. It's a very narrow diameter line. It's hollow. Some people confuse it for cable, but no, it's hollow for a reason. The system again is designed to send out air at a rate of roughly 1 bubble per second, 60 bubbles per minute. And when water starts getting into a channel or a detention basin, the water depth will rise. The compressor has to work harder to maintain that bubble rate, and that translates into a water depth.
The district also uses radar-based water level devices. But when we really want to know when the flash floods are possible before the rain starts, we look at one very important weather indicator.
Well, the weather station is used to not only detect rainfall, that's the main job of all of our weather sites, to monitor the rainfall, but a weather station will also monitor wind speed, wind direction, because knowing which way the wind blows can impact what kind of weather develops. Temperature and humidity are also 2 other parameters, with humidity that gets translated into dew point. Typically in the summertime, if the dew points are low, below 50 for example, what happens is whatever rain that rain clouds are bringing tends to be in the form of very light rain, or sometimes not rain at all. When the precipitation comes out of the cloud and it's with low dew points, the precipitation can actually evaporate, and that's called virga rather than rainfall. And that means obviously we're not going to have flash flood issues. But as the atmosphere gets more and more moist, if we start seeing weather stations reporting dew points in excess of 50 degrees, that will raise an eyebrow. We'll look at for potential for heavy rainfall. And many of our flash flooding events with significant consequences have occurred with dew points above 60 degrees.
Up to 40% of businesses never recover after experiencing a major disaster. Make a plan at ready.gov/business.
Mind the road. Flash flood season is here.
We have all seen the devastation that floods can cause to homes and lives in Clark County. Has your neighborhood or home ever been affected by major storms? Federal flood insurance is a smart and cost-effective investment if you think your home is vulnerable. Some easy-to-understand assessments can help determine if you need flood insurance. Call your insurance agent or call 1-888-CALL-FLOOD or visit the Regional Flood Control District's website for guidance. See if flood insurance makes sense for you.
Even when we think we can predict the weather, we can never be too sure. As this year kicked off, meteorologists thought it would be a super El Nino. So far, it's been drier than last year.
El Nino is a warming of the waters in the eastern Pacific Ocean in the near the equator, where we tend to get higher temperatures, and what that does is cause a change in our weather patterns in the northern hemisphere. And during a strong El Nino, like we're experiencing now, it can bring the storm track during the winter right over our heads. The storms we've gotten so far have been primarily more of a typical winter nature, but we've got the storm track evolving as we speak, and we expect there to be more storms, more frequent storms than we've experienced so far over the next couple months.
Computer models suggested this El Nino looked a lot like the Super El Nino of 1997 that created very heavy rain in the Las Vegas Valley.
There was flash flooding associated with those storms in 97 and 98. Again, it's not like we see in a monsoon, but there can be a flooding when anytime you get that much rain occurring in a desert area.
Although we haven't seen an increase in wet weather here yet, the National Weather Service is still keeping tabs on ocean temperatures.
My concerns with El Nino are primarily that people will not understand what it really means for them. The El Nino isn't a big storm system that's going to come to you and produce, heavy rains over you. It's not like a hurricane. It's a climatological cycle that we have going on in the Pacific Ocean. Sometimes it's warmer and we call it an El Nino. Sometimes it's colder, we call it a La Nina. It shifts the weather patterns around, so we just tend to be more likely to see storms than we are at other times. So the El Nino, we've had this one called the Godzilla El Nino, among other things. It's not an entity that's going to come after you. It's just happens to be quite a strong El Nino, and it's producing this potential for heavy rains down in the southwest part of the United States.
Weather watchers scan the ocean for clues to possible rain here, and one thing in the ocean has them thinking of old science fiction movies.
There's also a feature in the Pacific Ocean we're referring to as the blob over the northern Pacific Ocean. It's actually been out there for several years, but it's been migrating, and now this year it's off the coast of the northwest United States and in western Canada. It's yet to be seen exactly how the blob will affect things, but so far it looks like it's kept the storm track a bit further to the north and given Washington and Oregon and Northern California the brunt of the precipitation so far this winter.
As far as a drought is concerned, El Nino won't have any impact on the water level in Lake Mead.
Now, is it a drought buster? Absolutely not. It's not going to get rid of all the drought problems. Groundwater takes a long time to replenish, and California is in the midst of an extremely historic drought. So I don't expect to see a lot of drought mitigation. Short-term drought mitigation is possible if we get some really good snowpack up in the mountains and we have a good spring to melt it and fill up the reservoirs.
Scientific methods help us predict the weather, but they also help us with our construction projects. They tell us what works and what doesn't. This year, engineers had to think outside the box for one of our projects, and they had to freeze the soil.
This is the Brooks Channel project. The district needed to install steel pipe under the very busy Union Pacific Railroad tracks right next to Interstate 15.
We had researched a couple different options in order to stabilize underneath the railroad in order to accommodate the boring and installation of the casing pipe that we needed, and soil freezing made the most sense. They had experience in exactly this scope of work, so for us it was the right call to make.
In order to keep the railroad tracks from collapsing the tunnel, Soil Freeze was called in to engineer an arch made out of ice.
We do ground freezing all across the United States, everywhere from Florida to New Jersey to California and Washington. Our typical application is in areas with high groundwater and where excavations need to go below the groundwater table.
If this sounds like something brand new, it is. At least it's the first time being used in Nevada. But the technology has been around for a long time.
Everybody that I know of thinks it's a brand new experience. People run into it as a brand new technology. It's actually been around since the late 1800s, but before, historically, it was used for big projects because they didn't have these modular chillers like we have. They would actually have to build the freeze plants, and they would have to make them specific to the job. So jobs like the Grand Coulee Dam, the Channel, big projects that were done historically have used ground freezing. So at this location, we're installing a frozen soil arch over the top of their proposed pipe that they're going to jack into place. Our job is to stabilize and improve the ground temporarily for the railroad, so that the railroad can maintain their traffic and continue to run trains while we perform the work beneath their tracks. So we are a safety measure to keep everything in place like it should be. We install 3-inch steel pipe horizontally through the ground. That's the conduit that we use to run a de-icer, a calcium chloride brine. through the ground. We don't inject anything in the ground, we just circulate it in the ground, and it runs through chillers, and we keep it nice and chilled, and that creates a freezing process around each pipe, and gradually that frozen ground grows until it overlaps with the adjacent pipe, and then we get that start of an arch. Our design here is to have a 5 to 6 foot thick arch where the freeze pipe's centered. So when we activate our system, we have a number of probes that we put in the ground that monitor the ground temperature, and then we activate the system, and it runs 24/7. It continually just circulates this brine, extracting heat from the ground. It doesn't put cold into the ground, it pulls warmth out of the ground, and that runs. And our design here estimates that it will be 4 weeks to freeze an arch that's sufficiently thick and sufficiently cold enough to be strong and stiff enough to support the railroad.
The technology works the same way here in the desert as it does everywhere else, but the district was the first to use it on a project in Nevada.
This method is new to us, and as far as I know, nobody in the state of Nevada has done this yet. It was a challenge, and they were the solution. So we're learning. You know, it's not something we do every day, but we're confident in the results, and we're confident with soil freeze, and we're looking forward to it.
After 5 weeks of chilling, construction crews were able to drill the tunnel and push the steel pipe into place. The arch held just as it was designed to, and soon a needed flood channel will be ready to take on stormwater.
I like the flexibility. I like the problem solving, the head scratching that we get to do. The system is similar, but however we set it up and the different parameters are challenging. This one in particular was a fun project because it's unsaturated conditions. So we had to really tweak our parameters and really look at them closely to make sure that we were using appropriate parameters for this system to meet the requirements that the railroad set down.
When there's weather in Las Vegas, you can get up-to-date information on our social media. The district is on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. You can also download our app, FloodSpot, to see where the flooding is happening. You can get that at your app store.
I was born here in Las Vegas in 1913.
Born in Las Vegas in 1936.
August 1931.
October 1953.
Born here on February 22nd.
I've been here since the first day of 1950.
Came to Las Vegas in 1949.
I came to Las Vegas in 1953.
October 3rd, 1949.
1952 September.
I moved here in 1955.
Came to Las Vegas in 1943.
In 1961.
I was born here in Clark County before Las Vegas.
The mob never ran anything 100% here. There were sure mobs here, but they didn't run the town by any stretch of the imagination.
Senator Kefauver, who was closing the illegal gamblings all over the United States, in Kentucky, in Florida, in Arkansas, and so on. And those professional gamblers had only one place to come.
They were running a legal operation in Las Vegas. Where they came from, whether it was Cleveland or Detroit or New York or Chicago or wherever, it was illegal there, but it was legal here.
It was run by gamblers that were straight shooters.
They took care of the city where the gambling occurred because it was in their interest to do so.
One of the things they wanted to do was to make sure everybody knew that they cared about the community.
They did not wish to draw attention to themselves in the sense of they were disobeying the law or running amok.
And here they were operating a legitimate
business, and they appreciated that. Most of them, not everyone, most of them.
Hughes was a very unique person.
Howard Hughes never paid for anything. He never paid for anything at all. The guy came around behind him and paid for him. Let's just see.
First time he came in, he called us from Los Angeles and told us he was coming in. We had no runway lights or anything like that. It's all dirt strips. And so he said, now, if I come in late and it's dark, I've got to have some lights to land with. So we said, well, we'll get automobiles and line them up on each side of the runway and turn the headlights on. And that's what we did.
His stature gave him away, and his tennis shoes gave him away. He wore tennis shoes all the time. It's true.
I'd like him to know what a nice person he was. The mental picture I have of him is him coming in that low-wing monoplane and crawling up out of the top of the cockpit with a pair of white tennis shoes in his hands. So he flew in his stocking feet.
I thought a great deal of him. He was a genius. I think a lot of people didn't understand him.
Howard Hughes did make a fortune in Nevada, but he did it through real estate, not from actually running casinos.
And then he bought the Desert Inn because they wanted to get him out for New Year's Eve or something, and he didn't want to move, so he bought the hotel. And then I heard that the reason he bought the Silver Slipper was that the lights were in his eyes.
We turned it on, and the next day, Mr. Mayhew called us and said that Mr. Hughes wanted to buy the Frontier Hotel because the sign was disturbing him up on his penthouse suite. He bought the Frontier, he bought the Desert Inn, he bought the Sands, he bought the Landmark, he bought the Castaways, and he started to buy the Stardust. And that's when they stopped him.
Howard Hughes never contributed anything to the growth of Las Vegas while he was alive. He bought joints, but the same old guys ran them.
And I was never sure if it was a rumor started by law enforcement or what, that he was arriving to buy out the mob. If that's the case, he didn't do a very good job of that. I mean, he bought out some longtime hotel owners, but there were a lot of people left, including Tony Spilatro, who were on the front scene of Las Vegas, unfortunately.
Are you a fan of Sunset Park? Clark County Parks and Recreation wants you to volunteer for its new Sunset Stewards program aimed at improving the visitor experience. Volunteers accepted into the program would be asked to patrol the park for at least 4 hours each month, report problems, and interact with park patrons in a positive way in order to educate them about the wildlife and caring for the 323-acre regional facility. For more information, please call 702-455-8200 or email sunsetstewards@clarkcountynv.gov.
Hi, I'm Louis Anderson. You're watching CCTV for Clark County.
Hello and welcome to Waterways, the Southern Nevada Water Authority's news information program. I'm your host, Scott Huntley. We join you from one of many Clark County schools on a mission to save millions of gallons of water for Earth Day. We'll show you how they're doing it. Also ahead in this half hour of Waterways, make your own Earth Day commitment and get off your grass and earn some cash through SNWA's Turf Rebate Program. Learn how your water meter works with tips to track your water use. And help your landscape be water smart as temperatures trend upward. It's officially spring, but the Water Authority is already thinking about summer. To help our community conserve during the peak summer months, the SNWA Board of Directors approved changes to restrictions eliminating Sunday as a watering day. Summer watering restrictions are in effect May through August. Eliminating just 1 day of landscape watering will save Southern Nevada an estimated 900 million gallons in the summertime.
We did some research on how often people were actually watering, and we found a significant number of people were already skipping 1 day, even during the summer months. So we think it's an opportunity to capture additional savings by restricting Sunday watering. We picked Sunday because it's the 1 day that's not assigned to anybody's schedule during the other times of the year.
The watering restriction would be voluntary for the first year and would need to be considered by each member agency before it takes effect. For now, you can water up to 3 days a week, but you may not need to. As Crystal Zelke explains, in spring, it's water smart to monitor your landscape and gradually add days as needed.
Water conservation is a must in the desert. Adhering to your assigned landscape watering days is one easy way to use water wisely, avoid overwatering, and reduce water waste. But you can save even more water just by monitoring your landscape and fine-tuning seasonal needs. On average, Valley residents use about 70 to 90% of their water outside in a typical month. That means outdoors is also where residents have the greatest potential to conserve water. In March and April, both sprinkler and drip watering is limited to 3 assigned days a week, according to your watering group. Properties in groups A, C, and E can water on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Properties in groups B, D, and F can water on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Watering on Sunday is not permitted for any group. If you don't know your assigned watering group, simply look on your water bill, call your water provider, or visit snwa.com for help. Turf watered by sprinklers and plants and trees watered by drip emitters have different needs, so let's focus first on sprinklers. Check your irrigation clock first to ensure sprinklers are running only on your assigned spring days. Next, set your clock start times to run sprinkler cycles in early morning. Water applied in the morning packs more of a punch since it won't evaporate under peak daytime temperatures or get swept away by afternoon winds. Another key to efficient lawn watering is spacing sprinkler cycles over a few hours to ensure your turf doesn't get more than it can possibly drink.
Usually turf can absorb only so much water at one time, so we suggest the cycle and soak method, which is basically instead of one long watering event of about 10 or 12 minutes, you break it down into like 3 events of 4 minutes. For example, in the spring, you may water at 9 a.m. for 4 minutes, 10 a.m. for 4 minutes, 11 a.m. for 4 minutes. So then it's healthier for the lawn and you don't have any runoff.
Many warm season lawns, such as Bermuda grass, can stay healthy with even less water. Think about testing this on your lawn. If you remove 1 minute from each of your 4-minute sprinkler cycles, you can reduce sprinkler watering by 25%. Water dry spots with a handheld hose and test sprinklers for a minute or 2 after every spring mowing. Look for misaligned sprinkler heads and replace broken parts promptly to avoid water waste. It's time to switch gears and talk about drip irrigation. Drip watering is needed less frequently, however, you'll set it to run longer, typically 30 minutes or more, once a day. That's because drip irrigation delivers water more slowly and deeply to a plant's root zone, in gallons per hour rather than gallons per minute. Delivered properly, drip irrigation promotes deep roots that provide better anchoring and stability, protection from hot surface temperatures, and a greater amount of nutrients. Drip irrigation is permitted 3 days a week in spring, but established plants often do well with less.
In the springtime, you have cooler temperatures still, especially at the nighttime. Because of that, you can slowly transition from your winter watering into your spring watering. So in winter, you're watering 1 day a week, so just up it to 2 days, and then monitor that for a month or so and see how your plants are doing. They'll probably do fine up until maybe late March or April, and then you can increase it to your 2 and 3 days and go from there. But just continue to monitor the plants and don't just jump from 1 day to 3 days.
Like sprinklers, you should routinely check your drip system to keep your landscape's lifeline in good working condition. Walk through your landscape monthly and look for broken lines or clogged emitter heads. Flush your drip line through the end cap in both spring and fall. Now, what about the needs of newly planted areas? If you have some landscaping projects planned this spring, the key is to think smart from the start. New desert-adapted plants will need extra watering as they get established, which is allowed for the first 30 days under watering restrictions. After that, it's time to taper down.
So after the initial 30 days, you have been watering every day of the week probably to get your plants established. So what you want to do is slowly transition them down in the watering. So ideally, you maybe want to first go to every other day of watering, monitor the plants, see how they're doing, see if the leaves are droopy or if they're doing well. If they're doing well, then you actually can knock it down even a couple more days after that, and just continue to monitor the plants.
Finally, take 5 minutes for a quick refresher with the heart of your irrigation system, your irrigation clock. Managing your clock is a great way to maximize the efficiency of your outdoor water use. If you're ready to upgrade an old clock, consider a smart irrigation controller. The SNWA offers a rebate for qualifying smart clocks, which use weather data to assess and apply water only as your landscape needs it. Visit snwa.com to learn more about WaterSmart controllers and to print the coupon. As you enjoy another mild spring in Las Vegas, you can help your landscape do the same. Increase watering gradually and only as needed, no more than your 3 assigned days a week. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Crystal Zelke.
If you need help remembering to change your clock seasonally, sign up for text reminders. Message and data rates may apply. Your water bill reveals more than how much you owe each month. It details your water usage and tracks monthly trends. As Jason Gifford reports, reading your statement is just one part of understanding your water use. The other part is reading your water meter.
If you've ever wondered how much water you really use, your water meter holds the answer. The device records how many gallons you use each month and relays the information to your water provider. It's a good idea to get familiar with your water meter so that you can track your usage trends and identify potential problems before they drive up your water bill. Southern Nevada's primary source of water comes from Lake Mead. Water is drawn, pumped, and highly treated before it makes its way across the valley and into your home. Once delivered, a water meter tracks your water usage. Utilities like the Las Vegas Valley Water District use water meters to measure your water consumption and bill you appropriately. Water meters can help you identify leaks and can also encourage conservation. Water meter technology can vary, but most operate in a similar manner. The Water District and the City of North Las Vegas both use automated meter readers. The AMR system records the water usage data at each meter and transmits it through radio waves to specialized receiving units. The Water District system consists of a small electronic device that is attached to the water meter. AMR is an efficient way to track and record customer water use.
AMR allows the meter readers to pick up reads through a radio frequency, which is more efficient because we don't have to walk from property to property.
A water meter has 3 basic components: a dial, a low flow indicator, and an odometer. The dial, or sweep hand, rotates when water passes through the meter. One full rotation of the sweep hand equals 10 gallons on 5/8 to 1 inch meters. The low flow indicator helps you determine whether you have a leak on site. The small triangle or star rotates with very little water movement. Any water moving through the meter is detected, so even a small leak will register. The odometer records total water use, similar to how the odometer in your car records miles driven. Read your odometer from left to right to get an accurate count of your water usage.
This is a standard 5/8 residential meter, and it displays water usage in thousands of gallons. So you have the furthest black stationary dial, which represents ones. The next 2 black rolling dials represent tens and hundreds of gallons. And then the third white rolling dial represents thousands of gallons. So if you're tracking your consumption, you really only have to track the white numbers.
While your water provider gets accurate readings of your water usage from your meter, customers should know how to read their meter as well. Follow these simple steps. First, locate your meter. Most residential meters are near the front yard or in the front sidewalk of the home. The meter lid is marked water, or the name of the water provider. Once you've found your meter box, remove the lid with a screwdriver or another tool that can gently pry it open. Some lids have removable inserts to make access easier. Next, lift the meter cap to uncover the lens and face the meter so that the 0 on the outer dial is at the top. The odometer tells you how many gallons of water you've used. To track your usage monthly, you'll need to go back out to the meter and read the odometer again. Subtract your current reading from your last reading. Check your meter the same time each month for accuracy and write down your usage. Compare the results printed on your bill. It's important to read your water bill monthly because it can help you identify a problem such as a leak before it escalates. Familiarize yourself with the bar graph to compare your monthly water use and see when it peaks and declines. Once you understand how much water usage affects your bill, you'll be more inclined to conserve, and you'll see those savings in your water bill when your bill decreases. For helpful tips on how to read your bill, visit lvvwd.com or contact your water provider directly. Be proactive and know how much water you use. Read your water meter once a month to help you save water and money and help our community conserve its most valuable resource. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Jason Gifford.
Spring is the ideal time to replace your water-thirsty lawn with a water-smart landscape. Get started now and earn a cash rebate from the Water Authority. Christine Vaughn shows you how to apply for the program and remove your turf in 3 easy steps.
A water-smart landscape here in the desert pays off in more ways than one. As Southern Nevada continues to weather the drought, we're all being asked to conserve. With the incentives increased in SNWA's most popular conservation program, it's even easier to get off your grass once and for all. Since 1999, the SNWA's Water Smart Landscapes rebate program has paid cash back to homeowners and businesses who convert their water-guzzling lawns to Water Smart landscaping. Since then, Southern Nevadans have replaced about 177 million square feet of turf. That's enough to roll a strip of sod around nearly 90% of Earth's circumference, and it's helped our community save more than 98 billion gallons of water. To keep those amazing savings going strong, the SNWA increased the cash rebate offered to Water Smart Landscapes program participants. Currently, applicants can earn up to $2 for each square foot of turf they convert to Water Smart Landscaping. That means using less can earn you more than ever.
People tell us why they can't do these projects. They may be interested, but they have various reasons they can't. I'm not sure what to do. We've got the Springs Preserve, we've got classes, we've got other things to help you. One of the other challenges is financial. I'm not sure I can afford to do it. So we bumped the rebate up to $2. Now more than ever, we're going to be giving you more financial assistance so that you can undertake these projects.
With the increased $2 per square foot rebate, there's no better time to replace your unquenchable grass. Most homeowners use most of their water not indoors but outdoors, watering their landscapes. In summer, up to 90% of the average resident's water use can be attributed to watering. The biggest culprit? Thirsty grass. The best way to reduce water use? A Water Smart landscape. You'll reduce water use by up to 75% and eliminate weekly mowing and heavy maintenance. The SNWA estimates your water-efficient landscape can save you about 55 gallons of water per square foot per year. Those savings add up. For an average 1,200 square foot conversion, that's 66,000 gallons of water saved yearly, which goes a long way to reducing your water use and keeping bills manageable.
Well, what people don't realize is that here in Southern Nevada, people are typically putting 8 to 10 or 12 feet of water on their lawns. And so it's important that we have lawns only where we need and use them, but where they're purely ornamental, we've got a lot of other beautiful plants can do that job on a fraction of the water.
It is okay to keep some grass areas in your Water Smart landscape, but remember, if the only time you walk on your grass is to mow it, it's probably not a functional part of your outdoor living space. No matter how much grass you decide to convert, it's easy to get started. The Water Smart Landscapes rebate program works in just 3 simple steps: check in, dig in, and cash in. First, check in. Enroll online at snwa.com or call 702-258-SAVE for a rebate application. Before you start your project or take out a single blade of grass, Water Authority staff must visit your property, review, and document the lawn areas you're converting. They'll also be happy to answer any questions you may have. Step 2 is fun. Dig in. Start planning your landscape design now. You have 6 full months to complete your conversion. Whether you do it yourself or seek help from landscape professionals, the SNWA offers helpful how-to videos, online resources, and more.
I think one of the greatest resources is right here at the Springs Preserve. So we teach classes here. We've got gardens you can walk through. You can see plants at different stages of their life and also at different times of the year. And you can learn more about them. We've also got a great online database. So if you want to learn about types of plants that fit a certain need, You can go in and put those criteria in online, and we'll return some plants that might fit your need with photographs. We've got classes here. We'll teach you how to do drip irrigation. We'll teach you about garden planting, about composting, all kinds of different things. So if you really want to invest yourself and learn more about it, it's all here between the Springs Preserve and snwa.com.
If you're not ready to upgrade your landscape right now, it's still smart to apply for your rebate. Remember, you have 6 full months to plan your WaterSmart landscape, talk to contractors, and get bids. With all this in place, you'll be ready with shovel in hand or experienced professional help by fall. Experts agree it's the best season of the year to plant in Southern Nevada. When your conversion is complete, it's time for the final step: cash in. The rebate check you receive from the SNWA is just the start. You can also look forward to long-term water savings and the opportunity to enjoy a colorful and ever-changing outdoor living space that's right at home in our Mojave Desert. If you're ready to use less and get more, with desert-friendly beauty you'll enjoy year-round, there's no bigger way than a WaterSmart landscape. With the SNWA's increased rebate, saving water has never been so easy. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Christine Vaughn.
A dozen Clark County schools will be greener this Earth Day. A nonprofit conservation organization helped the schools remove water-intensive lawns through SNWA's WaterSmart Landscapes rebate program. Lisa Reese tells us how much water the effort will save.
Clark County is the 5th largest school district in the country, with more than 320,000 students attending 356 schools. It's no wonder CCSD is also a large consumer of water. But the school district is working to reduce its water footprint one school at a time. With the help of local organizations, turf is out and gardens are in. Green Our Planet is a nonprofit organization on a mission to help Clark County public and private schools plant vegetable gardens. The group's outdoor garden classroom project has helped more than 80 schools build gardens since 2013. By Earth Day, 12 more schools will join the crop. The project is called Earth Day 3 Million. 3 million represents the number of gallons of water the schools expect to save by removing approximately 55,000 square feet of turf through the SNWA's WaterSmart Landscape Rebate Program. Since 2004, 23 schools have participated in the program, converting more than 707,000 square feet of turf to WaterSmart landscaping. Since the Water Authority increased the rebate to $2, there was no better time for more schools to take out non-functional turf and build outdoor garden classrooms.
And we realized that that money could be put towards building raised vegetable beds or herb spirals, planting trees, and so it's a really fun way for schools to expand their gardens and at the same time save water for the school district.
Well, our school district is one of the largest in the country. So by each school removing approximately 2,000 square feet, that makes a huge impact on our conservation efforts. The more they take out, the more that we save.
It takes a village, or in this case, hundreds of community volunteers and partners to build outdoor garden classrooms. Organizations like Los Vaqueros contribute labor and resources to remove turf at each school, while sponsors such as Wynn Resorts, Cosmopolitan, the Downtown Project, Lowe's, and more provide the funds and manpower to make this project successful. At Decker Elementary, dozens of volunteers expanded the school's existing garden in just a matter of hours. They installed drip irrigation, built raised beds, and planted seedlings with the students. Outdoor garden classrooms are designed to teach children a variety of subjects, including STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, and health and nutrition.
As part of our school's vision, we see kids making healthy choices. So that, of course, includes their personal safety, wellness, so that they can make the choice to have a healthy diet, to be outdoors, to do things that are good for the planet. So we wanted to instill that in our kids through experiencing the outdoor classroom at our garden.
If you take a teacher's teaching area and perimeter in a classroom, which is very abstract, drawing lines on a board, it's complicated and hard for children to understand the concept, or they can go outside and the students can measure the beds, the garden beds, figure out the perimeter, figure out the area, figure out the volume, figure out how much money it costs to buy all the soil for that garden bed, and then because it's a lot more practical, kids understand it, they get it.
There's a lesson in water conservation too, as educators show students how to grow food with minimal water in our desert climate.
Converting turf to gardens is a great way for students, especially at a young age, to learn about water conservation. They're getting hands-on experience growing a garden with minimal water use, while at the same time they're learning the life cycle of water and sustainable horticultural practices.
I've learned to keep all the plants healthy because there's no telling when we can need them in case of emergencies. And plus, one thing I also learned is that all of these plants are supposed to be durable to the weather.
Greener Planet's Outdoor Garden Classroom program is the largest in the western United States. The nonprofit partners with garden farms to install the gardens and visit the schools weekly to conduct workshops with students. The farmers also help each school maintain their garden for the first year.
One of the other goals for Greener Planet is to connect students to the environment in a meaningful way, that they will fall in love with their garden because they're having fun out here, they're learning well out here, they're surrounded by butterflies and bees and hummingbirds, and so they fall in love with the planet, which means when they grow up, they probably won't destroy it, and I think that's very important.
With grass out and gardens in, more youth can learn how to be water smart in a community that depends on conservation. Learn more about SNWA's Turf Rebate Program and get tips to grow your own water-efficient garden at snwa.com. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Lisa Reese.
If you're also planting a new garden this spring, there is one important step to take when you get home from the nursery. Horticulturist Norm Schilling explains why you should immediately remove your new tree's transport stake.
We're here in downtown Las Vegas with a newly planted tree from the city of Las Vegas, and this tree was planted about 2-3 weeks ago, and it's been staked properly out here with these stakes, but it still has what's called the transport stake or the nursery stake. That's that stake that's right up against the trunk of the tree. And this stake should be removed the day that the tree is planted. Hopefully your tree is sturdy enough that it doesn't need to be staked at all, but if it doesn't, you use a different method of staking it with stakes outside. But what you want to do is take this off on the day you put it in the ground. And to do that, you just cut all these ties away, and hopefully that stake is loose enough that you can turn it, and this one seems pretty loose, and you just pull it and lift it, and it should come right out. You just take it right out, and now, and there's a good reason for this. There's a couple reasons actually. One, you want this tree to be able to move. That flexing of the trunk in the wind is actually going to strengthen that trunk, causing it to grow in girth. If it's too tight and it's not allowed to move, this trunk won't strengthen, and you want this tree to be able to stand up on its own. The other reason, though, is very apparent once I take that stake out. That stake up against it rubs in the wind, and it causes injuries, and you can see some wounds here on the trunk in various locations. So remember, if your tree needs to be staked, you're going to stake it with stakes outside away from the trunk, and get that nursery stake off the day that you plant it.
Thanks, Norm. There's still time to enter the annual Southern Nevada Landscape Awards contest. The 2016 contest is split into 4 categories: designed by homeowner, designed by professional, maintenance by professional, and the Lynn Mills Community Garden Award. Learn more about the awards program, see photos of past winners, and enter your landscape at springspreserve.org. The deadline is May 2nd. That's it for this edition of Waterways. If you have any comments or questions, contact us at Waterways, 1001 South Valley View Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89153. Or send us an email through our website at snwa.com. Connect with us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, and watch more videos on SNWA's YouTube channel. Thanks to Decker Elementary School for letting us feature their garden. And thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time, right here on Waterways.
born in a small fishing town in Scotland.
Prior to Metro, I served in the military for approximately 7 years.
My dad was a pilot for the LA County Sheriff's Office.
It was my dream to become a police officer. Approximately about 9 years old.
You know, I wanted to make a difference. What could I do to enhance the community that I lived in?
Our organization is extremely diverse. It gives you a lot of opportunities to be able to go do whatever you want to do. When we're out doing public demonstrations, I tell people, if you want to go fly a helicopter, you want to be a detective, you want to go work a dog, you can do that. And that's the truth.
Clark County may look like most local governments, but we aren't your usual county. The Las Vegas Strip, McCarran International Airport, and other major landmarks are located in unincorporated Clark County. In fact, 954,000 residents of the Las Vegas Valley live in unincorporated areas of the county. These residents get their streets, parks, and other services typically provided by cities from your local county government. In addition, Clark County provides regional services like elections, courts, and UMC Hospital to everyone who lives here, all 2 million of us. So get to know Clark County. We're here to serve you.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Hi, I'm Joe Gloria, the Clark County Registrar of Voters, and I'm here to explain how you can help us save more than $1.5 million this year. Every election, we print and mail hundreds of thousands of sample ballots. This is a significant cost and uses a lot of paper and other resources. But now voters can choose to receive their sample ballot by email instead of through the regular mail, and help us save taxpayers money and save hundreds of trees. Here's how you can help. Go to the Clark County Election Department website at clarkcountynv.gov/vote. Enter your information in the Registered Voter Services box to log in. Then click on the drop-down arrow next to Voter Services and select Request My Sample Ballot Electronically. Go green. This election season, help us save taxpayers' dollars and hundreds of trees. Choose email over regular mail for your sample ballot.
Want to know what's happening in your community? Stay in touch. Log on to ClarkCountyNV.gov and subscribe to free electronic newsletters created by your county commissioner so you can stay informed about what's happening in your district and your neighborhood. New building developments, fun neighborhood events, how to access services, people making a difference. It's all there when you subscribe, and it'll come right to your computer. Subscribe today at www.ClarkCountyNV.gov.
I'm George Wallace, and you're watching CCTV for Clark County.
Welcome to this edition of the Research Files. I'm Gary Waddell. Tonight we'll talk about the upcoming TEDx event here at UNLV, what it's really like to live in Las Vegas, the drought in the American Southwest, and student access to and success in higher education. We've got a lot to get to tonight, so let's meet our first guest. Joining us now is geoscience professor Matthew Lockneat. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, your research is in, let me get this right, paleoclimatology, stable isotope and geochemistry, and geochronology. I could kind of work out definitions of those words, sort of, but I don't really know what you're doing. Tell me what you're doing.
Well, I'll get to the important parts. Paleoclimatology is the study of past climates. Right. And what we're interested in doing is extending our record of past climate variations beyond the instrumental record, where thermometers only go back 150 years. We try to take that back hundreds more, thousands more, hundreds of thousands more years back into the past.
How do you do that?
I use what are called cave deposits, and those grow upward over time in places like Lehman Caves in Nevada or elsewhere. And we can measure the differences in the chemistry of those deposits over time, and they tell us how climate has changed when you have warm periods and cold periods and wet periods and dry periods.
How does knowing that affect us? I mean, what good does that do us in our current climate situation?
Well, one of the biggest questions we have is, what is nature capable of doing in a place like the Great Basin in southern Nevada? Can it be even drier than today? And what we've been finding is the answer to that question is absolutely yes. It can be both wetter and drier, and we need to understand those previous dry intervals to know what nature's capable of doing in the future once temperatures start to rise.
We've been in a drought for I don't know how many years now here in southern Nevada. I go out to Lake Mead occasionally, and it's down 100 and some feet from where it was in the early 80s. I mean, obviously, there's not a lot we can do about that, but we can sort of learn. Are you trying to learn kind of why all of this is going on?
Yeah, we're interested in knowing the why, but also having some past analogs that we can use to try to understand what's happening into the future for things like drought. And drought is really the most salient feature of climate change here in the Southwest. So we've been in a 12-year-long drought. Some of our data shows that the droughts have extended up to 50 or 100 years in the past. And we have to be able to plan for that eventuality in the future.
Is there a way for us to survive if it lasts 50 years?
Sure there is, and that's a question for policy of water resource allocation more than it is a question of climate change.
The La Nina, El Nino that we're going through this winter, maybe a La Nina this summer, I'm not sure, but the El Nino, what does that do to us here in southern Nevada?
Well, typically El Nino events produce wetter winters, and that results in filling the reservoirs like Lake Mead and Lake Powell. For some reason, that's not happening this winter. It's actually been slightly below average in southern Nevada, so we're not making a lot of headway in terms of filling Lake Mead and some of the other reservoirs on the Colorado River drainage basin. However, normally that means wetter than average.
We need rain, we need snow in the Western Rockies.
Yeah, we need snow in the Western Rockies for many years, really, to bring us back up to where we were the last time Lake Mead was overflowing in 1998.
You work here in the Southwest. You also work in Central America and some of the tropical climates down there. I think of when they figure out climate change and what winters were like and all that, taking the core sample out of the ice, not really something you can do in southern Nevada or in El Salvador, right?
Yeah, that's exactly it. We do look to places like that have ice for ice cores to do this type of work. Because there's not ice here in Nevada, we need to find different sources of information, what we call proxies. And the cave deposits fill that need for a place like southern Nevada where there's not ice, where there's not marine sediments, where there's not lake sediments that we can generate those longer records from.
So the best ways the caves is because they're undisturbed?
That's typically the case, and they grow material over thousands to tens of thousands of years that give us a very long record of past climate changes.
Wow. I know I've seen Lehman Caves, and I've been in some of the others, but I never thought really that this was going to be discovering our past and predicting our future.
Yeah, that's right. That's why they're very useful, and we have been working in a cave in the new Great Basin National Monument, which is really showing us some of the very interesting results over the last 10,000 years or so that show that Nevada has experienced even drier climates than what we're existing in today.
Wow. Matt? Well, not terribly cheery, but at least keep up the good work.
Okay.
We appreciate it. Thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
All right. We don't want you to go away. When we come back, we will talk with Magdalena Martinez. Stay with us.
Loping through the day, you always seem to find the easy way, moving like you're rolling away. Never heard a word I say.
All over America, entire families are backsliding. We're no longer just sedentary, we're stationary, and that's bad news for your bones. At any age, bones need weight-bearing activity to grow strong and stay strong. So go outside, take the steps, play with the dog. Just get up, get out, get moving.
Never keep your bones that way. Never heard a word I say.
public service message from the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgeons.
Welcome back. Our next guest is Magdalena Martinez. She is Director of Education Programs with the Lindsay Institute. You're a local person. You graduated from high school here, went to UNLV here, and then went off to conquer the world, and you're back. Tell us about what you did in the time you left us and what you're doing now.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me here today. So I'm a graduate of UNLV. I received my degree in business here and went off to Harvard University to obtain my master's in education administration, planning and social policy, and still had the bug to go to graduate school. So came back, worked a few years here, and then went to the University of Michigan. What brought me back? So with a PhD, there are many opportunities, and in fact, I defended right in the heart of the recession. But I made a conscious decision to stay in Southern Nevada because I felt that if people like me who had invested so much in this community didn't stay, then how do we expect other people that are not a part of this community to stay? So I made a conscious decision to stay here and really put my skill set to work to help solve real problems that our community is facing, particularly as it relates to educational issues.
What a great way to say that. That's wonderful. I agree with you. Tell me a little about the Lindsay Institute. It was started, Kirk Kerkorian started it, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So the Lindsay Institute is a fairly new research institute here at UNLV. And the purpose of the Lindsay Institute is really to look at 4 core areas, education being one of them, health services, social services, and technology, the other 3 areas. I have wonderful colleagues that I work with that focus in those areas. I focus primarily in education, and my portfolio actually includes looking at K-12 and higher education, not just K-12. When people think about educational researchers, they often think about K-12. Right. But my focus really is also those critical transitions from high school to the university, and particularly for our most underrepresented populations. So the role of the Lindsay Institute really is to conduct meaningful research that is relevant and timely for our community so that we can expand the discourse, particularly as it relates to public policy making, beyond the few select, right? So a lot of the work that I do is doing research that is specific to Southern Nevada. And it's been a wonderful experience, a very unique experience, and I think one that is fitted well with the university that's up and coming, particularly at UNLV.
Mm-hmm. The jump from high school to college, even for the best students, is the toughest probably of all, right? Absolutely. In fact, Southern Nevada, or Nevada as a whole, has one of the lowest college going rates in the nation, sadly. And you're going to change that. I hope so. With the research that I've been collecting, oftentimes you hear it's said here that Southern Nevada just doesn't have a college-going culture. Parents don't value education. And I thought that was a good empirical question. So I'm putting that to test. And I, along with several other colleagues from other universities in the area, and practitioners who are actually doing frontline work, have been collecting survey data for about 4 years from some of our most hardest hit schools, high schools, and asking kids, what are your aspirations? Who influences you? Do you feel you have the support you need at school, at home? And those survey results are very interesting, and we're hoping to share those through a series of white papers and perhaps even some community convenings in the future. I look forward to seeing that. You're part of the Nevada Consortium for Teacher Pipeline. What is that? So what that is I primarily serve as a facilitator, and it was really spearheaded by 2 individuals, our dean here, Kim Metcalf at the College of Education, and a community member that was with Teach for America, or still with Teach for America. And really the idea was that we knew that Nevada as a whole, in particular Southern Nevada, was experiencing a teacher shortage. And so what the consortium does is bring a number of stakeholders together to really problem solve and to really expand the discourse around what we can do around the teacher pipeline. And I'll give you an example. So we have been meeting for about almost 2 years, and it was initiated right before the legislative session. And so as a collective, the group came together and identified key policy recommendations they could present to the legislators during the last legislative session. And so my role really has been one as a facilitator, knowing educational issues nationally and then locally, and helping to people coalesce around key areas. Wonderful. Thank you very much. I look forward to that one as well. It will be very interesting to see all of that and your recommendations to the legislature. Thank you. Magdalena, thank you very much. We'll be right back with our next guest right after this.
Just gonna hang out.
It's a school night.
With Gary and Todd?
Yeah.
Not sure about those two.
I've been meaning to ask you.
This is tougher than I thought.
Is there any drinking going on in this crowd?
No.
I hope not, because alcohol can lead you to say things and do things that you really wish you hadn't.
Isn't this what you're supposed to say?
I know.
So if any of your buddies ever pressure you to take a drink, just tell them you promised your dad you wouldn't.
I'd do anything to keep you safe.
Okay, I will.
I hope this is working.
I promise. Love you too, Dad.
They really do hear you.
Brian.
Yeah?
So start the conversation even before they're teenagers.
Good idea.
For tips on what to say, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov. A message from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration.
I remember the moment clearly.
I'll never forget that moment.
As long as I live.
I realized at that moment, when we first saw the damage, these people really needed us. And I was going to make a difference, right here in my community. Together with local responders, we cleared trees and collapsed walls. We had to get to the family trapped beneath. As a citizen soldier, I made a difference.
Be there for your community at NationalGuard.com.
Welcome back. Our next guest is Associate Professor of Sociology, Christy Batson. You are a social demographer. Did I pronounce that right?
Yes, you did.
And you do research on immigrant adaptation to Southern Nevada. Exactly what are you finding and why is this important?
When I moved here in 2007, I was continuing a line of research looking at immigrant adaptation, specifically focusing on Hispanic immigrant adaptation. And my focus has primarily been examining second and third generation, the children and grandchildren of immigrants, and how they assimilate into mainstream American society. And I've focused specifically on looking at fertility patterns and patterns of interracial and interethnic marriage and occupational mobility. And for the most part, immigrants, Hispanic immigrants, assimilate in mainstream patterns consistent with most adaptation research. But in recent years, some of my research has shown a pattern of ethnic resilience, where immigrants, particularly those who live in large metropolitan cities that have large immigrant communities, cities with ethnic enclaves, that in those types of communities we're seeing a slowdown process of assimilation, and in some cases assimilation patterns that just aren't existing in the same way anymore.
Wow. You've done a lot of your research here. Is Las Vegas the same way?
Las Vegas is the same way. We have a large immigrant population. Mm-hmm. We have a very large immigrant community. We have ethnic neighborhoods in Las Vegas. And so the patterns the patterns in Las Vegas have been consistent with patterns in other cities similar to Las Vegas, and we are seeing some emergence of ethnic resilience among immigrant communities in large spaces.
Has this been true for other immigrant populations over the years, the Irish in New York, thinking of things like that? Maybe it's not a question I should have asked you.
Yeah, no,
here,
in most of those cases, assimilation, there was not an alternative to assimilation, and so assimilation was the mainstream norm at the time, because you couldn't live in a city and not adapt to that city's culture. Mm-hmm. Today, you can live in parts of a city, you can live in an ethnic enclave in particular cities like San Francisco or New York City, and not necessarily need to have English language skills to make it through the city, not necessarily need to have the same educational patterns or the same occupational patterns as if you picked yourself up and moved into a rural place in the United States where language was a much harder barrier.
What about the police connection here? You're part of the Las Vegas Police Social Survey and also the Las Vegas Smart Policing Initiative. What are those?
So a few years ago, I partnered with some senior colleagues in my department, and we were interested in trying to understand community and community quality of life in Las Vegas. And surprisingly, there wasn't a large survey in Las Vegas that had been conducted to study social issues of residents in Las Vegas. So we decided to create the Las Vegas Metropolitan Area Social Survey, and it's a neighborhood-based study. We studied 22 neighborhoods in Las Vegas and surveyed residents that lived within those neighborhoods. And we asked them questions about neighborhood satisfaction, neighborhood quality of life. If you preferred to live somewhere else, would you stay in your current home? Would you move? Would you leave Las Vegas? Would you leave Nevada? We also asked important questions about environmental awareness, water, air quality, and who Las Vegans trust for their information. Do they trust scientists? Do they trust the media? Do they trust their coworkers? Yeah. And so it was the first large-scale social survey conducted in Las Vegas, and we're trying to revamp it to do a second wave at the moment.
Are you going to see? Are you going to see this make a difference? I mean, is this going to come out and make changes?
We hope so. What we found, we sort of have found a dichotomy in our work. So in many ways, Las Vegas residents are not unlike other residents in other cities. We still want to go home at night. We still want to be safe in our neighborhoods. We still actually want to know our neighbors, and we still appreciate the neighborhood space as a very integral part of our life. But Las Vegas is a unique city, and so we have barriers to forming relationships at the neighborhood level that are unique to Las Vegas that don't exist in other cities. So we're a 24-hour town, which means that your neighbors are always working different shifts, and you might not see them as often as you might see your neighbors in other cities. We have environmental barriers to our architecture that inhibit social connectedness in our neighborhoods, right? We have concrete walls, garages, no driveways, no front yards, narrow streets. And so all of these things in combination work to isolate us in ways and create this myth that Las Vegans aren't neighborly. But through our work, we found that Las Vegans, we want to know our neighbors. We just have some barriers to that.
Real quick, you have 10 seconds. Who do they trust?
Who do they trust for their information? They trust scientists.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, that's
nice
good. That's good for me.
That's good. All right. Thank you very much.
You're
welcome. Really appreciate it, Christian. Well, we will be right back after this. Stay with us.
If you keep tanning, indoors or out, the effects of harmful rays will show up on your skin. Wrinkles, age spots, and an increased risk of skin cancer, including melanoma, the deadliest form of skin cancer, and the second most common cancer in women 15 to 29. Stop tanning. Time may not be on your side. Learn how to protect your skin at spotskincancer.org. A message from the American Academy of Dermatology.
Drownings are a leading cause of death for young children. Simple safety steps are the best way to prevent these tragedies. Make sure kids learn how to swim. Always watch them in and around water. Properly fence all pools and stay away from drains. Consider the steps you take, then add a few more, because you never know which pool safety step will save a life until it does. Simple steps save lives. To learn some new ones, visit poolsafely.gov.
Our final guest this evening is David Waldman. He is assistant professor in the Department of Film here at UNLV. I know you had a successful career in film. You're now back here at UNLV. Why did you decide to join UNLV and not make it become the next Scorsese in Hollywood?
Well, I'm actually still a working cinematographer.
Oh, good.
I still get out there and practice what I know. When my wife and I had kids, I kind of slowed down a little bit, stopped traveling for work quite as much. So I've always enjoyed giving back, teaching. So I came from USC and AFI, and an opportunity opened at UNL.
Very good.
Opportunity opened up here. I took it. Yeah.
You refer to yourself as a format agnostic storyteller.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
So that's a good question. There's a lot of politicization with the media that we shoot on. I was trained on 35 millimeter motion picture emulsion. Right as I was coming out of graduate school, high definition acquisition became a thing. And these days, the medium that you shoot on tends to indicate something about the quality of your work. I have a business card that says format agnostic, meaning we'll pick the right thing for the right project.
I saw the Quentin Tarantino movie in 70 millimeter.
Yeah.
In 70 millimeter.
As did I. Yeah.
It was it was fantastic.
Yeah.
It probably wouldn't have been the same on video, although it did show in some places in video.
Exactly. That's a good question. I think the majority of that movie, since it was interior, probably would have done okay.
Would it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
but it was just the
one
deal,
guy's opinion.
the big deal of it.
I loved seeing it in 70, though. It was really great. Yeah.
All right, let's talk about TEDx.
Yes, sir.
TEDx is what?
TED stands for Technology, Entertainment, Design. TED's a nonprofit out of New York City. They hold conferences throughout the year, probably 4 or 5 major conferences throughout the year, where they bring together leaders in each of those areas and others, education, things like that. And their tagline is "Ideas are worth spreading." So they bring together these people in a conference setting, and they have them present their big ideas. Not so much selling products from the stage or anything like that, but more why their idea is worth spreading. And the X in TEDx indicates that the event is locally produced and locally organized.
Okay. Yeah. You were part of the first one here.
Yeah.
And now you're going to be the director of the second one?
Oh, I'm just a faculty advisor.
Advisor
I'm a faculty advisor of the second one. Yeah.
So big names coming here?
Well, we have we have a good group of speakers, actually. We have 19 slots, 15 of whom will be speaking. 3 of those will be performance. It's going to be exciting. We've got about 50% of them are from out of state, 50% from in-state, many of those from the UNLV community. The subjects range from the economics of local food to the grammar of visual data to intersex people. There's a lot of variation.
This one's going to be bigger and better than the last one here?
It is going to be bigger. Yeah, it's going to be a little bigger. We have seating for about 180 people. We're doing it in the Black Box Theater. The event's happening on Friday, April 8th, from about 8:30 in the morning till 4 p.m.
It is, okay, the Black Box Theater is where?
On campus. It's in the theater complex.
Okay. And it's open to the public?
It is, yeah.
You have to get tickets in advance, or you better?
Advisable. Of those 180 tickets, I think we have maybe a quarter of those left at this point.
Oh, wow.
But tickets can be found at the TEDxUNLV.com website through the PAC.
All right. It sounds very exciting. I've seen the TED Talks. Yeah. I've not seen this. There's a difference between the two?
There isn't, actually.
Really?
The format's the same, yeah. It's somebody, an expert, somebody who's passionate about whatever they're speaking about, standing on stage and telling people why it's important.
These are not panel discussions.
They're not.
Individual presentations.
No, these are TED Talks. These are, the format is exactly like the TED Talks that you're referring to, yeah.
Well, those are fantastic. Yeah. And I'm sure that there's an awful lot of people here who are very good and have ideas for this.
Yeah, their ideas are worth spreading.
We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
I'll find me a ticket somewhere along the way.
Yeah, TEDx.com.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, David. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
Come and see us again. Let us know how it went.
Yeah, I look forward to it.
That's all we have for you tonight. We hope you will join us next time on Research Files. I'm Gary Waddell. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
I just moved in with his family, and it's embarrassing. The little one, he likes to go outside and crawl around in the giant litter box. I don't know what he's doing. Oh, poop already. You're making me nervous.
Of all the choices of water available to you, only one must meet all federal standards of the Safe Drinking Water Act. Do you know which it is? The answer may surprise you. Your tap water. For objective information about water quality and water treatment products, ask the authority. No one knows more about water quality than your local water agency.
I'm Matt Lewis, and you're watching CCTV 4, Clark County. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm Bill Brown with Brookings Mountain West. This is our first lecture of the spring semester, so you can pick up a printed schedule outside. We'll have 4 or 5 more. You can always see it on our website, and if we have your email, you'll get announcements of our lectures and other programs from us. So see me if you'd like to do that. And let me introduce our speaker, our colleague Philippe Lacour, who comes to us from the Brookings Institution. He's a visiting fellow in the Center on the United States and Europe at Brookings. His research focuses on Asia and Europe, their political and economic relations, China's foreign policy in Europe and France. And we originally were going to have Philippe talk a lot about that, but with the Paris attacks now of not even 3 months ago, still seems even shorter, we asked him to incorporate that topic into his talk tonight, larger issues of global terrorism and also America's role in this, what we do or don't do here, how it affects that part of the country. So I'm going to turn it over to Philippe, and we'll follow our usual format of about a 30, 40-minute talk. We'll have some time for questions and conversation at the end. Philippe?
Thank you very much, Bill, and thank you for having me. Thank you to the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I'm sorry I misspelled the name of the university in this slide. And I came to this city 37 years ago, so I was barely, a teenager. And it's changed a lot, obviously. Those of you who've been living here all these years would tell me more about it. But not just Las Vegas has changed a lot. The world we live in has changed a lot. And tonight, normally it's good to start a talk with a joke, but I'm not going to make many jokes, I'm sorry. Since we're going to talk about something quite serious and quite dramatic that is taking place in today's world, and in particular in France and in Europe. There's a lot to say about this subject, really, and I'm going to cover a sort of wide range of angles, so to speak. And what I'd like to do is perhaps not to talk for too long, so that you can ask me questions afterwards. So, well, we were just in January, and January is the month of greetings, and it's quite a big deal in France, and that's the time when you celebrate and you wish people all kinds of good things for the year to come. And this year, there have been fewer greeting cards and emails coming, and those who wrote didn't have perhaps the same cheerfulness about it. There's a sense of gravity, perhaps, and all the official ceremonies that normally take place in January were marred by this gravity. Now, obviously, the year 2015 will be remembered for having faced France, having faced an unprecedented wave of terrorist attack. And it started in January the 7th, when, as you may remember, 10 journalists were killed at a satirical magazine called Charlie Hebdo, 2 police officers, and then a kosher supermarket was attacked, and also several customers and staff were killed randomly by people who had not only automatic rifles, but also bombs and all kinds of weapons that are presumably forbidden in France. And the year ended, as Bill just reminded us, on November 13th, with the random killing of 130 people in Paris. One of them outside a stadium, but many of them inside a theater called the Bataclan, which is an old theater of Paris, and where in fact, an American rock band was performing. And last but not least, people were also shot on the streets, and some of these people was a sort of not too cold nights for Paris, and there were a lot of people sitting outside in bars and restaurants, and they were shot by people who really wanted to shock the French, shock the Europeans, and shock the world. So, you know, it's a lot of people have compared this to 9/11. Now, obviously, it's perhaps less people killed, but of course there were hundreds of wounded people, and very badly wounded people, dare I say, and thousands, if not tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people traumatized by this action. Because in fact, the victims were mainly young professionals, people watching a soccer game, people going to a theater, and people just having a drink or dinner. So that's, you know, it's not the first time a free and democratic society has been targeted by terrorism, but it's certainly the first time in Paris. And of course, the Americans know about this, because 9/11 is not so long ago. So the question many people have been asking me is, why France? And in fact, these are some of the issues I'll be covering in my talk. And it's not a very, I mean, you won't have 30 slides to watch, I'm sorry, but I will refer to a number of graphs that you will see later on. So the question is, why France? Why not Spain? Why not Britain? Why not Italy, Germany? Well, in fact, it's not just France. It's London, Madrid, it's Turkey, Lebanon, Mali, Indonesia, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and many other countries, just to name a few. And of course, they were targeted by different groups, by different organizations. And of course, I don't want to forget something that took place not far away from here, in the western part of United States, San Bernardino, a mass shooting. But as for France, it appears as, of course, one of the countries symbolic of free speech, one of the birthplaces of democracy, Western democracy, and a country that also has had a long, complex history of relations with the Middle East. And historically, it also has, as a consequence, one of the biggest, perhaps the biggest Muslim population in Europe, and the biggest Jewish population. And, you know, the system is what it is. It's a secular country. It's been a secular country for 200 years. And a country that's been coping with globalization, sometimes with difficulty. The colonial past keeps haunting France. And of course, economically, it's been less good lately than it was due to all kinds of factors, globalization, the debt crisis, and the deindustrialization, perhaps. But what I could add is perhaps that the mainstream French perhaps thought for too long that we were living in a happy multicultural society, and there wasn't any problem. Immigration, of course, has come primarily from former colonies, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, but also more recently from other countries. Turkey, Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, and sub-Saharan Africa, and even Syria. I'll come to that in a moment, as you can imagine. And immigration was encouraged by the successive governments, because unlike some other European countries, France has always considered that immigration is a good thing, just like here in this country, and that it helps the demographics. But the problem is, at a time of high unemployment, the second and third generations of these immigrants have been finding it much more difficult to adjust to this environment, where with a high unemployment, and some of these young men in particular are facing unemployment rate of perhaps 25%. It's better for young women, but many of them have been resentful of a system that doesn't integrate them the way they would like. And they think it's to do with Islam. They think it's to do with their religion, with their name, with their origins, with the fact they are not really French, they're not really European. And in other words, that the system does not allow them to be what they are and to be part of the mainstream at the same time. Now, of course, we're talking about people who have acquired French nationality. And it's the case also in Belgium and a number of other European countries. I'm going to focus mainly on France because there's enough to say, and obviously towards the end of my talk, perhaps I'll speak more about Europe. But it's very difficult for these young people, and some are not that young, really, they're in their 30s now, to believe in the French luminaries of the 19th century or 18th century, Voltaire, Montesquieu, these people. They don't really, it's not a reference to them. And many of them have not really achieved enough academically and do not really find that useful. And the principles of the French Constitution, the right to vote, the right to express yourself, irrespective of ethnic background and faith. I mean, these are parts of the French Constitution, but they don't really believe that it's for them. Many of them are angry, they feel ostracized. And perhaps the most worrisome part of all this is that most of these terrorists that committed these attacks are European passport holders. French, Belgian mainly, but Dutch also, and several countries. And as you know, you can now circulate freely within the Schengen area, the European Union, without having to show your passport. This is one of the great achievements of the European Union. So there, a professor called Gilles Kepel recently demonstrated in his book that the current wave of jihadism meaning, going for halal, the Islamism the concept of achieving a closeness to Allah, is a complex mix of social dereliction, colonial pasts, political disillusion, and Islamist intensification. And it started gradually about perhaps 20 years ago. There's actually Keppel talks about 2005 as a critical year. I was myself in the French government at the time, and it's a year very important in the sense that it's the first time large groups of second or third generation immigrants would actually take some kind of violent action on the streets against the establishment. And of course, it wasn't terrorism. It was really people coming out of their suburbs and wanting to demonstrate that they were unhappy about the system. And it started with two youth being killed, being electrocuted by mistake, really, because they were trying to escape the police. And it started all this, really, the 2005 movement. And somewhat the Salafism, which is an extreme Islamist movement, started to grow in France. I guess it started before 2005, but it became more pregnant, more intense. And of course, social media have helped this phenomenon to increase. Meanwhile, of course, the situation in the Middle East has also helped to convert people who were somewhat lost in their lives, didn't have jobs, didn't have a future, to get involved in some fairly extreme sides of Islam. Because you ask 95% of Muslim people, they would tell you that this is not Islam. Several hundreds of these young jihadists who have committed crimes have moved to Iraq and to Syria over the past few years. They joined Daesh, which is what people call the Islamic State, but I call it Daesh. And to find this sort of holy war against well, it's not necessarily the West, but it's all the people they call corrupt. So the corrupt regimes, we're all sort of more or less corrupt in this sense. The Western governments, the capitalism. So it's some kind of anarchies, really. And of course, a handful of them came back and committed these horrendous crimes, mainly through these random attacks, and also suicide bombing, which is unfortunately something very difficult to handle, as you know. So the response, of course, has been striking Iraq right after November 13th. Striking Syria, even more so, trying to build a coalition of countries. That's what the French president, François Hollande, has been doing. And also trying to sort out the situation internally in France. Talking about, homeland security. Those of you who were in the US, I guess most of you, after 9/11, know that this whole process of homeland security was started in the years following the Twin Towers attack. And of course, it was at the time very complicated to enter the US as a foreigner, because there was all these restrictions. But now, of course, you could argue that this system is working. And in Europe, meanwhile, we were sort of opening our borders and behaving in a way like we were going to live in this peaceful world, which obviously is not the case. And somewhat now we're regretting, especially as Syria has become such a messy place. And we've also had hundreds of thousands of refugees. And And meanwhile, the extreme movements I was referring to has been striking in different countries, not just in Europe, but also in many Muslim countries, in fact. So the consequence of that, of course, is that people are scared. And so the government, and I would say not just the French government, but also the German government and the British government, have been putting more police forces on the streets, more military. They have passed a legislation, anti-terrorist legislation in parliament, in the respective parliaments, and have really started warning people that it may happen again. Because being defensive is one thing, protecting people is one thing, but finding solutions, that's more difficult. And interestingly, the current president of France, Hollande, has become quite popular, just like President George W. Bush after 9/11. Wasn't always the case, but he became popular because people rally behind the president. He's the symbol of the nation. In some ways, a situation like that makes a country, a nation, stronger. The French are resilient, and they have long seen multiple races and colors becoming part of their society. And it has the country has a long history of immigration, and perhaps it's even better prepared than some other countries to face this kind of situation. If you think about Scandinavia, for example, which is now panicking, very extreme reaction from Sweden, Denmark, Norway, these places which were, sort of models of social democracy, and that are now sort of, the police is now protecting the immigrants because they're worried about some counter-reaction from the mainstream Swedes or Danes. Just to tell you what a different world we live in. I mean, Sweden hardly has a Ministry of Defense. I can tell you, I worked in the Defense Department in my country. And Sweden thought, why should we have a defense ministry? No use. Maybe they are rethinking. Of course, another problem, a consequence of this situation, is the future of the European Union. I was referring to the Schengen Agreement, which is basically what's allowing people to cross borders. That's one of the two achievements, really, of Europe over the past 20 years. Actually, there are more than that, but two symbolic achievements. The European currency, made a big difference, really, for a number of countries, and even for visitors, tourists. They could just, use one currency, the euro. And the other achievement is Schengen. And Schengen means no borders. So when you say, all right, I'm closing the borders, what does it mean? Nothing. Impossible. Unless the European Union decides to reinstall a real sort of control of the borders, of the European borders, which may actually happen again due to the dramatic situation of these 1 million plus refugees that have come from Syria, a country that has more or less emptied itself of its population, or is in the process of doing that, and that is fully at war with itself. One reason being, of course, the terrible Assad regime that's been in power for several generations, but basically one ethnic group has been controlling the country, the Assad family, the Ba'athist movement, but there are also other groups, including the extremist jihadists I was referring to, who of course want to get rid of Assad in order to control the whole country. and possibly merge it with Iraq, a place that was once attacked by the United States. And that obviously had consequences. So one of the other consequences is this, populism. What do people do in a democratically elected system when they get attacked by terrorists? What do they do when they feel, there's also some injustice, perhaps, as having immigrants getting social benefits or, having access to schools without speaking French, or, but people vote for the extremes. And the extremes are either left or right. And the left is not as popular as it was in France. You might remember 1968, but that's a long time ago. That's even before I came here. And unfortunately, the movement that has been quite popular over the past few years, and that could have been even more popular after the November 13 attacks, is the far right. And the far right is called the National Front. And so that's the dark blue one for you. And that is the result of the first round of the French regional elections that took place 3 weeks after the Paris attacks. You can imagine what the result could have been. That's basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 major regions being won by the far right. Now, fortunately, what happened was that the red is left. That means the Social Democrat Party, the one in power, and blue is the center right. So none of the region in the end, because we have a two-round system, none of the region in the end, none of the executives was won by the far right. Having said that, 6.8 million people voted for the National Front between these two rounds of election. That's quite a lot for a country of 65 million people. And obviously, a lot of voters would say, well, we've tried the right, we've tried the left. Imagine here, we've tried the Republicans, we've tried the Democrats. Why don't we try something else? And something else is a movement that is basically anti-immigrant. You can imagine the risk for a society, a free society, to go into this kind of rhetoric. Now, the situation is like that in Europe. It's not just France. Pretty much every country now has a populist movement that would really play with this threat of having badly integrated immigrants, people who take the locals' jobs, who don't have the same culture. I mean, it's all about culture, integration, and often Islam, although, very few people would actually use Islam openly as, in the political language. But, National Front, 27% of the votes. United Kingdom, UKIP, which is not exactly the same, it's more sort of pro-independence, but 12.4% is a populist movement as well. And all of those, including in Italy, 27% for the Five-Star movement. So we do have a problem. We are facing a Middle East that is in complete disarray. And Europe, which was this peaceful place with a fantastic project of, everybody being friendly with each other and, a democratically elected union with a European Parliament, a European Commission, and so on and so forth, now is facing the problem of some of these countries there towards the east, criticizing Germany, obviously, for being so open about for refugees from Syria, and are now threatening, or in fact, not just threatening, they are building walls, literally, to prevent more refugees to come. Right, it's just giving you an idea about the situation of unemployment. The figure under 25, of course, shows that France is much higher than in the other parts of Europe, the dark blue one again. And of course, among this under 25, there are a number of immigrants. But I have to tell you that France has a very peculiar system. We do not distinguish people by religion. France is a secular country. You do not claim your religion when you vote, or when you answer questions from a pollster. This is not part of the French system. Therefore, we do not know how many of these under 25 are actually from, second or third generation immigrants. I'm conscious of the time, but what I'd like to say, perhaps, also is, despite all this, and by the way, the EU in 1957 was only 6 countries. And today, 28. Most of them belong to this Schengen agreement, which means you can cross borders, and obviously it's much more difficult to ensure any kind of security or control. So there are all kinds of discussions at the moment whether borders should be reinstalled, whether a sort of European border police should be implemented. That would be, of course, very costly and very complex. But at the end of the day, Europe is not going to be disappearing. You can hardly ask countries that disagree with some of the measures to leave the European Union. So it's either going to be a two-tier Europe with a core Europe made of the sort of these founding members, perhaps. But then what will happen to the others? Will they become pro-Russians? Probably not. Will they sort of close themselves with their small economies? Probably not. Will they become more pro-American? I doubt it, because America is far away, and it's not the Cold War anymore. Will they welcome Chinese investments? Probably. But at the end of the day, what will save us from this situation is, perhaps the French can set an example, the collective bravery that people demonstrate, and also the values that the Europeans have demonstrated over the past 50 years, since World War II, really. For example, I've never noticed that many French flags in Paris. People sing the national anthem. I mean, they seldom do that. There was a movement. I was in Paris briefly in January, as Bill said. I live in Washington now. But there were signs. Help your bistro, go to the local bar to encourage people to show they are not afraid. I mean, of course, it's difficult to say you're not afraid. I have friends, they are on medication. A friend of mine, his wife is on medication because she's become, paranoid about this. And we know that terrorism could happen again, could strike again. I still think that France in particular will manage to reinvent itself with this diverse population. I think the answer in many ways is to do with the economics, creating jobs, and trying to find long-term answers. and celebrate the fact we have, one of the best education systems, one of the best health systems, one of the luckiest geography, strong demographics, and a dynamic population that is overall willing to fight for its quality of life. And as far as the future of the EU is concerned, I do believe the obvious solution would be for France and Germany to strengthen their cooperation, their partnership, because at the end of the day, they complement each other. You have France, which is good at diplomacy, defense. We have a strong military. That's why we've been striking Syria. And Germany is an economic powerhouse, definitely the most powerful economy in Europe. And the chances that the two countries will continue to work together on all the difficult issues are very strong. Europe was created on the ruins of World War II. Eventually, Germany joined in. Even Britain joined in, although that may not last for very long. There's a referendum coming up for those who have been following. But it's now an obligation, really, for Germany and France to act, of course, with the support of the United States. I think one of the solutions, really, would be to try to sort out Syria. That would certainly prevent more people fleeing out of the country. The Middle East is in a very messy situation. It's only a handful of people that have been training themselves as jihadists. The social media have been very damaging, but there's not much we can do about it. And unfortunately, this situation, the security situation, will be sorted by having more intelligence sharing, more security, and also trying to maintain the society. So, in other words, a mix of repression and security, and also of more positive feelings, and especially protecting the Muslims of Europe. 5 million Muslims in France. Now, do you think that would help if there were more anti-Muslim sentiments, anti-Muslim riots? Certainly not. That would just make things worse. So that's what we need to prevent in order not to steer the passions and the anxiety. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say, and I'd be happy to take any question on anything you like on France, Europe, Syria, whatever is on your mind. Yes, please.
Just a couple of questions related to French politics. What do you think currently of the state of emergency and its recent approval of being extended in France? And second question is, what do you think, more of a broader international question, what do you think might have been the impact of the coalition in the first place in attacking, because it's not really French history to align itself with the United States and attack regions in the Middle East. You know, just a couple of questions I was interested in finding out what you thought about it. Domestically the first, and international the
right.
second.
Well, the state of emergency, I don't think it changes anything. The problem is, you know, when you have a situation like this, which is once again, you know, random attacks against citizens in the middle of the capital city or anywhere, people expect the body politic to take action, to make a decision. So when you're an elected politician, what do? You know, you send jet fighters to where the origins of the movement presumably are, Syria, Iraq maybe, but you know, it's such a complex movement with different sides, different factions, that it's obviously complicated. I mean, you have Yemen, Libya, Sub-Saharan Africa. And there are different groups. There's even a group that strikes in Asia, the Central Asia, Chechnya. And some of these people all go to Syria to be trained, because that's where one does jihad, presumably. So there's a risk that the movement might actually move towards Libya or somewhere else. And certainly one of the countries that is actually in the most critical states is Tunisia, which is the only country that came out of the Arab Spring with a democratically elected government, but it's also on the border of Libya, and doesn't really have a strong government at all. So to answer your question, I would say state of emergency. I mean, in fact, France has been under some kind of state of emergency for quite some time. There were terrorist attacks in the 80s and in the 90s, and not of the same scale, not suicide bombing, but just bombing. That's probably enough. So since that time, they've been police patrolling the streets, and sometimes military also. They're not allowed to use their weapons, but you see a military presence, which is of course not the job of the military. Job of the military is to fight wars, protect the territory, things like that. So I think it's just a way to show people that we live in a very dangerous world, and try to reassure them about this environment. As far as the geopolitics are concerned, now obviously a lot of these people who have been committing these crimes and have been joining these extremist groups have been using some geopolitical arguments. For example, the state of the Palestinians in the Middle East, who are presumably oppressed by Israel. That's an excuse for them to attack, some countries that are presumably friends of Israel. The fact that France, as a military power and as a friend of a number of African countries, have come to the rescue of the government of Mali, which was under attack by a jihadist movement. It's another reason to attack France. Things like that. And of course, this has been explained through a wave of propaganda in the Arabic language, in French, in English, and it's come to the ears of young people who basically have nothing else to do, and who see, and some of them are criminals, spent a lot of time in jail. Some of them tried to be even soldiers or policemen, police officers, and were rejected. Their application was just rejected. You're not suitable to be a policeman. So some of them actually ended up being criminals. Can you believe that? So unfortunately, a sovereign nation cannot stop its foreign policy, and especially when it has international agreements with a place like Mali. In fact, there are many people from Mali living in France as well. So there are many French people living in Mali, and many Malians living in France. If the government of Mali, a friendly government, asks France for some help because they don't want to be overthrown by some radical faction or party, well, France, decides what it has to do, and in this case, handled that operation fairly well, I think, and it's been recognized as such by the Pentagon and other countries. And of course, there are a number of countries on this map where people don't have a military. I was referring to Sweden. And of course, they don't play a role in the Middle East, and they don't have the same history Of course, the UK has a history with the Middle East. And of course, the US has a history, more recent. But as you know, the reputation of the United States in the Middle East is appalling. Since the war in Iraq and since, before, and, whatever the Bush administration tried to do, whatever the Obama administration is trying to do, the result is the same. People don't like the United States. And they see France, they see the UK, they see Germany as allies of the United States. So therefore, we have a choice. Either we give up, we just close ourselves, a little bit what some of the presidential candidates are advocating here in this country, but I won't go in that territory. Either you engage with some situations where you think you can actually improve the geopolitics, and especially in the case of Syria, where we've really messed up as a group of nations, because there are just thousands of people leaving Syria every day, including babies. There are babies dying on the beaches of Greece and Turkey. How long can we take that? Nobody can sustain this. It's just horrendous. And meanwhile, one could hope that the Syrian situation will be sorted through diplomacy. That's what the current process is about. And at the same time, of course, there's a military action taking place with a coalition in Syria and in Iraq. Yes, sir.
Has the Schengen area furthered European security or further perverted it? And my second question is, you talked about second and third generation extremism. Is that a trend, or is it solely based off unemployment statistics in the early portion of this decade?
On the latter, obviously there are people. I mean, it's not like every Muslim in France cannot find a job. I mean, 5 million people, that's a lot, I mean, they are really, we have ministers who are, Muslims. The former justice minister was a Muslim. There are people who are doing well, but there are also people, because of the current economic environment, and I would say it has increased since 2008, because there's been a world crisis, as you're all aware. Therefore, when there's a crisis, when the unemployment is rising everywhere, of course the weakest parts is in even a worse situation than it was before. So I cannot give you statistics, but what I know is that in some parts of France in particular, the unemployment rate is very high, whether it's for young people or middle-aged people. And sometimes it is true that there's been some discriminations in the way people are being hired, and that's created a lot of resentment. But it's difficult to fight, and sometimes there is actually a law which was established, kind of affirmative action, a little bit like here, to prevent this to happen. That means you can send your resume to an employer without giving your name or having your photo or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's complicated. There's a cultural thing, and also many of these people are not educated. They didn't go to university, and therefore it's harder for them to find a job, and so they would end up with blue-collar jobs, which is fine. But for some of them, it's obviously not enough. Sorry, what was the first question?
Has the Schengen area furthered European security or further perverted it?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say it's perverted it, because it's a great idea. I mean, it's the idea first of all, economically, it was a great idea to have this continent unified, especially when you think about World War II, which wasn't that long ago, where you had Germany basically taking over most of Europe, and you had Britain with the help of the US and what remained of France trying to fight the Nazis. So 60 or 70 years ago, you have a unified Europe with a kind of unified government, which is mainly sort of on the trade and economic issues. And Schengen was meant to help, this sort of internal trade situation. So the problem is, of course, many of the countries on the eastern part of Europe, central and eastern part of Europe, are now, which are former socialist countries, if you want, which were part of the Soviet bloc after World War II, are now behaving like they don't want refugees. They don't want to have anything to do with this because the countries are small population, and I mean, I can give you several examples: Hungary, Slovakia, even Poland now, which is obviously one of the biggest countries, the biggest of the new wave of EU members. These countries have elected populist governments, right-wing governments, that basically are restricting refugee arrivals. So I don't know whether I'm answering your question. I think it was a great idea, but the problem is the reality we're facing now is questioning this concept. Yes, sir.
Have the military and police forces for the French experienced an increase in enlistment from the immigrant populations to perhaps erase the suspicion that surrounds them?
Well,
kind of signal that they are in fact on the French side rather than potential enemies?
Well, I don't really know the answer, to be honest. I mean, I'm sure they are, just like anywhere. I mean, the military has its own ways to recruit people and make sure that once they belong to the military, they just, fight for the same master. So I don't think there's any problem on that side. Having worked myself in the Department of Defense, there are even imams. There are priests, of course, and there are imams for the Muslim soldiers in the French military. Now, obviously, I don't believe those people fighting in Syria. First of all, there are no ground troops, as you're aware. No Western country at the moment, in fact, no Middle East country either, has offered to send troops on the ground in Syria. So at this stage, it's mainly airstrikes. And as far as the French troops in Africa or in Lebanon or in other parts of the world, I mean, I don't think there are quotas or anything like that. I mean, there may be some Muslims, there may be not. I mean, we don't really ask people's religion. And that's, as I said, it's part of the French system.
But they look, don't they look a little different than someone who's clearly French, a North African?
Sure, but I mean, they have a French passport, so they're as French as the others. I mean, they can be white, black, they can be of any religion, as long as they have the French nationality. There's nothing preventing them from joining the military. I mean, otherwise, it would be the end of the system, really. I mean, if you start selecting people based on their race, their religion, their identity, their sexual preferences, whatever, of course we don't have any of these. Yes, in the back.
Has there been any shifts in immigration policy in France since the attacks in 2015?
You mean recently? Well, actually, France has not had that many refugees for the past year compared to Germany. And the big story has been Germany because, I mean, that's another, yes, I'll come to you in a moment. Obviously, Chancellor Merkel had made this stunning offer to welcome 1 million refugees to Germany, which the French didn't do. One reason is we already have a lot of refugees, I mean not refugees, but immigrants, and the economic situation in France perhaps doesn't allow to have 1 million refugees. It would be a very complicated thing to do. Even 200,000 would be a problem. So I think we're talking about 60,000 or 70,000, something like this. I mean, there are constant waves of immigration coming from pretty much everywhere in the world, including Asia, including a lot of people from sub-Saharan Africa, and many of the countries I mentioned. I mean, there are different processes like asylum seekers, some family reunion. It's not an easy process. I would say it's slightly easier than here, but it takes less time. But still, it's a very lengthy process to become French. And even if you marry, if you're a foreigner, you marry a French national, it takes you at least 5 years before you can apply for French nationality. And asylum seekers, I'm sure it takes at least 5 years as well to become French. But once you've got the passports of any of these countries, you can basically move from one place to the other. And if you're Estonian, you can go to Portugal and live there, work there. You can even go to the UK, unless they leave, of course, the European Union. I don't think that's going to happen, but. So that's also, I mean, when you open the borders in that way, it has led to a lot of opportunities, business opportunities for a lot of people. For example, I mean, there's a high unemployment in France, but many of these people, maybe they are in London or in Spain. It's economically, Europe has become a unified market, job market, which is very interesting in itself. But politically, and that's where our British friends disagree, politically it is still a kind of association between countries. Now there's an elected European Parliament, there's a commission, there's even a kind of foreign ministry in Brussels. But at the end of the day, in a crisis situation like this, national governments take the lead. And in fact, Bill was mentioning the US. I mean, when Ash Carter or John Kerry, go somewhere, in Europe, they tend to go to Paris or Berlin or perhaps London. But they don't waste their time in Budapest unless, there's a big issue there or a big meeting. But, I mean, you remember this joke about Henry Kissinger, who was asking which phone number he should use to call Europe. Well, I mean, for a while it was Brussels. And it's turning to be Berlin and Paris for all kinds of reasons, but certainly on the security issues and the foreign policy issues. France has become the sort of best partner to the United States because the two countries are cooperating on intelligence and Syria and all kinds of issues that where France has become a big player, and of course that's offering more dangers to the French and leading to more dangers perhaps. But on the other hand, there's no choice. I mean, France is not going to sit there and wait. There is a very dangerous organization called Daesh, which is based in Syria and in various countries, and someone needs to tackle it and to prevent more terrorism and to prevent more Europeans to go there. And that's another issue, tracking these people.
Thank you, Philippe, for helping us better understand a very complex and changing situation in the world. And I'll invite you all to join us for our next lecture, which will be 3 weeks from tonight, which would be the 24th. Thank you. We'll turn to a domestic topic. We'll have another colleague out from Brookings of ours, Elizabeth Kneebone, who's written a fascinating book on the changing demographics of poverty and is going to look at a phenomenon called suburban poverty, and particularly with its applications in Nevada. So I hope you can join us for that, and we'll look forward to seeing you then. Thanks again for your great questions.
Coming up on our next edition of In Your Neighborhood, we're out here at the beautiful Wetlands Park with District E Commissioner Chris June Kiliani. In Your Neighborhood, right here on Clark County Television.
All feral bee colonies in Clark County are considered Africanized, which means they are aggressively defensive. So if you see any swarm or colony, stay away. Quietly move out of sight. If attacked, run in a straight line. Use your hands to shield your face, but don't block your vision. Take shelter inside. Do not jump into water. If you have buzzing insects on your property, the only beeline you should make is to an exterminator. If you see a beehive of activity on Clark County property, contact Public Works Vector Control.
Hey, it's Carrot Top, and you're watching CCTV 4, Clark County.
The Jazz in the Park welcome for Mark Antoine.
How are you doing, Vegas? I haven't been here for a while. I'm glad to be here tonight, and it's a beautiful night. Look at this. It's not too hot. I'm not sweating that much already. Brian and I, we have a few things in common. We do love Brazilian music, and but I also have a real strong love for classical music because I think some of the very best melodies were written by some of the greatest composers of the past. It's already been written, so we're just here to repeat what they've been doing. One of the great composer I used to study and loved very much was a French composer called Claude Debussy. Anybody knows Claude Debussy? So Brian and I, we decided that would be very interesting to take Claude Debussy to Brazil. So we're going to take him to Brazil. Bossa Nova didn't exist when he was writing music, so imagine. Brian Simpson. Do you like Latin music? Seguro que hay gente que habla español aquí, ¿no? ¿Dónde está? ¡Ay, quiero ver a la gente española! ¡Venga! I lived in Spain for about 12 years. And I just moved back to California, by the way. But Brian and I, we used to do a gig back there in Mallorca, close to Ibiza. And I used also to go on vacation to Ibiza, and I really like that chill-out vibe. I don't know about you guys. But you know, like when you're sitting out there on a terrace in the Mediterranean, like on these like sofas and having a drink like you guys right now, like I'm not, just drinking water right now, I don't even know where it is. I just love that vibe. So we're going to take you there now with a track from Brian Simpson. It's on Brian's record, by the way, if you want to buy it tonight. It's called Sky Watcher. Sky Watcher. Dave, why don't you take me back to Brazil, man? Mr. Dave Hooper on drums. Hey, Dre, groove that on bass, man. Oh, yeah. Brian, why don't you come in? we would like to play a song by my favorite composer. Troy Berry, Brian Simpson. Come on, give it up. Brian Simpson is from Chicago. Or close to it. So we gotta do it. We have to do it. you got Chicago style. You got everything tonight. You got Ibiza style. You got Latin style.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to In Your Neighborhood. For the next half hour, we'll talk District E issues and county issues with Commissioner Chris June Kiliani. So we're here at the Clark County Wetlands Park in District E. District E is the county's most central district. Generally bounded on the west at Decatur Boulevard, this district stretches across Las Vegas Boulevard all the way to Frenchman's Mountain, including parts of Henderson near Lake Las Vegas and east to Lake Mead Boulevard. District E stretches through some of our more mature neighborhoods and includes the Clark County Wetlands Park, the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and a large part of Las Vegas Boulevard. Commissioner, this is a fantastic day out here. A typical day, really. There's busloads of kids out here. Beautiful outdoor classroom at one of the most ecological, very important places in the valley.
Absolutely. It's a huge conservation issue. The county invested millions, as well as the federal government. Most of it was actually funded through the SNPLMA, or the land sales that were done back about 10, 12, 20 years ago probably. But this has been now open and it's well used. Unfortunately, we still have issues with vagrants and graffiti and shooting and just a mess. So we've actually been convening with Metro, with school police, Parks and Rec, BLM, Bureau of Reclamation to try to figure out how we can get a handle on this. They've torn down most of the fencing out along the trails. They're setting those on fire, so we're trying to find out how we can handle that part of it. We've had shootings. I want it safe for people that are bicycling or hiking. There's no shooting allowed out here, and people are out there just driving up illegally up the washes and just letting gunfire go, not realizing, I think, that there are people out there using the trails as we want and putting them at risk. So we've been meeting with Metro for about 6 months now, trying to lay out some agendas, and they've been wonderful. We've actually asked the county for additional park police to designate them here, and I believe that they're going to comply with that or that request. So we're trying to do some other things as well to make sure that we had more community policing out here.
What else can be done, Commissioner? I mean, it is 2,900 acres, and I know a lot of what you've been talking about is on the one end. There's basically only one access way in off of Hollywood on the far side, right?
Yeah, the Sunrise Trailhead is where a bunch of it happens, but it's all up and down there. There's behind the Las Vegas High School, there's a group that meets called Little Mexico, so that's their party time, but they've had shootings there. We've had students we had a young man die. Another one was out here just last week I read about that flipped his truck and got caught with guns, got caught with, one person is still in critical condition. Part of it has to do is I want to ask the parents, there are curfews, and you need to make sure you know where your young man, woman, child, whatever are at, number one. Number two, anybody that wants to use this, we need to share it in a very conservation way. We shouldn't be driving up big trucks up and down the washes. It degrades the land. It affects the animals that are out there and the plant life. So part of what we're trying to do is ask the community to protect this jewel. You spent millions and millions of tax dollars that went to this. We should respect it and make sure we respect each other.
And obviously the ecological part of it, controls our water that flows into Lake Mead, purifies it.
It purifies the water. We have, I don't even know how many weirs. I know that there's 3 to 5 weirs that we still have to construct, that we have to work with Bureau of Rec on. But in the long run, this is a jewel. It is the wetlands. It's where all your water comes to. We filter, clean it through the Water Reclamation Department, which is just down the street, and then repurpose it. And so, we shouldn't trash things the way that people have been doing. It's unfortunate.
Commissioner, a little bit further up the wash area is Desert Rose Golf Course. All of us golfers are getting quite excited that is going to open, I believe, hopefully sometime in March. Can you just bring us up to date on that
Sure, they're
project?
just about done. We were waiting for FEMA to finally approve the maps so I can get my folks out of the floodplain. They don't have to pay that insurance anymore. They've submitted everything. I got an email that they're about a week out, and then once they do that, we'll begin the notification process. That's part one. Part two, though, we had a stakeholders group, the neighbors, the golfers. They renamed it. They wanted to go back to something that was more historical and traditional. So they've come up with the club at Sunrise. And then we have the Winterwood Grill, which will be there. That'll be available not only for eating, but also for leasing out. So if people want to do weddings or graduation parties, it's a beautiful setting. I think they'll be very happy. So we're looking at the opening now around the first week of April is where we're at.
And again, you mentioned the flood control component. Talk a little bit about that, how vital that is to the overall flood project.
It was huge. This was the most expensive flood project ever done in the history of the state. It was over $101 million, and that's part of it is not just the flood channel at the golf course and rebuilding it, but it was also all the sewer lines that had to go between the county and the city were being redone at the same time. So unfortunately, we had a gentleman that died during that last round of flooding. So the flood, FEMA puts them into a flood zone. When you do the project, then once you have redone it and they accept it, then they can take the people back out of the flood zone and they don't have to maintain the flood insurance, which saves them hundreds of dollars. So that's what we're still waiting on from FEMA. We did everything on our part in a very timely manner. We've been waiting since December, I believe, to hear one way or another. So FEMA, I just saw an email a week ago, and they're within a week or so of making the finalization on that. Then they'll notify the neighbors once they take it out of the floodplain. There may be some additional ways to get them credit for their insurance because some folks have already paid for the year, so that's part of what we're waiting for.
And then on the recreation part of things, us golfers are,
Yes.
I played there many times, and it was, in mixed conditions, but now it looks beautiful. It's going to be a magnificent course.
I'm so excited about it. It is an asset to the community. I made a commitment when I first ran for office that we would not convert that, we would keep it green. And the golf course, they wanted it natural through the wash. We only did a concrete at the bottom of it, so it's easier for them to clean. The main thing is we're trying to make sure that we don't have the trash that comes down the flood when we have a flood patrol. There used to be times when I would be out there and there'd be grocery carts and mattresses and everything else. So I just ask people, stop the illegal dumping, be respectful, because that does impact it. But the golfers are going to love it. I don't golf, but I've had golfers on my committee working with the developers all the way through this, so their input's been very well taken. We've resited where some of the courses were so that the houses have less impact with the balls in the long run. So we tried to really learn from it. The mobile home park that's along there, we rebuilt their fencing and did it so that we could protect from the raccoons being able to get up and under and get into their mobile home park. So we've tried to do everything we possibly could based on what the constituents have said that they wanted out there while that project was going on.
Commissioner, Maryland Parkway is a large part of District E and something I know you've been working on for a long, long time. And there's several different components now. There's a Southern Nevada Strong, which has helped on strategy on Maryland Parkway. You've also had a number of stakeholder meetings and public meetings at Winchester and other places. Bring us up to date on what's going on on Maryland Parkway.
Maryland Parkway is another jewel, in my opinion. I mean, I've always lived off of Maryland Parkway, so that's kind of my neighborhood. But when we're really looking at revitalizing it, and without a redevelopment area, the county doesn't have one. How do you redo that? Part of it came just from private sector because Mr. Sansone and his business company bought the Boulevard Mall. They've been revitalizing that. It looks marvelous. They've done a fantastic job. They're about 80 to 90, I think 90% rented, maybe even more so by this time. The Nevada Hispanic Museum is located in there. We just opened John's Incredible Pizza. Goodwill is there. It is just changed the whole face along that corridor. That said, you have also then you have the airport, you have then the university area, you have the retail, then as you move further down you have Sunrise and the behavioral hospitals, so that's kind of a medical component, and then it naturally leads into the city of Las Vegas, down almost to the Bonneville station. I have been promoting since I got here that we should really do light rail. We're in the middle of EIS. We have to secure the money. It's very expensive. But RTC is working very closely with our business group that we formed almost 4 years ago now to really give us good guidance. So as they work through grants for that, how do we at least get rapid bus transit down there until we can actually get light rail to interconnect the airport all the way to downtown North Las Vegas? I think it's absolutely key. It's pivotal in and of itself because it revitalizes, but it'll be a different way to show people that we can move resources, people around. We want them safe. We want bike lanes. We want the buses. We want the transit component to come in because that adds to the beauty of it. You can get to the hospital, you can get to the airport, you can get to the university, you can get to retail. well. So all of that is part of what we're looking at. We even got a National Endowment for the Arts grant that was written by Nevada Strong, Southern Nevada Strong. So they got $50,000 grant. We had a neighborhood meeting to really identify the planning part of that, because we want to incorporate public art throughout as well. And in the long run, we just had a meeting last week. Art Prize may select us for, and that would be a wonderful corridor to do that. So that's another exciting venue. We had over 100 people that showed up for that meeting, so that was pretty good.
And what other cities? I know we've studied some Tempe's and Portland, Salt Lake cities. You're looking at other models to not reinvent the wheel, but to cherry pick some of their terrific ideas.
Exactly, and there's a trip. I think Commissioner Brown's going to Denver this week. I was not able to go, but I was there for convention back in 2008 and quite familiar with it. I rode public transit everywhere. Boise, they went to Salt Lake City. So we've been looking at where do we glean ideas. So as you said, not to reinvent the wheel. I want to beautify Maryland Parkway, for example, but there's other areas as well that we're working on. If you'll notice, the orange cones, be patient, because that means that that's people working. That means that we're actually putting those dollars, those fuel tax dollars, back into infrastructure. So we have over 132 projects out right now through RTC. There will be a November ballot question, and hopefully the public will support that because that continues the program. That means we get more resurfacing, more rebuilding. We just had Eastern's being done, McLeod's being done right now. Hollywood is slated to be redesigned. We're going to, we just let a RFP to look at a roundabout up on Hollywood. I know some of the constituents may not care for that, but you have to really look at traffic calming devices. We built our roads, some of our roads, way too wide. It's a drag racing. The kids are speeding up and down. So we'll do a temporary one to model it, to see what happens with the school buses, what happens with traffic, before we make the final decision on that. But I do think it's the right way to go.
All right. We must take a quick break. We'll continue in your neighborhood with Commissioner Chris June Kiliani. Stay tuned.
I am for the child who's had 7 addresses in a single year because she's in foster care, because her father abused her, and her mother couldn't believe her. She is the child I am for. I am a CASA volunteer. I am you.
You can help us save more than $1.5 million this year. Every election, we print and mail hundreds of thousands of sample ballots. But now voters can choose to receive their sample ballot by email instead of through the regular mail. Go to the Clark County Election Department website, enter your information in the Registered Voter Services box to log in. Then click on the drop-down arrow next to Voter Services and select Request My Sample Ballot Electronically. Go green. This election season, help us save taxpayers' dollars. Choose email over regular mail for your sample ballot.
District E is home to the Clark County Wetlands Park. A massive 2,900 acres, the Clark County Wetlands Park is one of the largest remaining wetlands areas in the Southwest. Home to nearly 300 plants and animal species, the wetlands is more than a nature conservatory. It's also an ecological boon, providing a filter for water purity as it flows to Lake Mead. The 13 miles of outdoor trails are open from dusk till dawn. The Wetlands Park is located in District E near Sam Boyd Stadium, and that's where we are. We're talking issues with your Commissioner, Chris June Kiliani. Commissioner, the Las Vegas Strip, Las Vegas Boulevard, there's been a lot of, which is part of District E also, there's been a lot of talk there. And you were, I think, the one that brought to the table perhaps making it a mall, pedestrian mall. One way to improve traffic is to eliminate it.
Exactly.
Talk to me.
It was somewhat rejected, but that's okay. You don't ever change anything if you don't have the conversation. And maybe I'm a little bit ahead of my time, but I think a pedestrian wall makes good sense on the Strip. I still recognize we would still maintain public transit lanes with taxis and emergency vehicles. So it's not completely pedestrian free, but in the long run, it saves money. It's safer for people. You have different venues that you can do. We already close it for New Year's, so it's not like we don't do this from time to time, but you can complement it where you're still allowing for that public component for travel, but the majority of it becomes pedestrian. There is a big problem, though. and that how do you get to the back of the house where your employees are going and then where your deliveries have come in. And so part of this was to ask the casinos to start thinking that as they're developing or redeveloping, that you make sure you don't landlock yourself, that you have good circulation on your property, you have ingress and egress on both sides. Some of the properties only have access off of the strip, which is ridiculous. So, and then we have to do a better job when we approve zoning to make sure that we've got the right lanes, that they've got the proper ingress and egress instead of just, this is the design, go for it. We have to look longer term. This could be something 10 years down the road. That's fine. I want Maryland first. I want Dennis from Public Works just came up with a brilliant idea on Harmon to do a flyover off of Tropicana. It would complement the university. If they did do the university stadium, we actually have a meeting this afternoon on that, what traffic do you need to deal with there? So those are the more important pieces, looking again at Swenson and Paradise, maybe being one way again. Different things. So low-hanging fruit that we can actually put into place now, we're moving forward on. We just approved 2 new bridges on the strip, pedestrian bridges. No matter what, you still need that access until you need to, people need to be able to safely get back and forth. So those were approved last week by the County Commission. But I do think that the conversation should not be lost, that we have to do a better job on planning, we have to do a better job on how we utilize that public property that is the strip. It belongs to the public, and we need to think differently maybe 10 years down the road. Hopefully sooner, but in the long run, it's safer. You don't have cars driving up on curbs, running people over. As long as you accommodated then your TNCs and your taxis and your bus, then you should be able to really do a blend. And we should look at other areas that have been able to put that together.
And of course, light rail and other public transit systems are all part of the conversation as well.
Correct.
Give me your opinion on light rail or any of those others, how much of a boon they would be, Commissioner?
I think it'd be awesome. I mean, if you look at Denver, for example, or Salt Lake City, or even Phoenix, it's a phenomenal program that they put together with light rail. It revitalizes an area. It gives people different access that they don't have. And what we have to start to remember or think, I mean, I travel, so I've been to many of these places. I don't talk about it if I haven't seen it. Our tourists that are coming in are from Asia and Europe. They are used to public transit that is completely different than what we have here. We're very antiquated, as much as we have the monorail, which is a mono, but it's got a purpose. It's here, so we got to make it better. But we don't need to extend a monorail. We really should look then at light rail. And that was always my frustration with when that came into play 20 plus years ago, is it kind of ruined people's minds for what light rail really is and can be. We need that interconnectivity. It's no different than I-11. We need to make sure that we're allowing for goods and services to be able to move around. So logistics ports are what are needed still that need to be out there for planning. If we can get trucks to offload before they come into the city, it saves wear and tear on our roadways. So there's different ways to distribute your goods and services, and that's part of the conversation as well. And then if I-11 actually goes on the backside more closely, actually closer to get to Nellis Air Force Base and onto Apex, if they're now talking about running it up here on this side, the most extreme east side, that lessens traffic, that gets the trucks out of the mix in town, but it also can connect to a logistics port at Apex. You could also have a logistics port on the border of California near the Sloan area. So those are things that are still being discussed as well.
Let's go back to the Strip again for a little bit, Commissioner. The North Strip, obviously, SLS is there, Resort World's broken ground, Alon, and now the Convention Center looks like it will probably be taking over the spot where the Riviera is. Is that really going to rejuvenate the north end of the Strip?
Absolutely. MGM just was successful in getting the Country Music Awards. That'll be on the old Rock and Rio site. Then next year, Rock and Rio comes back. So that foot traffic helps. Fontainebleau, there's a company that's looking at the purchase of it. They're doing their due diligence right now, but that would be exciting if that happens. Jackie Robinson still is working on his all-net. You've got Elan, which is going to be a wonderful boutique-ish more kind of hotel. You have Resorts World, which they're working right now. They're doing their underground utilities. So all of that, once that mass, they just have to be careful not to roll out too many rooms too fast. You need to make sure, again, that you have access back and forth. So there's lights and bridges that may be needed. Councilman Coffin and I share. He's on the south side, or the north side of Sahara. I'm on the south side. So we actually left footprints on both corners so that if we ever have to do a pedestrian bridge to join the two, that we're prepared for that part of it. SLS I was just there for the Dash and Dine with KMPR. It was phenomenal. I mean, Jose's, the meats, incredible. The Mediterranean restaurants there. I didn't get to eat the Japanese restaurant, but so you got some jewels. My neighbors actually, because we can walk to that. So I'm hoping they can hang in there until we get that more. You need a critical mass, and then it flows to the downtown. It helps Stratosphere. It helps all those other pieces going down that route. But I'm excited about it. You know, money's been tough for everybody, private sector as well as public sector. So they have to do it right, but they've been approved, and so I'm excited to see what comes out of all of this.
Another smaller component, I know last year we named a street after Mr. Sammy Davis Jr., and we've got another one coming up. Riviera Boulevard is changing its name to somebody. I can't believe we have never named a street after that gentleman to begin with,
I know,
Commissioner.
Isn't that? I'm so glad Westgate brought that up. Mr. Siegel and Mark Waltrip, his son-in-law, they've been very progressive. If you have not been inside Westgate, you really ought to. They've done a phenomenal job of redesigning and bringing some life back. But yes, with the Riv gone, I hope we save the sign in some way. But that will become Elvis Presley Drive. And then the Sammy Davis, long overdue. I'm so thrilled that I was able to put that together in a very, very quick time. Even though it's been approved for like 8 years, nobody ever told us that they hadn't moved forward. So they came to me, and I thank you, Public Works. We did it within about 3 months. So I'm excited about that. But the best thing is our Public Arts Committee that we formed when I got the public art funding money has decided that they want to do a public art piece where the three come together. Sinatra Drive, Sammy Davis Jr., and the Rat Pack, basically. So I don't know if it'll be a mural there or a statue or what, but I'm excited that it'll have a public art component as well.
Commissioner, since the last time we talked, medical marijuana is now a reality in District E and across Clark County. Are you satisfied with how the rollout has been and how this privileged licensed business is taking shape in Clark County?
So far, I've not had complaints. There's one right down the street from my house in Yo, but you have Euphoria that was the first one that opened. You have we have one here on Boulder Highway that just opened, Nevada Pure. Their cultivation, but they just got their dispensary. The main thing is I think the state will have to go back and make some tweaks to a couple of things, such as the volume that you have to test to prove your growth is awful lot, and so it really removes, for those folks that were trying to get up and running, they really didn't, it took like half their product that you could use to stock rather than for the lab testing. So they need to review that part of it. But again, the voters will have an opportunity to decide if they want recreational in November this year.
Most people seem to think that that will probably pass. Are business people coming to you already and, you know, coming with business ideas for that, or has that not yet?
No, I think they're going to see what happens, and I think those that have already been approved will probably be the main people in the market. You don't want to, again, flood that market either, so they're going to have to be careful. I just hope that Metro will start focusing on the illegal deliveries, because those folks are not legitimized. They don't have a business license. They're competing with the business people, and we need to shut them down, and they know where they're at. You can go on your website right now and do weed something, and it shows you every place they're at. Just go in and bust those people. They're not doing business correctly. They should not be competing with those that are properly licensed.
All right, we must take a quick break. We'll continue in your neighborhood with Commissioner Chris June Kiliani. Stay tuned.
I am Clark County District Attorney Steve Wolfson. As temperatures outside climb into triple digits, remember, leaving an animal in a parked car or outside without shelter and water is neglect, and it is a crime. Every year, officers respond to over 5,000 animal cruelty calls in southern Nevada. Abuse and neglect of animals will not be tolerated in our community, and my office will prosecute offenders. Help us protect those who cannot speak for themselves. If you see an animal being neglected or abused, please call 311 to report it.
District E is home to the Hollywood Regional Park Recreation and Aquatic Center. The Rec Center often offers dozens of classes, programs, and events every month. Their well-equipped gym gives workout fanatics a sparkling place to sweat and run and lift while enjoying a magnificent view of the valley below. The Aquatic Center is the newest in Clark County, with year-round swimming inside and an outdoor pool designed with more than a nod to Tinseltown and popcorn in a gorgeous outdoor setting. The Hollywood Complex is located in the far east part of District E at 1650 South Hollywood Boulevard. And speaking of District E, we're talking with your elected representative, Commissioner Chris June Kiliani. Commissioner, coming into the Wetlands Park today, driving down Boulder Highway, a lot of activity going on there.
A lot of
Tell me
activity.
what's
We've
going on
had
there.
too many deaths, and that is, again, it's a state highway. So NDOT came together with our Public Works and with Metro. Metro called, Captain Owen called a meeting. We have to do something. It's too wide. So actually our Public Works staff have come up with a plan where we can actually narrow it, get some crossings, upgrade the lighting so it's safer for people. But people need to then use those crosswalks and not cross midway. So that's part of what we're working on to save them. You also mentioned Hollywood. That was promised to be a regional park. It's been on plans for 20 plus years. I've been here 11 years now, and it's very frustrating to me. So I've asked Parks to go back and get me a map with what's currently on it and take all the other stuff they promised to people. We resurvey the neighborhood and start putting back in then other program areas that the neighborhood has asked for. I did get some SNPLMA money to add to lighting and bathrooms for the ballparks. We'll have more ballparks. That actually generates revenue for parks so that we can put it back in. But people want other activities that are out there, and they were promised a regional park. The problem is the county, all of our regional parks, not one of them is finished because we didn't finance it as a regional park, and I think that's misleading to folks. So I'm going to do my last 3 years as much as I possibly can to make sure that our parks and recreation areas are redone and revitalized and added to and really reflect what the community around them want. Especially after 20 years, it's changed. So I don't want to put something out there that nobody really cares for any longer. So that's what I'm working on. And in fact, Commissioner Kirkpatrick and I have a town hall to just discuss, because we share property lines basically. We thought, let's do that. We've never done that before. She's only been on the commission for a year, but she's a go-getter. And so we're going to have a, talk with the community about what their needs are. Bob Price, a community center, Hollywood, zoning issues, traffic issues, lights, where do you need those types of things. So that's, I try to do town halls in all the quadrants of my district. And so this will be my next one that I'm having coming up.
Awesome. Well, our time is up. I know we could talk for another hour or two on District E and everything else. Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Pleasure.
That wraps up this edition of In Your Neighborhood. Special thanks to Commissioner Chris June Kiliani for taking time to tell us about the area she calls home and represents as your elected official, District E. If you have any questions about this show or ideas for upcoming segments in your neighborhood, call me. I'm at 702-455-6357 or send an email to rsw@clarkcountynv.gov. Thanks for tuning in to Clark County Television. On behalf of our production staff, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time in your neighborhood.
Even Rocky knows his owner should pick up after him in the park. Dog waste is unsanitary and potentially harmful to people. A variety of disposal tools are available. Choose the one that suits you and properly dispose of dog waste in any trash can in the park. Be polite. Scoop that poop. It's easy to be a responsible dog owner.
Ma'am, driving a car in a diamond lane requires 2 or more people.
Oh, I'm sorry, but diamonds really are a girl's best friend. Now where's a girl gonna find another person to share a ride with?
Club Ride can help you find people to carpool with. Visit their site at rtcsnv.com.
It looks like someone visited the Club Ride website.
That's right. These diamonds really are a driver's best friend.
Hi, I'm Joe Gloria, the Clark County Registrar of Voters. and I'm here to explain how you can help us save more than $1.5 million this year. Every election, we print and mail hundreds of thousands of sample ballots. This is a significant cost and uses a lot of paper and other resources. But now voters can choose to receive their sample ballot by email instead of through the regular mail, and help us save taxpayers money and save hundreds of trees. Here's how you can help. Go to the Clark County Election Department website at clarkcountynv.gov/vote. Enter your information in the Registered Voter Services box to log in. Then click on the drop-down arrow next to Voter Services and select Request My Sample Ballot Electronically. Go green. This election season, help us save taxpayers' dollars and hundreds of trees. Choose email over regular mail for your sample ballot.
Are you a fan of Sunset Park? Clark County Parks and Recreation wants you to volunteer for its new Sunset Stewards program aimed at improving the visitor experience. Volunteers accepted into the program would be asked to patrol the park for at least 4 hours each month, report problems, and interact with park patrons in a positive way in order to educate them about the wildlife and caring for the 323-acre regional facility. For more information, please call 702-455-8200 or email sunsetstewards@clarkcountynv.gov.
This is Clark County Television, CCTV 4.
Just ahead on UMC Digest, we'll take you inside one of our operating suites to show you the latest in surgical robotic technology. Then a vest saved this man's life during a heart attack. We'll tell you how it works. And we'll introduce you to a teenager who survived devastating burns after a campfire explosion. Her outlook on life now is sure to make you smile. The UMC Digest starts right now. Welcome to UMC Digest. I'm Danita Cohen, and we're very glad you're with us. UMC offers the highest level of care in the state. We're home to Nevada's only Level 1 Trauma Center, Nevada's only designated Pediatric Trauma Center, Nevada's only Burn Care Center, and the only Transplant Center in Nevada. Our teams are able to take care of the most ill and injured patients in Nevada with the highest amount of skill and technology. That level of expertise ensures we're able to care for patients who may not survive anywhere else. Patients like Andrew Lynn. When Andrew Lynn was rushed through the doors of this trauma center, it was a case not even our trauma team had ever seen before. And they've seen just about every kind of injury imaginable. But with Andrew's case, well, people usually don't survive this kind of injury. Take a look.
I think it's a 13. Here, throw here, bud. Throw to Daddy.
I want mine, Daddy. Andrew Lynn had already survived a tour of duty in Iraq and being hit by a drunk driver. Then, while driving late at night, he fell asleep at the wheel and hit a chain link fence. A fence pole went through the windshield and then through his mouth, narrowly missing his spine and puncturing clear through the back of his neck.
They started taking him out of the car and they put him on a stretcher, and as they came around the corner, my wife says, "Hey, he's got a pipe sticking out his head."
When the paramedics came, I guess they thought I was deceased, and I wasn't, clearly. So they started working to cut the pipe to get me out. When I was cut free, from what they've told me, I actually climbed out of the car and hopped onto the gurney all by myself, which I'm sure was a little trippy.
Andrew was transported to the UMC Trauma Center with the pole still going through his head.
He had a hard time kind of wrapping his head around it, no pun intended, about what had really happened to him and what he had been through. And, when I had talked to him about the part about how he was trying to text on his telephone, he couldn't remember any of it.
Dr. Coates had to figure out how to get that pole out of Andrew's mouth and neck. not something doctors learn in medical school.
The minute you pull this pipe out, all hell could break loose and they could start bleeding profusely.
So we called in a team of specialists only on call at UMC to figure out how to get that pole out of Andrew. In fact, the whole team at UMC came together in trauma OR, even down to a hospital engineering team who had to bring a saw to sever a smooth edge, and a nurse who ran ice-cold water through that pipe so it didn't heat up in Andy's head while they were sawing.
So that was really the concern, was, whether or not he was going to have permanent injury from lack of blood flow to his brain, and we were very fortunate that he didn't.
Dr. Nancy Donahoe and Dr. Jeffrey Moxley assisted Dr. Coates during a case none of them could believe.
If Andy's car had been going in any of 3 different planes of space, he would likely be dead at the scene. If the pole had ever been coming in any of 3 different planes of space, he's dead at the scene. And if his head had been positioned inside of the car in any of 3 different planes of space, he's dead at the scene.
The specialists were able to get the pole out of Andrew, left unscathed except for some oral issues, but alive.
It took a long time to be able to open my mouth again, because with the damage to the muscle and the tissue, it's almost like my mouth healed shut because it was wired shut. And those muscles healed in the shut position. So I actually had to pry my mouth open over time with popsicle sticks, or the tongue depressors. You'd stick them in, a stack of them in between my teeth on this side, and then I would wedge another one in between the middle and pry it open.
Andrew's injuries now were cosmetic. Miraculously, he was able to stand up and walk just 2 days after that pole came out of his head.
Especially if I felt horrible sitting in the intensive care unit, because you see people who are really in bad shape. And I remember, feeling really bad about seeing people in that bad a shape.
Andrew's case made national attention because of his incredible injury and the superb team who saved his life.
I tend to believe that there's just a higher power at work there. I remember Dr. Moxley, one of the things he told me was he couldn't have surgically put that pipe in any better than it was.
How do you explain that he's even alive, Doctor?
It's a miracle. It really is.
Andrew attended our trauma survivor celebration that is hosted by Caesar's Palace every year. Another patient who joined us that day was Casey Nita. You might remember her story in the media after she was involved in a campfire explosion last summer. That explosion nearly took her life and caused her an extremely painful recovery. But she refused to let it ruin her soul, because as you will see, Casey is one of the most positive people you will ever meet. It was supposed to be a celebration, a graduation party with friends, enjoying a bonfire on the outskirts of Henderson.
And so we set up our bonfire and we were hanging out, and I was paying attention to my friends, and within 10 seconds it exploded. And I remember being on fire and then being out, and then going up to my friend and telling her I need help. So we all piled into the trucks and we drove.
Casey was the most severely burned of 7 teens who suffered injuries. The kids drove themselves to the closest hospital, where they were quickly transported to UMC's Burn Care Center, the only burn care center in Nevada.
I wasn't aware of how badly I was injured because I told my mom to bring me a spare set of clothes like I was going to go home.
Once at UMC, Casey was heavily sedated in a coma for 15 days.
When I first got Casey's consult, she was in the pediatric intensive care unit. She was intubated, she was sedated, and the prognosis was no one really knew. She was burned almost her entire body, so 85% of her body had sustained 2nd and 3rd degree burns. So no one really knew what was going to happen.
Casey slowly came to, and family therapist Kara Goodman was also at her bedside.
My first visit with Casey was in pediatric ICU, and when I first came to see her, it was the most amazing visit. She was so inspirational and so positive, even though she was in, the most excruciating pain, and had to be It was a horrible circumstance, but our visit, she brought tears to my eyes because she was so inspirational and so positive, even though she was in this terrible circumstance and in this terrible accident. But she talked in the most beautiful way. It was just, I couldn't believe that this 16-year-old girl could take this circumstance that she had been in and want to be positive and she wanted to make an impact on my life.
Casey would have an excruciating road of recovery ahead of her, with sometimes twice daily debridements, where her burned skin had to be scrubbed in order to clear infection and promote new growth.
All of the physical things that they face, the debridements, the dressing changes are incredibly painful, but psychologically also. They're here, they're burned, so they face some sort of trauma, whether it's a fire, a car accident, some sort of trauma that they've been through. So a lot of times they're facing some sort of, maybe they're going through flashbacks or they're having nightmares. They're facing some sort of maybe post-trauma. So it's psychologically very difficult for them as well.
A lot of emotional support, talking her through it, giving her the confidence that she can overcome. Music was a big coping mechanism for her. We would, turn the iPad on and turn Pandora on, and she would sing through dressing changes, and that was kind of just a way to connect with all the nurses too. Is, oh, have you heard the new, Taylor Swift song? And so that was kind of just her way of kind of escaping from the pain and just being able to sing and get her mind off it.
UMC trauma and burn surgeon Dr. Terry Lewis understands his patients are enduring physical and emotional pain.
The injury, the pain, the potential changes in how you look, and she saw the other kids that were hurt all get better more quickly and get back to school, and she was still hurting, and it was really a struggle.
Casey's road wasn't easy, and she would go home and return to UMC a few times more for her care. But her strength came from within, a will to live and a fight to survive.
And I really believe that that's what got her through everything that she's been through. Because it was horrific what she had to do, and I don't know how she did it, but I believe it's because she had that strength inside of her before that she was able to do that.
Get better every day, look better every day. That's what I want to keep doing. I'm getting better every day, improving every day. And I hope to impress other people, to make them want to move forward and hope that they can do better with their lives.
Surviving a burn injury with unimaginable pain, recovery, and the physical and emotional scars patients will always carry with them is only made easier with a strong support system.
She's had Kim and Kara, and they take real good care of her. She's a good patient, but they go out of their way to really help her, and it has helped her.
The Burn Center, it's a team effort, and there's a lot of people involved in. And a special shout out really goes to Kim, because her therapy, whether it's distraction or being with Casey at every operation, coming in and meeting her to help with the anxiety of the surgery beforehand and afterward, being there when she woke, and she really helped her prepare herself mentally for the operations and all the therapy she did, and that has been her help in getting Casey on the road just can't be underestimated.
Casey regularly participates in UMC's Burn Care Support Group, hosted by both Kara and Kimberly.
I'm not a burn survivor, and I've never had a burn injury, so I don't know how it is. But when Casey's met other teenagers that have been in the same spot, and they can talk about what lotions works, how their physical therapy has been, what exercises help keeping the skin flexible.
Casey also went to burn camp with other pediatric burn survivors and is now back in school with a painful past behind her as she looks ahead to her senior year.
I was elected by my student class to be on the homecoming court this year.
She's making remarkable progress. She still has some work to do. She got some scar tissue work to do, some rehab and physical therapy that's going to be a lot of work, but she's going after it now, and I have no doubts that she'll get back to 100% here very shortly.
She continues to surprise me every day. I mean, everyone that has ever met her knows she's courageous. I mean, to face situations that you're fearful of and to come in for a dressing change that may be an hour, maybe 2 hours, and you have a smile on your face, like, not everyone can do that. So, I mean, she was just awesome and strong and courageous from the start.
That it's never as bad as you think it is. You can always find the bright side of something. You can always make it through it. Always.
The UMC Lions Burn Care Center is the only one in the state. We treat patients from a 10,000 square mile radius and offer community education on how to prevent burns. Some tips include make sure you have smoke alarms in your home on every floor and near sleeping rooms. Test those smoke alarms once a month. Cook with care and never leave children alone in the kitchen. And check your water heater's temperature to make sure it's at 120 degrees or lower, especially if you have little ones. When we come back, another amazing story of survival, this time from a man who drowned and was under the water for 10 minutes before he was pulled out. His story on the other side of this break.
When you make a wish for yourself, you fulfill the wish of another. Coins from the Front Caesars Palace Fountain are collected and donated to the trauma and burn care units at University Medical Center, Southern Nevada's only public hospital. Our trauma and burn care centers provide the highest level of care in all of Nevada, right when people need it the most. So far, your precious pennies have done a lot of good. We encourage you to keep those good wishes coming. Thank you for your generosity. Together, we shine.
I survived because of the transplant center.
I survived because of the burn care center.
I survived because of the trauma center.
UMC. Together, we shine.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. We take you now out to Lake Mead, where Quincy Davidson's fight to survive began. It was a day on Lake Mead with friends until something went terribly wrong for Quincy Davidson.
We were just hanging out, like, on the shore, playing around, and then decided to go out into the water and started paddling out just near the shoreline at first, and then progressively made our way out, and I fell off of the raft into the water and was trying to go the opposite direction of the current, but I was swimming towards the current instead, and it pulled me back, and my friend Candace pulled me up, but she started falling down with me, so in order to get herself back up, she had to let me go.
He had fallen into the water and was maybe submerged for as long as 10 minutes. And that his family members and friends got him out of the water and started resuscitative measures, which is CPR, on scene. And then we had heard that he had received probably about 45 minutes of CPR, both from family members and the EMS staff when he was en route.
Quincy was transported to another hospital and then came to UMC for a higher level of care.
And then when he got to us, he was completely supported with the breathing tube, with IVs, and was unresponsive. So wasn't opening his eyes, obviously couldn't speak, wasn't really doing anything for us.
The prognosis wasn't good. Quincy's lungs had become polluted with the water from Lake Mead. He had a pulmonary contusion and liver injuries.
Away from the drowning, just the fact that he had CPR for so long, typically those patients don't really regain much, brain function after they haven't had good blood flow to the brain for such a long period of time.
Quincy was in a coma in UMC's trauma intensive care unit for nearly 6 weeks, totally unresponsive.
We weren't very optimistic when he came in. The fact that he was completely unresponsive when he got here is also a pretty bad sign. So usually if the ones that do have some function come back, they usually come to us with a little bit of an exam. Maybe they can open their eyes, maybe they can do some posturing that gives us some idea that there's some brain cells that are still functioning there. And we didn't have any evidence of that with Quincy.
For weeks, the trauma intensive care team looked for any sign of response from Quincy.
There was members on
the respiratory team that were just awesome, because we spoke and I needed to know what he needed to do and where he needed to be at in order to get off the ventilator, which he was on for almost 2.5 months.
Then one day, out of the blue, Quincy woke up.
So I could hear what everyone was saying, or I think I was talking, but I really wasn't, and there were just thoughts in my head or what I wanted to say.
Quincy had to learn to walk and talk, how to read and write again, and he had a great support network to motivate him every step of the way.
Love of my family and my friends and them wanting me to get back to normal. I really think that helped push me.
There's no rhyme or reason for Quincy's recovery. After weeks in a coma, the textbooks say it shouldn't happen, but it did.
Miraculous.
I was able to lose something that was precious to me, but yet it was given back to me, not only for my second chance, but also for my family, and it allows others to see the work that where doctors never treated a case like this before. Now they have some idea on what to do if the next case should ever come through.
Just so glad that Quincy's doing well, and it's just so encouraging for us to see our patients after they're at the end of their course and they're recovered and back with their families, and it just makes us feel like we're really doing good work here.
And don't ever take anything or anyone for granted, especially yourself or those around you. And you never know what role someone is going to play in your life, so just try to be nice and open to everybody.
At UMC, we have the most advanced technology in the state in use in our surgical suites. Our surgical robot takes minimally invasive procedures to a whole new level, cutting down on recovery times and improving outcomes. Take a look. It's state-of-the-art equipment that actually allows for surgeons to have one more hand during a procedure. Controlling the robot from a console, UMC surgeons are able to do very intricate work for patients using minimally invasive techniques, allowing for quicker recovery times, less pain, less bleeding, and shorter hospitalizations. UMC's Da Vinci Xi is 3D and HD, giving surgeons a highly magnified view, virtually extending their hands and their eyes right into the patient.
Little differences make a big difference in a difficult scenario. So if I have a patient who, again, had recurrent cancer, I would usually say in the past, well, the easiest way to do this is open surgery, just to be on the safe side. But having this advanced technology right now, I can still offer minimal invasive approaches at the same time dealing with very, very difficult scenarios.
Heather Richardson is just that kind of patient, dealing with multiple surgeries for a variety of health issues over the years. This time was for gallbladder surgery.
My surgeon, who had done prior surgeries, told me he was going to use the robot this time. So how it worked out incredibly. This was actually my 7th abdominal surgery, so I have a complex surgical history, and I have to say that it worked out incredibly.
The surgery was a success, and she had a much shorter recovery time than in the past.
The recovery time is incredibly different. I was able to get up, walk around. The level of trauma to my abdomen is significantly reduced with the robot. So, and the complexity of what they were able to do with the robot and the precision is amazing. It's state-of-the-art equipment. I'm shocked what they were able to do.
The UMC robot has what's called an endowrist, which makes it very flexible. Conventional laparoscopy utilizes instruments similar to chopsticks. The robot here at UMC allows the surgeon to control 3 arms with a switch on a foot pedal that is assigned to either the left or the right hand, rather than relying on an assistant's hands. It also has a 3D camera, much like the difference between watching a movie from a VHS tape or watching it on a 3D movie screen. All advances that show UMC's commitment to providing the highest level of care in Nevada.
We appreciate our surgeons and they're trusting of us to take care of their patients. This is great for the surgical residents,
for the community, and it's teaching them to have the latest technology when they come out of schools.
UMC saved my life a few years ago. I've received great care here. The staff here is amazing, and the surgeons that practice here are amazing, and I always trust my care here at UMC. So.
For more information on UMC's surgical robotic technology, please visit our website at umcsn.com/robotics. When we come back, we'll explain how a vest saved a man's life while he was having a heart attack. That's next.
If something's got you down, then get up and get to UMC Quick Care for aches, sneezes, blahs, and breaks. Get in, get out, get better. UMC Quick Care. There's one near you.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. When a patient is having a heart attack, time is obviously of the essence to get them to a hospital. Mere minutes can make the difference in survival. For patients who have had a previous heart attack, their physician may advise them to wear a life vest. That life vest saved one of our patients' lives. Kevin Stockton didn't know he had heart problems until he started to feel the symptoms.
Originally, it was a heart attack, chest pains. Went to the emergency room. They diagnosed that I was having a heart attack.
Kevin had angioplasty and a stent to remove the blockage, but something still wasn't right.
They were monitoring my heart the whole time, and they felt that something abnormal had gone on. I remember at one moment the nurse ran into my room, said, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Yeah, fine." I didn't notice anything, but apparently something registered. And so when I asked my new cardiologist, Dr. Wesley, "Can I go home?" He said, "Well, we saw something abnormal." I said, "But I feel fine, let me go home." And he's like, "Well, only if you go home with a life vest." I said, "Life vest? Okay."
So life vest is a wearable defibrillator. It's geared to treat patients who are sort of in limbo between indications for permanent ICD.
Kevin wasn't too sure about this vest. Could it really save his life?
During the training, I told the representative, yeah, you already told me that part. And he's like, no, look, sir, you have to understand how important this is, how vital it is. And, they really impressed upon me to take it really seriously. But still, when I left the hospital, I said, this is never going to be necessary.
He couldn't have predicted what happened just a few hours later.
I just had gotten home and went to bed, hoping I'd get a first good night's sleep now that I was at home in my own bed and everything. And 6 hours after I got home, I was awakened by being defibrillated.
So it actually shocks you?
Yeah, and in fact, when I became conscious, I realized what had happened, and it was actually making the noise that it makes prior to doing it. Again, it looked like it was getting ready to do it again. And
then he received a call from Life Vest, who was monitoring Kevin.
I told them that I was going to the emergency room. They asked me where I was going. I said I was going to UMC. They said, okay, in a half an hour, have them look for a fax of the transmission of the data that we collected. And sure enough, I came down here. I was admitted again to the emergency room, and they received the information from the company, and then they came to show me the tape that basically portrayed exactly what happened to me, and it was pretty frightening because I saw where my heart stopped, and I thought about this situation. I was in bed alone. My wife wanted to let me sleep, and I thought, God, if my heart stopped, no one would have known. And my wife would have just come in and found me in the morning. And I thought, that's amazing.
Kevin is right. Without UMC and the vest that instantly treats a patient in cardiac arrest, Kevin wouldn't be alive to tell his story.
It's kind of a misnomer because it's kind of not like a vest. It's more like a sling. It's very unobtrusive. If you wear T-shirt, it basically obscures that the patient has it. So there's an electrode on the back that adheres to the skin, and then there's an anterior electrode that's very, very small and can't really see it. And then there's a belt and a little battery pack and logic center which recognizes these rhythms and then treats them automatically.
Even if I didn't have the vest, but somebody knew something was wrong, gosh, everything would have happened so fast, I don't think I would have had a chance to even get help from somewhere else. So I'm convinced that if I hadn't been wearing the life vest, I wouldn't be here today.
Thank you very much for joining us for this edition of UMC Digest. For more information on any of the unique service lines we offer, trauma, burn, transplant, or children's hospital, please visit our websites. We have two of them, umcsn.com and children'shospitalofnevada.org. You can also find us on Facebook. We'll see you next time right here on UMC Digest. Until then, take care.
Preparing today reduces the consequences of a disaster tomorrow.
I'm Matt Lewis, and you're watching CCTV 4, Clark County. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Coming up next on Clark County Chronicles, a multi-agency effort is cracking down on lawbreakers at the Clark County Wetlands Park. Mojave Max has emerged from his winter slumber. We'll tell you about a prize-winning prediction, and a local boxer continues to shine in the ring and as a mentor to teens at Spring Mountain Youth Camp. Those stories and more coming up next on Clark County Chronicles. Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to Clark County Chronicles. The Clark County Wetlands Park is generally an unspoiled gem, except for a few vandals and criminals who cause mayhem, usually after the sun goes down.
Our eyes are on you, so if you come out here thinking you're going to disrespect, if you think you're going to come out here and speed and turn, illegally drive up and down the roads, we're coming after you. So.
A clearly aggravated Commissioner Chris June Kiliani stood in front of and stands behind a legion of local law enforcement agencies who are all combating illegal activity and arresting the knuckleheads who commit crimes at the Wetlands Park. The coalition was formed about a year ago after calls for service increased by more than 40% at the Wetlands Park, according to Metro statistics.
Through social media, we've learned that a lot of kids attend parties out here, and they like to call this area Little Mexico. Damage in the park last year was $182,300 from vandalism and different activities out here. We're going to start our sweeps beginning tomorrow night.
Most of the calls occur at the Sunrise Trailhead, which is located at the most remote part of the park at the wetland's eastern edge.
We stopped on a car stop. They were speeding coming down Hollywood, so that's our original PC4 stop, and just smell a little bit of marijuana inside the car, so we're going to go from there.
And over here you can see where they are just driving in.
The trailhead was originally designed to accommodate horses, hikers, and bikers, but vandalism, fire-damaged bathrooms, and broken glass shatters many visitors' park experience. Automobile access to the trailhead is restricted to Hollywood Boulevard, but crime and illegal activities are creating a dangerous and costly environment on this slice of rural paradise. The county and all local law enforcement agencies vow to vigorously enforce all violations and will cite, arrest, or fine all lawbreakers.
This is the first time that I have seen for a community asset that all of us have come together in this way. We're fed up, and I am angry about it because it's disrespecting the community. Hundreds of millions of dollars was spent through SNPLMA money, through the land sales, to build this phenomenal center, interactive for the students and young people. The parents that come out here and walk their kids every day, the folks from just next door where the housing is. It's time, we needed to get a message out. We have spent over $180,000 in just a year. We've had one killing, we don't want any more.
Officials want to remind all that the Wetlands Park closes at sunset and that curfew laws for minors will be enforced. Other important things to remember when out at the wetlands: it is illegal to discharge firearms at the wetlands or any county park, with the exception of the Clark County Shooting Complex. Graffiti and vandalism can result in fines, community service, and jail. No motorized vehicles of any kind are permitted off roadways. Consumption of alcohol is prohibited, and it's illegal for anyone under age 21 to possess or consume alcohol. No campfires, grills, or stoves are allowed. And parents can be held liable for all fines and penalties incurred by their children, including automobile towing and impound fees. The fuel revenue indexing continues to pay for roadway construction all across Clark County, including the stretch of Simmons Street in North Las Vegas. The Cheyenne High School Band and Cheer Squad performed, heralding the opening of a nearby roadway construction project. The Simmons Street improvements include 6 full travel lanes, curbs, gutters, landscape medians, and streetlights. This will enhance safety for motorists, cyclists, and the many pedestrians, including students from 3 local schools.
We like to think of our Simmons Street storm drain project as a lot like Cheyenne High School's mascot, the Desert Shields. Our flood control portion of this project will help shield the community from flood problems.
Regional Flood Control Chief Steve Parrish praised his regional transportation counterpart, Tina Quigley, for allowing a storm drainage project to be built underground at the same time as a street. Putting together several pieces of infrastructure saves time and money. The funding for this arterial improvement came from the Fuel Revenue Indexing, a voter-approved plan that takes a few pennies per gallon of gas that will generate about $700 million to finance more than 220 projects in southern Nevada. For more information on fuel revenue indexing, visit the RTC's page at www.rtcsnv.com. The next few months are the most hectic ones for the Clark County Election Department. Now that candidate filings are finished, this team is gearing up for June's primary and the general election in November.
The number of candidates is along the lines of what we were expecting, so we're ready to move on to the next step in the process.
Registrar of Voters Joseph Gloria consistently oversees well-run elections. And on the final day of candidate filing for the 2016 election season, he was pleased with his team's performance. Candidates appeared in person at the Clark County Government Center, plunked down a filing fee for their right to appear on ballots in the June primary election. Many hopeful contestants snapped photos right near the red, white, and blue, their first step to facing the voters.
Well, we've implemented the use or repurposed some screens from the McCarran International Airport, and we've used that to electronically display all of the candidates as they file, and it comes up real time. We've had many positive comments about the way that it looks.
You can help us save more than $1.5 million this year. Every election.
Voters are also reminded that they can help save the election department more than $1 million simply by requesting to receive a sample ballot by email rather than through regular home-delivered mail. The fewer number of paper sample ballots requested by voters will save taxpayers money and at least 50 trees.
Opt to receive your sample ballot electronically rather than in mail. So we'll save paper, we'll save money, and we'll save postage. You receive the same information that you would if you got it in the mail. So we very much encourage voters to take advantage of that.
The primary election date is June 14th, with early voting from May 28th through June 10th. For more information on candidates, sample ballots, and to check your voter registration status, simply visit the Election Department website at www.ClarkCountyNV.gov/vote. Our famous Welcome to Fabulous Las Vegas sign recently changed their lights blue to raise awareness for colorectal cancer. A blue-clad brigade did the honors by flipping a switch, lighting up the Welcome to Las Vegas sign with a new color. The blue bulbs signal a warning to all Americans to fight colorectal cancer and encourage early screening and treatments.
We have more than 1.7 million Americans living with the disease, and this year alone, another 130,000 people will be diagnosed with cancer. It's important that we work together to raise awareness of colorectal cancer and to know the importance of early detection.
Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month in March.
Representatives from Lynch Syndrome International are huge boosters of Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. Lynch syndrome is a hereditary disorder that greatly increases the chances of developing colorectal and other aggressive cancers.
I want to dedicate this blue light event to my two siblings who lost their battle to colon and stomach cancer while in their early 30s.
For more information on colorectal and all types of cancer, visit www.nevadacancercoalition.org. We must take a short break, but when we come back, we'll meet the first woman elected to the Board of County Commissioners and tell you about Mojave Max. This is Clark County Chronicles.
I'm Clark County District Attorney Steve Wolfson. The Family Support Division from my office is committed to assisting custodial parents in our community with obtaining a court order for child support and collecting money already owed on an existing child support order. I want you to know that we are here for you. If you need help with a child support case, please contact my office at 702-671-9200 or visit our website to learn more.
Your car weighs thousands of pounds. It's no match for someone crossing the street. Whether you have the right of way or not, you have the responsibility behind the wheel. Last year, almost 700 people were hit by cars in Clark County. 172 of those accidents involved a child. In 42 cases, pedestrians died. Slow down and watch out for pedestrians around our schools, playgrounds, and intersections. Don't add to our statistics. Give pedestrians a break.
One of the Valley's most experienced and influential companies, R&R Partners, showed their community support and continued commitment to Clark County's Department of Family Services.
And a check on behalf of all of us at R&R Partners and the R&R Partners Foundation. We're delighted to be your partner.
R&R Principal Jim King continued that firm's long association with the Department of Family Services by presenting a check of several $1,000s to Director Tim Birch. DFS is the agency responsible for keeping children safe. One of their most valuable services is finding foster parents and finalizing families for hundreds of adoptable children each year. And the department will use the cash raised and the outreach expertise of R&R Partners to recruit loving adults to become adoptive parents.
40 years they've been helping intergovernmental and public relations go out and help people not just think with their heads but think with their hearts and then take action. And that's what we've been doing. We've been putting together a very strategic communications plan that will roll out to the community that will really help us focus in and recruit people who are more likely to sign up and be interested in becoming foster parents.
For more information on fostering, adoptions, and much more, visit the Department of Family Services webpage at www.ClarkCountyNV.gov. And another supporter of the youth in Clark County recently knocked out his opponent and sent a message to a group of kids to fight to become good citizens.
Ladies and gentlemen, our champ, if you will, nice round of applause, Mr. Jesse Vargas.
The Board of County Commissioners recognized a true local hero, a man with hands of stone and a heart of gold, boxing champ Jesse Vargas.
First of all, I want to thank Chairman Steve Sisolak, Commissioner Weekly, the County Manager Don Burnett, everyone here on the board.
Earlier in March in Washington, D.C., Vargas scored a technical knockout over Saddam Ali, collecting his second belt and raising his overall record to 27 wins with just 1 loss. But some of the champ's most important fights are back home, training aspiring pugilists at Spring Mountain Youth Camp. Mr. Vargas and other local boxers have created the boxing program at the camp, donating time, money, and boxing gear to eager teens incarcerated at Spring Mountain.
Well, my message for the kids would be chase your dreams, and dream big, and live your dream ultimately. That's what's important, and it's all possible. I'm telling you this because I'm living my own dream, and I know that it's possible. Now you live yours.
I'll bring up my good friend, Mr. Gary Dwayne Payton. Come on down.
The board also recognized another local sporting legend, Basketball Hall of Famer Gary Payton. Mr. Payton played professional basketball for 13 years and was nicknamed the Glove, a nod to his defensive ability in the National Basketball Association. Payton has lived in the Valley for more than 20 years and continues to be a role model for our youth while preaching the importance of education.
This city needs the guidance with the kids. I'm big into that. I get into a lot of that. I'm here to support all kids and everything to do to make them have a brighter future.
She was the first female on the Board of County Commissioners, an elected official for more than 3 decades. I recently had a true honor of meeting a true local legend, Thalia Dondero. Can I take you back to the 1940s? I know you were born in Colorado, then you were in California for a number of years.
But I was born in 1920.
But then you
I'm 96.
You came to Nevada in the 40s, you and your husband. What did you first think of Las Vegas and Clark County at that time?
Well, it was big then. I thought it was a big city. And I came to work here from Bakersfield, California, where I had graduated from the high school, Bakersfield High School, and the community college there. And I was working for this man who was an inventor who had invented a pavement from Los Angeles north to Bakersfield because they were on the ice, they were slipping and sliding. So he invented this pavement that kept them from doing that. And so he took a job at BMI out in Henderson, and I was secretary to him then. So he says, why don't you just come over to Las Vegas and work for me over there? So I thought, what do I have to lose? But I met my husband, and so that was the smartest thing I did in my life, was to marry him, because he had been in the service, but he had lived there before because he was a high school teacher. He taught English and journalism, and so he was a good person.
You moved into politics in 1974. You were elected the first female elected to the Board of County Commissioners. Why did you decide to get into politics, Thalia?
Well, I was interested in fact, this person that I knew was very involved, and there were a lot of things going on, and especially with the gaming industry and some of the other, and the development of the community, because there were a lot of housing units being built. And I just thought it would be interesting. And it was.
Thalia, if you can take us back to I think it might have been your first Board of County Commissioners meeting. There's only 5 commissioners at that time, and of course all the other 4 were men, and they expected you to do secretary duties and take notes. Tell me about that.
Well, they wanted me to take notes. And I just told them, no, I have the same vote you have. And I'm going to sit here and you can get somebody to take notes. So I said, and I wanted a committee to, and do all the things that they did. So finally they decided I should go play golf with them. So what did I know about golf? Nothing. So I was standing there, and they had a group of people, men there to play golf with, and they said, here's the putter, and you're supposed to hit the ball over to that hole over there. So I stood up there and hit it, and I had a hole-in-one. Were they surprised? So Joe Brown gave me this big statue. I finally donated it to the women's golf team out at UNLV, so I said, see what women can do.
And how about some of your commission colleagues? I figured out that I think you worked with 18 different county commissioners. Tell me a story about some of your favorite other county commissioners that you worked with.
They all were very, very good because I became chair several times. They wanted me to become a chair. And I did, so that was a big learning experience. But I felt that the men, and Bob Broadbent was a very good friend, and he taught me a lot. I was independent enough to cast my own vote, but to understand the different departments, because when you talk about planning and the planning department, which was a big issue at that time because it was development of the community that was going on, and the big developers that came in to, tell you of their plans and what they were doing. Hotels were being built, and I had a very good friend who kind of took me under her wing, Claudine Williams, and she was the owner of Harrah's. So I laughed because I really found out what the casino industry was doing from her, which was really interesting. But Howard Hughes was a good friend too. In fact, I was on his yacht, at his home. He wanted to put his airplane on the property there at Twain and the road that goes through right next to it off of the Strip. And he had owned this piece of property there, and he just was begging to put his plane there and make it a big restaurant. But we were concerned because he wanted to have parking there too, and there was not room. The plane was too big, and there was not room for parking around it. So we had to turn him down. But
Mr. Hughes didn't like to be turned down that often, did he?
Well, no, he didn't. My other friends, Mary Dean and Charlie Silvestri, he worked with my husband. He was assistant superintendent too of the school district. And so they were good friends. And of course I had a cabin at Mount Charleston where we always had dinner all the time. So we invited Mo Dalitz up to have dinner with us. And he came. When I was on the Gaming Commission, we had the MGM fire, if you remember that. I get a call at midnight. Mrs. Dondero, that was in my district. Would you come down here right away? Because people don't know where to go to get a cab, to go to the airport, or go where they want to go. And we're just having a terrible time. So I get up and go down to the MGM, and of course the fire was terrible. They had been developing another area of the MGM, and there was a big hole in the wall on the other side of the casino. And it was open. And when the doors were open on the street side, their fire started, and then it drew it all the way across. And that casino was just charred. And so we had a terrible time getting everybody reorganized and taken care of. And I think of that night, and I was there all night long working on that issue. And then that corner became really a busy corner. And when Michael Gahn bought that corner for his hotel, it was a real problem too, because that made more foot traffic. So I suggested we do overhead walkways. So that's how overhead walkways got started. Of course, I lost my last election over Desert Inn because I thought that Desert Inn we were having a problem with the traffic on the strip and getting across the strip. And I thought if we just put Desert Inn all the way across, that it would help the traffic situation. So they all thought that was a good idea, but my opponent, Myrna Williams at the time, used that against me because some of the seniors along the way that had housing on one of the sides was fussing about it. But today I look at Desert Inn and I still think it was a good idea. And it is, because you can go across town very easily. And, but, you know, you win some and you lose some, right?
Tell me about the state of politics, county, you know, the Board of County Commissioners and current politics. Do you still keep up with it? And what are the most important issues these days?
I think development is still a big issue. And where, you know, there's been a lot of new development in the community for business. And I think that's probably a big issue as to where you let hotels build. And I know they're taking down the Riviera now. And those kind of issues, you have to do a lot of research and a lot of understanding what's going on. And can the traffic handle it? Can you manage things around it? And how do the other businesses feel about it? So there's a lot of work to be done, groundwork really, before you make your vote. And of course you want that business to go ahead, but you have to consider all those other kinds of things. And traffic is always a big issue.
Thalia, in all your decades of public service, what are you most proud of? What would you like people to remember that you helped make a difference in one or two or different things?
I think one of the biggest issues that I think was really long-lasting was being able to save Red Rock. And that was a big issue, and I was on the National BLM Advisory Board, too. But I met a lot of wonderful people in this community, just absolutely fabulous people, and they're still friends.
A smart student from Dooley Elementary School in Henderson used his local weather knowledge to become this year's champion of the annual Mojave Max Emergence Contest. Students at John Dooley Elementary School in Henderson high-fived the mascot at Mojave Max.
Do you guys know who Mojave Max is?
As the entire Tortoise team took center stage to announce the champion of the 17th annual Emergence Contest.
Is Mr. Solomon Derby.
The surprise third grader, Solomon Derby, accepted his schoolmates' applause, a certificate, and medal for his most accurate estimate. Mojave Max emerges annually from his winter slumber to signal the start of spring in the Mojave Desert. Solomon's guess was just 5 minutes off the actual time when Max woke up on March 8th, and the savvy student brushed up on his winter weather history to help determine his winning prediction.
Well, I thought it would be a good guess because most likely it's going to be the 8th because how the weather is and how the changes from what this year has been.
And how exciting for Solomon. Congratulations.
District G Commissioner Mary Bescal congratulated Solomon, and the entire Dooley school community are this year's champs. The trophy will remain on campus for an entire year. Solomon's class will be treated to a pizza party and visit the real Mojave Max at his home in Red Rock Canyon. And as the grand prize winner, Solomon takes home a camera, a laptop computer, and a year of free entry to all national parks. We'll bring you more on their trip to Red Rock Canyon on a future Chronicles program. And to learn more about our desert climate, Mojave Max, and next year's Emergence Contest, visit www.mojavemax.com. And that's our show. For more information on Mojave Max or anything you've seen on this program, visit our website at www.ClarkCountyNV.gov. On behalf of all of us here at Clark County Television, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time here on Clark County Chronicles.
Clark County may look like most local governments, but we aren't your usual county. The Las Vegas Strip, McCarran International Airport, and other major landmarks are located in unincorporated Clark County. In fact, 954,000 residents of the Las Vegas Valley live in unincorporated areas of the county. These residents get their streets, parks, and other services typically provided by cities from your local county government. In addition, Clark County provides regional services like elections, courts, and UMC Hospital to everyone who lives here, all 2 million of us. So get to know Clark County. We're here to serve you.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Hi, I'm Joe Gloria, the Clark County Registrar of Voters, and I'm here to explain how you can help us save more than $1.5 million this year. Every election, we print and mail hundreds of thousands of sample ballots. This is a significant cost and uses a lot of paper and other resources. But now voters can choose to receive their sample ballot by email instead of through the regular mail, and help us save taxpayers money and save hundreds of trees. Here's how you can help. Go to the Clark County Election Department website at clarkcountynv.gov/vote. Enter your information in the Registered Voter Services box to log in. Then click on the drop-down arrow next to Voter Services and select Request My Sample Ballot Electronically. Go green. This election season, help us save taxpayers' dollars and hundreds of trees. Choose email over regular mail for your sample ballot.
Hey, I'm Frank Caliendo, pretending to be Robin Williams, George Bush, and even Bill Clinton. Guess what? You're watching CCTV for Clark County.
Hello and welcome to Flight Path. I'm Chris Jones, the Chief Marketing Officer at McCarran International Airport. On December 17, 1991, the Clark County Department of Aviation celebrated the grand opening of what was then dubbed the Charter International Terminal. In 2012, Terminal 3 replaced this aging facility, which in later years had become known as Terminal 2. It wasn't the greatest facility, but it did play a vital role in McCarran's history. Here's a look back at Terminal 2.
Early this year, excavators and other heavy equipment began tearing down Terminal 2.
With the increase in our international traffic, the facility was too small and no longer met the needs of our airlines and customers.
In 1968, McCarran Airport was officially renamed McCarran International Airport, and in 1971 it became an official port of entry for U.S. Customs, allowing for direct international charter flights. But without a full-service terminal, McCarran was not yet truly international.
Before we had an international terminal here, basically people came into Phoenix, they came into LA, they came into San Francisco. Then they had to transition to a domestic flight if they were going to come here. It didn't make it easy to come to Las Vegas.
In the 1970s and 80s, what would become Terminal 2 was two separate facilities. One housed PSA Airlines and the other American Airlines. Later, the PSA building was transformed into a small international terminal. But as Las Vegas became a destination for travelers abroad, the facility needed an upgrade.
And so the airport looked at, in its planning, what could they do to better handle charter flights, international flights, and what they ended up doing was redesigning these two buildings and putting them together into what became the Charter International Terminal.
Later, the facility was renamed Terminal 2. The 183,000 square foot building had 2 stories and featured 8 gates, 7 with wide-body aircraft capability. The terminal housed all federal inspection services and included a duty-free shop, a few eateries, and a news and gift concession. In the early days of its operation, this small facility served our passengers well and was admired for its easy access.
Passengers could get dropped off at the curb. Ticket counters were just inside, and with only 8 gates, once they got through security, their gate was just steps away. They just loved it.
Terminal 2 had a VIP lounge that catered to international travelers, But some employees remember a less than first-class experience.
Unfortunately, every time it rains in Las Vegas, for some reason, it always rained in my particular office. No matter what they did to fix it, it just seems to always rain in my office. So we always had plastic tarps to throw over my desk every time the forecast was for rain, which was rare in Las Vegas.
Another downside to the humble terminal was its lack of amenities, especially dining options.
There was Pizza Hut and Burger King, and that was your choice. And that's what we ate every day. And I never brought lunch, so Burger King and Pizza Hut was my daily routine.
All salvageable building materials are being separated and hauled off for recycling. Once the miscellaneous concrete and other products are cleared, the site will be graded. Regardless of Terminal 2's quirks and modest size, many who work there say it deserves its place in history and in their hearts.
No matter who you worked for, everybody knew everybody because you saw their faces every single day that you came into work, and that's something we're going to miss dearly.
It was like a little family because everybody was so close and you saw everybody every day.
I spent probably 10 years in Terminal 2, maybe a little bit longer. So yeah, to me it was home.
For more than 25 years, Terminal 2 served as Las Vegas's gateway to the world. Soon the old structure will be gone, but with convenient airfield access, the site gives the Department of Aviation options for future development and new memories.
McCarran hosts thousands of arriving passengers each day. Once on the ground, these travelers are ready to experience the sights and sounds of Las Vegas as soon as possible. New technology and a team of dedicated transportation specialists make taking a taxi a convenient option.
Number 12, please, this way.
For many travelers, getting out of the airport means getting into a cab. On average, more than 3 million passengers move through these lines and into the back of a taxi each year, making this airport loading zone at Terminal 1 likely one of the busiest in the United States.
Well, we monitor the convention schedule from the LVCVA on a monthly basis, so we know exactly what days are going to be our peak days for that month. We add transportation specialists to our taxi operation on a needed basis so we can maintain a high level of customer service.
Most of the time, passengers can catch a cab in less than 10 minutes, but during peak periods on Thursdays through Sundays, average wait times can increase.
Number 18.
To keep the lines moving as quickly as possible, McCarran's friendly transportation specialists assist passengers, adjust the queues, and direct cabs to the appropriate loading space.
19.
McCarran recently implemented new technology that allows the airport to track taxi wait times. Computer monitors are strategically placed before the queue and show passengers approximate wait times, which are often less than expected.
Well, previous to the sign, a passenger would come out and see a line, and it can seem daunting at times. They don't really understand that it does move quickly with the help of our transportation specialists, but we want to give them more real-time information so they can judge accordingly.
Big conventions translate into busy curbs at McCarran. On January 6th of 2016, during the peak of the Consumer Electronics Show, transportation specialists loaded 830 cabs an hour, or 14 per minute. That's more than 16,619 cabs during the course of the workday.
I'm 1,000 miles from nowhere, and there's no place I want to be.
From time to time, we'll even provide entertainment for passengers while they wait. We'll tell you more about that later. In spite of the high volume, McCarran's taxi curbs are also some of the most efficient, giving Las Vegas visitors a convenient choice for getting to their final destination.
To help welcome our passengers as soon as they get to the airport, we've launched a new campaign we like to call Voices of Vegas. Let's take a listen.
Voices of Vegas is a new program focused entirely on the Las Vegas music scene.
Rather than playing generic music throughout the terminals, we are broadcasting songs from the Rat Pack, Elvis Presley, Shania Twain, other resort headliners and artists with a Las Vegas connection.
Voices of Vegas also includes live performances in the airport to help welcome visitors to Southern Nevada.
You know, I think they've really liked it here. We've had a lot of great compliments, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, a lot of iPhones out recording, a lot of people dancing.
During community events and popular conventions such as the Consumer Electronics Show and the National Finals Rodeo, the music is a big hit with passengers.
Oh yeah, while you're waiting on your baggage, waiting for your bags to get off the plane, and nothing better to hear some country music.
My mom's
coming in to help me with my twin girls, and we got here early, so I thought I'd have the girls come in, and thank goodness there's entertainment for them.
The program also expands the existing partnership with the Clark County School District.
It's just cool seeing like all the people around here like enjoying the music.
Local students perform during special occasions such as Mexican Independence Day and the annual tree lighting ceremony.
Come on now, let's celebrate. The season is here.
Hi, I'm Marie, and I'm a little bit...
If you listen closely, you'll also hear audio messages from local fan favorites Donnie and Marie, Imagine Dragons, and Britney Spears.
Hi, it's Britney Spears. Make the most of your trip. After all, what happens in Vegas, well, you know.
Showcasing more local professional and amateur musicians is a great way to improve the customer experience and amp up the airport's ongoing community outreach efforts.
Terminal 1 is getting an updated look. The makeover has been divided into 3 separate projects that will modernize the facility once this work is completed in 2017. Here's a look at the improvements.
The $37 million project calls for upgrades to Terminal 1 baggage claim, ticketing, and the A-gates.
The end result will update the look and feel of these areas and enhance our passengers' travel experience.
Work is already underway in the baggage claim where the carpeting is getting replaced with poured-in-place terrazzo.
Not only will it be easier to maintain and clean for our staff, but it's also going to have highlights of multicolored patterns, very shiny, so it's really going to give us that wow factor for all our customers that come into the airport.
Decorative wall and column treatments will also be installed in baggage claim, and the restrooms will be updated.
We really need to have that great first impression and last impression. Almost 50% of our visitors come through the airport, and we need to give them a good impression, and this project's really going to do that.
Terminal 1's ticketing areas will also be transformed with new terrazzo floors and decorative column treatments. Customers in the ticketing area will see new entryways, doors, fresh paint, and new restrooms conveniently located in the center. Some in-floor electrical ductwork is also planned to increase McCarran's ability to support self-serve check-in kiosks. The A-gates will also get refreshed, similar to the improvements that were already made to the B-gates. When the entire project is finished, Terminal 1 will be easier on the eyes and easier to clean while helping McCarran serve Las Vegas visitors for decades to come.
Until then, please pardon our dust while we work to complete the project on time and improve the customer experience at the airport.
McCarran International Airport is located in the heart of the Las Vegas Valley and serves as a vital link for the local tourism industry. Here's a by-the-numbers look at why McCarran and its sister airports are such an integral part of the economy and community.
The Clark County aviation system includes McCarran International Airport, North Las Vegas Airport, Henderson Executive Airport, Jean Sport Aviation Center, and a small general aviation airport in Overton. Together, these airports have an estimated economic impact in the region of $28.4 billion. That amount equals approximately 30% of the gross domestic product in Clark County and is the result of the efforts of more than 200,000 employees that earn $8 billion in labor income generated from commercial aviation in the Las Vegas Valley. The Clark County aviation system is a self-sufficient business enterprise. No local tax dollars are used to fund any of the airports, which means all the benefits provided to the local economy come at no cost to the local taxpayer. But McCarran is more than just an economic engine that helps drive the Southern Nevada economy. It's also the first and last look for nearly half of all Las Vegas visitors. That makes providing great customer service a top priority. These efforts were recently recognized in the 2015 North America Airport Satisfaction Study, conducted by the prestigious international research firm J.D. Power and Associates. McCarran International Airport performed exceptionally well in the survey, ranking third overall among 30-plus entrants in the large airports category. Each day, McCarran handles nearly 3 times the number of passengers compared to number 1 ranked Portland International Airport, and sees more than double the passenger activity of number 2 ranked Tampa International Airport. Considering those numbers, McCarran truly ranked number 1 among large airports in North America. From top to bottom, our emphasis on excellence and customer service is paying off.
McCarran International Airport is a city within a city. From shops and restaurants to a police station and post office, it takes more than 16,000 employees to keep this airport running smoothly. Here's a look at some of the unique jobs and the employees who help passengers get where they need to go.
Maintaining a major transportation hub takes a team of dedicated employees working in various areas of the airport, including the terminals, airfield, and roadways. Of the 16,000 total airport employees, Clark County employs nearly 1,400. The Department of Aviation has a broad range of positions for individuals with or without an aviation background. Whether the position is entry-level, technical, or managerial, an ability to work as a team and provide great customer service is a must.
Las Vegas is known for the hospitality. We have the highest standard, and we want that standard brought to the airport, and our employees are the ones that provide that standard. We want them to work together because that provides the best experience possible for the passenger.
The airport is a dynamic and exciting place to work. From custodians and communications network analysts to programmers and passenger service representatives, each employee is committed to making every passenger's trip through our airport a positive experience.
We're in circulation. We move people back and forth from into Vegas to out to Vegas to different destinations. We got to keep our operation moving, got to keep customers happy, because seeing them leave happy, I know they'll be back.
McCarran is the 25th busiest airport in the world and the 9th busiest in North America. All employees directly and indirectly assist passengers, and that effort ultimately helps the airport grow and prosper. There are a lot of employees, some who work behind the scenes, providing a vital lifeline for the systems and services that passengers, vendors, and other government agencies rely on.
We interact with other offices and other divisions at the airport. We also work with vendors, and we are basically the integrators between our users, the public, and the technical side.
McCarran's array of jobs is vast and unique. From a locksmith who maintains hundreds of door locks, to airside maintenance workers who use bulldozers and heavy machinery on the airfield, to electricians who keep thousands of motors and conveyor belts working.
I do like working here. I believe that the airport is the first and last place that a traveler gets to, so I like to make a good impression on that.
Everything they do on the job makes for a hassle-free airport journey for passengers.
Every day when certain situations arise, like weather for instance, it's my job to work around it and to come up with a solution extremely quickly and to work with different agencies to make that happen as smoothly and effortlessly as possible.
With teamwork and dedication from airport employees, McCarran will continue to maintain its position as a global leader in aviation while providing each and every customer an experience on par with the community we're privileged to serve.
For passengers who need assistance navigating through McCarran International Airport, courtesy wheelchair service is available at both of our terminals. This valuable amenity is helpful to our customers and is why passenger service agents and mobility assistance representatives are at your service.
McCarran International Airport is dedicated to providing convenient and comfortable service to all of our customers.
Are you Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
My name is Melody. I'll be assisting you today.
If you or a member of your party need a little extra help, courtesy wheelchair assistance is available.
Yes, sir. I have the bag right here.
Friendly, professional, and knowledgeable staff are ready around the clock to help customers get where they need to go. These representatives greet customers at the gate or curb and then escort travelers through the entire airport process.
I get to meet new people, different people all day long, get to talk to them. They're traveling from different places to different places. It's always interesting.
And I'm going to have you get your ID out, okay?
Departing passengers get assistance checking in with the airline, processing through the security checkpoint, and boarding the aircraft.
All right, you guys are all set. Is there anything else I could do for you guys?
Passengers arriving in Las Vegas are greeted at the gate. Then they are escorted to baggage claim, where they can get help retrieving checked luggage. Representatives will even help travelers with shopping and other needs, all while ensuring the customer gets where they need to be quickly and safely.
We don't just take them to their gate. Sometimes passengers want to stop to get some food. We take them to the restroom, but our main thing is to drop them off on time at their gate so they can make their flight, their connecting flights.
Because these employees spend more time with each customer than most other airport personnel, this job requires great people skills and sturdy walking shoes.
A smile goes a long way. Always greet passengers with a smile, obviously. Make them feel comfortable. We always ask them if they have any special needs, anything that we need to know about before we proceed with assisting them.
Tablets and radios are critical tools of the trade for passenger service agents and mobility assistant representatives.
Oh, I gotta run. I'll see you later.
Who are quickly dispatched to the customer's specific location. Customers can request the service in advance through their airlines when making travel arrangements. Passengers who didn't plan ahead or just need last-minute help can simply ask any airline representative upon arrival.
You can reserve when you're booking your flight, you can reserve a seat, but because we're always available, we're always here for them. So even if you don't reserve a chair, we're always going to have some PA standing by available to assist.
As one of the fastest growing segments of the traveling population, the number of those requiring a wheelchair continues to rise dramatically.
And when help is needed at McCarran, passenger service agents and mobility assistance representatives are at your service.
Since the opening of Terminal 3 in 2012, passenger volume has significantly increased. To help keep the facility operating at maximum efficiency, the airport uses a state-of-the-art visual docking guidance system. Here's how it works.
In addition to ramp workers guiding pilots with handheld wands, a visual docking guidance system, or VDGS for short, has its electronic eye fixed on incoming planes.
Using laser technology, a sensor on the terminal display scans the incoming aircraft as it taxis toward the gate. The scan is compared to an aircraft database to identify the specific aircraft type. Precise guidance information is then automatically displayed on the screen so pilots can safely and efficiently park the aircraft.
It's so broadly used both domestically and internationally that pilots see this on their regular flying day.
As certain larger aircraft can only operate at designated gates, the VDGS checks the aircraft for compatibility before allowing it to park. A failure to match information against a predefined acceptable profile for the expected aircraft will result in an immediate stop message to pilots. The sensor also scans the apron, making sure there are no vehicles or objects in the way of incoming aircraft. In addition to enhancing safety, the VDGS can help avoid delays by keeping things moving in inclement weather. When the threat of lightning sends ground crews indoors, the automated system continues to identify available gates and allows pilots to self-park, enabling more passengers to deplane at the gate. The system makes every approach and docking at Terminal 3 as safe, smooth, and fast as possible.
Now the system does it itself and uses a series of lasers and mirrors to dock the aircraft within 10 centimeters of where it's supposed to stop.
Speeding up the docking process optimizes gate capacity and means that aircraft engines can be turned off sooner, saving valuable fuel. A win-win for McCarran and the environment.
McCarran hosts more than 120,000 passengers a day, and it takes a lot of food to satisfy the appetites of so many hungry travelers. As part of the airport's ongoing sustainability efforts, when there's excess food, it doesn't go to waste. Some items are donated to the local community, which helps those in need and keeps McCarran growing green.
As McCarran's master food and beverage concessionaire, HMS Host easily meets that demand with a variety of airport dining options. But they're also doing their part to help feed those in need in our very own community.
It's actually something that HMS Host does corporate-wide. For HMS Host, this is important to do. It's a way that we can give back to our community.
Monday through Saturday, a refrigerated truck from the Las Vegas Rescue Mission pulls up to the loading docks at McCarran. They're here to collect packaged food HMS Host didn't sell at its airport concessions.
Well, there's two things. One, it prevents waste, and that's just good for the community as a whole. But maybe more importantly is the type of food that's donated. Because it's perishable, it's fresh produce. Those are things that are very difficult for us to maintain the kind of inventory to be able to supply for people.
Items include wrap sandwiches, prepared salads, packaged fruit, and other items that can no longer be sold to airport customers but are still fresh and healthy.
And so the for-profit world working with an organization like us and saying, let's share in this together to make our community a better place. That's incredibly important, and we're so grateful to have that. But on a practical basis, when you serve 1,000 to 1,200 meals every day, from lunches to a community meal that may see as many as 750 to 800 people come in just 1 hour, the resources to be able to adequately feed are so important.
Would you like salad? Yes. You want dressing on your salad? Yes.
The value of that to be able to provide for people who otherwise may go hungry is so essential, and is such a huge help for us to be able to do what we do each day.
In my situation right now, there would not be a lot of options for me. I needed the help they provided. Whatever is donated through the community and through McCarran also is hugely beneficial. It's given me the new edge I need to have vision for the future for myself to continue in it and be successful.
The daily donations help feed community residents in need, prevent food waste, and divert refuse from the landfills. And that's just one more way McCarran is growing green.
To reach out to the growing number of Hispanic customers, each episode of Flight Path features a segment in Spanish written with English subtitles. Here's Gabriela Miro to tell us more about McCarran International Airport's passenger service representatives.
El Aeropuerto Internacional McCarran tiene un equipo de representantes de servicios de pasajeros que ayudan a los pasajeros con muchas de sus necesidades de viaje.
Usando chaquetas de color marrón, representantes de servicio de pasajeros son fáciles de identificar y han estado proporcionando excelente servicio al cliente en McCarran por más de 25 años. Representantes de servicio de pasajeros también se ubican en los puestos de información del aeropuerto para ayudar a los viajeros con preguntas sobre tiempo de vuelo, ubicación de las puertas, transporte, compras y opciones de dónde comer.
Hola, ¿me puede ayudar, por favor?
Para viajeros que no hablan el inglés, ayuda adicional está disponible.
Aquí en McCarran International Airport también tenemos un banco de lenguaje. Es un servicio donde tenemos una panfleta donde la sacamos, se las enseñamos a los pasajeros. Pueden verla, cualquier lenguaje que se les haga conocido, nos enseñan. Después lo que podemos hacer, llamamos a un servicio por teléfono donde vamos a agarrar un intérprete.
Estos empleados valiosos también sirven como embajadores ambulantes, asistiendo a los pasajeros en el aeropuerto según sea necesario.
Es bonito el trabajo, es divertido, cada día aprendes algo nuevo.
La mayoría de ellos están certificados para administrar RCP, resucitación cardiopulmonar, y usar un desfibrilador externo automático. Cuando el aeropuerto está ocupado, los representantes de servicio de pasajero ayudan con el control de congestionamiento y ayudan a gestionar las áreas de entrada y en los puestos de seguridad. Trabajando con el público en los terminales, los representantes de servicio de pasajeros son a menudo el primer recurso para los pasajeros cuando se necesita ayuda adicional. La prioridad es de proveer el mejor servicio al pasajero.
McCarran International Airport is home to a variety of shops and restaurants. Recently, brand new or updated concessions opened their doors for passengers looking for a last-minute bite to eat or that must-have travel item.
To meet customer needs, McCarran provides an appealing variety of retail options that includes a mix of national brands and locally owned small businesses.
As part of McCarran's overall customer service experience, we're always looking to add new dining and shopping options.
At the B-Gates, the new PGA Tour Grill offers healthy dining options, which include salads and made-to-order sandwiches.
Also at the B-Gates, we've added a new Stella Artois Belgian beer cafe, which offers crafted beer and cocktails for the passengers waiting to board their planes.
The world-famous Belgian libation can also be found at the cafe's second location in the D-Gates.
And over at the D-Gates, we've added Sugar Factory, which is a locally owned business, which is a confectionery selling personalized candies, roasted nuts, fresh popcorn.
Also new to the lineup is Tumi. The world-renowned retailer opened in the southwest wing of the D-Gates and offers a variety of luggage, duffel, garment bags, and other travel accessories.
A new offering at the D-Gates is the Great American Bagel Bakery, which offers fresh bagels in the morning and made-to-order sandwiches in the afternoon.
For a complete list of shopping options at McCarran, log onto our website to view an interactive map where you can see what each concourse has to offer.
Ever since the Wright brothers' first flight over the dunes of North Carolina in 1903, aviation enthusiasts have loved watching man-made flying machines. But there are those dedicated few who have made plane spotting their life's leisure pursuit. Here's a look at some plane spotters and their unique hobby.
I'm a 150.
There are different types of aircraft spotters with different tactics and goals. Some aircraft spotters record the registration number or VIN number of every airplane they've ever seen. Other plane spotters photograph as many planes as they can, paying attention to the different aircraft types and distinctive paint schemes. And they like to share their photos in online communities. But no matter the goal, plane spotters from around the world travel to Las Vegas in pursuit of their favorite pastime. And McCarran has proven to be an ideal venue for the growing hobby.
I think the variety here is very good. There's lots of corporate jets, there's lots of interesting airliners. And really enjoy the hobby, and that's what we're really looking for, is to try and enjoy it.
Most of these hobbyists have been to Vegas multiple times over the years to view aircraft.
I see quite a bit of the world as well, and when I'm with my wife, if it's a beach holiday, it's normally near an airport, so you can relax on the beach, get a nice tan, and get some numbers and photographs at the same time.
Spotters who like to photograph the planes prefer to shoot during the colder months when the heat haze and other visual distortions are minimized. For most of us, watching a 747 roar down the runway and effortlessly take flight is likely exciting enough. But for these aviation buffs, it's even more fun to know exactly what kind of an airplane they're watching, where it's from, where it's going, and what's its story.
And it's also it's a good meeting point with your friends as well. You know, when you're living 9 to 5 back in the UK and you come back to places like this, you can get up early in the morning, come and look up some aircraft. It's as much as a hobby as much as a holiday as well, so we try and combine as much as we can into it.
So the next time you're at McCarran, see if you can spot the plane spotters. And if you have time, take a minute to ask about their hobby. There's always an interesting story to hear.
Now you're ready to pack your bags and fly the skies, so have a great trip. Remember to check us out on Facebook and follow us on Twitter, and use all the resources of our website, McCarran.com. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time on Flight Path.
The Clark County Fire Department responds to thousands of calls for help each year. The key to saving lives in any emergency situation is education. That's why the fire department teams up with its community partners to host open houses at different fire stations. Our open houses are held on Saturdays every other month. We invite you and your family to visit our fire stations, meet our firefighters who serve you, and learn how to stay safe and healthy. For more information, visit Clark County's website.
Don't let your pets go tomcatting around. Did you know that an unspayed cat, her mate, and all their kitties can produce 470,000 cats in 7 years? Prevent a litter. Fix your critter.
I'm Matt Lewis, and you're watching CCTV 4, Clark County. Thank you. Thank you very much.
This is where fun happens. Love is in the air for some happy seasoned citizens. We'll tell you about the Cupid Connection speed dating events. Poet Vogue Robinson shares her hopes for longtime love and companionship. And Aurora says to take a hike to get in shape this spring. Those stories and more coming up next on Where Fun Happens. Clark County is enriched by parks, facilities, programs, and services. And Clark County's Parks and Recreation Department proudly offers all of these to you. But most of all, we are...
My name is Krista Laura Jackson. I'm a cultural recreation specialist with Clark County Parks and Recreation. And we're very excited about a new volunteer program getting started at Sunset Park. We're starting a new program called the Sunset Stewards, where we'll have volunteers who come visit the park on their own schedule, and they'll just kind of walk the park and check it out and report any issues that need to be taken care of. And they'll also engage visitors and share some information, share some education about the wildlife and about the park, and engage people in a positive way.
Well, I read about the program in the paper, and they're looking for people to help out, I guess, 4 hours a month minimum. And I've been coming here since '93, and I just love the park. It's beautiful. I mean, it's a real nice place. And I thought maybe I could help out. Since I come here so much, I thought maybe I could give back a little bit.
Anyone with about an hour a week to spare would be a great volunteer. The park, of course, is open 7 days a week. And we have people of all ages that are coming in that want to volunteer. The minimum that we're asking for is for about an hour a week or 4 hours a month. We have a lot of people that spend a great deal of time at the park who will be volunteering for many hours a week.
We love to go around the lake and look at the ducks, and they've got road runners out there, and we've seen turtles in that lake. It's just a nice, relaxing day to come and walk around the lake and just bring the dogs. The dogs love it down here.
The volunteers will walk their favorite part of the park. That could be the area around the lake, that could be the historic dunes area, or even the area near the playing fields here. And if they choose to make it part of their volunteer service, they'll pick up trash, which can be a huge help. Also, one of the issues that we want to educate people on is regarding the birds and all the wildlife in the park, that it's really a bad idea to feed them. Unfortunately, human food just doesn't give wildlife the proper nutrition, and it's much better for them to find the food that they need in nature. So just when they come, they'll wear an identifying vest and they'll have an ID badge. But also, they get to have that extra level of ownership in the park. We're calling it Sunset Stewards because they're truly stewards of the park. It's a real opportunity to be involved in your community in a unique way. So for anyone interested in becoming a volunteer, you can email sunsetstewards with an S at ClarkCountyNV.gov or call 702-455-8200 and ask about the Sunset Steward Volunteer Program.
My name is Chris Bowder, and this is my show at the Clark County Government Center entitled The Gathering. Well, the show is called The Gathering, and a couple things are happening with the show. One is I like to think of artists as gathering and collecting materials. So when I go to LA to collect art and art hando, I've been collecting these tumbleweeds and gathering them up over the past maybe 6 to a year. But the idea that the tumbleweed is an object that gathers itself too, whether or not it's dispersing and gathering seeds or trash or whatever, and at the same time the tumbleweeds gather together. So a lot's happening with the title of Gathering in the show. We have a select group of tumbleweeds that are consistent to the southwest, which are bushes that were basically alive. They either die and uproot themselves, or they uproot themselves and die, and then they tumble, they roll based on the wind. So any bush can be a tumbleweed. So I find that interesting too, that you have a plant and then it becomes something else. The tumbleweed is a general category, you know, and then in the Midwest and the South and Texas, there's different kinds of plants that will do this. But, you know, it's got to take on a certain shape, and with that, the wind and the way it tumbles will shape these. So you can tell in some of these that the branches have been bent, and I modified them in no way aside from painting them. As far as in terms of the color, this isn't the first time I've done the tumbleweeds. I've had multiple pieces on a smaller scale. They've usually been in singular form or in small groups, 2s or 3s. So this is the first time I did the larger one. So I wanted to incorporate a color that kind of made them take away from that individuality and almost create this giant mass of them, because these do build up out in the desert, and you see these and you wonder what happens to them. So I wanted this to look as one giant entity that could actually move, or I don't know, it's taken on a quality of like it wants to grab you or something, it wants to come alive. Balloons are an object, and the latex paint is a material that I've been using in my work for a long time now. The balloons are an object that's created for a very short life expectancy. It's there for a peak kind of celebration, and then it dies or disintegrates, and then it's lost. But yeah, one of the original pieces I did was kind of a white, really, really bright white, and it almost looked like a flocking, you know, like you would at Christmas. But this particular color, I had to deal with the fact that the space doesn't have electricity. Usually some of these are lit within, so I have to deal with the lighting coming through. So like you said, you saw this piece the other day, and at certain sunlight it starts to glow this green inside, and throughout the day it'll kind of change on its own. And that was just a trial and error with using different color and finding out what color can do, because color is an important part of my work as well. Come on down and check it out.
Hi, my name is Russell Thompson, Recreation Cultural Specialist for Clark County Parks and Recreation. Our department provides a wide range of different special events for people of all ages.
Okay, ladies, go ahead and get up. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
But today we're focusing with senior citizens and active adults, and we're here at the Paradise Recreation Center, which is located near East Tropicana and McLeod, for our first annual Cupid Connection. And what this event's all about is for Valentine's Day. It's for speed dating for seniors, and it's a great way, obviously, to connect with other people. And obviously, sometimes it's hard to meet people in Vegas because everyone's so spread out in different parts of the valley. And especially with online dating being the rage for many people, speed dating is another great thing, and especially too for senior citizens. They might not be super tech savvy. They might actually have an opportunity to meet someone special and at the very least make a new friend.
Everybody, that round is over. Ladies, go ahead and get up, rotate to your right.
With the speed dating event, what happens is that everybody will be set at a certain station, and the ladies that are in the room will, every 2 minutes, will move from one table over to the next table and get to know another gentleman. And at the end of each round, what they'll do is the participants will mark down who they liked, and then from that point, it is their decision whether or not they would like to further communicate outside of the Paradise Recreation Center.
Yeah, I like football, soccer.
And so for more information on all of our different special events, again, we have several different recreation and senior centers across the county that do provide different events throughout the year. At the Cora Coleman Senior Center, which is located in the northeast part of the valley, their telephone number is 702-455-7617. For more information on all of our different special events that are coming up throughout countywide, please give us a call on our main hotline number as well at 702-455-8200, and check us out at our website at www.ClarkCountyNV.gov/parks. And once again, the Cupid Connection, we're here today at the Paradise Recreation Center. It's a good way for seniors across the Las Vegas Valley to come together in a fun, safe environment to perhaps, once again, whether it's not to necessarily meet their soulmate, perhaps make a new friend along the way and enjoy the ride that is life. So we hope to see you at one of our recreation and senior centers in the near future, and thank you very much.
It's the best cultural center in all of Clark County. Welcome to Winchester.
Hello, my name's Patrick Gaffey, and I'm here to tell you about some events that are coming up at Winchester Cultural Center. And on March 19th, which is a Saturday, at 2 p.m., we're having the quartet of the really wonderful jazz guitarist Jake Langley. It's going to be an afternoon of some really hot jazz. On Saturday, April 2nd at 2 p.m., we will have a recital by the Winchester Starcatchers. The Starcatchers are an exciting young dance group that grew out of the dance classes here at Winchester. And they'll be performing a lot of work that they choreographed themselves. And so this is their ballet showcase, actually. Here at Winchester Cultural Center, we have our own young theater company called the Winchester Headliners. And on April 15th, 16th, and 17th, they'll be presenting William Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. Tickets are $7. You're going to see some great young talent. Saturday, April 16th, in Winchester Park, we have the longest running event that Clark County has ever presented. It's going to be the 23rd annual Clark County Children's Festival. It's always lots of fun. It runs from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Admission is free, although there are some charges for some rides and food. This year, the theme of the event is art and children's art experiences. We're going to have a hands-on art exhibit created by two local artists that I think is going to be quite exciting. So both in Winchester Cultural Center and in Winchester Park, April 16th, the 23rd annual Clark County Children's Festival from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Admission is free.
Welcome to Winchester Cultural Center. My name is Erica, and I'm here to let you know about a couple of shows coming up. First off, on April 9th, Itzel Ballet Folklorico will be here presenting a tribute to Juan Gabriel, a great Mexican musician. The show is at 6 p.m. Tickets are $10 in advance, $12 on the show day. Also, if you like mariachi music, join us on Sunday, April 10th at 2 p.m. for Viva el Mariachi. This is a mariachi celebration concert. This is going to be presented by the Las Vegas Institute of Advanced Mariachi Studies. It's a combination of all Clark County School District mariachi groups that will be here bringing on the music. So join us again. Tickets will be $10 in advance and $12 day of show.
I'm Steve Carmichael, Program Administrator for the Clark County Shooting Complex. With all the warm weather we've had lately, all of our activity is geared up. We're now open again at all centers on Wednesday and Thursday from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Along with all this activity, a lot of new leagues. Wednesday night, we have a historic trap league. It's a 5-person team, starts at 6:30 on Wednesday nights at the Shotgun Center. There's an archery league at the archery area. These are both very family-oriented. On Thursday night, we have a rimfire league at the Rifle Pistol Center, and we also have an archery basics class at the archery area. Both of these are very family-oriented and very affordable. The archery basics class is only $10 for adults, $5 for the kids, and that includes rental equipment. There's also a trap league on Friday mornings for 2-person teams. We have monthly events in trap and sporting clays, the 3rd and 4th Saturday of the month respectively. All kinds of activity, no matter what level of shooter you may be. Also want to mention the corporate challenge events. The range event is March 20th. Trap and skeet is April 24th. Get your teams together, come out and practice beforehand. We have a lot of youth programs out here at the shooting complex, and the 4th time this is going to happen this July is the U.S. Open National Championship. This is for kids, high school age and junior high school age, for trap, skeet, and sporting clays. All kinds of activity. We've got all kinds of rental equipment. You just need to bring yourself. Come out and see us real soon. We got great food. Come hungry. The Roadkill Grill, always something that you'll enjoy. So we're the only 5-star outdoor rated facility in the state of Nevada. Come out and see us real soon here at the Clark County Shooting Complex.
Hi everybody, I'm Martin Olson with the Nevada Department of Wildlife with some information for this month at the Clark County Shooting Complex. This month our big game draw opens the middle of March. So if you haven't taken a hunter education course, you'll need to do so in order to purchase a hunting license. Now once the big game draw opens, you have until the middle of April. So there's plenty of time to take a hunter education course before that deadline comes. And there's no benefit to being the first person to apply in the big game draw. And with that big game draw, we're going to have an application workshop here at the Clark County Shooting Complex. This workshop is about 2.5 to 3 hours, depending on how many people show up. And it's the do's and don'ts and all the information of how the Nevada big game system works. So if you're new to hunting in Nevada, this class is a must for you. And if you're an experienced Nevada hunter, you'll certainly pick up some good information and some good tips at this workshop. There's no reservations required for this, but I recommend you do come early to reserve yourself a seat. Remember, March 30th is this date's class, so don't forget, 6:30, March 30th, here at the Clark County Shooting Complex for the Big Game Application Workshop. Hope to see you there, and remember, take that hunter education course. Don't delay, because those classes do fill up quick. And I hope to see you out here.
Are you a fan of Sunset Park? Clark County Parks and Recreation wants you to volunteer for its new Sunset Stewards program aimed at improving the visitor experience. Volunteers accepted into the program would be asked to patrol the park for at least 4 hours each month, report problems, and interact with park patrons in a positive way in order to educate them about the wildlife and caring for the 323-acre regional facility. For more information, please call 702-455-8200 or email sunsetstewards@clarkcountynv.gov.
Mark Hall-Pettin. I want to welcome you to the Clark County Museum. As you know, we're out here on Boulder Highway and we have 30 acres. We have a great deal to see. But one of the things we always do is change out the exhibits. We have a new exhibit in our changing gallery now. From ancestral to contemporary, a brief history of Pueblo pottery. I want to introduce you to the curator of exhibits at the Clark County Museum, Malcolm Vuksich. Malcolm is the designer of the exhibit and will give us a quick look around here, give you an idea of what you might see.
This case represents 1,000 years of Pueblo pottery, from the very first pots that were made for these small globular little bowls to the classic black on white and the most popular trade pottery, the polychrome red clay with black interior and white on the outside. In the contemporary pottery, in this case we have 9 different Pueblos represented, and although we consider the Pueblo people as a homogeneous group, there's 10 individual Pueblos speaking 6 distinct languages, and the pottery tradition is unique to each Pueblo based upon the types of clay they have, their cultural traditions, the isolation or lack of isolation that each Pueblo has. If you're close to a railhead during the railroad years, you'd sell to the tourists. If you were more isolated, you'd have more utilitarian wear. All this clay is built by hand. The clay is coiled into long snake-like strands. They're pinched together to form the pot, and after the pot has been shaped, it is sanded with a polishing stone. Then it is polished, soaked and polished to get a smooth finish. After that has dried, the paint or the glaze is applied, and it's fired open and over an open flame with sheep dung, because the sheep dung burns extremely hot and very consistently. The red clay, for example, from Santa Clara Pueblo is interesting. We have the black on black and the white and the red clay. The red and black clay are exactly the same clay. The difference is in the firing method. This exhibit area is dedicated to Anna Roberts Parks. She's the matriarch of the Clark County Museum. Her collection forms the basis of the collections here at the museum. And in fact, all of the pottery that we have in the exhibit is from the museum collections. And this is pretty much how the collection came to the museum, in jars and bags and boxes and sacks. Some of this is being displayed for the very first time. This exhibit talks a little bit about the railroads and the importance to Pueblo life. The railroad came to the area in around 1882, bringing tourism and goods for the Pueblo people. Because of the railroad and the influx of population that it brought, the Pueblo started buying porcelain, ceramics, tinware for their utilitarian use and started losing a lot of the Pueblo traditions. Because of that, many of the Pueblo crafts declined. There were a handful of people that were responsible for the resurgence in pottery. We put this exhibit together because we wanted to show that this pottery has been made by the same people in the same place, the same way for 1,500 years. And it's an important touchstone from the past for the Pueblo people and an important guidepost for the future pottery.
So you can see there's a lot to see out here at the museum. We hope you will come out and join us. Remember, we're only open 7 days a week from 9 to 4:30, and it's only $2 a head. We are the best bargain in the Vegas Valley. So come on out and join us.
Hi, I'm Aurora Buffington, exercise physiologist here at the Sunrise Trailhead. When the weather is beautiful outdoors, it's a great time to get out and get active. Hiking is a great way to enjoy the outdoors, get a good dose of sunshine, and increase your physical activity levels. Our great city of Las Vegas is known for its neon, but did you know it's a great place to stay physically active for its trails? From its surrounding mountain ranges and national recreation areas to its urban trails and parks, opportunities abound. Although you may have developed a regular walking routine, hiking may demand a bit more from your body, depending on the difficulty level of the hike that you choose. Hiking trails are often rated according to their difficulty. Easy trails may have uneven ground but are fairly level. Moderate levels include a mix of steep grades with level sections, and strenuous trails have steep grades, uneven terrain, and long, steady climbs, making it the most physically demanding level. Other things to consider include weather conditions, distance of the hike, and the extremely high temperatures, especially in April through October. Be sure to never hike alone and let others know where you are going and when you plan to return. You'll want to be sure to take at least 2 quarts of water with you on hikes over 1 mile. Drink a half to 1 cup every 30 to 45 minutes. And remember that humidity, wind, temperature, elevation, exertion levels, and your level of acclimation may increase your water needs. Bringing the right equipment will make your hike more enjoyable. Wear sturdy walking shoes and long pants to help protect you from rocks and cactuses. Protect yourself from the sun with a hat, sunscreen, and sunglasses. Carry a day pack that can hold water, food, a first aid kit, a map, your jacket, and a flashlight. And don't forget to bring a camera to take pictures. A great mobile application to locate trails near you is the Southern Nevada Health District's Neon to Nature app, which provides information on urban, streetside, and rural trails all over the Southern Nevada area. However, you should still carry a map in unfamiliar territory, as many places don't have good cell phone reception. Finally, know that hiking confers many health benefits, both cardiovascular and muscular. Clark County has completed over 50 miles of multi-use and equestrian trails all over the Vegas Valley, with an additional 23 miles under development countywide. Many trails are great for visiting with young children and include such amenities as wildlife viewing, picnic areas, and of course all of them have great views. So remember, being physically active isn't just about being indoors and exercising in a fitness class or a gym. It can also mean getting outdoors and enjoying a hike or a walk. Well, that's all for now. I'm Aurora Buffington, encouraging you to move more and get healthy by visiting a Clark County Parks and Recreation facility or trail near you, where fitness happens.
Hi, I'm Bruce Isaacson, Clark County's Poet Laureate, and I'm here with Vogue Robinson, who is a fabulous poet. She's the author of Vogue 316, which I know is an Amazon book, and she's the co-host of Words in Motion, which is an open mic that runs here in town on the 3rd Thursday of each month. She's also an organizer of the Battleborn Poetry Slam, which runs on the 2nd and 4th Fridays. So, Vogue, why don't you tell me what you like best about Vegas poetry?
That there's so much of it. I feel like there's so many different places where you can share your art. You can workshop in some places, you can just open mic in other places, and then if you really want to dig your heels in, you can compete at the slam.
That's great. That's great. Will you read a poem for us?
Sure.
Okay, good.
This poem is called Denture Love. It's for my grandma and my other half. I want to be with you long enough to notice newly formed moles on your face and trace them back to our lineage. Long enough to sit on park benches facing the calm ocean and have the sunset say that we are the most beautiful thing it has ever witnessed. Long enough to fall asleep in the middle of the day, quilted beneath piles of unread newspapers. I want to be with you. Long enough to accidentally put on your prescription bifocal glasses and still see through them clearly because of how well I know your perspective. Because one day both our chests will sag lower than we ever imagined. When hair starts and stops sprouting in awkward places, when Bride of Frankenstein streaks of gray and white stretch across the majority of my crown and bald spots form landmarks on your scalp. Showcasing places we've both seen and forgotten, and that's okay, because I'm ready for that denture love. Yes, remove portions of our bodies and place them in containers for cleansing so we can be together in two places at the same time, the bedroom and the bathroom. I want to pick out my first cane with you. I want us to go orthopedic shoe shopping together, baby. We can kick it old school in wheelchairs with baseball cards attached to the spokes of our wheels with clothespins so we can make that rhythmic clackety-clack sound whenever we roll around. I want to trace my arthritic fingers along your desert-cracked and wrinkled flesh until I find an oasis in your cataract-filled eyes and remain there. Nothing will obstruct our double vision. Our love will never be a mirage. I just want to lead a life with you where every small daily action I perform is a testament to our love, tried and true. From giving you the extra pillow on the bed, to plugging your nose when you snore, to sacrifice. Because I think I'm ready for that denture love. Are you?
That's great, Vogue. You can tell Vogue is a great performer of her poetry, and that's a skill that you can develop at places like her Words in Motion open mic, which runs on April 21st this month, and also at the Battleborn Slam, which is on April 8th and 29th. That's at the Beat Cafe, 520 East Fremont. The Words in Motion is at 1800 Industrial Road. And I want to give you just a couple more special events we have coming. We have Beat legend Michael McClure will be here on April 30th, and he will be reading at the Winchester at 3130 McLeod and at 7 p.m. He's a fabulous poet who was there at the beginning of the Beat generation, an Obie Award-winning playwright, and it promises to be an event that'll connect us to lots of to a great tradition. He's doing a writer's workshop on May 1st at the Clark County Library, and you know what? We'll be doing a seminar kind of thing, open, free to the public, on his poetry on April 9th at the Winchester, just so we're all kind of familiar with his work. So I hope I'll see you guys all out at poetry.
This is Clark County Television, CCTV 4. Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to County Critters. Critters will showcase our animals and the men and women who selflessly dedicate and promote animal welfare and safety in southern Nevada. Our first story is about two sets of numbers that correlate to great news about the animal population in Clark County. The number of dogs and cats being spayed and neutered is going up, and the number of animals being euthanized is going down, way down. It's a true success story. Let's meet Harold Vasco from Heaven Can Wait, an animal organization on the front line of sterilizing our furry friends. Harold, we've talked about some of the economics and some of the numbers here. There's your folks here at Heaven Can Wait is doing spay and neuter, as are a number of other people in the valley. Talk a little bit about that.
Well, what has happened is, the numbers have gone down quite a bit, and a big reason is because spay and neuter today is affordable. There are a whole bunch of clinics that do it at a very reasonable, very reasonable price. And therefore, because it's the law, more people have gotten their animals spay and neutered. Therefore, less animals being born, less animals going into the shelter, less animals being euthanized. So that's really a key point. Well, that's the low-hanging fruit. People that can afford, $30, $50, maybe $100. But you see, what really people don't understand, this is a major surgery. And to do these surgeries, some clinics charge $300, $400. Totally understand it, because it costs a lot. You saw how many people we had there today. Well, we have 4 licensed vet techs, and then you have 3 vet assistants, and we have 2 veterinarians. But you add that up at a clinic, that's going to cost a lot of money. That's why they charge a lot. But a lot of these veterinarian clinics have lowered their price to get these animals spay and neutered, which is a great thing, which has been a great asset.
And probably the most important number are the number of euthanizations in the Las Vegas Valley. That number has steadily declined in the past 6 years. You must be very proud about that.
Let me tell you, that's what you live for. You say very proud. I think everybody in the rescue community that has fostered a set of kittens, and they've done, even if they've done it one time, and they stayed up all night making sure that they lived through the night, and all the way to people rescuing animals in the desert and people preventing animals from going into the shelter, and then the shelter trying to do some reactive, care as well. In 2010, 32,500 cats and dogs were being euthanized here in the valley, the two shelters, Lead and Henderson. This year, it'll probably be close to 12,000. Now, that's 20,000 less. I don't even know many cities in the whole country that have lowered 20,000 less than what they had. So spay and neutering and target spay and neutering is really the key, in Heaven Can Wait's opinion, of lowering the overpet population problem and curing the problem. What you see here today, and today we're doing 18 dogs, and probably, I think 16 are either pit bulls or chihuahuas. And that's what we focus in on every day. And again, that's why we believe the numbers that have gone down a lot, because we've been spay and neutering so many. That's what we focus on. So where do we get these pit bulls and chihuahuas? Well, we go to less fortunate neighborhoods. We actually have people that go door to door. We advertise on Craigslist, and we try to put them on special. Again, if people don't have enough money, we try to work a way to at least get them done, because they go to the top of the list every day. Like if you call up saying, I got a pit bull and I got two pit bulls, a male and a female, we're going to try and get you in as quick as possible, either that day or the next day, because we don't want these things to happen.
What are some of the costs, and what are then obviously some of the main benefits for having the procedures done?
Well, the cost, it probably costs us, I figured it out, it probably costs us close to $90 a surgery. So, and we don't charge it. Very few people pay $90, they don't have it. And a lot of people have multiple dogs, 2 and 3. So we have to subsidize, have a sliding scale, or if it's really bad, we just have to, subsidize the whole thing. So Clark County, they give us $120,000, if you really look at Clark County and why the numbers have gone down again, you could give them a lot of kudos for it. Number one, they passed the spay and neuter law, which really helped a ton. And the other thing is they've been giving Heaven Can Wait $120,000 for spay and neuter probably for the last 5-6 years. So that's allowed us to do like 30,000 spay and neuters, and that really has cut down. So actually, Clark County, the commissioners of Clark County really could take a lot of credit for, all the good that has happened.
The county in general supports Heaven Can Wait with an annual grant, generally of $120,000. A portion of that money comes from the spay-neuter license plates through the Department of Motor Vehicles, and then the rest of that money is made up through impound fees that we collect when an owner reclaims their animal at the shelter. That money is used along with money that Heaven Can Wait raises through all their other charitable outreach, and they spay and neuter generally upwards of about 5,000 dogs and cats in unincorporated Clark County and in the various jurisdictions each year. It's been a long-standing partnership that the county and animal control has had with Heaven Can Wait, and it dramatically reduces the number of unwanted pets that we have on the streets.
Are there any other organizations like that the county works intimately with, whether it's for spay and neuter or for other facets of animal rescue?
Well, we do obviously have our contract with the Animal Foundation to house all of the animals that we or the public bring in. And the Animal Foundation does a certain number of low-cost spay-neuter surgeries and vaccine clinics throughout the year as well. But we don't specifically pay them just for those services. Heaven Can Wait is the one that we partner with as the largest nonprofit in town that actually performs sterilizations. We have a great program that we worked on with Heaven Can Wait. It's called our Fix It Ticket program. that fix-it ticket program. When our officers find an intact animal, we can write a ticket, a citation, and give the person 2 weeks or 3 weeks, depending on how busy Heaven Can Wait is. We give the person the citation, we give them a coupon to go to Heaven Can Wait, and they can get their animal sterilized for a very low price. In fact, for low-income people, it's a fraction of what they would pay at a full-service vet. There are other nonprofits that we work with. We work with the Las Vegas Valley Humane Society and C5, the Community Cat Coalition of Clark County. They don't actually perform surgeries, but they do have the ability to help financially for people who cannot afford it.
It's been several years since Clark County has enacted or changed the spay and neuter laws. What are they, Jason?
So essentially what they are, currently every dog and cat in Clark County needs to be sterilized so that they cannot reproduce any offspring.
I believe a high in the valley was about 33,000 pets were put to death in 2010, and Heaven Can Wait is hoping by this year they can get this down to about only 5,000 animals. Is this feasible? And this is good news regardless.
It's great news. The number of intakes are going down dramatically, and that shows a reduction in the number of pets being out on the streets in all the jurisdictions, and the number of people adopting pets from shelters versus buying them at pet stores is going up, and the public is getting the message that there are a lot of animals out there, and the best place to get them is from a rescue or from a shelter, so that we can help reduce the pet population. Our very stringent breeder laws in Clark County require that in order to breed a dog or a cat, that dog or cat has to be a show animal.
Harold, when you talked about all spays and neuters aren't equal, these cats are prime examples, right?
Yes. In fact, yesterday, you came a day late, we had over 220 here in the lobby, and we did it in one day. And these are all homeless, and we call them feral community cats, whatever. And you can see, if you take close-up, you see how healthy they look. You see how, they thrive outside. They do really well here. The weather, people feed them, people take care of them. So it's crazy just to catch them and have them euthanized, and that's what's been happening for years, and it doesn't work. So it's better. It's called TNR, trap, neuter, return. You spay and neuter them. Now we're going to tip their ears. They're going to be vaccinated. They're going to get their rabies. They're going to get pain medicine. It's really the only humane way to handle the cat situation. This is what probably has lowered the numbers more than anything else. In 2010, over 20,000 cats were being euthanized in the shelter. And this year it'll probably be closer to 7,000. And this is the #1 target that we have focused on. So you take that 110, I bet you 75,000 have been feral homeless cats, because obviously they're the ones that are going to reproduce the most. Heaven Can Wait has a 5-year plan, so you go, I believe it said at the end of 2018, we're going to be under 5,000 euthanasias. And I really believe with a few changes, that are being made, we'll probably have that under in 2017. And in outside chance, even next year. So how good is that? And yes, I couldn't be happier because, everyone here at Heaven Can Wait has dedicated their lives to solving this problem, and we're getting there. We're doing much better than we were in 2010, that's for sure.
To learn more about their great work, visit the Heaven Can Wait Animal Society website at www.hcws.org. The Southern Nevada Beagle Rescue Foundation is a nonprofit organization dedicated to the rescue and responsible pet ownership, primarily of beagles. Let's meet Regina Harmon, who introduces us to some of our cute, floppy-eared pals. Gina, thanks for joining us. Tell us who your friends are.
This is Bull. He is about 11 or 12-year-old beagle. He's kind of large for a beagle. He's more or less our mascot now. He came into the rescue a few years ago. He was going to be euthanized for ear infections, and he was actually really, really thin at that time too. And he's doing quite well. He's got cataracts now, so he can't really see that well. And then these guys, this is Cash and this is Tango, and they are only 7 months old. They had kind of a little bit of a long journey to get here. They were chained to railroad tracks in Kentucky, and this lady saw them, and the guy who had them was a hunter, and he said, you can unchain them from those tracks for $50. Actually, I think he wanted more at first, but they talked him down, and they couldn't get the parents, but they were able to get these guys. And they made their way to Ohio, where they were treated for dehydration and worms and parasites. They were actually quite ill at that time, and this lady took her into her home and fostered them. And there was a rescue who was supposed to back them and take them, and they kind of let them fall through the cracks. So we were contacted by Colorado Beagle Rescue, who had dogs already coming out towards them, and they asked if we'd be willing to take these guys. So we paid for their transport, and they arrived this week. And they, he's a little more timid than Tango, but they've had a lot of changes this whole week with traveling and just everything they've been through. And they just got neutered, and we checked for heartworm, and they got microchipped, and they're actually really healthy now. So they're great little dogs. They've kind of come a long way.
Figuratively and literally.
Yeah.
The Southern Nevada Beagle Rescue Foundation's been in operation since 2006. Is that a typical journey for puppies like this, or any of the beagles that come to you?
We typically get most of our dogs locally. We have gotten dogs, though, longer journeys than that. We don't have as many beagles here as they do on the East Coast. They're inundated in the Midwest and the East Coast because of all the hunters. They breed them, they use them for hunting, and then they dump them. After the hunting season's over, if the dogs don't come back, they don't care. If the dogs don't hunt, they don't want them. So, even though they're hunting hounds and scent hounds, not all dogs will try to hunt. So they want the ones that do. And sometimes they just use them for breeding, and they live in these little tiny boxes, and it's really quite horrid, actually. But they are just have a ton of beagles. So when we can help out and we have the means, we'll try. Our biggest thing is transport. Where are you trying to get down?
What? Obviously, these are such great dogs, and
they're great dogs.
What makes a beagle such a great breed to own?
Well, they're curiosity for one, but they're very loving dogs. They generally, beagles' temperament, they usually get along with other people and kids and other dogs, and cats generally too. But they're just all around great dogs to have.
You have a terrific website with a lot of great information. Tell me the procedure that if somebody wants to adopt or is a candidate to adopt an animal from your rescue, what do they need to do?
Well, they need to go to our website and click the Forms tab and fill out an application for adoption. We do not work on a first-come, first-served basis, so we go through all the applications that come in on any dog, and we could have several. For puppies, we do tend to get a lot more than some of the older dogs. And then the people that are fostering, because we are completely foster-based shelter. We don't have a shelter building. So they will go through all the applications as they live with the dog. They know the dog even better than I do. They know where it sleeps and how it eats, and its routine. So they go through and they decide right off, this could work, this could not work, and then we arrange meet and greets. They can also meet them at adoption events or at our park events. We go to the park pretty regularly. So, and then we try to determine who is going to be the best match for this dog, and then we'll do a home visit as well to make sure it's a safe and secure environment. The yard's all safe and secure, especially with beagles being scent hounds. They will take off if given the opportunity unless they've had some training. And once we find that this is a really good match here, then we'll complete a contract and the rest of the adoption. And the contract basically is to protect the dog. Don't leave them in an open pickup truck, in the back of it. Don't overcrate them. The most important thing on there, though, for us is if for any reason the adopter cannot hold on to the dog throughout the lifetime of the dog comes back to rescue. And that is the dog's safety net so that they don't end up on the street, abandoned, or in the shelter.
think Tango wants to ask a question about your swag here. You've got
Yes.
Beagle juice here. That's
We
actual
do.
wine and
We
some
do.
paraphernalia. I suppose that's kind of the lifeblood of any rescue organization. You're a 501c3 nonprofit organization, so you need to raise funds to get these animals and then get them distributed, get them into loving homes.
Right, right. The rescue, it's a cost involved. I mean, we do charge adoption fees, but we far exceed that with our medical costs. I mean, all the dogs generally need something. These two needed neutering, microchips, heartworm testing. Bull's had, he almost died twice on us. So, I mean, he went into renal failure and liver failure, and he's had massive ear infections, and so all those things are a cost to the rescue. So yeah, we try to raise money any way we can. We have a ton of fundraisers, but this is another way, and people love our stuff. Why not? It's so really cute. Everyone loves Snoopy, so these are little Snoopy squeak toys. We have wine. We have six different bottles of wine that we sell. This company actually bottles them and ships them, and then they give us an amount back. It's like $6 on every bottle we get back. Sometimes when we can, we purchase the magnets. These are like all different kinds of breeds on here, and we have hats with our logo on it. We have t-shirts as well with our logo. This one is a different type, and then we'll just sell these ourselves to try to make the money back on some of this, and it gives people a way to support us without necessarily having to adopt a dog if they can't at that time. So, and we sell most of this stuff at our events that we have.
You've talked about some of your events. I know you have one coming up in December.
Right.
And tell me about some of your typical events that you do.
We try to do all different kinds of events. We've had popcorn fundraiser where, we sell the popcorn. We've had candle ones, and we usually try to do an Applebee's fundraiser where they open up for breakfast and we serve. And we sell tickets to that, and we get a percentage of that. Though we have one this coming up where it's a beer tasting. We've had a pasta dinner. That one was a really successful one where people came and they, for like $10, they got a lot of pasta and a lot of fun that night.
What are the benefits of adopting a rescue dog, whether it's a Beagle, a Boston Terrier, or a Basset Hound?
Oh, rescue is the best. Most people think you cannot get a purebred in rescue, which clearly is a lie. These dogs are so thankful. They give you so much back. And not all the dogs, the puppies, not as much, but a lot of the dogs that come into rescue, they're already trained. They have been house trained. They know a lot of commands and tricks, and people are always so surprised. They're really good dogs. They've just been tossed away by someone. And when you rescue, you're just kind of promoting that not from a puppy mill. The people that want all those really cutesy dogs from the puppy stores, they're supporting puppy mills, which are dogs not being taken care of at all. They live in a box their whole life. If something's wrong with them, no one fixes it. And then when they spend these outrageous prices for these dogs, I mean, I've seen Beagles anywhere from $800 to over $2,000 at a puppy store. They don't come vetted at all. Our dogs are always spayed and neutered, up to date on vaccines, microchipped, and then if they've had or needed anything else, we've taken care of that. When you get that expensive dog from a puppy mill, they're not vetted at all. So, you have that extra expense on there. Now, some people don't take care of that stuff, but, and a lot of those dogs are unhealthy. We try to follow the law, though, which is spay and neuter law, so we follow that, and we want the dogs spayed and neutered because we don't want people just breeding them, and those puppy mill dogs are a lot of times not healthy. But none of us have a time stamp on us about when we're going to go. But we try to really take care of these dogs, and these dogs know it. They really do give back to you quite a bit. They're very loving dogs.
And what are some of the myths, some of the quirks about this breed? Everyone seems to think that they howl and bay.
That's right.
And stuff
Everyone
like
said,
that.
a beagle. Yeah. They just bark all the time and bay. And clearly, they don't.
Really loud, right?
That is a myth I hear all the time. And, yes, they will bay and bark when they hear something or people coming in. If they're playing mostly, that's when, or if they're out in the park and they're all chasing each other, that's when you'll hear that baying a lot, which is fun then, but they don't just sit there and all day long and they're not doing that. That is a huge myth amongst them. They are food hounds, but you can easily control that. I mean, some people just want to feed them and let them go, and as long as you don't do that, it's very easily under control.
And finally, for someone watching this to get a hold of your organization to see about these beautiful dogs, tell us all about it.
Yes, they can either go to our website, which is www.southernnevadabeaglerescue.com, all spelled out. They could see us on Facebook. We post a lot of the dogs on there as well. They can email us at snvbeaglerescue@gmail.com, or even call us 702-493-9779 and just see what we have coming up next, or where they can see the dogs. As I said, we are foster based, so they wouldn't be able to just come and see all the dogs all in one spot, but we are active enough and have the dogs out enough where they probably can then.
Thank you so much for being here, Regina, and bringing your beautiful pals along with you, and continued success for the Southern Nevada
Thank you so
Beagle
much.
Rescue.
We really appreciate you coming down.
For more information on adopting, fostering, or volunteering, visit www.southernnevadabeaglesrescue.com. The Animal Foundation operates Lead Animal Shelter, the largest in Southern Nevada. The campus consists of a low-cost vaccine clinic and, of course, is the place for housing adoptable pets and all lost and found animals. The Animal Foundation hosts pet-related events year-round, including the popular Forever Home Family Picnic and Furry 5K, a dog-friendly race that's positively fun. This year's race was at Sunset Park.
Welcome to the Forever Home Family Picnic and Furry 5K. We are here today to celebrate pets and their people.
Hi.
For several hundred hounds and their two-legged pavement pounders, the Sunset Park celebration was a howling success. Part road race and part Poochie Party, the Forever Home Family Picnic and 5K is an annual Animal Foundation mainstay, a possum event to raise animal awareness in Clark County.
I think it gives us an opportunity to really tell people our story, where we've been, where we're going, some really exciting times. And you'll notice that around the picnic area, we've got signs up with our new vision and new mission. And our new vision is a humane and compassionate community for all animals. And our new mission is to save all healthy and treatable animals in the Las Vegas Valley. So we're moving in such an exciting direction.
The Animal Foundation operates the Lead Animal Shelter, the largest shelter and pet adoption center in Nevada. The staff and volunteers care for more than 30,000 animals every year. It's their dedication caring for the unwanted and neglected pets that draw animal lovers to this race and support to the Animal Foundation.
Well, there's so many dogs that don't have homes, and it's important because you don't want. These are great animals because they give you companionship, and they deserve a home too.
Thank you so much to them.
The Animal Foundation hosts fundraising and community events all year long. Community support is a key in their work, and reducing pet overpopulation is crucial, and it takes every animal owner in Clark County to assist. Responsible pet owners know simple steps can help improve animals' lives and increase the level of companionship between you and your best friend.
Well, of course, spaying and neutering, number one, make sure that dogs and cats are all taken care of and they don't get loose. You make sure your dogs and cats stay on their leashes, in their backyards, in their cages, especially during holidays like 4th of July where they get spooked real easy, and Halloween and these things. We're going to make sure our dogs and cats stay inside where they're safe.
The Animal Foundation is selling this Las Vegas to the Rescue calendar. Local stars including Wayne Newton, Carrot Top, pro golfer Ryan Moore, and many more posing with shelter dogs. Jamie Little, a Fox Sports racing reporter and local Las Vegan, is the driving force behind this effort. Visit www.animalfoundation.com to purchase your copy. 100% of the proceeds go directly to the Animal Foundation. And we leave you with our feature pets on Critter Corner, Kaylee and Casey. Kaylee and Casey are adorable, inseparable 7-year-old Cavalier King Charles Spaniels who provide love and companionship to Erica Reynolds and Kimberly Shea of Las Vegas. Kaylee and Casey love Christmas, treats, walks, hanging out, watching their beloved Dallas Cowboys and New England Patriots football teams. Both are members of the Hydrant Club Dog Park in downtown Las Vegas, where they romp and play with their four-legged buddies. Thanks for tuning into Clark County Television. I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time on County Critters.
Driving a car in a diamond lane requires 2 or more people.
Oh, I'm sorry, but diamonds really are a girl's best friend.
Only motorcycles or vehicles with 2 or more people are permitted to travel in a diamond lane.
Now what about hybrids or trucks?
Hybrid vehicles are not exempt. They are allowed in a diamond lane, only if they have 2 or more people.
Oh, pooh. Now where's a girl gonna find another person to share a ride with?
Club Ride is the perfect solution to finding people to carpool with. Their website can match you up with commuters who travel a similar route. You'll reduce traffic on our roadways, save wear and tear when you share a ride, and most importantly, you'll avoid a traffic citation by having enough people to ride in those speedy HOV lanes.
It looks like someone visited the Club Ride website.
That's right. These diamonds really are a driver's best friend.
They might call it puppy love, but it's not always so cute. Did you know that an unspayed dog, her mate, and all their puppies' can produce 67,000 dogs in 6 years? Prevent a litter. Fix your critter.
Hi, I'm Joe Gloria, the Clark County Registrar of Voters, and I'm here to explain how you can help us save more than $1.5 million this year. Every election, we print and mail hundreds of thousands of sample ballots. This is a significant cost and uses a lot of paper and other resources. But now voters can choose to receive their sample ballot by email instead of through the regular mail, and help us save taxpayers money and save hundreds of trees. Here's how you can help. Go to the Clark County Election Department website at clarkcountynv.gov/vote. Enter your information in the Registered Voter Services box to log in. Then click on the drop-down arrow next to Voter Services and select Request My Sample Ballot Electronically. Go green. This election season, help us save taxpayers' dollars and hundreds of trees. Choose email over regular mail for your sample ballot.
Clark County TV. TV for Clark County.
Good morning. I would like to call today's meeting for the Board of County Commissioners for April 6, 2016 to order. Good morning, Ms. Amundsen.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first item on today's agenda is public comment.
This is the first time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board on any item on the agenda, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. If you speak now, you will not be able to speak when we get to that agenda item. So you can speak now or speak at that item. Yes, ma'am. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Cheryl Irwin. I reside at 7220 Hinson Street. I am here to speak on item number 50 regarding AC container. Saddened to say I'm here. I've been a resident in this area for 10 years. It's been a very lovely, peaceful area, and all hell has pretty much broken loose over a container. I had a container stored at my neighbor's directly to the right at Mary Bell's house at 7216, and she was given a notice that she would be fined $1,500 if it was not removed. I did remove it immediately, and I also informed Ed and Rebecca that this was going to be a problem in this neighborhood, which of course we see it is. Again, it's very sad to see a peaceful, loving neighborhood turn into such a hellhole. We've had doorbell rings, gunshots, personal threatening messages. I'm not blaming it on any one person, but I can tell you in 10 years we've never had anything like that. So it's a very hot subject. Because of all the comments that have been made on this little neighborhood internet line that a lot of us are on to help find dogs and help each other reference different people to help us, it's turned into like a hate line. And a lot of the neighbors that have been making comments said, oh fine, we're going to get containers also, and we're going to wave at everybody going by, and everybody can pretty much jump in the lake. I personally did not receive a letter or a card stating the meeting before, or probably would have had to come down. And because of all the high profile and chatter going on, my partner, who I think has sent a letter, is vehemently opposing this container being on the corner. So that would be our, I'm 2 houses down, that's our opinion, and that's our request, that it is denied, Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak during the public comment section?
My name is Jack Weaver, 7685 Hinson Street, and item number 50.
You understand, if you speak now, you can't speak when we get to the item, right?
I'm sorry, sir?
If you speak on the item now, you will not be able to speak on it when we get to item number 50. And I've got a lot of people here. I was out on the site yesterday, so I'm very familiar with this.
Okay, so the recommendation is that we speak during the agenda item as opposed to now?
It's your choice. It's your choice.
But if we speak now, we won't be able to speak during the agenda
That's
item.
correct.
That's the understanding. Okay. I will wait till the agenda item comes up then.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. 12. Anyone else wishing to speak during the initial public comment section? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn their public comment, turn it over to Ms. Amundsen.
The next item is the approval of the agenda after considering any additions or deletions of any items. We've received the following 20 requests. Item 14, WS 005016, hold to the May 4th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 18, ZC 076015, the applicant has requested that this item be withdrawn without prejudice. Item 22, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 23, VS 010216, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 28, VS 040915, hold to the April 20th, 2016 meeting per the applicant. Item 29, WS 040815, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 30, TM 12215, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 31, VS 009616, the applicant has requested that this item be withdrawn without prejudice. Item 32, DR 009716, the applicant has requested that this item be withdrawn without prejudice. Item 33, TM 002016, the applicant has requested that this item be withdrawn without prejudice. Item 34, TM 1214, WC 2016, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 35, UC 79715, WC 001916, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per Commissioner Brager. Item 37, WS 007116, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 38, WS 007515, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 41, NZC 1816, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per Commissioner Brager. Item 42, NZC 002416, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per Commissioner Brager. Item 43, NZC 002516, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 44, VS 002616, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 45, TM 000516, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. And item 49, UC 82915, hold to the May 4th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. The applicant will be responsible for re-notification fees. The items just read will be opened as a public hearing and immediately recessed until the dates as previously stated. With these 20 holds, withdrawals, or deletions, that is items 14, 18, 22, 23, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 37, 38, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, and 49. And if there is no objection from the audience, the agenda stands ready for your approval.
Thank you. Do we have any commissioners want anything additional held or withdrawn? Mr. Roger, did you have something you wanted to withdraw or held?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. George Rogers, 6325 South Jones. Item number 9, and we met in your office last week regarding it. I sent a hand-delivered a letter to Ms. Amundsen last week regarding it, requesting a 6-month hold if the board...
Yeah, I've got a hold on that one.
And I've got a copy of the letter here for the record.
Sammy, can you grab the letter, please? Thank you. Yeah, no, we did. You did want to hold this one. This is by 215 Jones. I remember.
Thank you. So item 9 will be held for 6 months.
Is that what you want? 6 months?
Yes, sir.
And the applicant will be responsible for re-notification fees on that.
Yes.
They're aware of that.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Anyone else have any additional items they want held or withdrawn? Anybody else want to hold an item? Last chance. Okay, that being said, do I have a motion to approve the agenda with items number 9, 14, 18, 22, 23, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 37, 38, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, and 49 being either held or withdrawn? A motion on the floor. Commissioner Brager, are you with us?
I am. Thank you. I thought it was best to not infect anybody.
No, we appreciate that. Commissioner Brager is not feeling well, but she's on the phone with us today. We have a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes.
That'll be an aye.
Commissioner Brager is an aye. Motion passes.
Item 3, the next item is on today's agenda is approval of any previous minutes. There are no minutes for your consideration today. Next are the routine action items, which consist of items 4 through 24, except for any items that have been held or withdrawn. These items may be considered together in one motion and are subject to the conditions listed with each agenda item. Staff has the following amendments and comments. Item 4, the Sunrise Manor Town Board...
I'm sorry, Nancy, I apologize. Was anyone in the gallery here to speak on any of the items that we held or withdrew? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Amundsen.
Item 4, DR 009316, Sunrise Manor Town Board approved. The applicant has submitted revised plans to remove the Mexican fan palms from the landscape plan. Item 6, NZC 085513 ET 1816, Spring Valley Town Board denied. Item 7, ZC 26300 ET 1560, the Spring Valley Town Board denied. Item 11, UC 80415, Paradise Town Board approved. Staff has received 6 cards in support and 1 in opposition. Item 12, UC 8516, Paradise Town Board approved. Staff has received 4 cards in support. Item 16, WS 8416, Spring Valley Town Board denied. Staff has received 2 cards in support and 4 cards in opposition. Item 19, ZC 8816, the Enterprise Town Board approved. Staff has received 1 card in support and 1 in opposition. Item 20, VS 8916, Enterprise Town Board approved. Staff has received 1 card in support and 1 in opposition. Item 21, TM 1716, Enterprise Town Board approved. Staff has received 1 card in support and 1 card in opposition. And item 24, ZC 10316, Enterprise Town Board approved, subject to moving the northeast exit to the south and adding to Public Works condition the following: Valley View not to be extended further than the northeast exit on the property, and to have barriers on the east side of the street to prevent traffic going north, and the exit on Valley View to be built to allow right out only. Staff has received 4 cards in opposition. Any person who does not agree with the conditions recommended by staff as listed on the agenda or as amended should request that the item be removed from this portion of the agenda and be heard separately when the public hearing has been opened. Additionally, items that have been recommended for denial or with different conditions of approval by the respective town boards are not automatically removed from the routine action agenda. If you wish to speak on any item on the routine action agenda, you must now come forward and request that the board remove the item from the routine action agenda and hear it separately. With these comments and amendments and no objections from the audience, the routine action portion of the agenda stands ready for approval.
Thank you, Ms. Amundsen. Do we have any commissioners like anything routine action agenda heard separately? Anyone in the audience want anything on the routine action agenda heard separately? Seeing no one, do I have a motion to approve the routine action items 4 through 24? We have a motion on the floor. Commissioner Brager?
Aye.
Commissioner Brager is an aye.
Commissioner, would item 24 be per staff or per town board?
It would be per staff.
Per staff.
Thank you.
Per staff. Item number 24 is per staff. Commissioner Brager, okay? Commissioner Brager? Commissioner Brager?
That is correct. I got it. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Okay. Motion passes. Next item.
For the audience's information, anyone who wishes to speak on an item this morning should move to the first couple of rows and be prepared to speak as each item is heard. If there are several speakers on one item, it is suggested that a single representative be appointed to present the issues. The next item on the agenda is item 25. Item 25, UC 3016, holdover use permit for the proposed retail sale of landscape materials, rocks, waivers of development standards for the following: design standards for a temporary modular structure, street landscaping requirements, eliminate parking lot landscaping, eliminate loading space, eliminate trash enclosure, on-site paving, and full off-site improvements, excluding minimum paving. Design review for a landscape materials, rocks and concrete pavers, retail wholesale and storage facility, including a modular building on 2.1 acres in an M1 light manufacturing zone in the MUD 3 overlay district, generally located on the northwest corner of Alita Avenue and Man Street, 300 feet south of Blue Diamond Road within Enterprise. Background is described in your agenda. Staff recommended approval of the use permit waivers of development standards 1 through 6 and the design review, and denial of waiver of development standard 7. The Enterprise Town Board recommended approval. There were 4 cards for approval and 8 in protest.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Randy Black, Jr., 10789 West Twain, Las Vegas, Nevada 89134, here on behalf of the applicants and as a percentage owner in this property. A little bit of history. This is a holdover from a broken project back in the early 2000s. There were zoning conditions of approval that were mandated for originally a hotel bar restaurant on 5 acres, which would have included the parcel to the north. It then, during the downturn, was a paintball facility, a temporary zoo, and ultimately the last couple of years it was a decorative rock business with a business not affiliated with the current tenant. So we've received this as conditions of former approvals. The current owners took it back under a deed of trust and were absentee owners. Kevin Parsons, who is the tenant on the property, went to receive a business license. These conditions came up. So that's a little bit of the history to understand why we're where we're at today. We are in concurrence with all of staff recommendations with a couple of specific considerations. On Man Street, Man dead ends at Blue Diamond to the north. The adjoining property owner to the north has no intended use going forward right now. It gets very cost prohibitive under the current lease if we were to do full half-street improvements on Man. We agree that we should be putting half-street improvements to where the ingress and egress point is on this west gate. So we would bond for full half-street improvements. We would engineer them, but we're requesting consideration to only pave to the point where our entrance is, barricade it so there's no further traffic movements to the north of that. And then in the event and any time that the county requires or circulation to the other properties is required, we would complete the half streets. That's the biggest expense that we have. And it actually cost us more to do these improvements than would generate from the lease terms on this. So that consideration for the paving on Man Street and allowing the current tenant to operate while we're completing these improvements as a business licensing issue is another consideration that we need to discuss. With that, I'll open it to any questions.
Does that complete your presentation?
Excuse me?
Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, it does.
Okay, this is a public hearing. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 25. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 25, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing hearing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing now. Mr. Black, I'm going to have Commissioner Breaker ask questions. She's on the phone. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I did meet with Mr. Black. I have a question for Eric in regards to the paving and where it is, because I understand the dynamics that, you know, not a lot is out there doing the work just for the sake of a dead-end street. Are we good with the conditions that they're asking and that they bond, and then when we need these done, that would be taken care of?
We would have to get so they would still be required to do the paving for the entire length of Man. The reason being that is the one of the sections of code that is non-waivable because of the air quality standards. Now, once they bonded for it and designed that road, then, you know, they Construction is a part that we work with them time frame wise and get that put in a reasonable amount of time, but it's not due tomorrow.
Okay. So that makes sense to me in regards to that we can get a business up, continue to be running, and then have you work with them as to a time frame on the parts that we need to have done to complete the project.
Correct.
Okay. I would, if there's no other questions or comments, I would make a motion for approval on this project per, who do I need to do this for, staff conditions then?
You understand the comments that were made, Mr. Black?
Yes.
Okay. So the staff understand, Eric, you good with this?
So we're good with waiving the full offsites and just getting the minimum paving on man, and then we'll just execute a deed restriction in place of the full offsites.
And the business can operate while this is going?
They will have to design and bond their improvements. At that point, they're considered to have satisfied the condition because we have the bond, and then work with them on the construction part of it.
Do we have, go ahead, Commissioner, how long is that going to take? How long is it going to take to?
Which portion? The design or the
Design bond.
construction? Design bond could be.
So that Eric is satisfied.
6 to 8 months, max.
Commissioner Brager, 6 to 8 months to design and bond.
Okay, I want to make sure though that the business can be operational, because I do think it's important not to put people out of business during this time frame.
Right.
I just want to be clear on that.
I'm asking Rob Warhola now. Just a little, Rob.
Right. They have to put in the paving, I think, before the business can
They
become
have to have the
operational.
paving in before the business can operate.
And so Mr. Black says that's 6 to 8 months. That sounds like a long time. Or is there some other paving or something that can go down to improve this, but not complicate the business opening? I mean, I just think businesses are important.
Can they put another palliative on the dirt while they proceed with the paving, Eric?
I guess if, because it is our right of way, so ultimately we're responsible. It's unusual, I guess, if they're directed to meet all air quality standards with a palliative to allow to be able to operate until such time, we would just want to make sure they move forward as quickly as possible with achieving the paving.
Looking at Eric's face, I think you got a hesitant yes, Commissioner.
That's what it looks like. The TV is a few seconds behind, so it's kind of weird. Okay, then I would like to see that happen due to the fact that I think that when we put people out of business, it's not a good thing.
So we do have a 2-inch plus dust suppression coverage on both of the approaches into this property. So we've done what we can currently to mitigate without getting fully engineered civils done so that we could pull the building permit to pave.
Does what you have on there meet air quality standards?
I believe it does.
We believe it, we don't know. Eric, do we know?
We don't know. We haven't gone out and looked, but we haven't been cited, so that's a good sign.
This is a picture of it here.
I've got a question, Commissioner June Kiliani.
Thank you. I think, though, the issue is the bond, and I think that can happen very quickly. So is there a reason you're lumping the bond with the design at the same time?
Just getting through the drawing process and the approvals.
Commissioner, the bond is based on the design.
On the design.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's why they're parallel. Okay.
Mr. Black, you understanding what the whole discussion?
I believe so, yes.
Eric, Rob, Nancy? Okay, Commissioner Brager, are we on the same page?
I believe we are. Just like I said, my goal is, of course, to follow everything legally, but to not get somebody out of business in that 6 to 8 months, and that they stay diligent with moving through the process to do what they need to meet the motion.
Okay, so is it 6 or 8 months?
I think that between that time frame, within the 8 months at the very most, to get that accomplished.
So we're looking at December?
What I would recommend then is we have something in there that speaks to air quality while they're designing the roadway or, going through design. They have to
Can you give the commissioner some suggested language since she's not here?
That the applicant stay in compliance with air quality requirements until.
How about if that the applicant stay in compliance with air quality requirements while they're undergoing the design and bonding, Commissioners.
That would be part of the motion.
That is part of the motion. Mr. Black?
Correct.
You good? Perfect. Eric, Rob, Nancy, everybody good? We have a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, please cast your votes.
That'd be an aye.
That was your motion, Commissioner Brager.
Yes.
Passes.
I'm voting yes on it.
And recorded as a yes. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 26, UC 4116, holdover amended use permits for the following: increase height, deviations to development standards as shown per plans on file, deviations for the following: reduce setback, which is no longer needed, reduce, allow alternative landscaping, portion along Reno Avenue no longer needed, reduced height setback, and all other deviations as shown per plans on file. Waiver of development standards to reduce the setback to a street, Reno Avenue, which is no longer needed. Design review for a proposed parking garage in conjunction with an existing resort hotel, Excalibur, on 232.5 acres in an H1 limited resort and apartment, AE 1665 zone, and an H1 limited resort and apartment zone in Mud 1 overlay district, generally located on the southeast corner of Frank Sinatra Drive and Tropicana Avenue within Paradise. Background is described in your agenda. Staff recommended approval. The Paradise Town Board recommended approval.
Mr. Borgell, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Greg Borgell, 300 South 4th Street, here for MGM Resorts. Appreciate the staff's favorable recommendation. The applicant has reviewed and accepted the conditions, and further appreciates the board's willingness to have had this matter held last time to make sure that we had the conditions correct, which we now certainly agree with. This is a photograph of the building, and I'm advised that it is not just artwork, that the building is going to look like that. It will not be a plain garage. It will be colored in the manner you see and with the landscaping that you see. We think it'll be a great amenity there, and it'll always good to have extra parking. This is behind the Excalibur, as you're aware. In terms of the site plan, which reflects the primary facing onto Frank Sinatra. As you heard staff identify, many of the waivers that were originally before you were corrected by plan changes as we came along. So with that, I'm not inclined to belabor the issue. There are representatives of the MGM Resorts here if you have questions appropriate for their consideration.
Thank you, and I've got a couple, so I know Mr. Ham is here. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 26. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 26, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing and hearing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on this. This is in my district, so just so I understand, the public understands, Mr. Borgell, it's actually attached to the other garage. Bill, if you want to, and you're going to connect and knock through the wall when you can drive cross between the two garages?
That is a Mr. Ham question.
I knew that.
Good morning, Commissioners, and the answer is yes. Actually, there is an existing three-level garage that is directly to the east of the proposed new garage, and the intent is that those two garages will be affixed to each other with a seismic separation, and so you'll be able to drive on the first 3 levels of the new garage to the existing garage and vice versa.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. In that picture, if you want to put up that first board, Mr. Borgell.
The photograph?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Coming up. You want to? Thank you.
I'm sure that the number of cars that are depicted in that picture is not reflective of the amount of parking in his garage when we see the success that the arena currently is having. So it's a welcome addition to solve the parking. I don't think we have a parking problem, but to further provide parking. So I'm going to recommend approval per staff conditions. We have a question, Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. Either to Greg or Mr. Ham, good to see you. As we look at Frank Sinatra Drive with this overlay, the traffic is an issue, and we're very narrow there. Is there? Do you still have to then have Metro on site for your employees coming and going, or because everybody down the strip, it's not just you down that corridor, have to have officers letting employees out, at least from when I've seen it, when I've traveled.
A portion of the garage will be dedicated to employees. However, particularly with the attachment that was previously discussed, I don't think we have to assume they will all be pulling out on Frank Sinatra, but to the extent that they are, then Metro would be involved.
Okay. Thank you, because it's kind of crazy when they're off shift
Right.
that time period, so, thank.
Any further questions? Commissioner Scow?
I think it's good, too, to show the ingress and egress, where that is in all the parts of the parking garage. Could you show that?
Certainly. The obvious entrance here off Frank Sinatra, but in addition,
Could I get the booth to put the picture back up, please? There you go. Okay.
the obvious one, which is kind of gets emphasized because that's where we're doing the landscaping and the sidewalk. That is, however, only one of the access points. There's an access point off Reno, which frankly we think most people will be using. There's another access point here at Private Drive, which does come out on Frank Sinatra, but also leads through the property out to Las Vegas Boulevard. So there are multiple entries to the facility.
Any further questions? That's not part of this agenda item. It's not part of the agenda item. I have a motion on the floor for approval per staff conditions. Man, you're tough on me already. Please cast your votes. Commissioner Brager?
Yes.
Please record Commissioner Brager as an aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Good luck. Good luck today with your opening. Thank you.
Item 37, UC 4216, holdover use permit for deviations to development standards as shown on plans on file. Deviations for the following: alternative street landscaping and all other deviations as shown per plans on file. Design review for pedestrian walkway for a recreation facility, Las Vegas Arena Event Center, in conjunction with an existing resort hotel, New York, Monte Carlo, and City Center on 16.8 acres in an H1 limited resort apartment, AE 60 zone, and H1 limited resort and apartment zone in the Mud 1 overlay district, generally located on the northeast corner of Frank Sinatra Drive and Tropicana Avenue within Paradise. Background is described in your agenda. Staff recommended approval. The Paradise Town Board recommended approval.
Mr. Brugel and Mr. Ham, welcome back.
Thank you. Still 300 South 4th Street for me. This is a new sidewalk and landscaping along Tropicana Avenue at the arena site. We worked with staff and got very clear direction from them that this was an area that needed to be addressed to get a full 15-foot sidewalk here, along with landscaping on the entirety, neither of which currently exists there, and also defining the pedestrian route across Arena Drive in the best location for people who happen to be in that area to get to and from the arena. Again, have reviewed the conditions that staff's proposed. The applicant's in agreement and would hope for your approval.
Thank you very much. That completes your presentation?
It does.
This is a public hearing. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 27. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 27, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing and hearing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing, turn it over to Commissioner Commissioner Scow. I apologize.
Thank you. And I think this is a great improvement, having the 15-foot sidewalk along Tropicana and landscaping and providing that access for the pedestrians. So I move for approval.
Do we have any questions? We have a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes.
Yes.
Commissioner Brager is a yes. Motion passes.
Thank you. And
Thank you
again,
very
a
much.
special thank you to staff for working with us on this project that had its little complexities.
Thank you. Mr. Gray, I noticed you're sitting in the audience. Did you wish to speak? Thank you very much. I didn't think so. Just thought I'd offer. Thank you very much. Good luck. Thanks, Dana.
Next item is item 36. WS 800-15, amended holdover waivers of development standards for the following: allow a proposed metal building where not permitted, which is no longer needed; cross-access with parcel to the west, which is no longer needed; roof line variations, which is no longer needed; decorative roof elements for an office warehouse building, which is no longer needed; waivers of conditions of a zone change ZC 23108 requiring the following: right-of-way dedication to include 30 feet for Wagon Trail Avenue with a related spandrel, and if Wagon Trail Avenue is not dedicated, the applicant will need to coordinate the access and termination of West Wind Road with APNs 17601-102-006 and 17601-102-009. Design review for an office warehouse building on 2.5 acres in an MD Design Manufacturing AE60 zone in the CMA Design Overlay District, generally located on the west side of Lindell Road, 700 feet south of Sunset Road within Enterprise. Background is described in your agenda. Staff recommended approval of the waivers of conditions and design review. With the revised plans, the waiver of development standards are no longer required and may be withdrawn by the applicant. The Enterprise Town Board recommended approval per revised plans and provide a cross-access with the parcel to the west if the development is compatible. Waivers of development standards 1, 3, and 4 were withdrawn based on revised plans, and there was 1 card for approval and 2 in protest.
Good morning.
Good morning. Casey Camus, architect, 652 Middlegate, Suite B, Henderson, representing the owner. And since last time, we've had an actual rendering so that everybody can see what it really looks like. We're not asking for any waivers of development standards now. The only things we're requesting are the vacation of Wagon Trail, which is supported by the neighboring property and the Department of Aviation behind us, and that we not coordinate with West Wind because it's over 300 feet away and doesn't connect to our property.
Perfect. Does that complete the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 36. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 36, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing hearing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 36. This is also in District A. I want to thank you. This is the item that last time was going through smoothly, and then we had some folks that were here on an unrelated item popped up on this. I sincerely appreciate you working so closely with Tiffany and staff to get this done. I think it's a great looking project. It's a welcome addition to the district and recommend approval per staff conditions. Any questions? Please cast your votes.
Yes.
Commissioner Braggers and I. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Easier than last time, huh?
Yes.
Item 39, WS 8316, waivers of development standards for the following: reduced height setback ratio, reduced setbacks, reduced landscaping, and reduced parking. Design review for 2 proposed hotels and parking garage on 3.0 acres in an H1 limited resort and apartment zone in the Mud 1 Overlay District, generally located on the southeast corner of Tropicana Avenue and Dean Martin Drive within Paradise. Background is described in your agenda. Staff recommended approval of development standards 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, 3B, 3C, 4, and the design review, and denial of waivers of development standards 3A. Staff recommends deletion of current planning bullet number 1 and the addition of a condition to read: modifications to landscaping, lighting, or signage plans are subject to an administrative review that will include input from Metro. The Paradise Town Board recommended approval.
Good morning, Ms. Lazovich.
Good morning, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here today on behalf of the applicant. We appreciate Ms. Amundsen working with us on the condition to delete bullet point number 1 and replace it with the condition she read into the record. We, through your office, Commissioner Sisolak, had a meeting with Metro and Tiffany Hesser. As I understand it, there's some issues in this area, so it was important to have Metro's feedback on our lighting, signage, and landscape plan. They were wonderful to work with, so Nancy has read in the revised condition that if, as we move forward through the process, there's any minor tweaks that Metro might want to see, we have the flexibility to do that administratively and keep the project moving forward. We did also submit a revised plan to staff that showed a detached sidewalk along Dean Martin Drive for a majority of it. That also addressed one of their points in our waiver. We still need the waiver because there is a portion of Dean Martin that it has to be attached to connect on to Tropicana, because we're not changing any current configurations on Tropicana. So we're still asking for the waiver, but we did make that revision based upon staff's comments. So with the amended condition, we would ask for your approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 39. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 39, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing and hearing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. This is also in District A. Thank you very much for meeting with me and working with Tiffany and staff on this, and I appreciate especially the work with Metro as it relates to the lighting and the landscaping that's a concern on the trap corridor there. So we appreciate working them, and I want you to have the flexibility. Ms. Amundson had another comment.
Public Works has another requested condition that I wanted to read into the record, and it's detached sidewalk will require dedication of backup curb and granting necessary easements for utilities, pedestrian access, street lights, and traffic control, which may require vacation of excess right-of-way or execute a license and maintenance agreement for non-standard improvements in the right-of-way, and that's related to the detached sidewalk in that area that Ms. Lazovich spoke about.
Yes, we agree.
You agree? Thank you very much. And before I get to the motion, there's not a demolition permit pulled on this yet. So does that come before us, Rob, or does that not come before us? How does that? Is that just done by staff?
Usually it does not come before you.
Okay, because that's obviously a very sensitive corner there with, does that come through you, Eric, or who's that come through? Building?
It goes through the building department.
Okay. If you work with our office on the demolition permit in terms
Just-
of the hours and how they're bringing that building down, the one that's
Okay.
currently there.
Okay, we will do.
Perfect.
Commissioner, if you want to add conditions related to that, zoning
No, I'm
plans,
good.
okay, because zoning plans just does look at the
Yeah,
demolitions.
no, I'm good. I'm sure they'll keep us.
Okay,
in the
we'll
loop.
work with your office.
I'm going to recommend approval per staff as revised conditions.
Thank you.
Any discussion? Please cast your votes.
Yes.
Commissioner Braggers and I. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 40, ZC 73815, holdover zone change to reclassify 20 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone to PF Public Facility Zone. Design review for proposed elementary school on 14 acres, generally located on the east side of Arville Street, 660 feet north of Windmill Lane with an enterprise. Background is described in your agenda. Staff recommended approval, the Enterprise Town Board recommended approval, and there was one card in protest.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mark McGinty with SH Architecture representing Clark County School District. Commissioners, we were here before you, I believe, last meeting, and we went out, we heard you, we went out and had a neighborhood meeting. It was a great meeting. We had about 20 to 25 neighbors show up. They shared their concerns, and we talked to them about our extra 6 acres on the side and many other things. We came away from that meeting with there were some great takeaways. Number one is they were okay with our lifestyle course. They were okay with it not being a public use. We asked them specifically if there would be any other use they'd like to see there, and one young mother said maybe a bicycle course, which we can use our lifestyle course as a bicycle course at that point. But we do have that presentation with us today if you'd care to see it. This is the site plan that we presented, is much the same that you saw the first meeting. And since the first meeting, we also found out that there's some lease languages in the BLM lease that does not allow uses that doesn't directly support the school.
Yeah, I don't need the whole presentation, but that I think the commission might be interested in. I'm aware of that we're going to have this on other school sites that are BLM leases. So if you can give us some of those conditions, which came as a little surprise to me, but you know.
Yeah, for instance, if you go in and put in a public garden, if that doesn't support the school, that is not a use that's allowed. And we have Cheryl from the CCSD who can also speak to that directly. I can talk to you about some of the things that came up in the neighborhood meeting that I think is important. One of the, and some of the folks are here today to speak to you about it too. What came up, the biggest part and surprise of the neighborhood meeting was the traffic concerns. And they were very vocal, told us what was going on, and we listened to that and went back, and if you would, I'll pull that up. Bear with me. At Robindale and Valley View, this is Robindale down here. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Robindale down here. This is Arville, and Valley View is on this side. They're very concerned, the neighbors are very concerned about all the traffic in the neighborhood. And so from that meeting, we left that and came up with a traffic plan that would address those issues. Flashers and stop signs at Robindale and Arville, flashers and stop signs at Robindale and Valley View, and busing. The school district and the community, when we spoke, we do not want children to walk across Decatur. So any students that are west of Decatur will be bused, and any students north of Warm Springs will be bused, even though that's less than a mile away, and the school district's rules are usually 2 miles. So when the community came up and started talking about these traffic concerns, we addressed that. This is what's going in for our traffic approval, this plan right here. So with that, that's our big takeaway from the public meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. Does that complete your presentation?
That completes the presentation.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 40. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 40, please step forward. Identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Larry Morcivillo. I live at 74...
Larry, I got to ask you to speak in the microphone there. So
Good morning. My name is Larry Morcivillo. I live at 7460 Shirls. I was in attendance at that meeting on the, I believe it was the 29th. In regards to the neighborhood concerns, it was basically we were pretty much in an agreement in regards to a couple issues, and that is the safety of the children and the safety of the public. And again, as the school has addressed it and the developer, we are all pretty much in agreement with the school. Our major concern is the location of the school also is in an area where we have a big problem of homeless people. Due to the developments that went on Blue Diamond, we have several businesses in that area where the vagrancies that hang out and the people that hang out behind those areas cause a major problem. And because of that, they wander into the area where the school will be. The wash is adjacent to these areas, and they live in that area. That is our number one concern. Number two is the public safety concerning traffic control. Being a retired police officer, I've dealt with traffic in this community, and it is a major problem. When the track housing developments went in on on Blue Diamond and Decatur, before the adequate proper signs and traffic control went in that area, we had several deaths. We don't want this to happen with the school. So what we're requesting is please take in consideration that in developing this school, it needs to be controlled in regards to the proper traffic control and assessment of Valley View and Warm Springs. In the morning, you could hardly cross Warm Springs if you're going east or west, and if you're coming from the north or south there. It's very, very difficult, just east of the school, of the equestrian park. So this is the major concern, is that. And number two is when you turn around and put in sidewalks or paths, such as the asphalt paths that are considered, we also must take in consideration, and I believe this board is very well familiar with the fact that we've argued for years to keep that area rural preservation. So when we get into a situation here now with pathways, we have to also consider the RMP and how this is going to be affected. So we appreciate that, and I hope that you also take in consideration. When we discussed this with the school board officials and the developer, they pretty much said it was not really in their hands. They couldn't do a lot about it. It'd have to go to an assessment and traffic control. And that's what we're asking you to do. Before you put this in, make sure that traffic control really takes a good look at this. Now, when I looked at the gentleman's plan up there, briefly looked at it, he is taking in consideration the pathways, et cetera, which we appreciate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak on item number 40?
My name is Jack Weaver. I live at 7685 Hinson Street. Our concern is not so much with the school, it's with the adjacent property to the north and to the east. That's vacant land, and that's under the control of the Clark County Parks Department. And what's happened over the years is this is now a mini apex out there. Every day, throughout the day, there's ATVers and off-road vehicles making extensive use of that property. We've been told by air quality control that that property is no longer in compliance with air quality standards because of the dust. It's absolutely horrible. After the meeting, the neighborhood meeting last week, I was watching one motorcycle rider out there on that northern parcel. There was one guy out there the next day after that meeting, and the cloud of dust was so thick that you couldn't see it, and it blew directly over where this school is going to be. And that happens all day long, all week long, constantly. And our concern is that the children are going to be in this school, they're going to be outdoors. We're even talking about the extra part of the property where we're going to develop it for outdoor use for the children. And it's going to, and when the wind blows now, you get that cloud of dust that usually blows over that school. And when you get one person out there on an ATV or something, it gets just 100 times worse. That cloud of dust that I saw that day after that was horrible. If my kids or my grandkids were at that school and I were to see that when they were outside, and we expect the kids to be outside getting exercise, I would be livid. So what I'm hoping that the county would do is require the Parks Department to do something to mitigate this. It's gone beyond just enforcement, because you can tell people not to go out there, and you can even arrest them or cite them or fence it off or do whatever, but the land is so disturbed now, the crust is just destroyed, that any amount of wind is going to continue to create the problem. And then anytime anybody else goes out there and rides a vehicle across that, it's going to be miserable for those children. Something has to be done. You've got to take care of the parcel to the north and the parcel to the east, and those are both under the control of the Clark County Parks Department. It's a serious issue for the students that are going to be there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak on item number 40 during the public hearing? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Eric, what can we do about I've got 3 areas here that the air quality with the parks land? Just notify Parks Department fencing it if he says it isn't going to happen if we got to cross.
Correct. Actually, Parks, not Parks, but RPM, who manages the land on behalf of Parks. I think they want to be coordinated with the school district. I know the school district is encroaching slightly to do a common entrance that lines up with Mesa Verde for this site. So I think it would be best if we just added a condition that they coordinate with RPM on this, and then RPM can address those issues.
Okay, and I know Tiffany has reached out to Parks and Air Quality, and we don't have an answer yet. So Nancy, if you could help along those avenues and try to get a handle on the air quality, it would be beneficial.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, okay, I've got 2 more, and then I'll give it to you, Commissioner Giuliani. It's important that we get, according to what Larry brought up, the signage, whether it's traffic mitigation signage, in the entire area to notify the neighbors, and speed limit signs, so forth and so on, in particular in the Valley View Warm Springs intersection. I know that's a tough area.
Right, and we've been working with staff on that specific issue.
And since you were here the last time and we set this out a ways, I appreciate the fact that you had a neighborhood meeting. And everybody that's up here is going to tell you, you got 25 neighbors at a neighborhood meeting. It was a very successful meeting. So it might behoove you in the future to do neighborhood meetings on these sites ahead of time, so that you can get the input of the neighbors, because the community, obviously you've heard it from 2 speakers, their major priority is the children's safety. And to hear that from the neighbors and reach out, I think it says a lot, and it's part of being a good neighbor. So I appreciate you doing that, and hopefully you'll do it in the future. Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. Do you have an unloading zone for the buses to come in on your drawings?
Yes, we do.
I couldn't see that.
Commissioner, this is the bus zone comes right off of Arville, one direction, comes across and comes back out.
Okay.
We didn't mix the buses with the...
Yeah, that's a good idea, because that's something that helps. I know that some schools or some principals maybe, where they have this kind of constraint, have done slightly staggered school starting times. Is that something that you all bring up? Sometimes 5 minutes difference for the kindergarten and first graders to be dropped off versus...
Absolutely.
Okay, so
those are things that are the operation side and educational side look at doing, especially to break it up. We did provide a lot more parking on this site than we did have in the past.
And then where are the parents loading and unloading then?
The parents, and if you recall, this is, because there's no effective street frontage on Arville. We were
Right.
concerned about that. We developed our own drive lane.
Gotcha.
All the way
Okay.
around the interior
So they
against
can
the
move
curb
for
is
the
the
flow
drop
instead
off.
of stacking up into
Right.
either Mesa or Arville. Okay, that makes good sense. And then, Commissioner, per your direction, then with RPM, you're going to look at no trespass signs and those types of things so that at least there's notification, and maybe we can coordinate with air quality to get them out there as soon as they start seeing these people violating. But that's not just your issue. So then clarify, so you're doing this walk route that can be used for bicycle, but it won't be open to the public, is what you
Correct.
said?
It is open during
school
hours, not on the weekend and not at night. We talked to the neighbors about that too, and they were okay with that.
That's a BLM requirement on the language.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
And the other thing you did, I believe is you, Commissioner, that asked about the community garden.
Mhm.
And we listened to you on that. We went back, followed the school district and speak to this. But also, there's issues with community gardens not being used at night and what happens in those gardens at night. So what we've done is this little area that I've highlighted in green, this is approximately, it's a 10 by 180 foot inside the security garden for the kids.
Okay, good,
It's
because
a
then you could tie
teaching-
it into the curriculum part of it, which is, not everything needs to be a community garden, but if there are places where we appropriately can locate them, so the access, you're absolutely right. But
Complete
a
with
lot of the
hose
schools,
beds
I know
and-
John S. Park has one, they've really started to do their raised beds internally, and they tie it into the curriculum, which is part of it, so that makes good sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the maintenance of the additional acreage, is that school district?
That's school district.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to be clear. So the park, the walking trail is open during the school hours for the kids, and then when else is it open?
During the, it's not open on the weekends, and it's only open during school hours.
So and I understand the BLM piece of it, but currently now we have the open school, open doors where we can go in, so different groups can go in and use it. So will that be the same process for them? Or is this just off limits altogether?
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Linda Perry, 4190 McLeod Drive, representing the school district. The Open Schools, Open Doors, what we've discovered with that is it's all predicated upon the principal that's at that school. And some of the schools, unfortunately, in some of the schools, they will open and have an open policy, and other ones they can't. And I think it's more or less regulated on the neighborhood. But we're looking into more and more of having that be an open area, because it is a public school, it is a public use, and it should be open to the public. So we want to at least make that. The only thing that we needed to check was making sure that the school, because it has to be locked down during the day, for access to come in. So we wanted to make sure that we have good points of access if they come off, and that's one thing we're probably still trying to work with because of that circular drive that goes around. We can't really open that. We have those gates there. So we don't want them actually walking on the north to the, I guess it would be this area here, outside of our area. In the dirt, we would want to have some sort of access point where they could come in, and they would have to go through the school site.
So
typically, we lock those schools down at night and.
I'm just thinking about the parents, if they come, or the grandparents come to pick up the kids, would they be able to walk around the track while they're waiting for
Yes.
them? So there's access for them to get in, but on the weekends, it's entirely up to, okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioner Brager?
No, I'm good. All the right questions were asked.
I'm going to recommend approval per staff conditions. Ms. Amundson, good? Eric, good? We have a motion on the floor. Any further questions? Please cast your votes.
That's an aye.
Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Items 46, 47, and 48 are companion and can be heard together. BS 090715, vacate and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Buffalo Drive and Arroyo Springs Street and between Sunset Road and Rafael Rivera Way, and a portion of right-of-way being Tioga Way located between Sunset Road and Rafael Rivera Way within Spring Valley. UC 90615, use permits for the following: modify the pedestrian realm, reduce parking in conjunction with the proposed mixed-use development, waivers of development standards for the following: permit non-standard improvements within the right-of-way, permit an overlength cul-de-sac, design review for modifications to an approved mixed-use development on 9.9 acres in a UV urban village mixed-use zone in the CMA Design and Mud 3 overlay districts, generally located on the east side of Buffalo Drive, 600 feet south of Sunset Road within Spring Valley. TM 002316, tentative map for a mixed-use project consisting of commercial lots and 2 residential lots on 9.9 acres in a UV urban village mixed-use zone. Staff recommended approval. The Spring Valley Town Board recommended approval.
Mr. Kempfer, it's nice to see you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Chris Kempfer here on behalf of the applicant. I'll be brief. We have spoken to the chairman and Tiffany with regard to this project. The property is already zoned UV, so these are use permits, some waivers, design review, tentative map, vacation, all have been approved by staff, the town board, and the planning commission. We are no longer in need of use permit number 2 relating to the parking, because we have added additional parking as a result of our meeting with Commissioner Sisolak and Tiffany. So we would withdraw use permit number 2 relating to that parking, and we would very respectfully ask for approval of all applications.
Perfect. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on item number 46, please step forward. Identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing and hearing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 46. This is also in District A. I appreciate you meeting with me and Tiffany and showing us the plans. I don't think that the pictures and the plans do justice what this is going to look like when it's done. So to encourage Mike, it's really cutting edge what they're planning to do here. It's you got to get out there after it's finished. You'll be amazed with the parking garage and the lifestyle. So I'm going to recommend approval per staff conditions.
46, 47, and 48.
46, 47, and 48.
Thank you.
Rob, I need to open the public hearing on 46, 47, and 48.
Yes.
Anyone wishing to testify on 46, 47, and 48, please step forward. Seeing no one, I'll close all 3 public hearings. So I'm going to recommend approval on 46, 47, and 48 per staff conditions. Any discussion? Please cast your votes.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Again, thank you and Tiffany for working with us on this project.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Bye now.
Item 50, UC 000816, appeal use permits for the following: proposed accessory structure, a storage container within the rear yard that is not architecturally compatible with the principal building, waive architectural enhancements, non-decorative metal siding, a flat roof without a parapet wall in conjunction with an existing single-family residence on 0.5 acres in an RE Rural Estates Residential RMP1 zone, generally located on the north side of Warm Springs Road and the east side of Hinson Street within Enterprise. Background is described in your agenda. Staff recommended denial. The Enterprise Town Board recommended denial. The Planning Commission approved this at their March 1st meeting, and this item has been appealed by numerous neighbors.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commission members. My name is Ed Dose. I live at 4080 West Warm Springs Road. I am here this morning to address the appeal to the Planning Commission's approval to place an accessory structure on my property in conformance with the conditions of approval. That it be painted to match the primary residence, that it be screened from view, that it have a wall around the building to protect it from view from Warm Springs Road, and it is completed within 18 months. I'm here asking for no waivers or deviations from what the Planning Commission ordered. I would like to ask the Commission to confirm the Planning Commission's approval for the accessory structure on my property per the above conditions. I do have a picture of what I would like to have the building look like later on in the future. I don't want it to be just a box on my property. So these are the plans. I don't want it to just be a square box on the property. I do want to make it look nice on this property. I have to look at it also. At this time, I'd like to ask for any questions from the commission.
Okay, does that complete your presentation?
Yes,
Because
sir.
I know I've got speakers. Okay. This time I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 50. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 50, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. And I know this got to be a very contentious item in the neighborhood. So I ask you to all, please, I know there's two really passionate sides on this. I'd ask you to all ahead of time, please be respectful of everyone here. Good morning.
Morning. Cami Knoll, 7205 Allum Drive, Las Vegas. I've been a homeowner in this neighborhood for 12 years, and I've come here today to voice my support for Ed Dose and him having this container on his property. I feel that Ed's been unfairly targeted by a HOA that is located within our community, and they're attempting to encroach upon us by having us follow the CCNRs that they've agreed to follow. Our community already has several of these containers at various residences, many which I've never even noticed the whole time I lived there until this became an issue. I'm a runner, so I'm on the streets every day, and I started actively looking and realized, I'm like, oh, there's one. They behind the wall, you hardly notice them at all. As a rural community, we as residents have chosen to live here so that we can fully enjoy the use of our properties without being under the thumb of the restrictions that come with being part of a homeowners association. And I thoroughly believe that granting this appeal would set a dangerous precedent for our ability to enjoy the freedoms that we've traditionally had by being part of this rural neighborhood preservation district. Ed has done a lot to improve this residence since he took possession of it. You can see him and his wife out there almost every day doing work themselves on the property, making it look a lot better than it used to look. And I thoroughly believe that this would not devalue any properties in our neighborhood and would not affect anybody's day-to-day life. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is George Lucis, 7171 Crown Top Circle. I'm in that little HOA community the lady mentioned. We're a block north of his house. Now, he intends to put a steel container on his property. Right now, it's open. You drive by on Warm Springs Road or Hinson's Road. He's got trucks there, trailers, RVs, two outstanding buildings. One's a like storage shed and one's like a Home Depot shed. Everything's to the open. He has not done anything to improve the property, and that steel container would just destroy the whole area there. I toured the entire neighborhood from Decatur to Valley View, from Warm Springs to 215. There's not a single container there on any of those properties. All the homes are walled in, and what's in the back is compatible with the main structure there. So I don't think the steel container should be allowed in there. And if somehow he chooses it, he should have a wall that blocks the steel container from being seen from Warm Springs and Hinson. Because he's got two driveways coming out on Hinson, how he's going to protect us from seeing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Tara Pike, and I live at 3440 West Arby Avenue. I'm here to support the sea container. I don't think that I could say it any better than the first speaker for what I believe is why I moved to this area, because it is a rural area without an HOA, and I think that he should be allowed to do it with all of the other things that are listed that he has to comply with within 18 months. I learned about this from the Nextdoor website that I've never heard of before, getting on and then finding out and promptly stopping being on that website anymore. And so I promised that I would come down and support him, and so I took the half day off work to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good morning.
Morning.
Wow, this is my first time doing this. I'm here in support of this project as
I'm
well.
going to ask you to identify yourself for the record.
I'm sorry, yes.
People
Mary-
all over the world are watching you from this camera above my head.
I'm anonymous.
Okay.
My name is Mary Mason, and we live at 4265 West Martin, so we're on the corner of like Martin and Arville.
And I'm in support of this project. We lived for 12 years in Summerlin and loved it there. And my husband and I just recently moved to this area a year and a half ago. And one of the main reasons that we moved out here was because of the rural preserve community and the idea that there's a little fewer restrictions about what you can and can't do on your property, and we love that. We love that it's a little more free-flowing and it's not Summerlin. And I certainly respect the people in the HOA and their concerns, but they did plunk an HOA in the middle of a rural preserve, and I think just in our family alone, we have about 4 or 5 of these already on our property, with none of the upgrades that this gentleman is going through. So I would just ask that you would just keep the integrity of the rural preserve out there and allow him to go forward with this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jack Weaver, 7685 Hinson Street. I'm here to voice my support for this project. I've lived in the area for 22 years. We recognize that this is a rural preservation area, but things change. You know, the community changes, it grows, more development is coming in. There was a time when somebody would put a steel container on their property and nobody would say anything, and it's been that way for years. But times do change. This is not that type of steel container. That's not what he's proposing. If you drive around and you see the steel containers that these people are talking about and they don't like, they look like they belong on a ship or in the back of a truck. And we have no problem with that. We live there forever. But things do change, and we expect to have to change a little bit with them. This is exactly what he's doing. He is putting one of those type of containers, but he is changing it to conform to what is expected today as opposed to 30 years ago. And when it's landscaped and his walls are in and things like that, then it'll look nice. There's no comparison with what he's doing with what people are calling a shipping container. It's not a fair comparison when you look at what he's proposing. So I urge you to consider the actual proposal as opposed to just the verbiage, putting a shipping container on a piece of property, because that's not what he's planning to do. You can see by the picture that it's entirely different than what other people have done in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name's Steve Keene. I live at 3910 West Mardon, just down the street from the applicant, and I'm here to support his application. And I think what they've done with the property so far has been incredible, and I would encourage him to, keep up with it. It's looking great compared to what it was before. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else before I close the public hearing?
Lattimore Osborne. I live at 7145 Henson Street. I'm here to support the applicant.
Thank you.
My name is Weeby Weebowitz.
You can pull that down if you want.
7685 Hinson Street. I am here to voice my support for this development of this property. Lived here for over 20 years. I've seen the house moved onto the property when it was moved off of Martin Street for the 215 Beltway. Through the years, it's been kind of an eyesore. Since this couple has bought the house, they've done mass improvements and landscaping, and I would love to see this type of an additional building within his property. A lot of people say they don't want this in a yard. Well, we live on rural estates. This is not a yard. It's on his property, and it will be in the back. It'll be covered with landscaping and have a wall all around it. And I think it's a great idea.
Thank you.
Hi, Dylan Labonte, 4535 West El Dorado Lane. Just here to support Ed.
Thank you very much.
Same reason.
Hello, my name's Nick Walker. I'm at 7130 Crown Top Circle. I'm also behind the wall, as they call it. But, when we purchased our property and built our home, I guess we built it about 5 years ago. We anticipated the county would attempt to enforce the rules that they're supposed to attempt to enforce. And we spent a great deal of time and money and stuff on our house, and we think it's only fair that the county do what they can to protect our investment. You know, I'm from Texas and I have some property there, but we live here and this is our primary residence. You know, we've lived here for 5 years. You know, we want them to try to enforce the codes that are already set forth. You know, there's a couple of, I guess there's like 4 new additions going in where we live now that are building $400,000 to probably $800 or $1 million houses. Our thought is where this lot is on the corner there, you know, if there's not a wall around it and it's not constructed and it's not out of view, that it's going to deter from the value of what we've already done and what these other, you know, I think D.R. Horton bought out Distinctive Homes, and I don't know how many lots. I think that they have about 40 lots left to build new homes on, and they're going to the houses they're going to be building are probably going to be at least $500 to $1 million houses. And you know, we just think that because this is going to be right out in front without anything, that is our main concern, is that, you know, it's just going to be out in the open. We've heard, you know, other people say online and stuff that, you know, well, we didn't know this was allowed, so if this is allowed, then where can I go get one? So I'm concerned that now suddenly there's going to be, you know, 20 or 30 more of these containers pop up in the neighborhood. And I'm not saying, I mean, I don't run, but I ride bikes a lot, and you know, I drive around the neighborhood a lot, and you know, there are just a lot of containers. I don't know how many of them have been approved or how many of them have not been approved. I'm not saying that we need to take out the containers that are already there. Most of them are hidden behind a wall that I know of. There's some containers in the area that are temporary for construction and demo and that kind of stuff. There's some pods in the neighborhood that, you know, people evidently come in storage and they're coming in and they're leaving. I have no problem with any of that stuff. You know, the problem we have is that if you're allowed to put a container on a corner lot where everybody turns, that it's going to detract from the value of what we've already done. You know, my question would be, you know, a half-acre lot, what are you allowed to do? I mean, can you put, you know, you got a 2-car garage, you got another detached garage, you got a shed, you got a 35-foot travel trailer, then you're wanting to put a container too. I mean, this is a half-acre lot, guys. I mean, come on. That is my concern, is the values of what it's going to do to the 40 new houses that are going to go under construction in that neighborhood, and what it's going to do to those houses. So,
thank you for your comments. Anyone else? No? Mr. Marks. There's 2 microphones. You can each take one. That's fine. Okay.
Phil Marks. I live at 7360 Schuster Street, which is adjacent, if you will, to this home. I represent the Committee to Protect the Quality of Life and Enterprise, and as Commissioner Sisolak knows, and many of you know, I represent over 250 households. Our committee has sat down, we looked at this thing, and frankly, as an individual, I don't like containers. Having said that, I took a look at the code. The code provides that an individual may put a container on that lot, provided he asks for a use permit or gets deviations or waivers in accordance with that. He has followed through and done that. The Planning Commission came through and approved it with conditions to which he has taken no exception. Now, as to the people who have pointedly said that they're concerned about their homes, I've lived there since 1988. I live on a little over a half acre. My home's value is probably somewhat higher than the norm because of our landscaping, and I'm the only person that has a direct view of this property. This property was in so disrepair that there was a church that wanted to go in there and didn't want to do the work necessary. This man has invested a lot of money to turn this property around and make it, instead of being a blight on the community, rather a signpost for what you can do if you're willing to work at it.
Now, I would also point out that the people who are criticizing this can't see this property. The only time they see it is if they drive down Warm Springs or make a turn on the Henson. Actually, the property next door has a burned out chimney and a burned out fireplace that has been there since 1988. And nobody has sought to have this blight on the community corrected. Why? Because it's on the property owned by an individual. If that's when we built, that property was there. The gentleman who was up here a moment ago, when he built his house or bought his house, that property was there. If you drive down from the airport down Sunset, you have a trucking company and a wrecking yard. If you drive from Valley View, make a turn onto Valley View to come into our R&P and cross the bridge, you pass BJ's Liquor Place. If in doing so, once you get over the bridge, you are now faced with several properties who have absolutely no... May I finish?
Briefly, please.
Thank you, sir. Several properties that their front yards are in disrepair, and there are horses that are grandfathered in on Arby. So looking at it in a fairness thing, to discriminate against this individual for a structure that other people have violated that over and over and over again, when he's willing to comply with your requirements, seems inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Karen Seavey. I live at 7330 Rogers. I can actually see his property from my backyard. I'm in support of it. The other thing is we have probably like 50 signatures that people wanted to sign that are at work, and so couldn't come here to support it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Rhonda Walker. I live at 7130 Crown Top Circle. As homeowners and property owners in the neighborhood, actually within a block and a half of the property on which this container will be placed, we ask you kindly reconsider this matter and disallow a variance or a waiver as requested. The proposed site for this container is highly visible property that's the corner of Warm Springs and Henson. It has no wall, no fencing of any sort, or even any landscaping obscuring the property. Most speakers in support here today are not within the same proximity of those who have spoken in opposition. This homeowner is the fourth owner, and he did not do the major improvements on this property. We can supply pictures. Placing a container on that proposed site would make it clearly visible from three sides of his property. Other properties in disrepair in the neighborhood just don't justify this. I believe the picture was deceptive, as that was not a 40-foot container that they're showing you. I have viewed this owner's container, and it is definitely a metal shipping container of 40 feet and 9 feet high. I believe granting a variance and a waiver from the zoning codes to allow one such property owner to have a container as this is wholly unfair to those of us who have invested in our properties after reviewing the code enforcement and zoning laws and counted on those laws when we invested. This property owner was aware of the same zoning and code laws when he purchased his property, and he knew he wouldn't be allowed to have that container without this variance, making him exempt from the very codes and zoning laws that the rest of us have spent a great deal of time and money to adhere to, and that we appreciate and counted on when we invested in this neighborhood. The container has a great potential to become quite the eyesore on this visible corner of Warm Springs Road and Henson. We believe it will have a definite adverse effect on the value of all the properties within our neighborhood, and at that corner it's so visible when coming into the neighborhood. The property has no wall, it has no fencing of any sort to obscure the view of the already numerous accessory structures that he has, much less adding one that's 40 feet in length and some 9 feet high. He only recently added driveways, and they seem to be insufficient for the vehicles he has, as he continues to park on a vacant lot across Henson and use it for parking area. Last Sunday, he was actually doing RV repair business on that vacant lot. This proposed property that he's on already has a two-car garage, a detached garage, and a recently constructed storage shed behind the home, and yet the homeowner is unable to park any of his numerous vehicles or recreational vehicles in any of these structures. There is a 35-foot fifth-wheel trailer. It is constantly relocated from the front yard, what should be the front yard, to directly behind the home and what should be the backyard. And that fifth-wheel vehicle is already a huge item that at all times is clearly visible from three sides of this property. We had an unsecured above-ground swimming pool he installed on the side of the house. It was clearly visible from two sides of the home. It was closer to the street than the house. It was eventually removed and drained into the street, which took almost a week. My strong belief is that this container has something to do with an RV repair business that would go in there, or with a tool business that he had listed in the yellow pages as Warm Springs Tools. We kindly ask that you do not grant this property owner a variance allowing him to deviate from codes and zoning laws that are in place to protect the majority of the residents of the neighborhood and our considerable investments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You read fast. Thank you. Next speaker.
Jennifer Wellman. I live at 8240 Lindell, and I'm in support of number 50. He's a great
Thank you
guy.
very much. Anyone, how many more speakers do I have on this side? Of people want to line up along the rail, please.
Peggy Keene, 4715 West El Dorado Lane. I've lived there 26 years. We have 2 acres adjacent. It's a rural preserve. There's horses everywhere. The Connex box has been a standard method of storing supplies for horses, other items out on a rural preserve area. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Vern Keene, 7515 Cameron. I'm in support of the number 50. It is a rural preserve. I'd like to support that.
Thank you.
My name is Cherie Reinhardt, and I support Ed Doze.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the brevity of the comments. Were you speaking too? How many more speakers do I have? Please line up along the rail. I don't think we have this many people in the audience.
I'm Karen Goff. I live at 7035 Hinson. I have 5 acres. It's horse property, and all the horses are inside in a barn that's air conditioned and heated. I don't have any cargo containers outside. It has 1 house and a barn that was approved by the county commission for the size, and it's air conditioned, heated, and everything's inside. I am not in favor of this cargo container.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Last chance. Seeing and hearing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and call Mr. Dose back up. I've got a lot of comments here.
Yes, sir.
This is a very quiet neighborhood until this issue came up, needless to say. This website that got started, this Nextdoor thing, I don't know what it's about or where it came from, but what's on there, I really hate to see the infighting between the neighbors that's going back and forth on this issue. It's just not suitable. It doesn't help anything, and it's unfortunate, some of the comments that have been made. What you showed us today, the picture, was not what was showed at the Planning Commission or the Town Board, the yellow.
No, it was just a current, what the building looks like. Yes.
Conex box, right. So
yes.
I don't know what their questions would have been had that been shown, but I think it would have benefited you a little bit. I'm going to get a couple things out of the way quickly, and I don't know, Erica, Rob, next door to the property to the east, there is I was out there yesterday, spent a considerable time, and your wife took me around after she saw me wandering and kind of wondered what I was doing, I think, frankly.
We've had a lot of that.
You've had a lot of that? Okay, well, I was another one, so you can add me to the list. There is a burnt-out chimney that, I don't know if it's a danger on the property next door. It's full of graffiti now. There's some palm trees out along the road that the fronds have not been cut in 20 years. I mean, if the match hit those things, that's going to go up like a candlestick. It's just, I don't know what control we have on that. I don't know who owns that property, Rob?
Well, there's a general requirement that a property owner maintain its property, and I don't know if anyone, it doesn't sound like anyone occupies it, but we can still
There's
send
no
out,
house.
We can still send out CC Pro and then perhaps have them take a look at it and then review the code and possibly send a notice to the owner of the property.
Okay, if we could direct CC Pro to go take a look. I'd like the chimney taken down if possible and those palm trees. If they catch fire, there's so many fronds there that are dried for years and years and years. It'll go up like a torch. It's just not good. So to your project, and I appreciate you came to visit Tiffany and I, and we went through this, and like I say, your wife was very kind to spend quite a bit of time with me explaining the situation.